Chapter 560. She didn't come? Feng Jiu raised an eyebrow, glanced at the waiter, and walked out. Could she have gone back to the inn? Lung Hua said, but she felt uneasy. Feng Jiu thought for a moment, then said, That's not likely. I think something happened. But we should go to the inn first and ask Hui Lang if there are any other people here. Let's go. As she spoke, she walked with him to the inn. At this moment, her face was slightly gloomy. She didn't expect that Lung Shuang would disappear when they were just 2 blocks away. Were the people in this place so savage? How dare they kidnap someone in broad daylight? And there was no movement at all. It was clear that Lung Shuang had encountered someone much stronger than her. When they returned to the 2nd floor of the inn, Feng Jiu saw Hui Lang and Ying Yi guarding the door. She asked, Hui Lang, are there any people from Yandian and Sanjiang City? Hearing this, Hui Lang was startled, then said, Of course there are. Yandian is spread all over the place, and we have a base in this city. As she spoke, she asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? Why did she come back with a pale face after going out for a while? Lung Shuang is missing. Let me check for you as soon as possible. What would happen if a woman fell into someone else's hands? It was hard to say. Therefore, she had to find her as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Hearing this, Hui Lang and Ying Yi were slightly surprised. Lung Shuang was missing. Hui Lang immediately asked, What did she go missing? What happened? I'll send someone to check right away. We stopped at the corner of the street, and then my sister went to buy roast chicken to bring back to the inn. But after waiting for a long time, we still didn't see her. We went to the inn and said my sister didn't go. As Lung Hua spoke, he frowned with worry in his eyes. I don't know how they disappeared, but I'm sure they were captured. Xin Yuan Mose, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, heard the conversation outside. He walked out and ordered, Send someone to investigate first. We need to know the news before it gets dark. Yes, Hui Lang replied and quickly flew away. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, There's no point in worrying. Just wait. Feng Jiu was deep in thought. He didn't wait in the inn like he had said. Instead, he said, I'll take Lung Hua to the black market to ask. Then he turned and walked out. Seeing her leave, Xin Yuan Mose looked at Ying Yi and ordered, Tell the people who are secretly protecting her to follow her closely. Don't let anything happen to her. Yes, Ying Yi responded and followed him downstairs. There were people secretly protecting Master, and Master also ordered people to secretly protect the ghost doctor. After all, they didn't know when they would be ambushed or assassinated. When they arrived at the black market, Feng Jiu directly flashed his token and found the head of the black market. He explained the reason and asked him to help find Lung Hua. Seeing the black token, the head of the black market naturally couldn't refuse. Thus, he also sent people to investigate this matter. At this time, the unconscious Lung Shuang woke up and found her hands and feet tied, with a piece of Cheyenne cloth in her mouth. She was locked in a room. She couldn't help but be shocked. She struggled to untie the rope, but it was too tight. No matter how she pulled, she couldn't loosen it. Her divine sense sensed that there were 2 cultivators who were far stronger than her guarding outside. Except for the furnishings in the room, she knew nothing about this place. Chapter 561. Just as she was deep in thought, she heard voices from outside. She immediately lay back on the bed and pretended to be unconscious. Then, she heard the door creak open. This woman is still not awake. The man's voice sounded. It was a man in his 30s with a slightly pale face, slightly swollen eyes, and a turbid light in his eyes. Sir, she's still not awake. I think that palm strike was too strong. The person next to him said, Never mind, it's still early. I'll come back tonight. The man said, but he didn't leave. Instead, he moved closer to the bed and stared at the cold woman in black on the bed. His gaze moved back and forth on her voluptuous and exquisite figure, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Not only is this girl not bad-looking, her body is also extremely hot. I can't help myself. Sir, you've always had good taste. There are so many women on the streets. It's her fortune that you've taken a liking to her. The person next to him said flatteringly, That's right. She's lucky enough to be chosen by this young master, so she can only become this young master's woman. Forget it. There's no need to rush. Later, tell the servants to dress this little beauty up properly when she wakes up. This young master will come over tonight." As he spoke, he laughed softly, his voice containing undisguised excitement. "Yes, yes." When Lung Shuang heard those words, she resisted the urge to open her eyes and kick them. She waited until the two of them left and the room returned to silence before she opened her eyes. She spat out the piece of cloth in her mouth and stared outside with a cold and eerie gaze. She tried to think of a way. She knew that her master would come looking for her if he found out that she was missing. However, she couldn't just sit here and wait for death. She had to think of a way to save herself. If it was just dealing with those two men, it wouldn't be a problem. However, there were two people with higher cultivation than her guarding outside the room. It would be difficult for her to escape. However, her master had given her many self-defense medicines. As long as the ropes on her hands and feet were untied, she could use them. At the same time, the sky was getting dark, but there was still no news of Lung Shuang. Feng Jiu's face became more and more unsightly. Before coming to Shun Inn, she had gone to some underground black markets and brothels to investigate, but there was no news of Lung Shuang. Since it wasn't someone from the underground black market or brothel, it was probably someone who saw Lung Shuang's outstanding appearance and attracted the attention of some perverted people. If that was the case, the longer they waited, the more danger Lung Shuang would be in. Xin Yuan Mose looked at her and saw that she was emitting a sinister aura. He comforted her. "There will be news soon. The people from the black market are looking, and so are the people from Yindian. It's just Three River City, and there are two forces looking for one person. It shouldn't be difficult." Feng Jiu glanced at him but didn't say anything. Her gaze fell on Lung Hua, who was standing by the window and looking outside. Lung Shuang was missing, and the person who was most worried about Lung Hua would be. They were blood-related siblings who depended on each other for survival. When something happened to his sister, he couldn't help and could only wait here. One could imagine how he felt. At this moment, Hui Lang quickly walked over. "Master, ninth young master, there's news." Chapter 562. She was kidnapped by a man surnamed Zhong. This man is lecherous by nature. He must have taken a liking to Lung Shuang's beauty. I sent someone to rescue her first, then I came back to report. Lung Hua's heart sank when he heard this. He quickly looked at his master. He also wanted to save his sister. Feng Jiu glanced at him, then said to Hui Lang, "Take Lung Hua there." "Thank you, master," Lung Hua said, then quickly left with Hui Lang. Feng Jiu glanced at Xin Yuan Mose, who was beside him, and said, "Wait here. I'll be back soon." He didn't go with her because he knew she could handle it herself. Thus, he waited at the inn for her return. At the same time, in that small courtyard, Lung Shuang, who had changed into a pink and purple dress, looked even more beautiful. Her face was naturally beautiful, and even the black clothes she always wore couldn't hide her beauty, let alone this beautiful pink and purple dress. When the man walked in and saw the tied-up beauty sitting on the bed, his eyes instantly lit up with a lustful light. He was drooling with desire. "What a beauty! She's really the best, the best." Lung Shuang looked at the man coldly. Although this man looked like he was indulging in too much debauchery, he was still a golden core cultivator. Her heart couldn't help but sink. No wonder he only tied up her hands and feet. It turned out he didn't think she could escape from his grasp. In an instant, hundreds of thoughts ran through her mind. She lowered her eyes slightly and restrained her cold aura. She said calmly, "Is this how you treat a beauty?" As soon as she said this, the man's eyes lit up. "Of course not. I've always been very gentle with beauties." As he spoke, he came to the bedside and asked tentatively, "Beauty, how about I untie your ropes? You can't run away. If you do, you'll make me angry. The consequences will be very serious." Lung Shuang didn't say anything. He just handed him his tied hands. The man didn't mind. After he untied the rope on her hands, he sat by the bed and stared at her. The more he looked, the more he felt that this beauty was incomparably beautiful. The colder she was, the more interesting she was. Looking at her, the fire in his heart was ignited. He reached out to hook her chin. "Beauty, what's your name?" Lung Shuang dodged to the side and glanced at him coldly. He untied the rope at his feet and said, Lung Shuang. Lung Shuang? As cold as ice. She's indeed as her name suggests. His eyes flashed, and the wolf light in his eyes became even more intense. I thought you wouldn't say your name. I didn't expect you to tell me your name when I casually asked. Seems like you're quite tactful. I've already said it. I want you to know who killed you. As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly made her move. A swift and fierce attack attacked the man's throat. The speed was so fast that even the man who had been prepared for it couldn't help but be startled. His throat seemed to hurt, and a trace of blood seeped out. The man who quickly retreated touched his neck and saw a trace of blood on his finger. He smiled sinisterly and stuck out his tongue to lick the blood. He stared strangely at Lung Shuang, who was standing up. Your skills are quite nimble. Your personality is quite spicy and spicy. This young master likes it. As he spoke, he suddenly leaned forward and reached out to attack Lung Shuang. Chapter 563. Rip. The sound of clothes being torn came from inside. The two cultivators outside looked at each other and laughed. In the room, the man held the torn piece of cloth from Lung Shuang's body and sniffed it deeply. His eyes stared at her exposed, snow-white skin with an intoxicated expression. The clothes worn by a beauty are also fragrant. Lung Shuang's face was expressionless, but her expression didn't change. She had changed her clothes and didn't even use a weapon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just cut his neck, she would have taken his life. However, if it was her master, she believed that this person would be dead by now. Her master didn't use a weapon to kill people. It seemed that she had to learn more about killing people with her bare hand from her master. Beauty, let's play again. I don't believe that you can keep this calm. As the man spoke, he attacked Lung Shuang again. Lung Shuang directly picked up a vase next to her and threw it at him. The vase was dodged by the man and shattered into pieces on the ground. She didn't dodge and faced him head-on. The two of them exchanged a few blows. The clothes on her left shoulder were torn again, and the clothes on her body seemed to be torn off by the man, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Even her chest was faintly discernible. She seemed to lose her balance and fell towards the broken vase. Her arm scratched the broken vase on the ground and blood seeped out. Look at you. How can you be so careless? Are you hurt? The man frowned as he looked at her snow-white skin that had been cut open and fresh blood oozed out. He could not help but feel his heart ache. However, his gaze was fixed on the beautiful scene before her chest. He swallowed his saliva, and his breathing became heavier. Lung Shuang looked up and saw him walking over. In the next moment, she jumped up and threw herself at the man. The man laughed lowly and didn't mind. He didn't dodge and even reached out to hold her. But at this moment, his body stiffened and his eyes widened in disbelief. Fresh blood seeped out his throat. His blood vessels had been cut. Even if the man tried to cover it with his hands, he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out like a fountain. He let go of Lung Shuang and staggered back, pointing at her with widened eyes. Lung Shuang threw away the blood-stained vase in her hand and looked coldly at the man. She straightened her clothes and said, "Remember, the person who killed you is called Lung Shuang." Bang! The man fell to the ground. Even in death, he couldn't close his eyes. He never thought that a mere mystic cultivator that he didn't take seriously could kill a golden core cultivator like him. How would he know that Lung Shuang had learned from Feng Jiu how to kill people? Without a weapon in hand, she could kill people at any time as long as she had a sharp blade in hand. Lung Shuang quickly took the man's chinquan bag. She found her own chinquan bag and took out the dagger. At this moment, the two golden core cultivators outside noticed that something was wrong and pushed the door open. When they smelled the stench of blood in the room and saw the man lying between the two rooms, the two golden core cultivators narrowed their eyes and immediately attacked Lung Shuang. Lung Shuang killed the golden core cultivator when he was unprepared. She took advantage of his distraction to kill him. However, the two golden core cultivators attacked her directly. She couldn't withstand their fierce, killing intent at all. Bang! Chapter 564. A nascent soul cultivator glanced at the two people inside, then pushed Lung Shuang to the side. Stand aside. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed inside. Two shrill screams could be heard from inside, and the entire courtyard instantly returned to its original calm. Sister. Lung Hua came with Hui Lang. When he saw his sister in tattered clothes in the courtyard, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly took off his coat and put it on her. Sister, are you okay? Hui Lang looked her up and down. When he saw that only her clothes were torn and her arm was bleeding a little, he secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, she was fine. If something had happened, it would have been troublesome. I'm fine. Lung Shuang shook his head. Seeing his worried face, he added, My hand was just cut by a piece of debris. Lung Hua quickly bandaged her wound to stop the bleeding, saying, Sister, you don't know. Master and I were worried sick when you went missing. Master asked the Yama Lord's people to investigate, and then he went to the black market. He even took me to several places to look for you. Fortunately, you're fine. Lung Shuang's heart warmed. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a red figure fly over. He immediately called out, Master. When Fengjiu saw her, he first looked her up and down, then nodded. It's good that you're fine. He looked into the room. The gray-robed old man walked out. His gaze fell on Fengjiu. He paused for a moment, then nodded and said, No one survived. Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at the old man, then said to Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, Let's go back. Hui Lang, burn this courtyard. Yes. The few of them responded and followed behind her. The old man leaped up and disappeared into the night. The flames in the courtyard burned straight up, illuminating half of the night sky. It also alarmed the various forces in Three River City. Lin residents. Why is there a fire in the west of the city? Do you know what happened? Patriarch Lin asked the people sitting below. That courtyard belonged to a direct descendant of the Zhong clan, whose behavior was somewhat absurd. It was specifically used to hide women. He must have offended someone and was set on fire. As for who did it, I don't know. There were no survivors. Lin Qingji spoke and told everyone the news he had received. That son of the Zhong family hasn't been like this for the past 1 or 2 years. Even the people of Three River City didn't do anything to him. He must be an outsider, which is why he dared to act so recklessly. Lin Boheng said and gestured, It's none of our business, so don't bother about it. Just take care of your own family. Yes, sir, everyone replied. Since we're done talking, let's talk about something serious. Lin Boheng looked at his sons sitting below and said, Your aunt's marriage is finally set. Although the engagement ceremony hasn't been carried out yet, you should all go back and prepare a generous gift for your aunt. Father, we all know what to do. You don't have to worry. Lin Qingji smiled and looked at his brothers. Yes, father. Don't worry about this. We'll prepare well. The second son also smiled and said, They were sincerely happy that their aunt was going to get married. Chapter 565. Don't worry, father. If father is not at home, my brothers and I will definitely protect our Lin family. Lin Qingji stood up and said, Lin Boheng nodded with satisfaction. These children were born from the same family and were as close as brothers. They were not like other families who would fight and kill each other. It was precisely because of these good examples of the elders that their children and grandchildren all had good conduct. In Sanjiang City, the Lin family's reputation was so good. On the other side, after returning to the inn, Fengjiu had Lung Shuang take a bath and re-bandage his wound. After ensuring that his wound was fine, he let her rest. Outside, Xinyuan Mose was sitting at the table. When he saw her come out, he poured her a glass of wine. Do you always care so much about the people around you? He asked in a low voice, as if he didn't mean it. Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him. If others treat me with sincerity, I will naturally treat them with sincerity. What's so strange about that? Although Lung Shuang and Lung Hua had not been by her side for long, she believed that if she was in any danger, the two of them would definitely disregard their own safety. Rather than saying that the two of them treated her as their master, it was better to say that they treated her as a family member, a pillar of support. She felt that they treated her with sincerity, so naturally she would treat them with sincerity. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose's deep black eyes flashed. So you're saying that this June did not do well enough? Fengjiu rolled his eyes. This is not the same. How is it not the same? Fengjiu only glanced at him with a meaningful gaze, but did not continue to speak. She only said, "I'm going back to rest. I'll go to the Lin family tomorrow morning." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and went back to her room. Watching her enter the room and even close the door, he unconsciously tapped his finger on the table and asked, "How is it not the same?" His gaze swept over and looked at Ing Yi, who was standing at the side like an invisible person. "Do you know?" Being swept by his master's gaze, Ing Yi braced himself and stepped forward, pausing for a moment before saying, "This subordinate has a little opinion. If it's wrong, I hope master won't blame me." Xin Yuan Mose glanced at him. "Speak." "Yes," Ing Yi replied. "I don't know what ninth young master means by different, but I'm sure that ninth young master treats master differently from others." "Oh." His eyes flickered as he said, "Continue. Others can't get close to ninth young master, but master can. That's the difference." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose was deep in thought. He was too involved to see clearly, so he didn't feel anything different. But now that Ing Yi mentioned it, it seemed to be true. Gathering his thoughts, he looked at Ing, who had his head lowered. "You're quite experienced in this aspect, but why haven't I seen you getting close to any woman?" Hearing this, Ing Yi couldn't help but stiffen. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, his master didn't wait for him to answer. After taking a sip of wine, he got up and went back to his room. Seeing him enter the room, Ing Yi secretly sighed in relief. He thought to himself, where did that brat Hui Lang run off to? If he was here, he wouldn't be able to answer this kind of question. The next morning, Fengjiu, dressed in red, walked out of his room sleepily. Seeing Xin Yuan Mose already sitting by the window, he yawned and walked over. Chapter 566. When Long Hua saw that the two of them were up, he ordered breakfast to be served and retreated to the other table. "What do you plan to do when you see your grandfather?" Xin Yuan Mose asked as he ate breakfast. "Of course I'll ask my grandfather for his opinion. If he wants to go back, I'll go back with him. If he wants to stay here, I'll go back and tell my father about the situation so that he won't have to worry about it." She ate the porridge with side dishes. She paused and asked, "What about you? Don't you need to go back?" "There's no rush." After eating some food, he put down his chopsticks and watched her eat. "You're not eating?" She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Is it not to your taste?" "I'm full." He looked at her and said, "You should eat more." Fengjiu smiled and didn't say anything else. He quickly finished his breakfast, wiped the corners of his mouth, and stood up. "Let's go." Seeing her quickly finish the porridge, he frowned and said, "Don't eat in such a hurry next time. It's not like we're in a hurry." "Yes, yes, I know," she replied helplessly. She felt that he was like an old mother who nagged and wanted to control everything. After the two masters finished eating, the people at the other table also quickly finished their breakfast. They followed them out of the inn and headed to the Lin residence. The inn wasn't far from the Lin residence. They walked slowly and leisurely for about an hour before arriving at the Lin residence's main gate. Lung Hua went up and knocked on the door. The others stood to the side and waited. An old man came to open the door. When he saw Lung Hua knocking on the door, he sized him up and then looked at the people standing to the side. He asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for," Fengjiu began. He paused, looked around, and smiled. "Old Master Phone." When he heard that they were looking for Old Master Phone, the old man hurriedly opened the door. "Please come in. Allow me to inform him." As he spoke, he had someone lead them to the living room for tea. He went to inform the master of the house. Lin Boheng, who was eating breakfast in the courtyard, was stunned when he heard the housekeeper's words. "Who are you talking about? A red-clothed youth and a black-clothed man? He said he's looking for San Yuan. He didn't know anyone here other than them. Why would someone come looking for him?" Yes, this old servant saw that they were not ordinary people and that they were looking for Master Phone. So this old servant invited them to the living room for tea. "All right, go and inform San Yuan. I'll go and take a look first." He got up and instructed the butler to report to San Yuan while he walked towards the living room in the front yard. When he arrived at the living room, he saw two figures, one black and one red, sitting inside. Behind the two of them stood 3 men and a woman. Seeing this, his gaze landed on the two seated people and secretly sized them up. However, When his gaze landed on the black-robed man, his mind could not help but tremble, and he actually involuntarily shifted his gaze away. He was slightly shocked, but his expression did not change. He walked in and smiled. "This humble one is Lin Boheng, the master of the Lin family. I heard from the housekeeper that there are guests in the house. May I know where these two esteemed guests have come from?" As he spoke, he walked to the main seat and sat down. His gaze landed on the red-clothed youth. As he gazed at the young man, he couldn't help but praise in his heart. What a handsome young man that's willful and flamboyant. His unrestrained and unrestrained aura carried an aura of nobility that was formed from the heavens, and it was evil and unrestrained. It was obvious that this person was absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 567. Junior Fengjiu greets Patriarch Lin. She stood up and cupped her hands in greeting. Hearing this, Lin Boheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, was stunned. He stared at her with wide eyes. "You're Fengjiu? Fengqinga? Sun Yuan's granddaughter?" He looked her up and down, but couldn't tell that this youth was actually a girl. What kind of girl could disguise herself as a man without the slightest shyness of a woman? Who else could be as carefree and unrestrained as she was? If she hadn't said it herself, he wouldn't have believed that the person in front of him was Sun Yuan's granddaughter. He had people investigate, so he naturally knew that Sun Yuan's granddaughter was originally called Fengqinga, but later changed her name to Fengjiu. However, he was bewildered. How did she find out that San Yuan was with him? And she actually came to find him? From the news he heard about Sun Yuan's granddaughter, he knew she wasn't simple. He didn't expect to see her with his own eyes. And that black-robed man. His gaze fell on the black-robed man again, and he thought to himself, this should be the powerhouse who helped them kill the nascent soul cultivator. Killing a nascent soul cultivator in an instant, this person is indeed dangerous. That's right. Fengjiu smiled. I knew my grandfather was here, so I came to take a look. Hearing this, Lin Boheng's expression became strange. He carefully pondered over her words. You knew her grandfather was here, so you came to take a look? Just to take a look? Ahem. He coughed dryly and squeezed out what he thought was a kind smile on his dignified face. That phone brat, no, phone girl, your grandfather and I are sworn brothers. You don't need to call me Patriarch Lin, just call me Grandpa Lin. Yes, Grandpa Lin. Fengjiu smiled, as if she was very easy to talk to, and her demeanor was very obedient. Well, although we kidnapped your grandfather, invited him here, we also paid attention to the situation on your side. We originally wanted to help if you needed help, but we didn't expect you and your father to handle things so beautifully. After I found out, I especially told your grandfather that he has a good granddaughter. Lin Boheng had an embarrassed expression on his face. He had kidnapped the grandfather, and now the granddaughter had come looking for him. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, especially when the black-robed man glanced at him from time to time. That kind of strong sense of oppression made his palms sweat. His heart was on tenterhooks, and he was even nervous. Grandpa Lin, don't worry, I don't blame you. She smiled and said, I came here because I found out some things about my grandfather and Aunt Sushi. This time, I came here to see what my grandfather plans to do. If he wants to stay here, I will go back and tell my father so that he won't worry. Haha, so you know about the two of them? Lin Boheng sighed lightly and said, Actually, they've already talked it over. Your grandfather said that he wanted to go back first and have people prepare to marry Sushi. If he knows you're here, he'll be very happy. Hearing this, Fengjiu's smile deepened. Yes, I also think he'll be very surprised to see me. As she spoke, her grandfather's voice came from outside. Chapter 568. Master Feng, you'll know once you go in, the housekeeper said with a smile. He stopped in his tracks because the living room was right in front of him. Seeing this, old Master Feng walked forward with his hands behind his back. When he stepped into the living room and looked inside, he jumped up in fright. When he met those smiling eyes, his entire face turned red and he ran out, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Master Fengjiu was stunned. She had just stood up and called out to her grandfather, but he was actually scared away by her. Could it be that I've changed? You actually scared grandfather? She furrowed her brows and touched her face with one hand, then looked at Xianyuan Mose strangely. Haha, San Yuan. I've always felt that you weren't a good match for Sushi. I thought that he was old, but Sushi looks like she's in her 20s. He probably wasn't prepared to see you here. Lin Buoheng smiled and stood up helplessly. I'll take you to his courtyard. He's definitely hiding and doesn't dare to see anyone. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was stunned. She glanced at Hui Lang and recalled his words. She couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect grandfather to be shocked instead of surprised when he saw me. Sigh. I shouldn't have come, right? Even Xin Yuan Mose couldn't help but smile. He stood up with her and followed Lin Buoheng to Old Master Feng's courtyard. At this time, Old Master Feng was running to the courtyard with a red face as if his but was on fire. He muttered along the way, It's over, it's over. Why did Feng girl find me? If she finds out about me and Sushi, where am I supposed to show my face? At this moment, how could he still remember what Lin Buoheng had said to him? All he could think of now was that his granddaughter was here, but he still had a woman here. If she found out, how would she look at him as a grandfather? Would she say that he was disrespectful? What should I do? What should I do? What do you mean? A soft but doubtful voice sounded, startling him. He patted his chest and looked at the person. Sushi? Why is it you? Why are you here? I wanted to come over to have breakfast with you, but I didn't see you even after I asked someone to set up the table. I heard that someone was looking for you, so I was about to go and take a look when I saw you rushing in. You didn't even see me here, and you were even muttering about what to do. What to do? What's going on? That old Master Feng didn't know what to say. He could only sit on the stone bench anxiously. Seeing this, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. Who's looking for you? Didn't you say that you don't know anyone here? Sigh. Little Feng is here. My granddaughter is here. He scowled miserably. He was afraid that little Feng wouldn't be able to take it if she found out. Would she be angry with him? He didn't want to acknowledge him as his grandfather? Little Feng? That very capable little girl? Sushi froze for a moment, then smiled. It's good that she's here. I wanted to see her. Didn't you say that you missed her a few days ago? Why did she come back and hide? Just as he was about to speak, his expression tightened. He heard the sound of laughter and jumped up from the stone bench in fright. Chapter 569. Sushi looked at him anxiously pacing around and couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't pay attention to him and walked out of the courtyard to greet the people who were walking towards her. When her gaze swept past the group of people, her gaze stopped on Lung Shuang, who was dressed in tight black clothes. But after looking for a while, she felt that it wasn't the case. Her gaze turned and landed on the young man in red. She looked him up and down, but couldn't tell that he was a girl. So, she could only ask, Big brother, I heard from San Yuan that phone girl is here. Who is this? Haha, you can't tell either, right? It's her. This girl is dressed as a man. Even I can't tell. Lin Buoheng laughed loudly and asked, Where's San Yuan? What do you think is wrong with him? His granddaughter is here, and he's hiding? Is there a grandfather like that? He said he saw his granddaughter and was pacing around anxiously. I think he's looking for a hole to hide in. Sushi covered her mouth and chuckled. She looked at Feng Jiu and said, You're phone girl, right? You're dressed better than a real man. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have recognized you. Aunt Sushi, Feng Jiu called out with a smile. Aunt Sushi is even more beautiful in person than in a painting. Hearing this, Sushi was stunned. Painting? Yes. I saw a painting of Aunt Sushi at my grandfather's place. That's how I found this place. As she spoke, she winked at her. My grandfather has that painting of precious Kiki. Hearing this, Sushi pursed her lips and chuckled. No wonder your grandfather said you're a mischievous spirit. I finally know today. In just a few words, she could feel the friendliness that Feng Jiu exuded. She was happy. I'll go in and find my grandfather first. I came all the way here, but he's not happy to see me. Instead, he's so scared that he's hiding. It really hurts my heart, she said with a smile and walked inside. She saw the old master, who wanted to hide but was too embarrassed to do so, turn around and look at her. Phone girl, why are you here? With nowhere to hide, old Master Feng could only face it head-on. However, he felt a little embarrassed to let his granddaughter know about this old man's romantic past. Grandpa, are you unhappy to see me? The smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by an aggrieved expression. Or do you only think of Aunt Sue, she, and don't want Feng or... No, I didn't. I really didn't. Old Master Feng waved his hands repeatedly. He was so anxious that he was sweating. Pucci. Seeing him like that, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, Grandpa, I'm just teasing you. I also know about the matter between you and Aunt Sue Shi. This time, I just wanted to see if you're doing well. What are your plans for the future? I know you're safe and sound, but Father is still worried. Although she told her father that her grandfather would be fine, how could he be at ease without seeing it with his own eyes? Old Master Feng smiled embarrassedly and glanced at everyone. His gaze fell on Fengjiu. Feng girl, I originally wanted to go back in 2 days. I didn't expect you to come. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, Grandpa, are you going back? Or are you going to stay here? I'll go back and ask Father to prepare. Chapter 570. Sushi revealed a gentle smile. Then let's go back. Go back with Feng girl. I'll wait for you here. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, I just got here. No matter what, I'll have to stay here for a while. If Grandfather wants to go back, he'll have to wait a few more days. Old Master Feng looked at her and smiled, but didn't say anything. Sushi smiled and said, Of course. Since you're here, you should stay here for a while. There's no rush to go back. That's right. Since you're here, take a good look at the scenery of Three River City. There are many places to visit in the city. When the time comes, let Su Shi take you around. Lin Buoheng smiled and looked at them, saying, You guys chat first. I'll go ahead and make arrangements. I'll receive you tonight. Then he told Sushi, take good care of Feng girl and the others. Don't neglect them. Big brother, don't worry. I know. Sushi smiled and nodded. After he left, she looked at Fengjiu and then at Xinyuan Mose, asking, What is this person called? His surname is Ling. He's my friend. Fengjiu smiled. Oh, young Master Ling. She nodded as a greeting and asked, How about I take you to the garden for a walk? No need, Miss Sushi. You and Grandfather probably haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? You guys eat first. We'll walk around first. When we came over, we saw the garden and know where it is. She had already seen breakfast on the table and guessed that the two hadn't eaten yet. How can that be? Sushi shook her head and laughed. It's fine. Feng girl is an outsider. Old Master Feng said, and then said to Fengjiu, Feng girl, you go. Wait for Grandfather to finish eating breakfast, then I'll go find you. His heart was still beating fast. He hadn't recovered from the shock of his sudden appearance. No matter what, he had to calm down first. All right, Sushi was helpless, but she didn't let them go by themselves. Instead, she called for a maid to take them. Grandfather, see you later. Fengjiu winked at him and smiled slyly. Only then did he leave with Xinyuan Mose. After walking around the Lin residence, other than a few servants and guards, they didn't see any juniors of the Lin family. So, Fengjiu asked, There should be a lot of juniors of the Lin family, but why didn't I see anyone? Xinyuan Mose glanced at her and saw that she didn't understand. So he explained to her, As long as the children of noble families are sent to the academy to cultivate and study, they only come back once or twice a year, so it's normal not to see them. Oh, then why don't some of the clans in our Phoenix dynasty have any? She blinked and asked. A small 9th-ranked country has yet to reach that level. Even if you want to send them into the academy, you still don't have the qualifications. However, I remember that you have a competition every 3 years to enter the academy, and it seems so. But I heard that although we participated, most of it had nothing to do with us because we were eliminated. She thought for a while and asked, Qingting Country's 6-star academy is the starting point, right? I seem to have flipped through the information. The best academy below a 6-star country is a 6-star academy. Chapter 571. His voice paused for a moment. Then he said, The academy has a master to guide you. It is better than cultivating alone, but you have to remember, don't be an apprentice to any academy. Hearing this, although Fengjiu felt strange when he said that she didn't want to be an apprentice, but he didn't ask much. It was not easy for her to be an apprentice. She had high standards, and ordinary people simply couldn't enter her eyes. Well, I know, she responded, thinking about entering the academy and being a student again, she suddenly had a sense of excitement. However, after a pause, she looked a bit strange and asked, "Do you think it is better for me to be a student or a mentor?" Being a mentor, it would definitely be in the field of pharmacy. Moreover, with her level of pharmacy, it was more than enough for her to be a mentor in a 6-star academy. He looked at her deeply and said in a low voice, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In this world, there are too many strong people, far from what people can understand. When you enter a 6-star academy, it would be best for you to hide your aura. It would be best for you not to let people know about your identity." Seeing him speak so solemnly, and his words were filled with teaching, Fengjiu put away his playful smile, and with a serious face, he nodded. "Well, I know. You can rest assured. Although my style of doing things is casual and occasionally a little narcissistic, but I still know this point. What can be done? What can't be done?" She had an idea in her heart. About half an hour later, old Master Feng came to find them, and knew that Xianyuan Mose was the strong person who helped their Feng clan, and repeatedly bowed to thank him. However, for Xianyuan Mose, who was thinking about how to please the Feng clan, he didn't dare to accept his bow. He took Hui Lang and Ying Yi out of the door, saying that he had something to deal with, and would come back later. So he quickly left old Master Feng's line of sight, so that he couldn't find him to bow. "Grandfather, you don't have to be like this. Just treat him as someone of the same generation as me. He wouldn't dare to accept your bow," Fengjiu said with a smile, and helped him to sit down in the pavilion. "Does he like you? I saw the way he looked at you was not right." Although the old man was old, his eyes were very sharp, and he could see that the two were unusual. Fengjiu's mouth twitched and helplessly looked at him. "Grandfather, don't talk about me. Let's talk about Aunt Sushi." When Master Feng heard this, he immediately became shy. His old face turned red, and he said with embarrassment, That Feng girl, this. Grandpa, you don't have to be embarrassed. The age difference between the two of you isn't that big. It's just that Aunt Sushi's beauty is at her peak. Let me tell you, I already know about your relationship. Aunt Sushi is a rare woman. Grandpa, don't let her down. He's as to size, I'd say. By size master, SS. My idea is good, right? She looked at him with a smile. With her grandfather's cultivation talent and her medicine, it shouldn't be difficult for him to become a martial venerable. Hearing this, old Master Feng was grateful. His granddaughter had already planned for him. What else could he say? Chapter 572. Hearing this, Fengjiu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Seeing that grandfather has such a good confidant like Aunt Sushi, I'm very happy for grandfather. After grandfather and Aunt Sushi get married, I won't stay in the Phoenix dynasty." "Won't stay there? Then where do you want to go?" The old man was startled and quickly asked. She smiled and said, "I want to go to the academy to cultivate, and I will go to the 6-star academy first. I will go there too." Hearing that she was going to the academy, old Master Feng was relieved. "That's good. There are teachers there to look after you. We can rest assured." The grandfather and grandson chatted here until Lin Buoheng prepared a banquet for them in the evening. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose went together. They didn't stay in Three River City for long. After a few days of sightseeing, they prepared to leave. Lin Buoheng, Su Shi, and Lin Qingji sent them out of the city. When they saw the luxurious airship, their eyes flashed with surprise. They didn't expect Fengjiu to have such a luxurious airship. One must know, such a luxurious airship, even their family's airship couldn't compare. This kind of airship couldn't be bought with money. Perhaps this wasn't Fengjiu's, but the black-robed man's. "Big brother, Su Shi, Chengji, you can go back. No need to send us off," old Master Feng said. His eyes fell on Su Shi and said, "Su Shi, I won't let you wait for too long." Su Shi showed a gentle smile and nodded. "Be careful on the road. I will wait for you to come back." "Uncle Feng, everyone, take care." Lin Chengji smiled and cupped his hands. You see, I said I would send you back, but now you say I don't need to." Lin Buoheng shook his head and said, "Since you have Feng Girl and young Master Ling to accompany you on the road, then I won't send you off. We will wait here for your letter." Old Master Feng nodded, looked at Su Shi, and cupped his hands to Lin Buoheng and Lin Buoheng. I hope Big Brother and Chengji will take care of Su Shi. When I return, I will thank you properly. Uncle Feng, don't worry. We will take good care of Annie, Lin Chengji said with a smile. Su Shi only smiled. Her face couldn't hide the sweetness, but her heart was filled with reluctance. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't, she really wanted to go with him to the Phoenix Dynasty. Go. If you keep talking, it's going to be dark soon. Lin Buoheng joked and gestured for them to get on the ship. Grandpa Lin, Uncle Lin, Aunt Su Shi, we will meet again soon, Fengjiu said with a smile. He glanced at them and then turned to board the spaceship. Even though old Master Feng was reluctant to leave, he still boarded the spaceship. When the spaceship took off, he waved at them, indicating that they should go back. Lin Buoheng looked at his sister and said, Su Shi, let's go back. Lin Chengji also smiled. That's right, Aunt. It won't be long before Uncle Feng comes to fetch you. Su Shi smiled and nodded slightly. Only then did she go back with them. Phoenix Dynasty, the old man wasn't here, and his daughter wasn't here either. This caused Feng Xiao, who had a serious expression, to keep a straight face ever since his daughter left. He was obviously in a bad mood, until one day, he heard the Phoenix Guard's joyful voice from outside. Chapter 573. Although their master, Feng Xiao, was already the king, and the eldest miss was already the princess, they who had been by their side for many years were still used to calling them Master and Eldest Mississippi. Because it was impossible to change, Master was still Master, and Eldest Miss was still their Eldest Mississippi. Hearing this, Feng Xiao stood up in surprise and walked out quickly. You said that Xiao Jio and Old Master are both back. Yes, they're outside the city gates. I came to report as soon as I received the news. How's Old Master? How's his body? Is he all right? Feng Xiao was a little nervous. Although Xiao Jio kept saying that the ones who kidnapped Old Master should not be enemies, he was still worried if he did not see Old Master return safely. The middle-aged Feng Wei smiled. Don't worry, Master. I heard from my subordinates that Old Master is in high spirits and full of energy. Ha! Good. It's good that he's back safely. He strode out, planning to personally welcome them outside the palace gates. At the same time, Fengjiu, who had changed back into female clothes and was wearing a white dress, walked through the gates of Yingyue City with Old Master Feng. Only Leng Shuang, Leng Hua, Lao Bai, and the cloud-swallowing beast followed behind them. As for Xianyuan Mose, Hui Lang, and Ying Yi, they entered the palace first. She did not land the flying ship directly in front of the palace gates. Instead, she got off the flying ship outside the city. She wanted to walk into Yingyue City with her grandfather and tell everyone that her grandfather was back. When the various families in the city heard the news, they were all shocked. What? Old Master Feng is back? Why did he suddenly come back? Didn't he mysteriously disappear? Who did he come back with? Where was he all this time? Who kidnapped him? Questions came out from the various families. The current Feng patriarch was already the retired emperor of the Phoenix Dynasty. The Feng clan's experience during this period of time was truly inconceivable. Feng Xiao, who had been diagnosed as unconscious, had suddenly woken up. He had even advanced to become a martial emperor and replaced the Murong family as the monarch. Now, the old Master Feng, whose whereabouts were unknown, had actually returned. Everyone was curious about such a novel matter. Knowing that they were about to enter the city, they all rushed out to take a look. The Feng family was a noble imperial family. They were not people that these aristocratic families could see just because they wanted to. Old Master Feng, you're finally back. What Old Master Feng? He's a retired emperor now. The commoners in the city who knew him all greeted him. When someone mentioned that his current status was different, everyone changed the way they addressed him and called him retired emperor. This old man has returned. Thank you for your concern. The old man greeted the commoners in the city with a smile. Seeing how enthusiastic and happy everyone was, his smile deepened. Grandfather, everyone is very happy to see you back. Fengjiu held his arm and walked towards the palace gates with a smile on her face. Yes, after living here for so many years, we all know each other. Of course, we're happy. He nodded emotionally. From afar, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. When he saw that figure, his eyes lit up. Chapter 574. Old Man Feng, you're finally back. Old Master Gung also laughed heartily and looked at him from head to toe. Seeing that he was fine and full of energy, Old Master Gung could not help but ask in surprise, "Where have you been all this time? You don't seem to have suffered much, right? Why do I feel that you're even more energetic than me?" When Elder Feng heard this, he didn't know how to reply. He couldn't tell his old friend that he was going to get married. He really felt too embarrassed to do so. Seeing her grandfather smiling, Feng Jiu could not help but smile. "Grandpa Gung." "Hee, Feng family's girl. Where did you find your grandpa? He looks weird. He even looks embarrassed when I ask him questions," Old Master Gung said, feeling curious. He looked at Old Master Feng from time to time. Feng Jiu smiled slyly and said mysteriously, "My grandfather is in high spirits because of a happy occasion. Grandpa Gung, keep this a secret for now. However, the news will come out soon. When the time comes, I'm sure you'll be shocked." She smiled. Old Master Gung was startled and then laughed. Good, good, good. This old man will wait and see what kind of happy occasion it is." He paused and said, "You just came back, so I won't delay you from going back to the palace. We'll talk again when there's time." "Okay, then we'll go back first. In 2 days, this old man will go to the Gung family to drink with you," Old Master Feng said and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he walked forward with his granddaughter. On the way, many people from the family came up to congratulate him. He returned their greetings along the way and let everyone see that he had returned safely. When they arrived at the palace gate and saw the people waiting at the gate, Old Master Feng felt emotional for no reason. He never expected that one day, a descendant of the Feng family would replace the Murong family and ascend to the throne. He also did not expect that everything would be different when he came back. "Father," Feng Xiao came up to greet him. Seeing that he came back safely, he was finally relieved. He said happily and excitedly, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." "Father, I told you that Grandpa would be fine, right?" Feng Jiu chuckled and looked at her father with a mysterious smile. "Moreover, our family is about to have a happy occasion." Feng Xiao was startled. Happy occasion? Just as he was puzzled and wanted to ask what the happy occasion was, he heard Luo Yu and the others who came to greet him. "Happily. Subordinate to greet you, master. Get up." Feng Jiu waved her hand and motioned for them to get up. "Master, you're finally back." Luo Yu looked at her and said, "When you weren't here, we kept it in mind and hoped that master would come back soon." "Come back soon to deal with you guys?" Feng Jiu chuckled and glanced at them. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and a joyous atmosphere filled the air. "Okay, let's go to the palace first. How can we talk here?" Feng Xiao said and came to Old Master Gung's side. "Father, a lot of things happened while you were away. I don't know if Xiao Ju has told you. If not, I'll tell you later." Chapter 575. The father and son walked and chatted as they walked into the palace. Feng Jiu was surrounded by Luo Yu and the others. Luo Yu, in particular, kept asking them if they had encountered anything interesting. Feng Jiu didn't say much, and Lung Shuang didn't like to talk. In the end, he pestered Lung Hua and asked Lung Hua to tell them about what had happened outside. Feng Jiu didn't return to the palace to rest. Instead, she went directly to her father and grandfather to discuss the marriage between her grandfather and Aunt Su Shi. In the main hall, her father and grandfather were talking. When they saw her enter, they waved for her to come forward. "Xiao Jiu, you said you were going to have a wedding. What is it?" Feng Xiao asked with a smile as he looked at his daughter. Feng Jiu looked at her grandfather in surprise. "Grandfather, you haven't told me yet?" "Hee, I was waiting for you to come." Old Master Feng smiled awkwardly and adjusted his expression. He put away the smile on his face and looked at Feng Xiao seriously. His serious and solemn expression made Feng Xiao's heart skip a beat. He held his breath and waited for him to speak. "I'm going to get married. Have someone look through the almanac and see if there are any good days. Then quickly prepare for the wedding." When she heard her father say that he was going to get married with a straight face, Feng Xiao was stunned. She thought she heard wrong and asked, "Father, what did you just say? Who is getting married?" "Ahem." Old Master Feng coughed and glared. "Your father. I'm going to marry again. Do you understand now? Well, what? You're going to marry again? Feng Xiao was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. Father, this is the joyous occasion that our family is going to hold. Feng Jiu pursed her lips and smiled. Seeing her father's stunned and dumbfounded expression, she felt very happy. Look, she wasn't the only one who had such a reaction. After a long while, Feng Xiao recovered from the old man's stare. However, he looked at him with a strange expression and asked, Father, who wants to marry you? His father was already quite old. Although this age wasn't considered old in the cultivation world, the old man's appearance was already old. Who would want to marry an old man? Moreover, the old man had been missing for so long, and when he came back, he said that he was going to get married. Anyone would be shocked. Hearing this, the old man blushed and glared at him. He swung his sleeves and stood up. Hurry up and do this for this old man. Don't ask so many questions. This old man is tired. I'm going to rest first. Seeing the old man fling his sleeves and leave in anger, the father and daughter in the main hall were stunned for a moment before they left. Xiao Jio, what's going on? Why did the old man say that he was getting married the moment he came back? Where is this woman from? Is she reliable? Feng Xiao looked at his daughter and asked. In fact, he was afraid that the old man couldn't see through people. Father, don't worry. This is absolutely reliable. Let me tell you, it's like this. Chapter 576. Feng Xiao was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the old man to have such a romantic history. Also, that woman called Sue, she had been in love with the old man for so many years and had been waiting for him. Even his mother didn't know about this. Thinking of this, he composed himself and said, Don't worry. Father knows what to do. It's rare for someone to treat the old man so sincerely. As his descendants, we naturally have to help him. In the future, there will be someone by his side to take care of him. That way, we can be more at ease. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Feng Jiu nodded with a smile. Grandfather is a little embarrassed. Father, let the subordinates prepare and arrange this matter. Pick a good date and let me know. I have to calculate the time because I still want to help grandfather concoct the advancement medicine so that he can advance to a martial honor in the shortest time possible. All right, I understand. You've rushed back, so go rest first. Leave the rest to father. He smiled and let her go back to rest. She nodded. Then I'll go back first. Go. He waved his hand and watched her leave. After a pause, he called someone in and asked them to choose a suitable date for the wedding. He also asked them to prepare the betrothal gifts. The next day, Feng Xiao showed the chosen date to Feng Jiu and the old man. He said, This year, there's only one auspicious date suitable for marriage. It's December 13th. It's close to the first day of the new year. There's less than 3 months left. What do you think of this date? Less than 3 months? Isn't it a little too rushed? The old man asked. He was worried that with such a tight schedule, many things would not be arranged properly. If we don't get married this year, then we'll have to wait until next year. Feng Xiao smiled and looked at the old man. Actually, Father, you don't have to worry. Let them arrange these things. There's enough manpower and it'll be done quickly. Feng Jiu nodded. Yes, I think it's feasible. Although it's less than 3 months, we should be able to arrange everything properly. But old Master Feng hesitated. He did not dare to think about breaking through to martial honor in less than 3 months. Feng Jiu saw that his brows were slightly furrowed and his face was full of worry and hesitation. He knew what he was worried about. He smiled and said, Grandfather, it's good that you've tried your best. Anyway, Aunt Sue, she doesn't mind that you're an old man. If you can become a revered martial artist in 3 months, then it's a good thing. If you can't, then it's okay. Hearing this, Master Feng's eyebrows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. All right then, we'll do as you say. What about the betrothal gifts? Father will have someone list the betrothal gifts. Also, I'll make some medicine or pills to add to it. She took out 2 bottles of medicine and handed them to him. Grandfather, you're only 1 step away from becoming a martial emperor. Take these 2 bottles of medicine and go into seclusion to cultivate. When you break through, I'll make more medicine for you. Okay. Chapter 577. Yes, Grandfather, don't worry. I'll send someone to inform them. All right, I'll take my leave first." He then walked out and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. After watching him leave, Fengjiu asked, "Father, regarding grandfather's wedding, do you plan to send invitations to the surrounding countries and the aristocratic families in the city?" Of course, grandfather is getting married and is the retired emperor of the Phoenix dynasty. Naturally, we have to send invitations to the surrounding countries. However, I'm worried that some people from the surrounding countries will take the opportunity to cause trouble. He pondered for a while and said, "Think about it. Our Phoenix dynasty has just been established. Although the Feng family guard is not weaker than them, our foundation is not stable. If they want to cause trouble, I'm afraid that they will ruin grandfather's wedding. If anything happens, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get out of this. Moreover," he paused and hesitated, "we can't always rely on Mohan to support us. After all, we are a country and are in charge of a country. If we rely on outsiders for everything, we will be looked down upon. Moreover, Mohan can't protect us forever. Therefore, this matter of invitations can be said to be difficult on both sides." Hearing that, her eyes flickered and the corners of her lips curled up. "It's fine, please. It's one thing if they peacefully attend grandfather's wedding, but if they really cause trouble during the wedding, then we can teach them a lesson and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, even if this matter is over, there will be trouble in the future. Since that's the case, why don't we settle it once and for all? Xiaojiu, you have to think clearly. If you really decide, then the one who will make things difficult for you will not be their emperor, but those princes and princesses. I can't deal with it personally, so it can only be done by you. Have you really thought it through? Do you have a confidence?" "Father, don't worry." She smiled and said, "I have to go back too. The betrothal gifts and wedding invitations will have to be arranged by father. Grandfather is in seclusion, so I have to make the best use of my time to concoct medicine. I probably won't go out for a while." "If you're busy concocting medicine, then what about Mohan? Is he in the palace or in the Feng Manor?" "He's in the Feng Manor. He said that there isn't much going on right now, so he can stay here for a while longer. I figure that he will return once grandfather's wedding is over." She said this while waving her hand at him. "I'll be leaving first. There's something I need to talk to Leng Hua about." Feng Xiao shook his head helplessly as he watched her leave the main hall. He had wanted to ask her about her relationship with Mohan. The girl ran away like a wisp of smoke. Sigh. Forget it. The children had grown up and had their own thoughts and ideas. As a father, it was better for him to not interfere and let them be. After exiting the Great Hall, Feng Jiu didn't go to the palace. Instead, after giving some instructions to the phone guards, he instructed Leng Hua to stay in the palace and return to the Feng Manor with Leng Xuan. He planned to go to the Feng Manor to refine medicine. Furthermore, Xinyuan Mose was still waiting in the manor. However, before she could leave the palace, she saw a black figure appear in front of her. Looking over, it was Xinyuan Mose, and behind him were Hui Lang and Ying Yi. However, Hui Lang and Ying Yi's expressions were serious. Seeing this, her eyes moved slightly, and she looked at him standing in front of her and asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 578. However, as soon as the words came out, he grabbed her waist, and with a few leaps, he disappeared in front of the two people behind him. Hui Lang and Ying Yi looked at each other, but did not follow. Feng Jiu was held in his arms, her body tightly pressed against his chest, and smelling his unique scent, her heart gradually calmed down. She did not know when, but as long as he was by her side, she would feel at ease. Perhaps even if she did not want to admit it. In her heart, there was something quietly changing. With a spin, the black robe and the white robe intertwined with each other in the wind, he steadily stopped at the top of the highest palace in the imperial palace. At this time, it was still early in the morning, the sun was not dazzling, and the breeze was very comfortable. Seeing him standing there quietly with his arms around her, but did not speak, just stared at her with a pair of deep black eyes, as if he wanted to remember her appearance in his mind, her heart slightly moved, and an idea came to her mind. Withdrawing from his arms, she casually sat down and asked, "Are you leaving?" "Well, I just received the news, so I have to go back immediately." He looked at her, as if he wanted to say something, but after a slight pause, he just said, This time, if you want to come back, it will not be so easy. Are you going back to the Empire? She remembered that last time Hui Lang had said that they were only going back to the first-class country to deal with some things. If they went back to the Empire, the long journey was one thing, but more importantly, it would be difficult to come back. If they did not want to establish a force here, it was estimated that they would not have come here from the Empire. He responded and looked at her with his black eyes and said, "This time, I will not be able to come down for a few years. You have to take care of yourself. I originally wanted to attend your grandfather's wedding and send you to the 6-star academy, but now I can't." "And I will." She nodded and then said, "It doesn't matter. I will go to the 6-star academy myself. I will talk to my grandfather." His black eyes moved slightly, and looking at her calm face, he asked, "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" She tilted her head slightly to look at him and smiled. "Take care." Hearing this, he felt powerless and asked, "How did I treat you? Could it be that you didn't feel anything these days?" As he spoke, he didn't wait for her to speak and continued, "This time, I won't be able to come down again after leaving. Don't avoid the question of feelings anymore. Give me an answer." Hearing his domineering words, she looked up at him and asked, "If I say no, will you let it go?" She seemed to have asked this question before. However, after Xian Yuanmo's heard this, he stared deeply at her and said domineeringly, "No, you are the woman that this monarch fancies, so you can only be this monarch's woman." Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. A smile blossomed on her peerlessly beautiful face. It was a happy smile, a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. It was so beautiful, so dazzling. Chapter 579. Looking at the smiling face in front of him, a sentence surged from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but blurt it out. "Fengjiu, my heart loves you." Fengjiu's heart trembled as his words echoed in her ears. "Fengjiu, my heart loves you." She looked at him and saw him quietly staring at her. The deep affection and gentleness in his eyes couldn't help but shake her heart. She restrained her smile, and her eyes fell on his handsome and resolute face. For the first time, she directly responded to his feelings. "Your feelings, your intentions, I can feel them all. However, there's a knot in my heart that hasn't been untied. In this kind of situation, I'm not willing to accept your feelings. Moreover, your status is not ordinary. I don't know how long your feelings will last. Will your love for me be able to withstand the test of time and power? Once a woman invests in her feelings, she will wholeheartedly and will not be able to take it back. Once a man gains his feelings, his passion will gradually decrease. Since you want me to give you an answer before you leave, then my answer is, do you dare to make a 10-year promise with me?" She looked at him. This time, she didn't avoid the question, didn't avoid answering, and didn't pretend to be confused. Instead, she spoke clearly and clearly. 10 years from now, if you still don't give up, if you still insist on the decision you made today, if you still dare to say to me, "Fengjiu, my heart loves you," then I will marry you." Hearing this, his heart trembled. He could feel her fear towards feelings. She was afraid of being hurt. She was afraid that after she invested in her feelings and fell in love with him, he wouldn't be able to withstand the test of time and power. She was afraid that after a long time, his love for her would be worn away by time and power. Seeing her lack of confidence, seeing her so proud, seeing her so insecure, his heart was filled with pity and heartache. He wanted to tell her, "No, in this life, I will only love you. Neither time nor power will be able to erase my love for you." However, he didn't say it. Rather than saying it, it was better to use time and action to prove it. He would let her know that his love for her would never change. This ruler agrees to the 10-year promise. He looked at her and said with a solemn and serious expression, "Don't come back for the next 10 years. Just wait for me in the Empire. 10 years later, I will look for you for an answer." She stood up. Her white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. She raised her eyes to look at him. Her usual self-confidence and devilish charm had been restored. Between her brows, there was recklessness and brashness. "What I advocate is a lifelong relationship. In this promise of 10 years, you have to keep your chastity. If I find out that you have other women by your side, then there's no need to wait for 10 years. You'll be kicked out immediately. I won't give you another chance." Hearing these domineering and arrogant words, Xinyuan Moses' lips curled up slightly, a smile appearing in his deep black eyes. Just you alone is enough to torment this monarch. How would this monarch dare to provoke others? Looking at his back facing the morning sun, he raised his eyebrows slightly. His deep black eyes were mysterious and full of affection as he stared at her. His sexy thin lips curved slightly, revealing a charming smile that could topple all living things. Chapter 580. Xinyuan Moses' entire body shook. He watched as she stood on her tiptoes and reached out to grab his neck, pulling him down and kissing him on the lips. That soft touch made him instantly come back to his senses. He held her waist with one hand and pressed the back of her head with the other. He changed from passivity to initiative and deepened the kiss. Feeling the man's inexperienced kissing technique, she couldn't help laughing in her heart. She guided him so that her lips wouldn't be bitten until they bled. When Xinyuan Mose felt her skillful kissing technique, his eyes deepened. Under her guidance, his lips and tongue played with hers. It wasn't until he felt the woman in his arms go limp in his arms that he finally let her go. Looking at her flushed face and slightly disordered breathing, his low and hoarse voice had an indescribable meaning as he asked in a strange tone, "Who taught you this?" "What?" Fengjiu was confused by the kiss and didn't react. It wasn't until she saw his deep eyes staring at her lips and saw the expression on his face that she couldn't help but chuckle. "Even if you haven't practiced it, it's in the book. You don't even know this?" This man was jealous. Hearing this, his eyes flashed with understanding. So the book also taught this? It seems like when he went back, he would have to ask Hui Lang to find a few books for him to study. "That's right. You shouldn't have much medicine left to suppress the cold poison, right? I haven't refined it yet. If you leave like this, then wouldn't the cold poison?" He hugged her and looked at her worried expression. He smiled and said, "No need. This 1,000-year-old cold poison can't always be suppressed. Otherwise, the consequences will be even more serious." Then what if the cold poison acts up? His situation should be very dangerous, especially since those people had targeted the 15th night. It could be seen that they knew he was the weakest on the 15th night, and it was the easiest to take his life. "You don't have to worry about this. This monarch has his own plans." As he spoke, he took out a necklace and put it on her. This necklace is a defensive artifact. No matter what, you can't take it off. She felt a chill in front of her chest. She lowered her head slightly and saw that it was a purple droplet-shaped pendant that was emitting a mysterious light. In this dazzling droplet pendant, there were 7 light yellow little stars. She didn't know what material it was made of, but when it reflected the sunlight, it was even beautiful and dazzling. "Thank you." She thanked him softly, but realized that she had nothing to give him. Then, her eyes flashed as if she had thought of something. She said to him, "Wait a moment." There was a smile in his eyes as he looked at her quietly. He watched as she took out a red string from her space. She then took out a strand of her hair and braided it into the red string. Finally, she asked him to reach out and tie it around his wrist. "Rope of peace, my gift in return." Looking at the woven red string on his wrist, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. "And this gift is very good. I will always wear it." She deeply looked at him, as if she wanted to remember his face in her mind. She hid the reluctance in her heart and softly said, "I'll send you out of the city." "No need." A low and deep voice came from his mouth. His deep black eyes looked into her eyes as he slowly said, "We'll have to part in the end. You could just send me off here." As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Chapter 581. Fengjiu looked at her deeply after he finished speaking. Then, he resolutely turned around and waved his sleeves. He rose into the air and flew towards the palace gate. She watched as his black robe fluttered in the wind. She watched as his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. She watched as he left without looking back. 10 years. 10 years later, if you are still determined to love me, I will marry you. She whispered softly. She kept watching until his figure completely disappeared from her sight. Then, she retracted her gaze and suppressed the reluctance in her heart. 10 years is enough for me to grow. 10 years later, I will definitely be qualified to stand by your side. Her eyes shone with confidence. She glanced at the direction he left and then turned to leave. In the following days, she did not cultivate. Instead, she was refining medicine. Bottles of medicine were formed in her hands. In addition to the medicine for her grandfather, she also had to prepare some for the Lin family as betrothal gifts. A big family like the Lin family naturally wouldn't lack things like gold, silver, and treasures. But even in a place like theirs, high-grade medicines were very rare. Although they didn't care what kind of betrothal gift her grandfather took out, she felt that this was the face of the Feng family and also the importance they attached to Aunt Su Shi. Naturally, they couldn't be too casual. A family like the Lin family would also have a great need for this kind of medicine. She was certain that they would be very surprised when these 100 bottles of medicine were given as betrothal gifts. In the medicine refining courtyard, various spiritual medicines were placed on the table. Lung Shuang was helping to classify them. One master and servant refined the medicine while the other classified the herbs. Due to her orders, if there was nothing important, no one would come to disturb her. Even Luo Yu and the others were all guarding outside the courtyard and were not allowed to enter. Master, there are only less than 10 of the more than 20 herbs left. Lung Shuang gave her a list of the insufficient spiritual herbs and showed it to her. Feng Jiu took a look and said, "These are the main ones. Go to the black market now and tell people to make up for it as soon as possible. Tell them to send it over tomorrow at the latest." "Yes," she replied and quickly went out to the black market. Feng Jiu's identity as the ghost doctor was recently known by the people in the black market of Yunhua City after she revealed her face without a mask at Qingting Black Market. After all, she did not wear a mask at Qingting Kingdom. She did not disguise herself. As long as they used her portrait to investigate, they would be able to find out. However, she only ordered them not to spread the news. It was fine if the people in the black market knew about it. After all, it was more convenient for her to do things after all, knowing her true identity. Because of her identity and the fact that she was the holder of the black token, even the presidents of the black market did not dare to reveal her identity. This was because the news from the Yin Kingdom had spread to the various black markets. The ending of the middle-aged man who tried to exchange her black token would definitely shock everyone. "Who's outside?" She walked to the table to rest and called out. Luo Yu's voice hurriedly sounded, and he stuck his head in and asked with a fawning expression, "Does Master have any orders? Do you need me to go in and help?" "Master, we are here too." Chapter 582. Seeing that they were all standing guard outside the courtyard, she shook her head and smiled. "This is the Feng manner. Even if you don't stand guard, no one will dare to invade." She paused and looked at them, saying, "How about this? Luo Yu, go make some explosives. It's best if you teach the Feng guards how to make them and put them in the palace just in case." Hearing this, Luo Yu chuckled. "Master, I already taught them when you left. Right now, everyone has them in their cosmos bags. There are also some in the palace. Even if other countries invade, we have enough soldiers and battle power to fight them." She nodded and said, "Then the few of you can go and cultivate. Increasing your own strength is most important. As for Fan Lin, don't you know medicine? Come in and help me." Hearing this, Fan Lin rejoiced and quickly replied, "Yes." Then he quickly walked in. Looking at the spirit herbs in the courtyard, his heart was filled with excitement. The others were helpless. They did not understand things like medicine, but they could cultivate. Thus, they cupped their hands and left. However, they did not go far. Instead, they sat cross-legged outside the courtyard to cultivate their xianqi. After resting for a while, Feng Jiu told Fan Lin a few things to pay attention to and continued to make her medicine. 2 days later, another bottle of medicine was made. She let out a sigh and felt that she had really worked hard these past few days. In a short 5 or 6 days, she had made over 100 bottles of medicine. Fortunately, this kind of work was not done often. Otherwise, she would have died from exhaustion. "Master, there are exactly 100 bottles." Fan Lin looked at the 100 bottles of medicine on the table in the room. His mood had gradually calmed down, and he had become accustomed to it. For the past few days, he had been by his master's side, watching as she refined bottle after bottle of medicine that no one would be able to buy even if they broke their heads. His mood had also become extremely excited with each bottle's success. However, gradually, he saw that his master made almost no mistakes in the field of medicine and did not waste those elixirs that were concocted. At this time, he was already very calm and felt that this was how it should be. Put them away when you're done. You and Lung Shuang will send these 100 bottles of medicine into the palace. She waved her hand and had Lung Shuang and Fan Lin put away the medicine and send it into the palace. Then, she called for a maid to prepare hot water for a bath. She then went to bed to rest for a while. Half asleep and half awake, she seemed to hear the sound of thunder. The two received their orders and left. The remaining people stayed in the Feng Manor. About 4 hours later, they returned with good news. Feng Jiu, who had rested for 4 hours. I thought so too. With thunder on a sunny day, it's probably because grandfather broke through. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and said, Lung Shuang, come with me to the black market. Yes. Lung Shuang replied and came to her side. You stay at home and guard. Do what you need to do, she said to Fan Lin. Then, she brought Lung Shuang out and went to the black market. Chapter 583. The citizens looked at the beautiful woman sitting inside the carriage, lifting the curtain and propping up her chin with one hand. Their hearts were filled with emotion. Today was different from the past. Her status had changed from the Feng Manor's eldest young miss to princess. Moreover, she had been in charge of the Feng Manor during that time. Her methods and her coldness were all known to the citizens who had gone to watch that night. Towards her, aside from being shocked and envious, there was only respect. Feng Jiu was already used to the citizens' gazes. Although she propped up her chin and looked outside, her thoughts had flown far away. She wondered if Xianyuan Mose had returned to the Empire. The journey from here to the Empire was much further than going to first-tier country. What kind of place was the city in the sky? Truthfully speaking, she really was very curious. Her cheap brother had gone out with the black market's mercenaries to train. She did not know where he had gone. She wanted to find him, but she could not find him. Although her father had already released the news of her grandfather's wedding, she did not know if he had heard the news. While she was thinking, the carriage stopped, and Lung Shuang's voice came from outside. Master, we've arrived. She returned to her senses and lifted the curtain to get out of the carriage. She then walked into the black market. When Manager Yin heard that Feng Jiu had come, he hurriedly went to invite the president. Then, he followed behind the president and came to the front. When he saw the ghost doctor, who was dressed in white and had completely lost her usual demonic aura, Manager Yin hurriedly lowered his gaze and stood behind the president in an orderly manner. Your Highness, please enter the room upstairs. The black market chairman chuckled and looked at Feng Jiu. He gestured for her to enter and led the way. Manager Yin personally stood guard outside while the chairman received her inside. I heard that the retired emperor's wedding is about to begin. How does the ghost doctor have time to come to the black market? The black market's chairman chuckled and asked. He remembered that when the ghost doctor's portrait had come from Qingtang country, he had been given a fright. If he had not confirmed it over and over again, he would never have guessed that the ghost doctor was actually the Feng Manor's eldest young miss, Feng Qinggu, the current princess. However, after knowing that she had defended the Feng Manor and fought against the Qingtang country's imperial family, he felt that this was the ghost doctor's style. Thinking that the ghost doctor was in Yinhua City and that she was the princess of the Phoenix dynasty, he became excited. Originally, he thought that he was just a decoration in this place, but after knowing that she was the ghost doctor, he became excited. There are many things in the black market. However, there are many good things in Yinhua City. Hence, I'm here today to ask for your help. Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the man in front of him. Hearing this, the guild master smiled and asked, Please speak, ghost doctor. I need some magic weapons or spiritual weapons, both offensive and defensive. I also need 2 flying magic weapons. I want to buy these through the black market. They don't have to be of too low quality. Aside from buying them, you can also barter with me. Hearing this, the guild master was startled. Then, joy appeared in his eyes. Ghost Doctor means that as long as you take out a magic weapon that you like, you can exchange it for a bottle of medicine? She nodded, seeing that the guild master was startled for a moment. Her eyes shone with joy and excitement. Chapter 584. As he spoke, he took out several magic tools from his space and introduced them to her. However, among the magic tools, Fengjiu only took a liking to one of them. It was a flying device called a flying wheel. This one, do you want to trade? She looked at the black market president and asked. Trade, of course we'll trade. The black market president smiled and asked expectantly, how would the ghost doctor like to trade? Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. She glanced at the black market president, who had an expectant look, and said, what does the president think? At this moment, her voice had already become slightly cold, and her glare towards him carried a bit of warning. Seeing this, the black market president smiled embarrassedly and gave up on the idea of extorting a few bottles of medicine from her. Just now, he did have that thought. He thought that she probably didn't know much about the market. If this flying wheel could be exchanged for 2 or 3 bottles of medicine, then he would have profited greatly. After all, although the flying wheel was a pretty good flying device, he had one himself. There was no point in keeping it, so he might as well trade it for some medicine that could help him level up. He had received news that old Master Feng had broken through to become a medicine sovereign not long after he returned. Others might not know, but he knew. It must have been the ghost doctor's doing, using her medicine to help him break through. If his cultivation could break through again, as long as his strength allowed it, he could be transferred to other places. Although the Phoenix dynasty was different from the past, he still wanted to work in the black markets of the high-ranking countries. Only in those kinds of places would he be able to come in contact with more things and see more things. This, according to the market price, exchanging a bottle of Ghost Doctor's medicine for level up is about right. As he spoke, his face was a bit embarrassed. Seeing that she was staring at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, he couldn't help but say, Amen, how about this? The Ghost Doctor will also leave this magic tool. This way it's about right. He sighed in his heart. He originally wanted to extort a sum of money from her, but who knew that he didn't get anything? Hearing this, Fengjiu took out a bottle of medicine and kept the 2 magic tools, then said, Then that's it for now. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you to keep an eye out for me. I'll take my leave first. She nodded and led Lung Shuang out of the room. After leaving the black market, she got into a carriage and headed to the palace. In the main hall, Feng Xiao was discussing something with a few people. When he heard the guard coming in to report that the princess had arrived, he couldn't help but look up, but he didn't even see her shadow. After a while, he saw his daughter leisurely walking over. Father, she called out and walked in. Her gaze swept past the middle-aged Phoenix guards. Eldest Mississippi, several people bowed and said to Feng Xiao, This subordinate will take his leave first. Saying this, they retreated far away. Xiaojio, I was just about to look for you. Come, sit here. I'll show you the recent arrangements. He gestured for her to come forward. Fengjiu stepped forward and sat down beside him. The betrothal gifts are almost ready. I want to ask, who is the most suitable person to send the betrothal gifts? This matter should be handled by the subordinates, but she always had her own opinions. He felt that it might be better to ask her about this. Chapter 585. Hearing this, he hesitated. Is this appropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Besides, I have to use my flying ship to deliver so many betrothal gifts. Otherwise, how can I deliver them? That's why it's best for me to handle this matter. She chuckled and asked, But father, when the time comes, do we go to Sanjiang City to pick up the bride, or do they come here first and find a place to stay before we pick up the bride? I really don't know anything about these things. You can ask them when you get there. They'll make the arrangements. He thought for a while and said, It's not appropriate for a girl like you to go. How about this? Go ask old Master Geng to go with you. You'll have an elder by your side. If there's anything you don't understand, he'll tell you. Hearing that it was old Master Geng, Fengjiu nodded. Okay, the betrothal gifts have been prepared. When do you plan to leave? He asked. Fengjiu's eyes flickered. He thought for a while and said, Let's go tomorrow. I'll put the flying ship outside the palace gate and carry the betrothal gifts on it. The people who will deliver the betrothal gifts will count them. We'll leave tomorrow. Okay, go to your grandfather and tell him that I'll go to the Gung family and ask old Master Gung to go with you. He stood up and walked out. Feng Jiu went to the place where her grandfather cultivated. He told him about the matter and checked his condition. Then, he gave him some potions that could help him level up. Grandfather, although the potions can help you level up, you can't use too much of it. At your current stage, you can only use 2 bottles. She looked at her grandfather, whose face had changed because he had become a martial emperor. She continued, after using these 2 bottles of potions, no matter what your level is, you'll have to stop cultivating. You can't cultivate anymore. Ha, little phone, don't worry. Grandfather eats more salt than you eat rice. I know this. Don't worry. I'm no longer the same as before. Old Master Feng stroked his beard and smiled. He then added, with your Grandpa Gung accompanying you, Grandpa can rest assured. All right then, I'll head back first. I still have to make some arrangements. She smiled and said goodbye to him before turning to leave. This time, aside from the people her father had arranged, she also brought along Luo Yu's group of 8 and Lung Shuang. As for Lung Hua, he remained in the Feng Manor to take care of matters. The next morning, when a luxurious spaceship landed in front of the palace gate, it attracted the attention of the citizens. The red words on the spaceship that said, "Double Happiness," made the citizens gasp in amazement. I heard that the retired emperor is going to marry the daughter of an aristocratic family from a third-rate country. He's going to present the betrothal gifts. Since His Majesty posted the news, the invitations from the neighboring countries have been sent. The big day is on the 13th of December. It will definitely be very lively then. That's for sure. This is the old master's, no, the retired emperor's wedding. It will definitely be a grand affair. Look, that's the Gung family's old master. I heard that His Majesty personally visited him yesterday and asked him to go with him. Chapter 586. The white figure that walked out of the palace gate walked with light and elegant steps. Her dress fluttered gently in the breeze. She was elegant, refined, and dignified. Beside her was Lung Shuang, who was dressed in black and had a cold look on his face. Behind her were 8 handsome phoenix guards. Feng Jiu, who was dressed in white, looked even more majestic when he was surrounded by these people. Grandpa Gung, Feng Jiu greeted with a smile. Sorry to trouble you. Hee, you're too kind. This old man is honored. Haha. He laughed loudly, and his whole person was full of energy. Feng Jiu smiled and said to the people behind him, "Go and see if everything is ready." Yes. They walked toward the spaceship, and their hearts were nervous. This was the first time they went out with their master. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they couldn't sleep since last night after hearing the news. Feng Jiu and old Master Gung were chatting while the other side was checking the betrothal gifts and the people. Not long after, they came to report. Master, the betrothal gifts and the people are all here. We can leave at any time. Okay, she responded and made a gesture of invitation. Grandpa Gung, this way please. Old Master Gung nodded and turned to board the spaceship. The moment he stepped on the spaceship, he sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that the first time he boarded the spaceship would be on the way to deliver the betrothal gifts for old Master Feng. It was really unexpected. After everyone boarded the spaceship, Feng Jiu asked them to sit down and then started the spaceship to go to the Yin Kingdom. On the other side, in the palace of the Qingting Kingdom, Crown Prince Niet Tong sat in front of the table after hearing the latest news from the Phoenix dynasty. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were gloomy and unwilling. Compared to when he first met Feng Jiu, he was now emitting a vicious aura. Phoenix dynasty, Feng Qingde, or Feng Jiu? And that man, who is he? Ever since he returned, he was fiercely reprimanded by his father, who repeatedly ordered him not to provoke the people of the Phoenix dynasty. He even called back all the people he could use, as he was afraid that he would not be able to hold himself back and make a move on the Phoenix dynasty. However, after suffering such a great humiliation, how could he be willing to give up just like that? As for that reckless and flamboyant beauty, that woman who was as beautiful as a ball of fire, his initial joy turned into obsession. Letting go, how could this be? However, when he thought of the black-robed man and the power behind him, he felt a wave of powerlessness. Yama Lord. That man was actually the lord of the Yama Palace, whose influence was spread across all the major countries. How could he have the strength to contend against him? His heart still trembled at the thought of that man's cold and sharp gaze containing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. His hands were tightly clenched into fists as his eyes shone with a determined light. He muttered in a low voice, "This king will not let go. Fengqinga, I will definitely obtain you." Yin Kingdom, Sanjiang City, Lin family. Ever since old Master Feng left, Sushi had been sitting there lazily, looking forward to it. She was not interested in anything, and it could be said that she was counting the days. Chapter 587. Sushi glanced at the two and said, "No, I still need to embroider a pair of Mandarin duck's pillowcases later." Her wedding dress was left to her by her mother. She thought she wouldn't need it, but after so many years, it could finally be put to good use. She didn't know how to embroider a wedding dress, so she embroidered a pair of Mandarin duck's pillowcases. However, this was her first time being a bride, and she was a mess. She didn't know what to do, and the person she wanted to see wasn't by her side. She was lazy all day and didn't have the energy to do anything. When the two heard her words, they helplessly shook their heads and laughed. A pair of Mandarin duck's pillowcases hadn't been finished since Sanyuan left. This speed was really slow. Fortunately, she didn't need to embroider a wedding dress. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take? The father and son accompanied her in the courtyard and chatted for a while. After a while, when the two were about to leave, they saw the housekeeper hurriedly run in with a face full of excitement. He's here. Family head, he's here." "What's here?" Lin Buoheng glanced at him and asked. Even Lin Xingji and Su she looked over. Their gazes fell on the housekeeper's excited face. "He's here to deliver the betrothal gifts," the housekeeper said excitedly. "What? He's here to deliver the betrothal gifts?" Lin Buoheng and Lin Xingji looked at each other. Wasn't this too fast? It hadn't even been 10 days since they left, right? He's already here to deliver the betrothal gifts? Sushi stood up with a face full of surprise and asked, "Really? Where's Sanyuan? He's here to deliver the betrothal gifts?" "I haven't seen him yet. I only know that there's a huge entourage. That luxurious flying ship directly flew into Three River City and is heading towards our Lin Manor. There's a large double happiness character on the ship. Everyone in the city is talking about it and is following behind the flying ship to see the commotion." Hearing this, the father and son were dumbfounded. They hurriedly said, Quick, quick, come with me to take a look." Lin Buoheng said and instructed Sushi, "Stay in the courtyard and don't go out. A bride can't go out and show her face. If Sanyuan comes later, Big Brother will send someone to tell you." Sushi was also happy in her heart. Knowing that the rules were like this, she nodded her head. Her face flushed red as she shyly urged, "I understand. Big Brother, quickly go and take a look." "Ha, I got it. Xingji, let's go." Lin Buoheng glanced at his son and strode out. At this moment, the people in the Lin mansion heard the news and rushed out. When they arrived outside the house, they saw a flying ship with the words "Double Happiness" flying towards them from afar. The speed of the flying ship was very slow, and it flew very low. Sounds of fireworks could be heard from the flying ship. With a bang, colorful fireworks scattered and fell from the sky. It was extremely beautiful. In addition to the fireworks along the way, after entering the city, wedding candies were sprinkled all the way from the spaceship, making the people in the city cheer. The whole Three River City was in an uproar, and the cheers were endless. Some forces and families came out to watch, and they were very surprised. Generally speaking, spaceships were not allowed to enter the city, but this spaceship could directly fly in. It was obvious that the owner of the spaceship had an extraordinary background. Chapter 588. Firecrackers and candies were sprinkled all the way to the entrance of a Lin residence. As the spaceship in the sky gradually landed, the surrounding area was already filled with onlookers. Everyone from the Lin family gathered in front of the entrance, looking at the lively scene with smiles on their faces. They were extremely excited. With such a special betrothal gift and such a commotion in the city, those who didn't know would think that the Lin family was marrying off their daughter today. In fact, they were just here to deliver the betrothal gifts. At this moment, while everyone was exclaiming and discussing, a handsome young man in a red robe walked out of the spaceship. The young man's appearance was outstanding and peerlessly handsome. There was a wanton expression between his eyebrows. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed and looked at him in amazement. "Look, that young man is so handsome. What a handsome young man. Whose young man is this? His temperament is really extraordinary. I wonder if this young man is already taken?" In the midst of everyone's discussion, Fengjiu, dressed in red, stepped out of the spaceship. As she walked down, Old Man Gung, Lung Shuang, Luo Yu, and the others followed behind her. Other than Lung Shuang, who was dressed in black, the 8 Phoenix Guards were all dressed in the same silver robes. They were handsome and exuded a fierce aura, like a sharp sword that was about to be drawn. It was very intimidating. Surrounded by these people, the young man in red walking in front was even more dazzling. With a clear distinction between master and servant, everyone could tell at a glance that the young and handsome young man was the master of these people. "Grandpa Lin, I'm here to deliver the betrothal gifts on behalf of my grandfather," Fengjiu said with a smile as she stepped forward and cupped her hands together until she arrived in front of them. "Ha, so it's Xiaojiu." Lin Buoheng originally wanted to call her little Feng, but seeing that she was still dressed in men's clothes, he changed it to Xiaojiu. At the same time, his gaze swept past her and looked at Old Man Gung. "This is my grandfather's good friend, Old Man Gung of Yinhua City. This time, he was asked by my grandfather and father to come with me." Fengjiu introduced the two with a smile. "Patriarch Lin, I've heard a lot about you." Old Master Gung cupped his hands and smiled. He had only heard about Lin Buoheng from the Feng family's girl on the way here. He admired this person's style and temperament. Hearing this, Lin Buoheng smiled and returned the greeting. "You're a good friend of San Yuan. Please come in. Xiaojiu, Brother Gung, please come in." He made a gesture of invitation and invited them in. Fengjiu smiled and walked inside with Old Man Gung. Lung Shuang followed closely behind. The 8 Phoenix Guards stayed behind and ordered the accompanying people to carry the betrothal gifts to the Lin Mansion. When the onlookers saw the boxes of betrothal gifts being carried to the Lin Mansion, they were all amazed. "This is just a betrothal gift? I thought they were here to welcome the bride. Isn't this wedding ceremony a little too grand?" "What do you know? It's said that the bride of the Lin family is a girl called Su Shi, the sister of Patriarch Lin. She's married to the retired emperor of the Phoenix dynasty. It's said that the Phoenix dynasty is a newly risen dynasty, and the retired emperor and Patriarch Lin are sworn brothers." "Who is that young man in red? Is he the prince of the Phoenix dynasty?" Chapter 589. Outside, the crowd was discussing as they looked at the chests of betrothal gifts being carried into the Lin Mansion. They were all praising the extravagance of the betrothal gifts. There were at least 100 chests of betrothal gifts. It was really exciting. Inside, other than the main members of the Lin clan, the womenfolk were not allowed to enter the main hall. Instead, they had the guards clear out a space and place the 100 chests of betrothal gifts in the courtyard in front of the main hall. The 100 chests of betrothal gifts filled the entire courtyard, making the womenfolk envious. In the hall, the head of the Lin family, Lin Buoheng, was sitting in the main seat. Fengjiu and Old Master Gung were sitting in the first and second seats below him. Lin Qingji was sitting below them. On the lower right were several elders and his other sons. "Last Feng, what day did you choose? Why did you send the betrothal gifts so quickly? Where's your grandfather? Why didn't he come?" Lin Buoheng asked. In fact, he did not care if the person who sent the betrothal gifts was Old Master Feng. He just thought that Old Master Feng would come, but he did not, so he asked. Fengjiu looked at him and said with a smile, "The day has been chosen. It's December 13th. We came to send the betrothal gifts on this auspicious day. As for my grandfather, he has been cultivating in seclusion since he went back. Now he has broken through the martial grandmaster realm and entered the martial emperor realm. He wants to break through again and enter the martial venerable realm soon. Therefore, only Old Master Gung and I can send the betrothal gifts." Speaking of this, she smiled and cupped her hands, saying, "If there's anything wrong, I hope Grandpa Lin and everyone can forgive me. Ha ha ha, of course not. Lin Boheng laughed loudly, but he was surprised. He asked, San Yuan entered the martial emperor realm not long after he went back? How could he be so fast? Entering the martial venerable realm in such a short time? That's impossible, right? Hearing this, Fengjiu said with a smile, I also told him to act according to his ability. Whether he can advance or not is one thing. It's fine as long as he does his best. Yes, it's fine as long as he does his best. He cares too much about the world's opinion. He shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at old Master Geng and said, I'm sorry to trouble you this time, Brother Geng. You must rest well in the mansion for 2 days. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to deliver the betrothal gifts on behalf of San Yuan. Old Master Geng said with a smile. After they chatted for a while, the Phoenix Guard came in and reported that the 100 boxes of betrothal gifts had all been moved in. Only then did he take out the list of betrothal gifts and walked forward to present it with both hands. Patriarch Lin, this is the list of betrothal gifts. Please follow me outside to check and hand over the betrothal gifts. All right, then let's go together. Lin Boheng nodded his head and gestured to the elders. Then they walked out together. When they arrived outside and saw the piles of boxes in the courtyard, they all smiled. The Lin family had seen hundreds of boxes of betrothal gifts before. However, the fact that they could take out hundreds of boxes of betrothal gifts showed how much importance they attached to this marriage. This made the Lin family feel very gratified. Not to mention the betrothal gifts, just the fact that they sent the betrothal gifts into the city was enough to make the Lin family proud. Chapter 590. As the crowd listened to Old Man Geng recite the names of the treasures, they saw the guards carrying the boxes and opening them. They were filled with dazzling jewels and treasures. The dazzling light flashed in their eyes, causing them to exclaim inwardly. Southern sea pearls, ruby golden jades. The boxes were all opened in front of them. Even though they were already mentally prepared, they were still excited as Old Man Geng counted the items. 100 boxes of treasures, silks, antiques, and precious herbs were all sealed and carried to the Lin family storeroom. When there was only one box left, Old Man Geng paused and looked at Fengjiu. Under her signal, he cleared his throat. The last box, 100 bottles of precious medicine. Hearing this, the Lin family was stunned and looked at each other. What did he mean? 100 bottles of precious medicine? Was it fake? The Phoenix dynasty was only a small 9th-tier country. Where did he get 100 bottles of precious medicine? It should be ordinary medicine. He was too embarrassed to say it, so he directly said it was precious medicine. Everyone had different expressions. No one took it seriously. After all, 100 bottles of precious medicine was too unbelievable. It was impossible. This continued until the last box was brought forward. When the box was opened, the top and bottom layers each contained 50 bottles of medicine. At this moment, when they saw the 100 bottles of medicine, everyone's expression was still strange. Seeing everyone's expression, Fengjiu did not say much. She only revealed a meaningful smile. She did not explain and only quietly watched as the box was closed, sealed, and carried into the storeroom. Only Lin Chengji noticed the meaningful smile on her lips. He didn't say anything, but he thought to himself. After the handover, the Lin family held a banquet to entertain them. During the banquet, Sushi also appeared to entertain them and arranged a place for them to rest. After the banquet, Fengjiu came to Sushi's courtyard and talked with her for a while. He told her that old Master Feng was currently cultivating. If grandfather wasn't cultivating, he would have come personally. He told me to tell Aunt Sushi not to blame him. Fengjiu looked at the gentle woman in front of him with a smile. Sushi had a sweet expression and replied, Yes, I know. When you go back, tell him to take care of his body. Don't tire himself out. Fengjiu smiled and gave her the list of betrothal gifts. This is for Aunt Sushi. Aunt, keep it well. Okay. She took it and said, You've worked hard. Go back and rest early. I'll come and have breakfast with you tomorrow. Okay, then I'll go back first. Sushi smiled and turned to leave. As for the other side of the courtyard, Lin Xingji had been puzzled when he thought of the smile on Feng Ix's face when they handed over the betrothal gifts today. Those 100 bottles of medicine were just ordinary medicine. If it was ordinary medicine, they wouldn't send it as a betrothal gift. But if it was really precious medicine, it shouldn't be possible. After all, rare medicine was so rare that every bottle was priceless. How could they get 100 bottles in one go? Yes, it doesn't seem possible. He muttered in a low voice that only he could hear. Chapter 591. I'm thinking about the betrothal gifts. Go to sleep. Don't wait for me. He waved his hand, wondering if he should go talk to his father. Betrothal gifts? That's ants. What are you worrying about? The first madam couldn't help but laugh. You don't understand. As he spoke, he walked around the room with his hands behind his back. I'll go talk to my father. As he spoke, he wanted to go out but was stopped. The first madam looked at him helplessly. Look at the time now. Is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow? Besides, the betrothal gifts have already been sealed and put in the storeroom. The guests are still in the manor. If you're worrying about the betrothal gifts, who knows what they'll think? Lin Qingji was startled. He looked at her and asked, what do they think? He just felt that something was wrong and wanted to talk to his father. Husband, the betrothal gifts are for Aunt. Even if it's my father, he won't touch them. When the time comes, he'll definitely let Aunt bring them back to the Phoenix dynasty to give her face. So I think that you shouldn't worry about this matter. Father didn't say anything. Even if there is something, it's my father's business, not yours. Her voice paused. You're only a nephew. There's a generation between you. After hearing her words, Lin Qingji thought about it and gave up. Forget it. We'll talk about it after they leave. Now that the guests are in the manor, it's not good to talk about the betrothal gifts. He suppressed the matter. However, he still remembered the 100 bottles of medicine. He felt that it was better to find an opportunity to take a look. The next morning, after Feng Jiao and Su Shi had breakfast, Feng Jiao, Old Man Geng, Lung Shuang, and 8 Phoenix guards went out. Su Shi, who had been here before, wanted to show them around and see the prosperity of Three River City. When Lin Buoheng was about to call Feng Jiao and chat with Old Man Geng, he was told that they had left early in the morning to go sightseeing. No one went with them? Lin Buoheng asked with a frown. He felt that this wasn't proper hospitality. Big brother. Su Shi walked in. Hearing his words, she smiled and said, I originally wanted to accompany them, but Feng Girl said that she had been here before and was familiar with this place, so she took them out herself. I saw that there were many of them, so I didn't follow. It's rude to let the guests wander around the city by themselves. Lin Buoheng said and shook his head. It's okay, we're family. Su Shi said with a smile. She held his hand and said, Big brother, I heard that the 100 boxes of betrothal gifts dazzled many people in the clan. I haven't seen it yet. You don't have to worry. Those are all yours. Big brother won't touch them. At that time, besides this betrothal gift, Big brother will also prepare one for you. Moreover, your other brothers have also said that they will also prepare one for you. Also, your nephews will also prepare one for you. At that time, your dowry will only be more, not less. We will definitely let you get married in a grand manner. Big brother, that's not what I meant. She couldn't help but laugh. She was very touched when she heard her brother say that they had all prepared a dowry for her. Lin Buoheng laughed and said, Feng Girl and the others sent the betrothal gift so suddenly that I didn't have time to inform father and mother. However, when you get married, they will definitely rush back. Chapter 592. Their parents were over 100 years old, and both of them were very healthy. They did not live in the main house, but lived with their sons for a period of time. Therefore, they had not been in the main house for the past few months. However, they knew about this marriage. Big brother, since the wedding is on the 13th of December, let father, mother, and my brothers come back together, she said with a smile. Thinking that she could see them again, she was very happy. The family was big, and the children would split up after they grew up. The heir of the main house was the eldest son, Lin Buoheng. As for the other brothers, they split up and set up their own houses. Because they were not in the same city, the family could only gather together when there was a big event. I got someone to spread the news as early as yesterday. They should be here tomorrow at the latest. That's good. She nodded and smiled. I'll go back first. I haven't finished embroidering the Mandarin duck pillowcase yet. Hearing that, He shook his head and waved his hand, indicating for her to go back. As for the other side, Fengjiu took them to wander around Three River City until noon. They entered the second floor of a restaurant and booked 2 tables to sit down and order some food and wine. Grandpa Gung, will my grandfather come to Three River City to pick up the bride, or what? She asked curiously as she poured wine for him. Old man Gung stroked his beard and said, we'll go back and discuss this with the Lin family. Three River City is far from where we are. If they come to pick up the bride, I'm afraid something might happen on the way. Therefore, the best way is to bring them to Yunus City in advance and wait for an auspicious day to bring them to the palace. He paused and said, we'll talk about this here. As for the final decision, we'll have to discuss it with the Lin family. Okay, she nodded. It was indeed the right thing to do. After eating in the restaurant, they went out for a few rounds. It was not until evening that they returned to the Lin family to discuss how to pick up the bride. Hearing Old Man Gung's words, Lin Buoheng nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. This place is far from the Phoenix dynasty. Even the airship will take 2 days. If we come here to pick up the bride, it will be really inconvenient. He paused for a moment before continuing. How about this? When the time comes, we will send her off. You can first find a place for us to stay in Yunus City. When the auspicious day comes, just let San Yuan come and pick her up. This way, it will be convenient for both sides. It will also save a lot of trouble and reduce the number of accidents. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu and Old Master Gung looked at each other and said in unison, that's better. We naturally agree. Well, it's settled then. Lin Buoheng laughed loudly. After that, Fengjiu mentioned going back the next day. Knowing that they were leaving, Lin Buoheng asked, aren't you going to stay for one more day? My father and mother have already rushed back. They should arrive tomorrow at the latest. Fengjiu smiled and said, there will definitely be opportunities to meet them in the future. The journey back and forth is also long, so I think it's better for me to go back early so that they won't miss me. All right then, since that's the case, I won't keep you. I'll send you off tomorrow morning. Chapter 593. The next day, Fengjiu and the others left on a flying ship under the Lin family's escort. The trip to the Yin Kingdom had broadened Old Man Gung's horizons. He was even more determined to cultivate and advance. After watching their flying ship leave and disappear into the clouds, the people from the Lin mansion then turned around and walked back into the mansion while chatting. Father, I have something to say to you, Lin Qingji said after holding back for 2 days. When he saw Fengjiu and the others leave, he could no longer hold it in. Lin Buoheng glanced back at him and motioned, come to the study. With that, he walked inside. In the study, Lin Buoheng sat down and looked at his son who followed him in. He said, speak. What is it? It's about Aunt's betrothal gifts. He sat down at the table and said, I don't think those 100 bottles of medicine are what we think. Those 100 bottles of medicine? He looked at him and said, then what do you think they are? The Phoenix dynasty has just been established. Even if the Feng family was powerful, what kind of good medicine could they have in a place like a 9th grade country? He poured a cup of tea and drank it. He said, however, whether the medicine is good or bad, it's their good intentions. We can't dislike it. Don't mention it again. When he heard this, he knew that his son had misunderstood him. He shook his head and said with a smile, Father, it's not like that. I just think that the medicine is not simple. I'm afraid it's really a rare medicine. Lin Buoheng, who was drinking tea, glanced at him and asked calmly, why do you think so? Father, have you forgotten what you were investigating? Uncle Feng's granddaughter, Fengjiu, is not a simple person. Moreover, how long has it been since Uncle Feng returned? He has entered the martial emperor realm so quickly. It can be seen that he has the help of medicine. The 100 bottles of medicine they sent proves this point. You mean to say that they have a pharmacist? He nodded, yes, and he's probably a high-rank pharmacist. That's why I thought those 100 bottles of medicine were not simple. Hearing this, Lin Buoheng was silent for a moment and said, we don't have much contact with medicine. If we really want to know, I guess we can only take it to the pharmacist's guild for them to verify it. Just as he was speaking, the voice of the housekeeper came in from outside to report. The patriarch and the others have returned. Hearing this, the father and son in the study were startled. They hurriedly got up and walked out. Lin Boheng asked, "Where are we now?" "He's in the hall right now." As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, Lin Boheng and Lin Qingji had already walked toward the hall. Outside the courtyard, before they even entered the main hall, they could already hear the lively laughter inside. The two of them walked in and saw the two people sitting in the main seats. Lin Boheng hurriedly bowed and respectfully bowed. "Father, mother, it's boss and he Qingji." The old lady sitting on the main seat looked to be in her 60s. She had a kind face and looked at her son and grandson with a smile. Qingji greets grandfather and grandmother. Lin Qingji respectfully knelt down and kowtowed to the two elders. All right. Get up. Qingji, come and let grandmother take a look at you. Have you not been cultivating recently? Why hasn't his cultivation improved?" Chapter 594. For us cultivators, cultivation is the most important thing. The stronger you are, the longer your lifespan. You can't be lazy. You must cultivate diligently, understand? All right, don't talk about this the moment you come back. The esteemed elder next to him said in a bad mood. He laughed and said to his eldest grandson, "Cultivate slowly. There's no need to rush. Let's not talk about this today." As soon as his voice fell, he looked at his son and asked, "When we entered the city, we heard that the betrothal gifts were being sent in a grand manner. Where are they? Are they still in the residence?" Lin Boheng heard his father's question and quickly replied, "They already went back. They just left not long ago." As he spoke, he handed over the list of betrothal gifts. "This is the list of betrothal gifts. I hope father and mother could take a look." The esteemed elder took the list and looked through it. When he saw the last 100 bottles of rare quality medicine, he stroked his beard. "Have you seen these 100 bottles of medicine? Rare quality? Their small country can only be considered a 9th grade country. Where would they get rare quality medicine?" It had to be known that it was difficult for a family like theirs to find even a few bottles. How could they give out 100 bottles in one go? Ordinary medicine? Of course, if it was just ordinary medicine, they wouldn't have sent it as betrothal gifts. I only accepted it. As for the 100 bottles on the list, I haven't opened them yet. Then send them to the pharmacist for verification. Sushi smiled and walked in. She walked to her mother's side and intimately held her hand. "Father, mother, you're finally back." "Sushi girl, you still dare to say that?" The esteemed elder glared at her. "What did you do? How could you send people to kidnap San Yuan? This matter is truly absurd." "Enough, what did you say she did?" The old madam was unhappy and glared at the esteemed elder. She patted Sushi's hand and smiled. "Don't listen to your father. That old thing is very old-fashioned. You did well. You should do this." Hearing this, the elders and their sons all lowered their heads or looked away. Some of them couldn't help but smile. The esteemed elder blew his beard and glared. His mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. He only snorted and looked away. "Little sister, you only saw father and mother. Why didn't you see me, your third brother?" The middle-aged man sitting on the side joked. "Third brother heard that you were getting married and had your sister-in-law prepare a gift for you. Don't you have anything to say?" Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Third brother, when I heard that you all came back together, I went to the kitchen and asked them to make your favorite dishes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now to come. San Yuan, when we... of love. Little girl Sushi, let's go. Accompany mother to your courtyard. Let them have a good talk here." The old madam gestured and helped her stand up. After she said goodbye to everyone, she left with her mother. After they left, everyone stopped chatting and joking. The old man said, "Boss, get someone to bring the box with 100 bottles of medicine." Chapter 595. Open it. The old man gestured. Everyone saw that after Lin Boheng opened the seal, there were 50 jammed bottles in the upper layer of the box. Those bottles were even exquisite, as if every single one of them was meticulously made. The old man went forward and picked up a bottle to take a look. His sharp eyes saw that at the bottom of the bottle, there was a special pattern engraved. He couldn't help but be startled. He waved his hand and said, "Lauer, look at the pattern on this bottle. Doesn't it look familiar?" Hearing this, Lin Lauer went forward and took a look. Other than seeing that the bottle was exquisite, he also felt that the pattern at the bottom of the bottle was somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but frown and think for a while. It had seemed like I've seen it somewhere before. As he said that, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He slapped his thigh. That's right. He hurriedly took out a drawing. On it was an exquisite bottle, and at the bottom of the bottle was a pattern. Comparing the two, the father and son both trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing their reaction, the people around them were puzzled. They asked, "What's familiar? Have you seen this bottle before?" However, the father and son didn't say anything. They picked up a few more bottles and looked at them. When they saw the same pattern at the bottom of the bottle, they couldn't help but be stunned. They said in disbelief, This isn't a dream, right? Big brother, is this box of medicine really sent by the people of the Phoenix dynasty?" Lin Lauer suppressed the shock in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "Yes, what's going on? Is there a problem with this medicine?" Looking at the two's expressions, why were they so strange? Lin Lauer swallowed his saliva and tried to use a calm voice to ask, "Big brother, elders, have you heard of a pharmacist called the Ghost Doctor?" One of the elders said, "We have heard of him. It's said that the medicine this person refines is extremely precious. It's a priceless item in every big country. This person is rumored to be a legend. He's more than a legend. There are very few medicines that he can concoct, but every bottle is extremely precious. There are many old monsters who are stuck in their cultivation, but as long as they use one of his advanced medicines, they will be able to break through their bottlenecks and successfully advance. Every bottle of his medicine is priceless. Even if someone offers an astronomical price, they might not be able to buy it," he said excitedly. Looking at everyone's expressions, he only felt that he was unable to calm down. At this moment, even the patriarch was so excited that his body was trembling slightly. His face was flushed red, and his eyes shone with excitement. This time, we saw a bottle of the Ghost Doctor's advancement medicine being auctioned off at the black markets auction. We want to take a look, and all the old monsters from the various clans and powers were mobilized to fight over that bottle of advancement medicine. The final price of that bottle of advancement medicine was shockingly high. Lin Lauer continued. Father wanted to bid for it, but the price was too high and he couldn't get it. But later on, I found a way to get the Ghost Doctor's special pattern. Look, it's this. It wasn't easy for me to get it. Everyone was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. And then, what does this have to do with these medicines? Only Lin Buoheng and Lin Xingji, father and son, were shocked. They suddenly took a big step forward, picked up the bottle of medicine, and compared it to the pattern on the drawing. With this comparison, the pattern was exactly the same. Looking at it, the two of them were shocked, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 596. What? The elders and the others gathered around when they heard this. However, before they could get close, they were stopped by the old master. "Everyone stand still." Once the old master's voice rang out, everyone instantly stopped. Their bodies stiffened as they looked at the old master, then at the bottle in his hand, then at the blueprint in Elder Lin's hand. They wanted to say something, but under the old master's gaze, no one opened the bottle and no one moved. The entire hall instantly quieted down. What kind of mess is this? What if the medicine spills on the floor? The old master said exasperatedly. Glaring at everyone, he said, "Everyone, return to your seats." Yes, everyone's faces flushed. Realizing that they had lost their composure, they lowered their heads in embarrassment. After replying one after another, they returned to their seats, each pair of eyes landing on the old master. Seeing that everyone had returned to their seats, the old master coughed lightly and said, "Although the bottle of this medicine is the same as the Ghost Doctor's special bottle, the medicine inside is not clear. After all, there are over 100 bottles of medicine here. If it really is the Ghost Doctor's medicine, then it really is no small matter." His voice paused, and his sharp gaze swept across everyone. Everyone here today heard it. Keep it to yourselves. Don't even mention it to your women and children. If this really is the Ghost Doctor's medicine, once the news gets out, it will bring disaster to our Lin family. However, as long as we use it well, this can be an opportunity for our Lin family to rise to the next level. Towards the end, his voice trembled slightly. Everyone looked at each other, nodded, and replied, "Yes, we know. We definitely won't leak it out." The old master nodded and asked, "Boss, when they sent the betrothal gifts, did they say what medicine it was?" Lin Boheng shook his head a little shamefully. "I thought it was just a normal medicine, so I didn't care and didn't ask. The ghost doctor's medicine has many types, and each one is different." "Big brother, are these two levels the same? Have you opened them to take a look?" Lin Lauer said, his gaze landing on Lin Buang. "Then open the lower layer." "Seriously, you didn't even ask about the betrothal gift." The old man glared at him and motioned for him to open the upper layer. Lin Buang did as he was told. When he opened the top layer and revealed the bottom layer, he saw a piece of paper inside. He picked it up and looked at it, then excitedly handed it to the old man. "Father, look, it's all written here." The old man took it and looked at it. His hands trembled slightly, and his face turned red with excitement. Good, good, good. This is great. This is great. Ha ha. Old master, what does it say?" An elder asked. "It's written here that there are 50 bottles of advancement potions in this box. In addition, there are 10 bottles each for external and internal injuries, as well as antidotes. There are a total of 100 bottles of potions, all of which are made by the ghost doctor." The old man said excitedly, his face full of disbelief. "How do they get so many potions? Just these 100 bottles of medicine alone are incomparable to the 100 boxes of betrothal gifts. This is too extravagant. My Lin family is blessed." Ha ha. Seeing his grandfather's happy and excited expression, and then seeing the elders, his father, and his uncles talking excitedly, Lin Xingji thought for a moment, looked at everyone, and said a little rudely, "That grandfather, these are the betrothal gifts for Aunt." Chapter 597. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was as if they were suddenly holding their breaths. They looked back and forth. Finally, everyone smiled awkwardly and looked at the old man. "That's right. This is the betrothal gift for Su Shi. Old master, what do you think?" If Qingji didn't mention it, I would have thought that it belonged to our Lin family. Although it does belong to our Lin family, it still belongs to Su Shi. But is it for our Lin family? Or is it for Su Shi? What for the Lin family? What for Su Shi? It's such a mess. This old man is confused. The old man glared at the clan elder and coughed. "This betrothal gift has been given to the bride's family since ancient times. As parents and elders, we won't accept it if the family is rich. When the time comes, we'll let the daughter marry off and bring it back. It's also giving her face. If we meet someone who isn't rich, it's also appropriate to accept some." His voice paused for a moment before he continued. "However, we originally said that this 3 yuan betrothal gift would be given to Su Shi untouched, but from the looks of it, this medicine is not ordinary. We still have to discuss it with Su Shi. Since they were able to send these betrothal gifts, they naturally wouldn't want to take them back. However, everyone should know that this is the ghost doctor's medicine. A single bottle is priceless. If our Lin family accepts this box of betrothal gifts, then we will have to give Su Shi an additional dowry." Hearing his words, everyone nodded and felt that it made sense. "Let's do as the old man says. We still have to talk to Su Shi about this. If our Lin family accepts this box of betrothal gifts, then we naturally have to give her an additional dowry." Lin Boheng thought for a while and said, "Let me talk to Su Shi about this." On the side, Lin Bo thought for a while and asked, "Father, should we take this medicine to the medical guild to test it?" Hearing this, everyone looked at the old man. The old man was angered by everyone's gaze and said unhappily, "Are you afraid that no one knows that we have 100 bottles of medicine? You still want to take it to the medical guild to test it? The pattern on the bottle is obvious. Could it be that there's something wrong with it?" After being scolded, Lin Lauer smiled embarrassedly and lowered his head in embarrassment. "Boss, keep these 100 bottles of medicine yourself. Wait for a while before dealing with them. Every bottle is extremely precious. We must not waste them," the old man instructed. "Yes," Lin Boheng replied solemnly and put the box into his space. Lin Qingji saw that the old man was deep in thought with his hands behind his back, so he asked, "Grandfather, is there anything wrong?" I was just thinking this Phoenix Dynasty is just a small ninth-grade country. How could they have gotten 100 bottles of this ghost doctor's medicine? When I heard you talking about that girl called Fengjiu, her appearance. The old man paused and didn't say anything else. Once Lin Lao was reminded, something seemed to flash across his mind. He was immediately shocked. Could he be the ghost doctor? When these words were said, the hall fell silent. Lin Boheng said with some astonishment, "Ghost doctor? How could this be?" Although that phone girl liked to dress up as a man in red, she was only 15 or 16 years old. How could she possibly concoct such a high-grade advancement medicine? That's impossible. Chapter 598. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes in shock. If this was true, then wouldn't they become in-laws with the ghost doctor? Thinking of this, each and every one of them was so excited that their faces flushed red. Their excited emotions were like rolling waves that slapped their hearts, stirring up thousands of waves. Lin Qingji was also startled. After a while, he asked, "Grandfather, father, do you think we should call all the younger generation of the clan back from the academy?" Hearing this, everyone was startled. After thinking for a while, they understood the meaning behind his words. They all slapped their thighs and cheered. Call them back, call them back." An elder couldn't help but laugh. Su Shi is getting married. How can these younger generation not come back? Yes, they have to come back. There's still time now. Later, send out the message and have them all rush back to attend Su Shi's wedding. That's right. How can we not have them come back for such a joyous occasion? No. There are many disciples in the clan. If they all come back, there will be too many people. Just have the direct descendants who are 16 years old and above come back. Amen. The men and women don't need to come back. Lin Boheng was stunned when he saw how excited the elders were. When he saw that the old man was smiling but didn't say anything, he couldn't help but glance at his son with a strange expression and let out a dry cough. I think, let the clan's disciples take this opportunity to visit the Phoenix Dynasty and get closer to the phone girl. However, I don't recommend having other thoughts. Speaking of this, Lin Boheng brought out the aura of the head of the clan and said, "Firstly, the phone girl is the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty. Secondly, let's not talk about whether she is the ghost doctor. Just based on her way of doing things and her aura, not to mention the younger generation, even our generation is inferior to her. Thirdly, father and second brother, you don't know, but the elders do. The black-robed man who came with her last time is the master of the Yama Palace, the Yama Lord. His relationship with the phone girl is not ordinary. Letting our clan's disciples get close to her will only backfire." Hearing this, everyone gradually calmed down. After analyzing the pros and cons, they looked at each other in unison and nodded. Then when it's time to send off the bride, let the young disciples of the clan go with them. Let them see the world and don't think too much about it. Also, regarding our guesses, it's enough for you to keep them to yourselves. You absolutely cannot speak of it. The old master spoke and gave everyone a warning look. After everyone respectfully answered yes, the old master gestured and said, "All right, go do what you need to do. Disperse." "Yes, we'll take our leave first." Everyone bowed before dispersing. "Qingji," Lin Boheng called out to his son. "Father." He turned around and looked at him and the old man sitting at the head of the table. "You're the next candidate for the head of the family. You have to think twice before you speak. You're the eldest grandson of the eldest son. Every word you say represents the Lin family. You can't make any mistakes," Lin Boheng warned in a deep voice. Chapter 599. He waved his hand, "And you may leave." After dismissing everyone, he chatted with the old man for a while before leaving together. 2 days later, Fengjiu and the others returned to the Phoenix Dynasty. After handing over the matters, she returned to the Feng Manor to cultivate in seclusion. The matter of sending the betrothal gifts had been settled, so there was no need for her to do anything else. As for her grandfather, she had already prepared the medicine for him to advance to the next level. It all depended on what level his cultivation could reach. After taking care of their matters, she had to cultivate in seclusion as well. At that time, her grandfather's wedding ceremony would definitely be very lively. Before that, she had to raise her strength again. If she couldn't break through her spiritual power, then she would cultivate her profound power. She focused on cultivating in the space and didn't pay any attention to the outside world. During this period of time, the wedding invitations were sent to the kings of the surrounding 9 countries. Some of the clans in Immerse City also received invitations. As the time drew closer, more and more people from the various countries arrived. Half a month before the wedding, the Lin family was led by Lin Buang. They personally sent his sister to a prepared residence in Immerse City. Lin Sushi's brothers and the younger generation of the Lin family also accompanied them. They came in a flying ship. Everyone in the city knew that it was the Lin family for the retired emperor's wedding. Although they were curious, they couldn't peek. This was because there were several nascent soul cultivators accompanying them. Normal people couldn't get close to them. At the same time, in Fengjiu's space, she, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, had already entered the realm of gazing itself. She had forgotten the time and place, and had even forgotten her grandfather's big day. At this moment, her entire body was filled with a strong, profound energy aura, and it was circulating in circles around her body. She originally had a profound spiritual body. After her meridians were opened, her cultivation speed was much faster than others. In addition, she had the space that contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a place to cultivate. With the help of medicine, her cultivation speed was naturally extraordinary. Recently, she had been concentrating on cultivating in the space. Her profound power level was also very fast. Now, she had already reached the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. Even so, she didn't plan to stop. She wanted to break through the martial ancestor realm and enter the martial emperor realm. However, ever since she had entered the martial ancestor realm, the speed of her cultivation had clearly slowed down. It was as if there was an invisible force obstructing her, preventing her from advancing any further. Because of this, she had drunk a bottle of medicine. However, she had only managed to reach the peak of the martial ancestor realm. She could not cross the final threshold no matter what. Thus, she stopped cultivating her profound energy and started to meditate and practice martial techniques. She repeatedly practiced various martial techniques in her mind until she seemed to have fallen into a state of exhaustion and was unable to continue meditating. Only then did she stop. She exhaled softly, retracted her aura, and slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, the aura around her seemed to have changed again. It was an extremely subtle change that only the little fire phoenix, who had been sitting not far away and staring at her while eating ginseng, noticed. Here's one for you to replenish your vitality. A tender voice sounded. A ginseng was thrown to her. Chapter 600. I can't eat an entire ginseng of this. Keep it for yourself. As she chewed on the ginseng, she remembered that she had been in here for a long time and hurriedly got up. I have to go out in case they can't find me. As she spoke, she looked at little Fire Phoenix, who was sitting there with only a doo-doo and eating a ginseng. It was obvious that he had gained a lot of weight recently. She asked, "Do you want to go out? I think it's better if you go out with me. Look at you. You stay here all day and don't cultivate. You eat ginseng every day and you've become white and fat. If you continue to stay here, you might become as fat as a ball the next time I come in." Hearing this, little Fire Phoenix instinctively lowered his head to look at himself. How am I fat? I don't see it. As he spoke, he pulled out another ginseng from behind him and took a bite, eating it with relish. The corner of Fengjiu's mouth twitched. She helplessly walked forward and picked him up. The soft little child felt so good to the touch that she couldn't help but smile. Although you're a little chubby, who asked you to be so cute? Let's go. I'll take you out to play. Don't stay here all day. Little Fire Phoenix, who originally didn't want to go out, heard her praise and his little lips curled up. All right then, since you wanted to go out so much, I'll go out and take a look. Little brat. She chuckled and patted his chubby little butt, causing him to blush and glare at her. I want to change my clothes. I'll go out after changing my clothes. In the end, little Fire Phoenix, who had changed his clothes, was brought out by Fengjiu. When she appeared in the room, she let little Fire Phoenix play in the residence by himself. She had Lung Shuang prepare hot water for her to take a bath as she asked about what had happened recently. The people from the Lin family have arrived in Yinhua City. The young disciples of the Lin family came to visit 2 days ago, but they were not allowed to enter. Luo Yu sent them away, telling them that Master is cultivating and will not be receiving guests. The monarchs of the various small countries have also arrived one after another. There are also some members of the royal family accompanying them. They have all been arranged to stay in the palace. The Phoenix Guards have sorted out the information of the various monarchs and the members of the royal family. Once Master comes out of seclusion, you can check it. She took a hot bath and listened to Lung Shuang's report. She got up and wiped the water off her body before putting on her clothes. She went to the dressing table and sat down. Lung Shuang came forward to dry her hair. Prepare some food for me and get them to bring the information over. Make some preparations and follow me into the palace later. She ordered, indicating for her to make the preparations. Yes, sir, Lung Shuang replied and walked out. After drying her hair, she tidied it up a little. She took out a silver ribbon and tied up a small strand of her hair. The rest of her hair fell naturally behind her back. It was simple and imposing, but did not lose its elegance and elegance. She went to the wardrobe and chose a white dress with silver cloud patterns embroidered on the collar, sleeves, and hem. After tidying it up, she walked out of the room. The maidservants had already laid out the food on the table. The chubby little Fire Phoenix was already sitting there and secretly drinking wine. Looking at little Fire Phoenix's flushed face, she was slightly stunned. You're secretly drinking wine? No. The moment the little fellow saw her, he immediately denied it. However, the fragrance of wine all over his body and his flushed little face couldn't lie. Chapter 601. The little guy didn't think much of it. He was of the fire attribute, and the wine was strong. The ginseng was also an item that could replenish vitality. Even if the two of them were added together, it wouldn't be a problem for him. At most, the flames in his body would only increase a little. Mistress, this is the information. Lung Shuang walked out and placed the things in front of her. After glancing at the little Fire Phoenix, he stood to the side. Fengjiu ate while flipping through the information. Other than the person's information, there was also a portrait of the person in the information. Thus, she could tell at a glance who the person in the information was. The meal took about 2 hours. After she finished flipping through the information, she passed it to Lung Shuang and asked, "Is the carriage ready? Call them up and let's enter the palace together." "It's ready. They're waiting outside the residence." She replied and pulled the little Fire Phoenix with one hand as they walked out. When Luo Yu and the others saw the little Fire Phoenix outside, their expressions changed slightly. They had seen this child once before. He had suddenly appeared and disappeared. They didn't expect him to appear in the residence again. "Greetings, mistress." The 8 of them returned to their senses and respectfully bowed. Fengjiu glanced at them and ordered, after entering the palace, "You will receive the Wind Palm Guards. Lead each small team and patrol the palace. During this time, don't let any accidents happen." "Yes." The few of them replied and watched as she brought the child who had obviously gained a lot of weight into the carriage. Only then did they follow the carriage to the palace. At this time, in the imperial palace, the monarchs of the surrounding small countries and their accompanying princes were all staying in the palace. They could move freely in the palace. Therefore, the young princes could often be seen gathering in some rockery, pavilions, or flower forests, drinking tea, tasting wine, admiring flowers, and chatting about beauties were the things that these princes talked about the most when they got together. But recently, they talked about the princess of the Phoenix dynasty, Fengqingge, more often. "I heard that the princess of the Phoenix dynasty has a beauty that can topple cities, and her elegance is unparalleled. It's just a pity that she doesn't usually live in the palace, but in the Feng manor. We've been in the palace for a few days, but we haven't seen this princess even once. I really want to know, is she really as beautiful as the rumors say? According to what I know, not only is she peerlessly beautiful, her methods and aura are also extraordinary. Before she became a princess, she dared to reject the marriage proposal of the Qing Tang Kingdom's crown prince. Such courage is not something that ordinary girls possess. After coming here, I really want to meet this princess called Feng Qinga. A well-dressed man casually said as he played with the cup in his hand. That pair of feminine eyes flashed with a wolf-like sharp light. A trace of interest flashed across his eyes, and an interested expression appeared on his face. That's right, I really want to meet her. However, there's no need to rush. On the day of the Phoenix Dynasty's retired emperor's wedding, she will definitely appear. The other prince also said, compared to the feminine prince, this prince was more of a strength type. Not to mention his appearance, just his sturdy body gave people a feeling that he had a lot of explosive power. Since there's nothing to do in the palace, why don't we go out and play together? One of the princes looked at the others and suggested. Chapter 602. I didn't think that there would be such a beauty in the palace. Look, that girl is really beautiful. He gestured for everyone to look. Everyone followed his line of sight and saw a woman in white walking slowly not far away. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, and her figure was exquisite. What attracted their attention the most was her beautiful face. It was truly a peerless beauty that could topple cities. Even the princes who were used to seeing beauties couldn't help but have their eyes light up. A stunning light flashed in their eyes. This girl's temperament is outstanding. Her clothes are simple but elegant. Her face is beautiful. She's probably Feng Qinga. The feminine prince sized up Feng Jiu not far away and made his judgment. When everyone heard this, they had different expressions. She's the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty. With such beauty, it's no wonder that even the crown prince of Enchanting fell in love at first sight. She's so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. Just now, you said that you didn't have the chance to see her. Now that she has appeared, it's really fate. Since that's the case, why don't we invite her over for a gathering? She's the host, so she naturally can't neglect us guests. What do you all think? The young but scarier prince asked with a smile. His gaze was fixed on Feng Jiu, not far away. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Of course, that's good. It's our honor to have such a beautiful princess accompany us, isn't it? As they spoke, they all smiled and walked over. They planned to block Feng Jiu's path and invite her to the pavilion. Feng Jiu held on to Little Fire Phoenix and walked into the palace. Behind her was the black-clothed Lung Shuang, while Luo Yu and the rest went to the Phoenix Guards. Those people keep staring at you. Little Fire held onto Feng Jiu with one hand and followed beside her with his short legs. He looked at those people with displeasure. They should be the princes from the neighboring countries. Don't worry about them. She didn't even look in their direction and continued walking. She planned to enter the palace to see how her grandfather's cultivation was going. She didn't plan to waste time with those people. But they're coming. As Little Fire Phoenix spoke, his eyes darted around. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as he finished speaking, the 7 or 8 men came in front of her and blocked her path. This must be the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty. I didn't expect to see her so soon. It's a pleasant surprise, a prince said with a smile. His eyes wandered over the beautiful Feng Jiu, and he did not even let Lung Shuang, who was standing behind her, off the hook. I've heard that the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty is devastatingly beautiful. Now that I've met her, I know that seeing is believing. Your Highness, the few of us are drinking wine and admiring the flowers over there. I wonder if the princess would be willing to do us the honor? Another prince said as he looked at Feng Jiu aggressively. Lung Shuang, who was following behind Feng Jiu, had a cold expression, especially when she saw them looking at her master with such disgusting eyes. Her murderous aura shot out. However, her master didn't say anything, so she couldn't be impudent. She could only suppress the urge to kill. Chapter 603. She lowered her eyes slightly and looked coldly at the hand in front of her. When she raised her eyes again, there was a smile in her eyes. Her eyes curved into crescents as she revealed a harmless smile. Her gaze swept past the sturdy man in front of her and looked at the people beside him. She smiled and said, "Princes, do you really want to have a gathering with me?" When everyone saw her revealing a woman's gentleness, They all laughed in their hearts. She was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. With so many of them blocking her way, how could she leave calmly? At that moment, someone laughed and said, "Princess is the host. No matter what, you should be the host, right?" That's right. We met Princess here and wanted to invite Princess to admire the flowers and wine in the pavilion. We hope Princess won't decline. If Princess doesn't like wine tasting, you can accompany us to walk around the palace. As long as Princess keeps us company, we will also like it. Another prince said as he stared at her with a burning gaze, looking at those wolf-like gazes landing on her, as if she was a harmless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The smile on Feng Mao's face deepened. She glanced at these people, then her eyes turned and she shook her head. What fun is there in drinking wine and admiring flowers? I don't like that. Oh, then what is Princess like? That feminine prince asked as he stared at her with a sharp gaze. He felt that this princess of the Phoenix dynasty was nothing more than this. She glanced at that person and said with a smile on her face, "When I'm free, I prefer to exchange pointers with others." Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. They didn't speak for a while and just stared at her. If princes are interested, I'm very willing to exchange pointers with you. I just don't know if you have the guts. She raised her eyebrows slightly as she looked at them. Didn't they want her to accompany them? She could accept it, but did they have the guts? When everyone heard her words, the first thought that came to their minds was that the princess of the Phoenix dynasty was said to have extraordinary skills. With this question in mind, they sized her up with their gazes. No matter how they looked, they couldn't imagine what was so scary about this delicate girl. In addition, after being provoked by her words, the proud and arrogant princes were naturally unwilling to say that they didn't have the guts, so they all agreed. Why wouldn't I? We are more than happy to have the princess spar with us. That's right. I've long heard that the princess's skills are extraordinary. This emperor also wants to experience it. Ha! I've long wanted to meet Her Highness. Naturally, I wouldn't miss this opportunity. The 7 princes laughed arrogantly, not thinking that this woman's strength was above theirs. One must know that they were able to follow their father here, so they must be the most outstanding among the princes. How could they be afraid of a mere woman? Since she said she wanted to spar, then they could take advantage of this opportunity to dampen the prestige of the Phoenix dynasty. In a fight between men and women, if there was any contact that shouldn't be there, it could only be attributed as unintentional. How could they let go of such an opportunity? However, just as their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation, they saw the beautiful woman frown slightly. A trace of distress appeared on her face as she shook her head. Chapter 604. Forget it? What do you mean, forget it? Just when they were looking forward to exchanging blows with her, they heard her say forget it. How could she forget it? Everyone fell silent as they stared at her in astonishment. Their mouths were so wide open that you could stuff an entire duck egg into them, especially when they saw the look of hesitation on her face, as well as the look of victory on her face. It made them even angrier. Little Fire Phoenix, who was being held by Fengjiu, rolled her eyes. She knew this woman was going to trick them. Exchanging blows with her? These idiots in front of her really wanted to beat her up. Princess, do you think you're inferior to us, so you dare to do it? That's right. Princess, you're looking down on us too much. Do you think we'll complain to our imperial father if we lose to the princess? Exchanging blows will not harm anyone's life, so it won't affect the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Princess, you can rest assured. That's right. Moreover, how did the princess know we'd lose? Exchanging blows with each other, maybe we accidentally hurt the princess? Seeing everyone talking, the feminine prince didn't say anything. He only stared at Fengjiu for a long time before saying, "If your highness really has some misgivings, why don't we sign a spar guarantee? Whether it's the princess or us, we'll be exchanging blows of our own free will. Even if we accidentally injure each other, we won't pursue the matter. How about it?" This little emperor thinks this is a good idea. That's right, this little emperor also agrees. That's right, sign the guarantee. This will save us a lot of trouble. Hearing everyone's agreement, they all stared at her, waiting for her to speak. Fengjiu smiled, revealing a harmless and pure smile. Of course, this way, this princess won't have to worry. Just as she finished speaking, Lung Shuang had already taken out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from his space and held it in front of Fengjiu with both hands. Fengjiu picked up her brush and wrote down the rules of the competition in a flamboyant manner. Both parties were willing to participate in the competition. If there was any accidental injury, there would be no investigation, and it would not damage the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Finally, she signed the 3 words Feng Qingge and signaled for the others to sign as well. Everyone stepped forward and took a look at it one by one. Thinking that it was feasible, they signed their names one after another. After Fengjiu put away the paper, a smile appeared on his face. After glancing at them, he led them to the martial arts field. At this moment, the 7 or 8 princes were filled with excitement and anticipation. They wanted to take advantage of her during the sparring and show off their might, but they didn't know that they had already fallen into the trap that Fengjiu had dug for them. Due to the gathering of people from various countries in the palace, the Phoenix Guards and protectors increased their patrols. In the past, there would be many people training here, so the training field was empty. Seeing that there were only a dozen or so protectors around the training field, the feminine prince looked at Fengjiu and asked, "How does the princess want to spar?" Fengjiu glanced at him and signaled for the little fire phoenix to stay by Lung Shuang's side and not run around. She then walked up to the competition field and stood on the stage looking down at the princes below with a smile. This princess still has matters to attend to and doesn't have time to delay for too long. It's quite time-consuming to have all of you come here one by one. How about this? All of you come together. It's simple, convenient, and fast. Hearing this, the 7 or 8 princes below were furious. 1 against 8? She really dared to say that. Chapter 605. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "That's fine too. If you want to stop the spar, you only need to admit defeat." Admit defeat? Hee, princess really knows how to joke. That prince sneered and cupped his hands in greeting. "Please." As soon as his voice fell, he did not show the courtesy of a gentleman and directly attacked Fengjiu. Fengjiu's lips curled slightly. The opponent's attack was too slow in her eyes and was full of openings. If she did not want to take advantage of this opportunity to take care of them, she really would not have bothered to make a move herself. The palm wind in front of her eyes was aimed at her. She moved her feet slightly and dodged to the side. Her hands did not move, and she only raised her leg to attack. She quickly kicked towards the back of the other party's knee. That prince who was unsteady sucked in a breath of air in pain. His knee could not withstand the force, and his entire body was thrown forward, almost falling to the ground in a sorry state. He turned around and saw that she did not even move her hands and only used her leg. He could not help but be furious and feel humiliated. He angrily asked, "Why didn't you make a move?" Fengjiu blinked. Her face was full of good intentions, but the words she said made him tremble in anger. This consort only needs to make a move with her leg. If this consort makes a move, I'm afraid that the prince will not be able to withstand it. His anger continued to rise. He no longer treated her as a girl. Circulating the profound energy in his palm, he suddenly rushed forward and sent a fierce palm strike towards her neck. Unexpectedly, Fengjiu raised her leg and kicked. Her foot was filled with profound energy, and although it seemed weak, it contained a hidden force. The kick struck the area between his thumb and forefinger. His hand went numb, and the profound energy in his palm was instantly dissolved. He only saw her fly out and send out a spinning kick. Pung, 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 pung. Several kicks landed on his body. Hiss! He cried out in pain. He lost his balance and staggered backwards. When the people below saw this, their expressions slightly changed. Another person jumped up. "I'll take on Her Highness the Princess." As soon as his voice fell, the prince who had leapt into the air swept out with his leg. It was a kick that could sweep away 1,000 soldiers. However, when Fengjiu's kick hit an acupuncture point on his inner thigh, an unbearable numbness attacked him, and he immediately fell to the ground in a sorry state. His legs were tightly clamped together, and he wanted to reach out and rub that sore, numb place, but because it was close to his crotch, he didn't want to be rude in front of others, so he forcefully endured it. For a moment, he could only be seen twisting left and right, secretly gasping for air, and even his expression became strange. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Feng Jiu asked kindly with a face full of concern. After some thought, she added, "Actually, I didn't use much strength in that kick. It shouldn't hurt that much." That prince's face was red as he held his breath. He could not even speak. It didn't hurt, but the numbness was as if millions of ants were gnawing on him. The numbness seeped into his bones, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. It was simply more unbearable than the sharp pain. Seeing that the two people who went up on the stage were defeated in one move, the faces of the people below were a bit ugly. They only felt that the strength of the two princes was too weak. They couldn't even take that kind of move. It was simply a disgrace to them. The remaining people looked at each other and continued. "Princess is indeed skilled. In order to prevent us from ending up like those two princes, we won't be polite." As soon as their voices fell, they jumped onto the stage and stood around Feng Jiu, trapping her in the middle. Chapter 606. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and swept her gaze across them. "All right, if I can't win, I'll definitely admit defeat. But you guys have to be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed out and her palm struck towards a prince in front of her. Her speed was so fast that the prince didn't even have time to dodge and was hit in the eye. Bang! Hiss! That prince sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly retreated after being hit by that fist. The pain from his eye made him unable to open his eyes, and he only felt a burning pain. Such fast skills. We won't hold back then. A person's voice rang out, and several figures instantly attacked Feng Jiu. The attacks came from all directions, and every move was ruthless. They didn't plan to leave any leeway. They only wanted to teach this arrogant princess of the Phoenix dynasty a lesson. However, the corners of Feng Jiu's mouth curled up when she saw them make a move. She circulated the profound energy aura on her body, and her speed was several times faster than before. Her white figure flitted past them, and one could faintly hear the sound of fists landing on the ground, accompanied by miserable cries of pain. Hiss! Amen! My eyes. Hearing the painful cries from the stage, the guards guarding the martial arts field quietly turned their heads to look at the stage. When they saw 7 or 8 people attacking their princess on the stage, they all shook their heads inwardly. That was their Phoenix dynasty's princess, the master of the Phoenix Guards. Not to mention that there were only 7 or 8 people besieging her. They had seen more than 10 people besieging her and not injuring her at all. On the contrary, everyone was ruthlessly taught a lesson in the end. Those princes were really bold. They wanted to fight with their master and didn't even ask around. They were really asking for a lesson. Watching the scene on the stage, below the stage, little Fire Phoenix fished out a ginseng from his bosom and asked while biting it, "Do you think they'll lose a layer of skin?" Long Shuang slightly lowered his head and glanced at him. "Even if they don't die, they'll lose a layer of skin." If it weren't for the fact that they were the princes of other countries who had come to attend the old master's marriage, just the fact that they dared to stare at their master with such impudent eyes was enough for them to die 100 times. Yeah, I think so too. Moreover, I was beaten up for nothing. The little fellow nodded and looked at those people sympathetically. He felt that these people were so stupid that he was speechless. How could such a person be a prince of country? It was obvious that no matter how much their country wanted to develop, it was impossible. The two of them watched from below. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, they saw a few people with bruised noses and swollen faces. Their faces were filled with fear, and when they opened their mouths to shout out the word, "I," they were sent flying by a punch, interrupting their words of surrender. Yes, with a pained grunt, the prince covered his mouth and stared in shock at the innocent-looking Feng Jiu. He opened his mouth, but was unable to say anything for a long time. He looked at the people beside him and saw that they were all bruised and swollen, with bruises around their eyes. Some of them even held their stomachs and retreated to the side. Seeing this scene, the prince swallowed his saliva and stretched out his hand. "I admit defeat." Chapter 607. The few of them immediately pounced forward after circulating their profound energy, wanting to grab hold of her legs and body, trapping her before teaching her a good lesson. Even the feminine prince and the burly prince no longer cared about their faces. Because they had been beaten up by Fengjiu until their heads were swollen like pigs, their hearts were filled with shame and anger. They only wanted to teach her a lesson, so they pounced forward as well. When Fengjiu saw this scene, she stared blankly for a moment before breaking into laughter. Princes, if you don't want to spar, you can just admit defeat. Why are you acting like fools? This is too disrespectful. Who knew that it would have been better if she had not said this? Once she said this, their faces turned ugly and their faces turned black. Admit defeat? They don't want to admit defeat? She had clearly not even given them the chance to admit defeat. Didn't they see that the prince who had admitted defeat was beaten every time he tried to speak? He had even been kicked off the stage. They were princes of a country after all. How could they really lose face like this? Furthermore, they did not believe that so many of them would not be able to defeat her alone. At this moment, they no longer thought that their foolishness was even more shameful than admitting defeat. Seeing this, Fengjiu did not want to play with them any longer. Furthermore, when she saw their bruised and swollen faces, her anger dissipated. After all, they were here to attend her grandfather's wedding, so she naturally could not go overboard. Hence, when she saw them pouncing over, she immediately kicked them off the stage. Some of them were kicked on the shoulders and rolled off the stage. Some of them were unlucky and were kicked on the face. There were also some who were kicked in the stomach and were sent flying. One by one, they rolled off the stage as groans of pain rang out. The princes who were originally dressed in bright and splendid clothes were now in a sorry state. Their faces were bruised and swollen, looking extremely comical. They crawled up from the ground. Their previous drive had been completely thwarted, and there was even a faint trace of reverence that came from their fists. Although they were a little arrogant, they knew in their hearts that Feng Qinga was able to fight against 8 people by herself because of her excellent skills and cultivation. It was only at this moment that they understood why she dared to refuse the marriage proposal from Qing Tang's crown prince. Why she dared to oppose Murong Bo when she was the only one left supporting the Feng manor. In addition to her skills and cultivation, she was also much more cunning than them. She caught them looking down on her and dug a hole to teach them a lesson. To put it nicely, this was a spar, but to put it bluntly, it was the price for their impudence. They were rushing forward to let her beat them up for nothing. Thinking of the guarantee that they had signed earlier, each of them felt so sullen that they were about to burst into flames. She had been scheming against them for a long time, and they had been so proud of themselves, looking forward to taking advantage of her during the sparring session. Who knew that before he could take advantage of her, he would be severely taught a lesson. Everyone, this competition is over. This consort won't be playing with you anymore. If you still don't have enough fun, feel free to continue here. This consort will be leaving first. Chapter 608. Fengjiu, who had left, had planned to see her father first. However, she heard from the phone way that her father was chatting with the kings of other countries, so she went to find her grandfather first. However, she did not find him in his palace. After asking around, she found out that he had gone to a bamboo forest in the palace. Take little fire to Lung Hua and then walk around. She instructed, indicating for Lung Shuang to take little fire to Lung Hua's side. Yes, Lung Shuang replied, looking at little fire phoenix. The little guy glanced at Fengjiu and left with Lung Shuang without saying anything. It was Fengjiu's first time in the bamboo forest in the palace. Because she did not live in the palace often, she had only heard of this place. Today was the first time she had stepped into this place. After walking for a while, she saw the green bamboo in front of her eyes. When the faint bamboo fragrance filled the air with a breeze, her entire state of mind also calmed down. She walked slowly. Perhaps it was because her state of mind was calm, but at this moment, she actually thought of Xianyuan Mose, who had been away for more than 2 months. After so long, he should have returned to the empire, right? The 1,000-year-old cold poison in his body had not been cured yet. Those suppressing pills would not last long. After returning, Would there really be an alchemist who could refine an antidote for him? She thought of the bottle of his blood in her space. After her grandfather's wedding, she would take some time to study it. She did not believe that with her talent in medicine and poison, she would not be able to cure the 1,000-year-old cold poison. When she arrived inside, she saw an old man dressed in gray sitting cross-legged on a large rock in the forest. His eyes were closed as he cultivated. Perhaps it was because he had advanced to the martial emperor realm. His originally silver-white hair had gradually turned gray. His face did not look as old as before. Instead, he looked 10 years younger than before. In the end, he still did not break through to the martial venerable realm. Well, to become a martial honor in such a short period of time, even with the help of medicine, was not an easy task. Unfortunately, she was still lacking in the field of alchemy. Even though she wanted to refine the rejuvenation pill, she still needed to deepen her understanding of alchemy. Perhaps sensing her arrival, the old man slowly opened his eyes. When his gaze fell on Fengjiu, his eyes were filled with love. "Little Feng, why are you just standing there quietly?" Fengjiu smiled and walked forward. "I want to see when Grandpa will notice me." Grandpa will know once you enter the bamboo forest." He smiled and gestured for her to sit on the big rock. He asked, "I heard for the Phoenix Guards that you were cultivating in seclusion. What did you come out?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over her body. When he saw that she had already entered the martial arts grandmaster realm, he could not help but be slightly surprised. "You're already a martial arts grandmaster?" To be able to become a martial arts grandmaster in such a short time, her talent was truly astonishing. Fengjiu smiled and nodded. She came to his side and sat down. She did not hide her cultivation, so he could naturally see it. However, he could only see the cultivation of her dark force. He could not see the cultivation of her spiritual qi. "I wanted to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, but I was stuck here. So, I didn't cultivate. I planned to wait until later." She smiled and looked at him curiously. "Grandpa, when Aunt Sushi came here, did you secretly go and take a look?" Chapter 609. Under his granddaughter's gaze, the old man revealed an embarrassed smile and could only say, "I haven't secretly gone to take a look. I only went to find Big Brother to drink a few cups of wine. All right, I won't tease grandfather anymore." She couldn't help but gently smile as she said, "I came today to see how grandfather's preparations were going. Seeing that you're in good condition today, I'm relieved." Grandfather is doing well, don't worry." The old man smiled as he looked at her. His heart was filled with joy. After all, he never thought that he would marry again at this age. In 2 days, grandfather's big day will be. These two shouldn't cultivate and should rest well. She warned, worried that he would cultivate too much and be too busy before the wedding, causing his body to not be able to take it. I know. Grandfather knows." He narrowed his eyes as he nodded. As if he thought of something, he said, "That's right, Feng Lass. The Lin family seems to have guessed your identity as the ghost doctor. If it wasn't for Big Brother mentioning it that day, Grandfather wouldn't have known that you added 100 bottles of medicine to the betrothal gifts." The betrothal gifts were all arranged by them. His son didn't tell him, and he didn't ask. After all, he had told him not to be disrespectful, but he never thought that the betrothal gifts would be so generous that it would shock him. Especially those 100 bottles of medicine. With Feng Lass's ghost doctor name, every bottle of medicine she refined was priceless, but she had refined 100 bottles in such a short time as a betrothal gift. When he found out about this, other than being shocked, he was also moved. She had already arranged everything and gave him enough face. How could he not be moved as a grandfather? Hearing this, Fengjiu revealed a smile. "Grandfather is getting married, so your granddaughter should also give a gift. I don't have anything else, but this medicine, I can refine it. You." He shook his head and looked at her lovingly and dotingly. Other people's treasures were hard to come by, but she could casually refine them. If people knew that the famous ghost doctor was his granddaughter, this threshold would be flattened by people who wanted to propose marriage. Fengjiu chatted with him for a while and told him about how she had just met those princes and took the opportunity to teach them a lesson, which made the old man laugh heartily. In the end, seeing that it was getting late, she left first to find her father. However, No one expected that the princes, who were covered in injuries, would be summoned by their father before they could even return to their residences. In Feng Zhao's palace, all the monarchs gathered together. More than a dozen monarchs of small ninth-ranked countries came as well. After chatting for a while, they said that they wanted to call their sons to come and pay a visit. In fact, it was just a gathering for the princes of the various countries to see who was the most outstanding among them. Some of these princes were gathered together, while others were not. Thus, other than the 8 who had been beaten up by Fengjiu, there were 6 or 7 who had been cultivating in their own rooms. When those 6 or 7 came to pay their respects, they sat behind their father. Each of them was dressed luxuriously and had an outstanding temperament. However, just as everyone was talking and laughing, a guard reported that the other princes had also arrived. Everyone in the main hall smiled and looked towards the door. Feng Xiao, who was sitting at the main seat, smiled and ordered for them to be quickly invited in. Chapter 610. What's going on? One of the monarchs stood up furiously and glared at his son who walked in. To be able to bring his son to the Phoenix dynasty, he must be the most outstanding among his many sons. He originally wanted to show everyone his son's bearing and elegance. But who would have thought that he would come in with a swollen face? What's going on with you all? Could it be that someone dares to lay a hand on you in the Phoenix dynasty's palace? Another monarch also spoke in a deep voice. The moment he released his aura, the entire hall felt the atmosphere solidify. When the others heard that monarch's words, they did not speak again. They only looked at their son with a swollen face and suppressed the anger in their hearts. They had really lost all face. Only a few of the monarchs had smiles on their faces. After their dignified gazes swept past the 8 people, they continued to sip their tea. They did not need to care. The one who was humiliated was not their son. In comparison, the princes of the other countries were nothing more than this. The princes sitting behind their father also had a look of surprise in their eyes. After being in the palace for a few days, they had met these people before, but they did not want to be in the same group as them. They did not expect to see all of them with swollen faces today. They were really curious. How did they end up with such injuries on their faces? It was too unsightly. At this moment, the 8 princes who walked in did not feel good either. Their faces were burning, but they did not know if it was due to embarrassment or pain. When they heard their father's summons, they even specially went back to change their clothes before coming. Otherwise, they would look even more miserable now. However, after losing face in front of the monarchs and princes of the other countries, they were a little embarrassed to meet others. Thinking that they had signed a guarantee, they could only swallow this matter in their stomachs. Otherwise, if they knew that the injuries on their faces were caused by the princess of the Phoenix dynasty, they would probably be even more embarrassed to meet others. It was originally 8 against 1, but they still lost in the end. They lost so badly that they could not even raise their heads. After exchanging glances with each other, the few of them bowed to the various monarchs in unison. Only then did the effeminate prince speak. It's like this. The few of us gathered together and had nothing to do, so we wanted to spar a little. However, we didn't expect that we would go overboard and end up with injuries all over our faces. We really shouldn't have made Imperial Father and the various monarchs worry. Hearing this, the others hurriedly stepped forward and said, Yes, we shouldn't have done that. It was just a spar, but we didn't expect to be so heavy-handed. We didn't expect it to be like this. Hearing this, everyone in the hall had different expressions. To be able to become the ruler of a country, they were naturally all shrewd people. Their words could only deceive others. It would be strange if they believed them. However, was there such a person in the palace who could teach them a lesson and make them help cover it up and not dare to say it out loud? They did not expect it. However, Feng Xiao, who was sitting on the main seat, glanced at the princes and coughed lightly. He took a sip of tea and covered the smile on his lips before speaking. Sparring is beneficial for the improvement of one's strength. In the past, the princes lived in their own countries, and it was extremely difficult for them to meet. To have this opportunity to spar, you will definitely benefit a lot. Hearing this, the 8 of them lowered their heads slightly and responded vaguely. Chapter 611. With the announcement of the princess's arrival, everyone in the hall turned to look. The princess of the Phoenix dynasty could be considered a legendary figure. First, her identity was stolen and she was disfigured. Then, she returned to take back her identity and took over the Phoenix token. Then, she broke off the engagement with Murong Ishian. When the Feng Manor was in trouble, she supported the Feng Manor by herself, and no one dared to offend her. She was fancied by the crown prince of Qing Tong, yet she dared to refuse the marriage and forced a marriage in front of the Feng Manor. The moment she acted, Qing Tang's guards were utterly defeated. In an instant, she took the lives of the generals and dared to let the blood of the invaders splash in front of the Feng Manor. She pulled down the previous ruler, Murong Bo, personally pushed her father onto the throne, changed the dynasty's name to the Phoenix Dynasty, and personally went to a third-tier country's Lin family to send the betrothal gifts to her grandfather. All of these were not things that normal women could compare to. They were curious about the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty. Rather than saying that they were here to attend the wedding of the retired emperor, it was better to say that they were here to meet the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty. They brought their most outstanding sons here for a reason. They wanted to see the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty and get a feel of her. Then, they would see if they could talk about the marriage. The Phoenix Dynasty was rising. If this princess was as outstanding as the rumors said, they naturally hoped that they could get this outstanding woman for their son. As for whether it would succeed or not, they were not worried. The matters of the young people were left to their own devices. Trying was still necessary. Even if the chances were slim, what if it really did succeed? Different from their father emperor, the princes that had been taught a lesson by Fengjiu instinctively stood to the side when they heard the princess's arrival. They felt that they were still a bit conspicuous standing there, so they all went to sit behind their father emperor. The other princes noticed their strange actions and were slightly surprised. Their thoughts turned, and they looked at the entrance of the hall. They saw a white-clothed woman slowly walk in. She did not have anyone accompanying her, but she was neither haughty nor servile. Her steps were light and calm as she walked in. The moment they saw the woman, the eyes of the young princes lit up. Her peerless beauty was one thing, but the most important thing was the incomparably noble aura she exuded. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her ink-black hair fell behind her back. She was elegant and unhurried. They only saw a faint smile on her beautiful face. The mysterious look in her clear eyes raised her beauty to a whole new level. It wasn't the gentle beauty of an ordinary woman, nor was it the cold and frosty kind of beauty. It wasn't the kind of beauty that was hot and alluring. The space between her brows emitted a dazzling expression like the blazing sun, and there was a trace of laziness in her expression. Her actions exuded confidence and calmness, and it was a kind of unrestrained carefreeness that came from her bones. It had the indolence that belonged to a woman, but it also had a calmness that was not inferior to a man. It was truly breathtaking and unforgettable. Fengjiu slowly walked into the hall. His gaze casually swept across the crowd in the hall. When he saw the few people sitting behind their imperial father with their heads lowered and half of their faces covered, a smile flashed across his eyes. These people actually came here. How interesting. Chapter 6:12. The various monarchs sized her up, and the smiles on their faces deepened. Even their tones became gentler, no longer as cold and stern as when they were lecturing their sons. Hee. I've long heard that your highness is outstanding. Seeing you today, I realize that the rumors are not even a tenth of the truth. That's right, reaching the martial ancestor realm at the age of 16. Such talent is truly rare. Compared to your highness, us princes are really too unremarkable. The various monarchs laughed as they spoke. The moment they saw Fengjiu, they had already decided that no matter what, they had to build a good relationship with the Phoenix Dynasty. With such a talented and outstanding daughter, in addition to Feng Xiao himself, Old Master Feng, and the Lin family of a third-rate powerful country, how could they still be on bad terms with the Phoenix Dynasty? And when their imperial father said that Fengjiu was a martial ancestor realm cultivator, the 8 princes who had their heads lowered, not daring to let Fengjiu see them, suddenly raised their heads. They were stunned and angrily glared at the elegant and beautiful woman, their hearts filled with anger. She was actually a martial ancestor realm cultivator. How could she be a martial ancestor realm cultivator? A martial ancestor realm cultivator actually had the nerve to spar with them, who were only at the martial grandmaster realm. She was too brazen and shameless. They all angrily glared at the woman who was smiling and talking to their imperial father. At this moment, her actions were graceful and magnanimous. Where was the pure and innocent expression she had when she was trying to lure them into a trap? This was simply a harmless little white rabbit on the outside, but in reality, she was a cunning jade-faced fox. Just as they were angrily glaring at her, they heard their imperial father's laughing voice. They were so shocked that they hurriedly hid the anger on their faces, sat down properly, and lowered their eyes to listen. "My sons, it's rare for you to come to the Phoenix dynasty, and Her Highness is so outstanding. You must seize this opportunity and ask Her Highness to give you more pointers." Hearing this, the 8 princes who were lowering their eyes secretly gritted their teeth in anger. They had already been given pointers. Wasn't the bruises on their faces caused by her? However, they didn't dare to disobey. They could only reply, "Yes, we will remember Imperial Father's instructions. We will definitely seek Your Highness for guidance." When Fengjiu heard this, he smiled and said, "I don't dare to give advice. If the princes don't mind, this prince is very willing to exchange some pointers with you." When she mentioned the word spar, her smiling eyes fell on those people. There was a smile in her eyes that only they could understand. "Ha, good, good, good. With the princess's words, we can rest assured." All the monarchs laughed heartily. From their point of view, they could exchange pointers with Fengjiu. Firstly, they could receive her guidance. Secondly, they could get closer to her. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Only the 8 princes could not help but touch their faces after hearing her words. They felt that the wounds on their faces were hurting again. After a while, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the father and daughter pair in the main hall. Feng Xiao looked at her with a smile and said, "How did those people offend you? You've actually taught them a lesson to the point where it's hard for people not to notice them." Fengjiu smiled and came to his side. She held his arm and sat down. "When I entered the palace, they stopped me and asked me to accompany them to drink wine and admire flowers. I said that drinking wine and admiring flowers were boring, so I brought them to play something more interesting." Chapter 613. Thus, Fengjiu told him how he made them sign the letter of guarantee, which made him laugh out loud. In the next 2 days, Fengjiu stayed in the palace and helped to entertain the kings of the various countries. As for the wedding, they asked Old Man Gung and some of the elders in the palace to make arrangements. They were very busy. To their surprise, Guanxilian finally rushed back to Yunhua City the day before Old Man Gung's wedding. On the 13th day of the 12th lunar month, in the morning of the wedding, 3 firecrackers were set off in front of the palace. 12 cultivators flew out of the imperial palace on their flying swords. On each of their flying swords stood a young Pallas made with a flower basket in her hand. They were all wearing pink dresses and had light eyebrows. Each of them was delicate and pretty, very pleasing to the eye. The cultivators on the swords brought them to the sky above Yunhua City and sprinkled the wedding candies that they had prepared. Deafening sounds of firecrackers were also heard in the sky above Yunhua City. They were like dazzling fireworks before scattering below Yunhua City. In that instant, if one looked up, they would see the sky above Yunhua City filled with firecrackers like fireworks. The palace maids sprinkled the wedding candies from the sky, causing the adults and children of Yunhua City to be very happy. After the 12 sword-controlling cultivators sprinkled the water twice, they returned to the top of the palace's main gate. At this time, a majestic wedding procession was setting off from the main gate. The dazzling red color made the entire wedding procession exude a festive atmosphere. Old Master Feng, who was dressed in a festive red robe, rode on Old White's back. In addition to the big red flower ball tied to Old White's front, there was also a big red flower ball tied to his body. Today, he looked very energetic and had a joyful smile on his face. Behind him was a palanquin with 8 people. Behind the palanquin were 8 Pallas maids with baskets of flowers in their hands. As they walked, they sprinkled fresh flower petals. The sound of flutes and drums was joyous. It attracted the attention of the adults and children in the city as they followed the procession to the bridegroom. When the old man went to the wedding procession, Feng Xiao and Feng Jiu stood on the roof of the palace and watched from afar. Feng Xiao couldn't help but smile emotionally. Seeing the old man get married, I actually feel like I'm watching my son get married. Haha. Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. There was a smile in her eyes. She joked, "It turns out that I'm not the only one who has this feeling. Father actually has it too. Haha. Let's just talk about this here. We can't let the old man hear this. Otherwise, he'll definitely scold us." Feng Xiao laughed loudly. He felt this way because his family hadn't held a wedding in a long time, especially since the one holding the wedding was not his daughter, but his father. Naturally, he would have this strange feeling. While the father and daughter were chatting as they watched the wedding procession from a high place, the Lin family was also bustling with excitement. The bridal sedan is almost here. How's Sushi's preparation? Lin Boheng walked in and saw that the room was bustling with activity. Some people were carrying this, and some were carrying that. Chapter 614. Amidst the tension, the sound of a sedan chair arriving came from outside. Thus, Lin Boheng came to Sushi's side. "Sushi, San Yuan is here to pick you up. Big Brother will send you to the sedan chair." "Thank you, Big Brother." Under the bridal veil, Sushi was as beautiful as a flower, as she softly said. Lin Boheng bent down, carried her on his back, and personally sent her to the sedan chair. After a series of ceremonies, the wedding procession majestically went to the palace after picking up the bride. The Lin family also went to send the bride off and went to the palace together. The commoners in the city followed them all the way until they arrived at the palace gates. They watched as the Emperor Emeritus dismounted from his horse, personally kicked open the sedan chair door, and led the bride into the palace. It wasn't until the newlyweds' figures disappeared that everyone reluctantly left. Because the wedding procession circled around the city, it wasn't early anymore. However, they calculated the auspicious time and arrived at the Lin family's residence to pick up the bride. Then, they brought her back to the palace. After this, it was already past noon. When the newlyweds entered the palace, paid their respects to the Feng family's ancestors, and were sent to the bridal chamber, the wedding banquet outside had already begun. Perhaps it was because Feng Jiu had taught them a lesson, or perhaps it was because the monarchs of each country had given them instructions. But the people of each country got along peacefully at the wedding and didn't cause any problems. This made Feng Xiao secretly relieved. During the wedding banquet, Feng Xiao was responsible for entertaining the monarchs of each country and the princes. Old Man Geng and Guan Shilin were responsible for entertaining the family heads of each family. Feng Jiu was responsible for entertaining the people of the Lin family and also met the younger generation of the Lin family. The old man came out to entertain the guests during the banquet. He toasted table after table. Today, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The smile that came from the bottom of his heart made everyone happy for him. After all, he was the Emperor Emeritus. Naturally, no one dared to cause trouble in his bridal chamber. Thus, after toasting everyone, the old man left first. Everyone drank until late at night before going their separate ways. That night, after the hosts, Feng Xiao and Feng Jiu, sent everyone off, the father and daughter looked at each other and smiled. Feng Jiu looked at her grandfather's palace and smiled slyly. "Father, they've all left. Do you think we should go and mess around in grandfather's new room?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao was slightly stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. "Go back and rest. Don't make trouble. Otherwise, you'll scare your grandfather and the others." As he spoke, he yawned and said, "I've been busy the whole day. I'm going back to rest first. You should hurry back too." As he spoke, he left without waiting for her reply. His footsteps were slightly quick, as if he was afraid that she would say something that he could not answer. Looking at her father's fleeing figure, she turned her gaze and rubbed her chin, muttering to herself, "Will he be scared? Sigh, forget it. Tonight is Grandpa's big night. I'd better not go and cause trouble." She chuckled and then turned to return to the palace. The next day, around 7 a.m., Feng Xiao and Feng Jiu came to the main hall to serve tea to the old man and Sushi. This was a cup of tea that acknowledged her as part of their family. It was a cup of tea to the elders. "Father, mother, please drink tea." Feng Xiao respectfully served tea to the two of them. He felt a bit awkward when he called out his mother. After all, the person he called mother looked like his daughter. One could imagine how sullen it was. Chapter 615. The old man and Sushi looked at each other with a smile on their faces. After drinking his tea, Sushi gave him a gift. Then Feng Jiu served them tea and also received the gift that Sushi had prepared for her. The few of them chatted for a while in the palace before Feng Xiao left first. Because today all the kings of the various countries were leaving, he had to make arrangements to send them off. Feng Jiu stayed behind to chat for a while and then left. Because after her grandfather's wedding, she planned to go to the Peach Blossom Cove to cultivate in seclusion and wait for the enrollment day of the 6-Star Academy. "Big brother and the others are going back today. Let's go send them off." Sushi looked at the people around her and said, her face overflowing with a happy smile. After waiting for so many years, she finally got the result. Naturally, she was full of joy. "Okay," Old Master Feng replied and accompanied her to send them off. Before the two people's wedding, people from all over the world came, and it was very lively. After the wedding, everyone returned to their own places. Even Guan Shilin once again went out with the black market mercenaries to gain experience. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In the Peach Blossom Cove, the old man who was sweeping the floor heard the sound of a furnace exploding. He could not help but look towards the alchemy room. This was the 42nd time this month that a furnace had exploded. The people from the black market had been very busy recently, and were all busy delivering alchemy furnaces to her. Cough, cough. Feng Jiu's body was pitch black. Even her hair was burnt by the flames from the alchemy furnace. Her hair was slightly curled up and emitted a burnt smell. Her face was gray, and her hair was disheveled. She covered her mouth and nose as she ran out of the alchemy room. When she arrived at the courtyard, she took a deep breath and frowned. She said to herself, "This is not right. I clearly control the fire very well. How could the furnace explode? What is wrong? Could it be that the amount of 100 withering grass was too much?" Thinking of this, she ran into the alchemy room and took out a new alchemy furnace from her space and began a new experiment. However, for hours later, another rumbling sound rang out. This time, the pill furnace wasn't destroyed. Instead, a fierce stream of air rushed out from within the pill furnace. With another rumbling sound, the pill furnace's spiritual ingredients were all destroyed. Another failure. The cauldron didn't explode this time, and it's not because of the large quantity of 100 withering grass. Then, the only explanation is that the medicinal properties repel each other. She sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Her entire body was black, and she was deep in thought. Her eyes were filled with determination. For the past 3 months, other than concocting medicine for the black market to auction, she had been researching alchemy. However, she hadn't expected that she would be unable to refine a level 3 life essence pill, even though she had already refined a spirit herb that could trigger heavenly lightning. She couldn't help but wonder if she had really been lucky when she had refined the pill. "I don't believe it." Her eyes were resolute as she tried again. Under the peach blossom tree in the courtyard, the old man sat quietly and looked at the courtyard where the alchemy room was located. For hours later, when he didn't hear any more explosions, he slowly closed his eyes and sat there like an old monk in meditation. It wasn't until another 2 hours later that he heard the laughter of the woman in the courtyard that he opened his eyes and slowly turned around to leave. In the alchemy room, Feng Jiu was laughing. He was happy that after failing dozens of times, he had finally succeeded in refining the life essence pill. Chapter 616. In her palm, there were 2 Longan-sized pills, one dark red and the other black. These 2 pills didn't even have pill veins on them, but they exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. She didn't know if they were useless pills, but whether they were poisonous or not, she didn't know because their colors were completely different from what was written on the pill recipe. The pill furnace didn't explode, the spiritual herbs weren't mixed up, and there's also a medicinal fragrance wafting out, but how did they become 2 strange pills? This kind of medicinal pill is definitely not the life essence pill. It can only be used to make the life essence pill. She was also confused. She had clearly followed the pill recipe to refine the pills, without making any mistakes in the steps or using the wrong ingredients. But how did she manage to refine two strange pills that even she didn't know what they were? She took the two strange pills to the side and took out the large collection of pill recipes from her space to carefully compare them, but she couldn't find any clues. Finally, she used a silver needle to test whether the two pills were poisonous or not. After testing them with the silver needle, they were still silvery white. She could only remember the refining steps, method, and dosage of these two strange pills. She put away the two strange pills and continued to refine them. Although they weren't life essence pills, they were still pills, weren't they? So, she tried to refine the pills again. She tried to change the pill recipe and added some spiritual herbs that she felt were desirable. This experiment took another half a month. Over the past few days, she had long forgotten her original intention of refining the life origin pill. Due to her repeated failures, she had tried to change it again and again. She was so persistent in refining it that she had even forgotten to eat and sleep. She was on the verge of going crazy. Finally, half a month later, when she saw the two brown origin longevity pills with floating pill veins, she finally revealed a relieved and happy smile. It's finally done. Third-level life essence pills, improved life essence pills. A third-level life essence pill can increase one's lifespan by 3 years. I've finally refined them. Her eyes shone with joy as she hurriedly recorded the refining method. After putting away the two life essence pills, she walked out of the alchemy room. She planned to return to the courtyard to wash her clothes, which she hadn't changed for a long time, when she saw the old man sweeping the fallen leaves not far away. Her eyes moved slightly, and she walked toward him. When she arrived in front of him, she took out a bottle from her space and said, "This is the life essence pill I refined. Take it." Saying so, she stuffed the bottle into his hand and left. The old man's lowered gaze moved slightly. He looked at the bottle in his hand and slowly lifted his head to look at the dirty figure who had turned around and left. He pursed his lips slightly and just stood there quietly. He poured out the medicinal pills from the bottle and remained silent for a long time. Feng Jiu went back and reorganized herself. Because she came here to cultivate in seclusion, she didn't even bring Lung Xuan with her, so she had to do some things herself. After taking a bath, she looked at her black hair in the mirror and couldn't help shaking her head and chuckling. 2 life essence pills, and you're already like this. You're really in a sorry state. Sure enough, life essence pills can't be compared to medicines. Their medicinal effects are outstanding, and refining them isn't that simple. She sighed. After trimming her hair, she drank a bottle of medicine and fell asleep on the bed. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. In the end, she woke up from hunger and got up. Chapter 617. The old man glanced at her and returned to the kitchen. Not long after, he came out with a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of her. At the same time, he moved the small in front of her and continued to eat without saying anything. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised when she saw this. She walked forward and sat down. Looking at the bowl of porridge in front of her, there was a green lotus seed in the middle, and it emitted a lotus fragrance. For me? The old man did not reply. Feng Jiu did not wait for him to reply and ate 2 mouthfuls of porridge with a spoon. When she scooped up the green lotus seed, she looked at it and asked, "This lotus seed is not ripe yet, right? Why does it have such a strong lotus fragrance?" As she spoke, she put the green lotus seed into her mouth and chewed. She frowned. It is indeed not ripe, and it is very hard to chew it open. She chewed a few times in her mouth, but she really could not chew it open. However, the lotus seed's fragrance was really strong. Hence, she smiled and said, "It's really fragrant. If you can't chew it open, just swallow it. Don't waste it." Hearing this, the old man looked up and saw her swallow the lotus seed. His eyes moved slightly, and he continued to eat the porridge in front of him without saying anything. Feng Jiu scooped around in the porridge and asked, "Why is there only 1 lotus seed?" Although the lotus seed was hard to chew, there was only 1 in this bowl of porridge. Wasn't that too little? She still wanted to eat a few more. The old man's hand that was scooping the porridge paused. He did not raise his head and said, "One is enough." As he spoke, he finished the porridge and tidied up the things in front of him. He turned and went into the kitchen. Not long after, he came out and left without saying a word. Fengjiu held her chin with one hand and looked at the old man's back as he walked away. She blinked and whispered, "It's only the middle of 3 months. There are already lotus seeds? However, this lotus seed's fragrance is really good. I wonder what kind it is." She ate a few more mouthfuls of porridge. The lotus seed's fragrance in her mouth spread on the tip of her tongue, leaving a rich aftertaste. After filling her stomach, she returned to her courtyard to cultivate. The matter of swallowing the green lotus seed, which was emitting a rich fragrance, was quickly forgotten by her. As time passed, the day of enrollment for the School of Stars and Clouds was getting closer and closer. On this day, after she gave some instructions to the few ghost cultivators who were cultivating in the Peach Blossom Cove, she also gave some instructions to the old man who was sweeping the floor. The general idea was that she would be leaving for the Green Soaring Kingdom's 6-star academy, Star Cloud Academy, to cultivate, and would not be back in a short period of time. So she asked them to take care of this place before returning to the Imperial Palace. After arranging everything, she spoke with her family in the main hall for a while and listened to their advice and instructions. "Xiao Jiao, aren't you going to bring anyone with you this time? If he went to the 6-star academy alone, how could he not have someone by his side? Why don't we transfer Lung Shuang from the Phoenix Guard Battalion to go with you?" "No need, no need. Let her stay in the Phoenix Guard Battalion to cultivate. I will go back to the academy alone. When I get there will be arrangements." She smiled and waved her hand, saying, "If there is anything, just send me a letter." Shi Lin sent a letter saying that he is outside with the mercenaries. When the time comes, he will go directly to the School of Stars and Clouds and will not come back. "Then, won't you be going alone?" The old man looked at her with some worry. Although her strength was outstanding, but the people in the School of Stars and Clouds were all elite disciples from different countries. Each one of them had amazing talent. How could she go alone without someone to look after her? Chapter 618. 3 days later, on a mountain road outside the city of Enchanting Kingdom, the handsome Feng Jiuqi, who was dressed in a red robe, sat on the back of Lao Bai. He was obviously a handsome and elegant young man, who exuded an air of nobility from head to toe, but he gave off an unrestrained and lazy aura. One of her legs hung naturally by Lao Bai's side, while the other was curled up on Lao Bai's back. She held a strand of dog's tail grass in her mouth as she leisurely walked towards the city. There was a flying ship for long-distance travel, so the journey wouldn't take too long. After bidding farewell to her family, she once again set foot on the territory of Enchanting Kingdom. Riding on Old White, she walked leisurely towards Star Cloud City, where the College of Stars and Clouds was located. Star Cloud City was a city located at the northernmost part of Enchanting Kingdom. Behind it was the most dangerous place in Enchanting Kingdom, the Black Sand Forest. Although Star Cloud City belonged to Enchanting Kingdom, it was not under the jurisdiction of the royal family of Enchanting Kingdom. However, it was also the most prosperous city in Enchanting Kingdom. The clans that were able to take root in Star Cloud City were all big clans that even the royal family of Enchanting Kingdom had to show respect to. This was also the intersection of the various countries. As the College of Stars and Clouds was a 6-star academy, even the big clans and powers here did not dare to offend them. This was because they were only a branch of the College of Stars and Clouds. The foundation of the College of Stars and Clouds was so big that no clan could go against it. She was looking forward to the College of Stars and Clouds. Along the way into the city, she paid the entrance fee and allowed Old White to walk on his own, leisurely shuttling through the city. TSK, as expected of Star Cloud City. This place is even more prosperous than Dian's Three River City. She clicked her tongue and murmured softly. She looked at the people coming and going on the wide street. Spirit beast carriages shuttled through the streets, and there were many young people like her, riding on the backs of spirit beasts. On both sides of the street, shops stood in great numbers. At the beginning and end of the alley, hawkers set up stalls and shouted loudly. There were even people who were trading and bargaining, arguing until their faces and ears turned red. Young master, young master. Someone was shouting, but Feng Jiu ignored it. She looked around from time to time, and she heard that the voice was still rising. That young master in red riding a white horse. Look here, look here. A young master in red riding a white horse? Her? She lowered her head to look at the red robe on her body, took out the dog's tail grass from her mouth, and looked up in the direction of the voice. She saw a skinny teenager of 14 or 15 years old standing in front of a shop, waving at her with a smile on his face. He carried a small wooden box in front of his chest, and she didn't know what he was selling. At this time, he was busy selling things and collecting money. She raised her eyebrows and pointed at herself. You're calling me? Right. The skinny young man hurriedly nodded in response. He smiled at the person who bought the item and said that he would come again next time. Then, he hurriedly ran over to her. Young master, are you from another city? Are you familiar with the city? Do you need someone to lead the way? I'm very familiar with Star Cloud City. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to know the most beautiful scenery? Where do you want to know the most comfortable inn? Where do you want to know the most unique street food? I know everything. Perhaps it was because he often basked in the sun. The skinny young man's skin was dark, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. He gave people a feeling of shrewdness and flexibility. Chapter 619. Hearing this, the young man grinned under the sunlight, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Not much. 10 silver coins is enough. Thus, Feng Jiu took out 10 silver coins and handed it to him, then followed the young man around Star Cloud City. The young man led the old horse as he explained some things about Star Cloud City, including which family's master was the most powerful in the city and should not be provoked, which family's young master was the most outstanding, and which family's young master was the most beautiful. The Star Cloud City gathers the most of all places, and it is divided into 4 major cities: East, West, North, and South. The East has the black market, the West has the Pharmacist Guild, the South has the largest auction house, and the North has the Mercenary Guild. Young master, in Star Cloud City, other than those aristocratic families, you must not provoke these 4 powers either. As the young man spoke, he occasionally turned back to look at the red-robed young man sitting on the horse. He saw that the red-robed young man was playing with the dog's tail grass in his hand, looking around curiously. It was unknown if the red-robed young man was listening to him. Seeing this, he continued, If we're talking about the inns to stay in, then Star Cloud City is. Before he could finish, he saw a luxurious beast carriage speeding towards them. He quickly pulled Lao Bai to the side to prevent it from colliding with the spirit beast carriage in front. Feng Jiu looked over and saw the 4 spirit beasts pulling the carriage side by side. They looked like horses, but they were not horses. They looked a little like rhinoceroses, and they galloped on a crowded street without slowing down, causing the people on the street to cry out in alarm and avoid them. In the midst of the panic, a child standing in front of a sugar figurine with his finger in his mouth looked at the vendor who was making sugar figurines. However, when a vendor saw the 4 spirit beast carriages galloping towards them, he was so shocked that he hurriedly dragged his stall behind. The child with his finger in his mouth wanted to follow, but he was knocked down by a running commoner, and his small body rolled onto the street. Seeing the spirit beast carriages galloping towards them, and seeing the crying child who was unaware of the danger, the surrounding commoners gasped and cried out in alarm. Hiss! That spirit beast carriage did not stop. That child is still in the middle of the street. Whose child is that? At this moment, a woman ran out of the shop. When she saw the child on the street, she was so shocked that her face turned pale. My child. She ran over, but the spirit beast carriage was much faster than her. Feng Jiu, who sat on Senior White's back, couldn't help but frown when she saw that the spirit beast carriage didn't stop, and the driver was actually waving his whip and shouting anxiously, as if he didn't take that life seriously. She was just about to fly up and take the child away when she saw a light blue and graceful figure flash down from the 2nd floor of a restaurant. In just the blink of an eye, the child was rescued by that person. She brought the child to the child's mother and seemed to tell her something. The woman nodded and thanked the woman gratefully. The spirit beast carriage sped past without stopping, only stirring up a cloud of dust on the road. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they watched the young woman save the child. They couldn't help but cheer out loud. So fast. Cheers and praises rang out. The crowd's gazes also landed on the young woman in a dress. When they saw the woman's face clearly, they could not help but be stunned. There were even people who recognized the woman and cried out in pleasant surprise. Chapter 620. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a white dress quickly walked down from the restaurant. She walked up to Yi Jing worriedly and complained, "Ah, Jing, you scared me to death. How could you just jump down from the second floor like that? That bee's carriage was moving so fast, and there were 4 bees traveling together. What would have happened if you had been half a step slower and got hit?" Yi Jing revealed a gentle smile. "I won't. I saw that I could save him. That's why I jumped down from the second floor. I know what I'm doing and won't hurt him. Moreover, that child's situation was also very dangerous." Yes. You only care about others and don't worry about yourself. You scared me so much that I broke out in cold sweat." The woman in white continued to scold her. She looked her up and down and said, "Are you really not hurt?" She lightly shook her head and smiled. "I'm not hurt. It's good that you're not hurt. You see, you've been in the limelight the moment you stepped out of the Academy's gates. You really are one of our Academy's top 10 geniuses, Yi Jing." The woman in white joked. Yi Jing smiled and said, "Let's go." "Okay," the woman in white replied. She held her hand, and they left together under the gaze of the crowd. Fengjiu rubbed her chin and watched the beauty's figure gradually disappear into the distance. From her point of view, that Yi Jing was indeed a rare beauty. The way she jumped down from the second floor was also very good. It could be seen that not only was her appearance outstanding, even her cultivation was not ordinary. The Academy of Stars and Clouds, top 10 geniuses? Yes, it really made people look forward to it. "Ah, it's actually Yi Jing. I didn't expect to see her here. She's my goddess." The tanned youth who was holding White's hand excitedly looked at the beauty who was already far away. Because of his excitement, he didn't even realize that the rope was loosened. Fengjiu also didn't notice. Looking at the tanned youth's excited expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was about to use the green foxtail in her hand to call him back to reality, she saw White's nose snort out 2 breaths. It excitedly kicked its hooves and actually started a chase after the beauty Yi Jing. "White, what are you doing?" Fengjiu's face was filled with astonishment. She was originally sitting with one leg bent when Lao Bai galloped wildly, and she almost fell off the horse's back. Fortunately, she hurriedly adjusted her sitting position and clamped her legs tightly around Lao Bai's abdomen. Even so, under Lao Bai's mad galloping, she could only rely on her legs clamped tightly around Lao Bai's abdomen to stabilize herself. She was almost thrown off several times. Old Bai stopped. As she drank, the horse's rope fell in front of her, and she couldn't grab it with her hands. Moreover, Lao Bai was excitedly jumping and twisting the horse's hips. No matter how she shouted, it wouldn't stop. She was sitting on Lao Bai, who was jumping and twisting all over the place, and her but hurt. Just as she was bending down slightly to try and grab the rope, she saw Lao Bai, who was running wildly, suddenly stop. It didn't matter if it stopped, but at the same time, the force and momentum of its running caused her to fall forward fiercely. When Yi Jing and the white-clothed woman heard the commotion behind them, they stopped and turned around to look. But when they looked, the two of them couldn't help but be startled. They saw that the white horse was still jumping and twisting its hips as it ran. The red-clothed youth sitting on the horse's back was shaken to the point that he swayed and almost fell off a few times. Chapter 621. Yi Jing stared in astonishment at the young man in red who was flung away. She couldn't react in time and only felt her mind go blank. Her body instinctively retreated step by step in an attempt to avoid him. However, she didn't know why she stepped on her skirt while retreating. She lost her balance and fell backwards. Before she could stabilize her body, she was violently knocked to the ground by the young man in red who had pounced on her. "Ah!" 2 muffled groans could be heard from the surrounding crowd. In an instant, the surrounding crowd was stunned. They stared in astonishment at the young man in red who had pushed Yi Jing to the ground. Fengjiu was flung away, but he didn't feel the pain of falling to the ground. Beneath him, there was something soft and there was a faint fragrance of a woman. Just as he was about to get up, he felt that something wasn't right. It was as if his hands were holding onto something soft. He couldn't help but move his palms and pinch it. In that instant, gasps could be heard from all around, accompanied by cries of surprise. She didn't even have time to think about what the soft and springy feeling in her palm was. Just as she raised her head, she met the stunned and startled face of the young girl beneath her. He looked at the beautiful young girl on top of him and remembered her actions of saving the child. He smiled and said, "Okay," before he could finish his sentence, he saw the face of the person beneath him turn from pale to red. In anger and embarrassment, she raised her hand to slap Fengjiu. At the same time, she scolded, "Pervert! Hey, don't hit me!" Fengjiu naturally raised his hand to block the slap. He changed from pouncing on the young girl to sitting between her waist and abdomen. When he sat up, he realized that he had been grabbed and pinched a few times in his palms. He felt a familiar soft touch. It was actually the softest and most voluptuous breast of the girl beneath him. For a moment, she was also stunned and dumbfounded. No wonder the girl's face was red with embarrassment and anger. Could it be that the surrounding gasps and cries of surprise were heard? She actually pounced on the top 10 prodigy of the School of Stars and Clouds, a beauty called Yi Jing, in front of so many people. She even acted like a hooligan and touched and pinched the girl's voluptuous bosom in front of so many people. This that I didn't do it on purpose. She quickly jumped up and shouted. She even felt guilty and didn't dare to fight with the girl. The lady in white seemed to have recovered from her shock as she pointed angrily at Fengjiu and barked, "You pervert! You actually dared to touch her on the street. Do you know that she's one of the top 10 prodigies of the Star Cloud realm? Yi Jing." It would have been better if she didn't say anything. Once she did, some of the people around who didn't know Yi Jing exclaimed in surprise. So she's Yi Jing. She's one of the 10 prodigies of the Star Cloud realm. Besides her looks, her cultivation isn't bad either. Who would have thought that she would be taken advantage of by that young man on the street? That for a moment, discussions broke out everywhere. Everyone looked at the woman who stood up from the ground with reddened eyes. She was embarrassed and angry. However, Fengjiu didn't look at Yi Jing, who stood up. Instead, he glanced at the woman in white who helped Yi Jing up. "Pervert! I'll kill you." After all, she was only a 16-year-old girl. Even though she had a gentle personality, she had never been humiliated in such a way. Her eyes turned red and mist gathered in her eyes. She waved her hand and attacked the red-clothed young man who had retreated to the side. Chapter 622. Fengjiu quickly jumped away and retreated step by step to avoid the attack. Seeing that the girl called Yi Jing was so embarrassed and angry, and being pointed at and gossiped about by the people around her, she felt extremely apologetic. Even though she was a girl, she was now wearing men's clothing. In the eyes of others, she was a man who took advantage of a girl. No matter what, she was in the wrong, because she saw that this girl called Yi Jing had saved the child and her aura was very gentle. She somewhat admired this Yi Jing. However, seeing that she was so embarrassed and angry that her eyes were red and she was holding back her tears, she felt extremely apologetic. Therefore, when she dodged, she slowed down a little and was hit by the palm without leaving a trace and was sent rolling to the ground. In reality, she was not hurt at all because Yi Jing was angry and embarrassed. Her palm did not move at all, as if she wanted to hit her to vent her anger. Therefore, she beat her at her own game and went along with her plan. Don't hit me. I really didn't do it on purpose, ah." She was kicked and rolled to the ground. Her red clothes rolled on the ground and were covered in dust. She waved her hands and shouted in panic. After standing up, she ran to chase after Yi Jing again. Her sorry appearance amused the people who were pointing at Yi Jing and gossiping, and they could not help but laugh. "Look at that young man. He's been beaten so badly. Serves him right. Who told him to take advantage of a girl? That's right. He should be beaten up to vent his anger. Look at that young man's horse, like horse. It's still swaying its hips, wagging its tail and drooling. That's right, I saw it too. That horse was even jumping and wagging its hips as it ran. What a strange horse. I can't tell its breed. Ha ha. Seeing its master get beaten up, it's still so excited. How funny. When she heard the people pointing at Yi Jing and talking about her and Lao Bai, Feng Jiu ran back to Lao Bai's side in panic and pulled Lao Bai, who was still drooling and smiling at Yi Jing, away. "Quick, Lao Bai, run!" She pulled with all her strength, but it was as if she could not pull him away. Her face was red with anxiety and panic. When she saw Yi Jing chasing after her and swinging a palm at her, she jumped up in shock and cried out involuntarily. "Ah, it's coming again. Don't hit me again. I really didn't do it on purpose." As she cried out, she hid by Lao Bai's side. When Lao Bai saw the beauty chasing after him, he opened his mouth and saliva flowed out again. He snorted and stuck out his tongue to lick the woman's face. Yi Jing saw that the youth was in a sorry state and hiding beside the horse with a frightened expression. After she calmed down, she knew that the youth had been flung away by the horse. However, whenever she thought of how the red-clothed youth had touched her, she felt extremely ashamed and angry. But now that she had vented her anger, she calmed down a bit. She also saw that the young man had taken quite a bit of beating from her, so her anger had dissipated quite a bit. She also saw that strange and perverted horse sticking its tongue out at her. She immediately took a step back in fright and glared angrily at the red-clothed young man. "Don't let me see you again." Feng Jiu blinked innocently and poked his head out. He saw Lao by pulling the white-clothed woman away quickly, then lowered his head to look at his sorry figure. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. He sighed softly and patted Lao Bai's head, then twisted his ear. Chapter 6:23. Lao Bai lowered his front hooves and wagged his rear buttocks. With his ears pinched, he didn't dare to escape. He could only whine in a low voice, trying to appease his master's anger. The dark-skinned young man, who was already dumbstruck, ran over. He looked at the intelligent, strange horse, and then looked at the young man in red who was covered in dust. He moved his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "Next time, if you dare to get too excited when you see a beauty, I will castrate you." Feng Jiu lowered his voice and whispered into Lao Bai's ear. His voice was cold and full of warning. When Lao Bai heard this, he immediately became listless. He didn't dare to move his wagging rear anymore. He lay down on the ground and whined in a low voice. "Umph." Feng Jiu grunted coldly before releasing her hand that was twisting its ear, and then she flicked off the dust on her body before she glanced at the young man that stood blankly at the side and said, "Which one did you say wasn't bad? Where is it? Lead the way." "Oh, yes. It's not far ahead. Young master, please follow me." The young man came back to his senses and hurriedly said. Seeing that the young master in red was leading the horse himself, he led the way. Previously, when he saw that the young master in red was unrestrained and lazy, he thought that he was a young master from an aristocratic family. He must have come to enroll in the school of stars and clouds. However, when he saw the scene just now, he immediately overturned that possibility. The young master in red was handsome and outstanding. He had been in Star Cloud City for many years and had never seen a man who could compare to his handsome appearance. However, the scene of him being beaten to the point of covering his head and scurrying away like a rat really made him lose his image. He didn't expect that such a noble young master would end up in such a sorry state. He reckoned that even in his family, he was just an ignorant and incompetent hedonistic young master. "Young master, this is the place." The dark-skinned youth brought Feng Jiu to the front of the magnificent inn and said, "This inn is famous in the eastern part of the city. It's quite spacious inside, and there's also a courtyard where the people of the inn can drink tea and chat. It's quite comfortable to live inside, but the price is also quite expensive." Feng Jiu responded and glanced at the inn. Seeing the guest, the waiter inside came out to greet him. "Young master, are you staying at an inn? Please come in. Keep an eye on my mount." She handed the reins to the waiter and then said to the tanned youth, "You can go back. I don't need you to lead the way. Right now, she just want to take a bath and have a good rest." The dark-skinned young man scratched his head in embarrassment. Then these 10 silver coins. He had only led the way for a short while and explained some things. It didn't seem right to take 10 silver coins from him. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and waved his hand. "It's yours." After saying that, she was about to walk into the inn. However, at this moment, the dark-skinned young man handed something over. She glanced sideways and saw the young man, smiling embarrassedly. "This is the map of Star Cloud City. I drew it and sold it. I'll give you a copy." As he spoke, he stuffed the map into Fengjiu's hands and quickly ran away. Chapter 624. After bathing, Fengjiu entered the space. In the space, besides a little fire phoenix, there was also the cloud-swallowing beast. Ever since the cloud-swallowing beast was placed in the space by Fengjiu to accompany the little fire phoenix, its original arrogance had been worn away. In front of an ancient mythical beast, even if it had evolved into a mythical beast, it still had to be obedient as a pet. When Fengjiu entered the space and saw the little fire phoenix cultivating, she was slightly surprised. Why was this little thing cultivating so obediently? She thought it was eating ginseng in the space again. She didn't expect that this time it would cultivate in the space without her saying anything. Seeing this, she sat cross-legged in the space and glanced at the cloud-swallowing beast that was obediently lying on the side. She hooked her finger and said, "Come here." When the cloud-swallowing beast saw this, it hurriedly got up and walked over to her, trying to please her. "Were you bullied by little fire in here?" She touched the fluffy fur of the cloud-swallowing beast and asked with a smile. When the cloud-swallowing beast heard this, it looked at the little figure that was cultivating and said, "Master, can I go out and accompany Old White?" Although the space was full of spiritual energy, the pressure of the ancient mythical beast was too strong. It was always on tenterhooks and couldn't cultivate well. Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at it and said, "Old White just caused me trouble. If you go out, there will be more trouble for the two of us." She stood up and said, "Cultivate well." In order to prevent it from talking, Fengjiu directly exited the space. She sighed and shook her head. All of them are troublesome. She didn't leave the room, but slept in the room. She didn't leave the inn until the sky gradually darkened. She walked around the place on the map and returned to the inn to rest late at night. However, she didn't sleep after returning, but sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. However, when she tried to circulate her spiritual energy, she found that the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly disappearing, as if it was being absorbed by something. She couldn't condense her spiritual energy. How could this be? Her expression changed slightly, and she frowned. She didn't believe it and continued to adjust her spiritual power. However, after trying a few times, she couldn't gather the spiritual power in her body, let alone circulate it. For this reason, she directly entered the space and sat cross-legged to cultivate. However, when she absorbed the rich spiritual power in the space and gathered it in her body, it strangely disappeared. She tried several times in a row, but it was the same. How could this be? She was a little startled. She checked her pulse, but there wasn't any problem. She also tried to use her profound energy aura. Profound energy could also be condensed, but the moment the spiritual energy aura entered her body, it seemed to be absorbed by something. It was like a bottomless pit, disappearing without a trace. Could it be the Dantian? But that doesn't make sense. She muttered softly and tried to calm her heart. After stabilizing her breathing, she relaxed her body and closed her eyes. She used her primordial spirit to probe her Dantian. However, when she saw her Dantian, she could not help but open her eyes in astonishment. Her face was filled with disbelief. How could that be? How could it be that green lotus seed? In her Dantian, there was a green lotus seed quietly lying there. She recognized it at a glance. It was the green lotus seed on the lotus porridge that the old man in the Peach Blossom Cove had brought her that day. Chapter 625. She had a strange look on her face as she sat in a daze, feeling incredulous and strange. Why was she unable to digest the thing she had eaten? It had even run into her Dantian? It had even absorbed the spiritual energy from within her body? What kind of lotus seed was that? If she had not been so far away, she would have run back and asked that old man where he had found that lotus seed for her to eat. If she had not digested it, it would have been delayed in her Dantian. The cloud-swallowing beast lay obediently on one side as its eyes darted around. It stared at its master, who had a strange look on her face, but did not dare to disturb her. It watched as she suddenly came in and sat there cross-legged to cultivate. Then She sat there in a daze for a while. Then, she got up and went to the place where the books were placed. She found an ancient book and took the book out in a flash. That night, Fengjiu spent the entire night searching for information in her room. She flipped through the ancient books and read everything related to lotus seeds. In the end, she only managed to find some small details about the chaos green lotus at the back of an ancient book. The chaos green lotus? That can't be right. She was a little dumbfounded. Compared to the small details about the chaos green lotus recorded in the ancient book, she had heard of the legend of the chaos green lotus as the order master of the secret order in her past life. However, she had always thought that it was just a legend, much less the chaos green lotus lying in her dantian. She reached out and touched her dantian as she murmured with a strange look on her face. If this really is the chaos green lotus, then I've really picked up a great treasure. However, that chaos green lotus is in my dantian and has absorbed spiritual energy. Could it be that I need to nourish it with spiritual energy? She thought about it in her room for a long time. Even though she only had a few clues, at least she knew the reason why the spiritual energy in her body had dissipated. She knew that even if the chaos green lotus in her dantian was not the chaos green lotus, it would not cause any harm to her body. However, she did not know how long she would need to nourish this chaos green lotus before it would sprout. With this thought and curiosity in mind, she originally wanted to walk around Star Cloud City. However, because of the green lotus in her dantian, she locked herself in the inn and entered the space day and night to cultivate her spiritual power and aura. It was as if she wanted to see how much spiritual power and aura could nourish the green lotus to germinate. However, with the passage of time, day after day, it was already the third day before the College of Stars and Clouds began to enroll students. The green lotus in her dantian still did not have the slightest change. Once the spiritual energy that she cultivated entered her body, it disappeared without a trace. Early in the morning, she finally collected her thoughts and walked out of her room. She walked around the public courtyard of the inn for a while before sitting down at the stone table. Her finger tapped on the table from time to time. No one knew what she was thinking. "Little brother, are you also here to register for the School of Stars and Clouds?" A laughing voice sounded. Feng Jiu came back to her senses and looked up. She saw an imposing man dressed in green walk out of the room next to hers. With one hand behind his back and the other in front of him, he walked towards her. There was a strange smile in his eyes that she could not understand. "Yes." She nodded and asked with a smile, "Brother, are you here too?" "Yes. The expectations of the elders in my family. I had to come." He laughed loudly and sat down beside Fengjiu. His eyes were smiling as he looked at Fengjiu. "I've stayed here for a while. I didn't expect to meet little brother here." Chapter 626. Seeing this, the man in green laughed and explained, "That day on the street, I just happened to see little brother being thrown out by your horse." "Oh, so that's how it is." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly. Alas, during this period of cultivation, she had forgotten that she had taken advantage of Yi Jing. Now that it was brought up, she felt a little embarrassed. Actually, you can't blame little brother for the situation at that time. I just didn't expect little brother to be so interesting. You actually dared to take advantage of Yi Jing on the street. For this, I really admire you. His tone was joking as he looked at Fengjiu with a smile. Fengjiu's mouth twitched. She felt that this person was also a strange person. Admiring? When others saw her like this, they would think that she was a lecher. However, this person's eyes were open, only smiling and joking. She didn't know what to say. "When I saw little brother, I felt that we hit it off very well. Why don't we go out for a drink?" He stood up and invited Fengjiu. I see that she thought for a moment. Seeing the man in front of her smiling and looking at her expectantly, she sighed in her heart and stood up. "All right, let's go out for a drink." Since she had nothing to do, she might as well go out for a walk. The two of them walked out of the inn and chatted on the way. After both of them said their names, Fengjiu knew that this person came from a noble family of another sixth-class country. His name was Shaoihan. His personality was a little unrestrained. Although he was talented, he was not very enthusiastic about entering a school to cultivate. This time, He came to Star Cloud to sign up because of his parents' strict order. Her heart skipped a beat. The rank of a country was really important. Looking at the 9th to 6th class countries, only the 9th and 8th class countries had to compete to enter Star Cloud. Only the top few countries were qualified to come to Star Cloud to sign up. However, even if they signed up, whether they could enter or not was another matter. However, the noble families of 7th and 6th class countries could directly come to Star Cloud to sign up for the assessment. This was the difference. Little brother phone? Little brother phone? The corners of Fengjiu's mouth twitched when he heard the words little brother phone. They had only walked for a while and chatted for a while. After knowing that her name was Fengjiu, he immediately changed from little brother to little brother phone. She already did not know what to say about this person. Little brother phone? This was the first time someone had called her that, and she was speechless. Brother Xiao, what's the matter? She looked at him and asked. Xiao Yihan looked at the handsome, red-clothed youth beside him and joked. Could it be that you're thinking of a beauty? I've already called you a few times before you came back to your senses. Brother Xiao, don't tease me anymore. She shook her head with a smile. All right, I'm just joking with you. Look, this is the restaurant. It's quite famous in the East City. If you're late, there won't be any seats left. As he spoke, he walked inside and said, come with me. Seeing this, Fengjiu walked in and heard the waiter telling him that there were no more private rooms, only private rooms on the 2nd floor. All right then, I'll take a private room. Xiao Yihan waved his hand and said to Fengjiu, little brother Feng, there are no more private rooms, only private rooms. You won't mind, right? Of course not, she said with a smile, and walked with him to the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Chapter 6:27. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. Brother Zhao's knowledge is extraordinary. To be able to travel together with Brother Xiao, I am more than happy to do so. Speaking of which, there were still 3 days until the day of the examination. She wondered if her brother had reached Star Cloud City yet. Haha, little brother Feng, as long as you pass the examination, I will take care of you in the academy. He laughed loudly and poured a cup of wine for Fengjiu. Come, let's drink to our acquaintance. Seeing this, Fengjiu raised his cup, smiled slightly, and drank it all in one gulp. Come, let's eat. He called out with a joyful smile on his face, as if he was happy to have made a good friend. Thus, the two of them chatted as they ate in the restaurant. After 2 hours, Fengjiu, who had eaten quite a bit of wine, stood up and said, Brother Xiao, please eat first. I will go and relieve myself. Go. Let the waiter bring you there, in case you can't find a place. Thus, he waved his hand and called for the waiter. Bring my brother to relieve himself. Young master, please. The waiter of the restaurant was full of smiles as he bowed slightly and led the way for Fengjiu. They walked down the 1st floor and went to the back. After the waiter pointed the way for Fengjiu, he left. When Fengjiu arrived at the back of the 1st floor, he only went to the washroom to wash his face. That Xiao Yihan was really too good at drinking. Being able to drink was one thing, but he could still find a bunch of words to toast to her. Although her alcohol tolerance was not bad, drinking like that was really too much for her. Thus, she used the excuse of relieving herself to wash her face and relax. Go, I'm not drunk. I don't need you to help me. A drunken voice was heard. After washing her face, she turned around and saw a slightly drunk man in luxurious clothes stagger in with the help of a waiter. She glanced at him and then withdrew her gaze. She took out a handkerchief to wipe the water on her hands and prepared to go back. However, after the slightly drunk man pushed the waiter away, he narrowed his drunken eyes and saw a red-clothed fairy slowly walking towards him. Under the influence of alcohol, he could only see that the fairy was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch the fairy's face and murmur infatuatedly, Fairy. Fengjiu frowned slightly and avoided the hand that reached out to her. She glanced at the man unhappily. Seeing that he was drunk, she did not argue with him and was about to walk out. Unexpectedly, the slightly drunk man laughed and pounced on her with his slightly swaying figure. He grabbed her waist and hugged her. Seeing this, she lifted her leg without thinking and kicked the person who pounced on her to the ground. She said to the waiter who was standing at the side, not knowing what to do. "Help this drunk customer back." "Yes, yes." The waiter didn't expect this to happen and hurriedly went forward to help the man who had been kicked to the ground, but who knew that the slightly drunk man pushed the waiter away and stood up, pouncing towards Feng Jiu again. "Fairy, don't go." The waiter saw that the man who pounced forward was kicked to the ground by the red-clothed young man again. The corner of his mouth even scraped the ground, and a trace of blood seeped out. He was so scared that his face turned pale. That was a customer in the private room. What should he do now that he was bleeding? At that moment, he did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly ran to the front to invite the shopkeeper and inform the other customers in the private room, who came with a man in luxurious clothes. Chapter 628. Unable to bear it any longer, she smiled and squatted down to look at the luxuriously dressed man holding her leg. She patted his head and said, "Be good, let go." The man looked at her with infatuation, his eyes blurred. "Fairy, so beautiful." Hearing those soft words and feeling the fairy's hand gently patting his head, he grinned foolishly and at the same time released the hand that was hugging her leg. "Do you see that water jar?" She revealed a charming smile and pointed at the water jar to the side. She didn't know if it was because he was drunk or because he was mesmerized by her smile, but the luxuriously dressed man nodded dumbly on the ground and said, I see it. You reek of alcohol. Go in and wash up," she said with a smile, and then added, "I'm not leaving. I'll wait for you here." Hearing this, the luxuriously dressed man's eyes lit up. "Really? I'll go wash up. Fairy, don't leave." As he spoke, he quickly stood up and jumped into the water jar with a plop. When his body soaked in the cool water, his drunkenness dissipated and he instantly sobered up. The water jar was very big, and only the head of the luxuriously dressed man was exposed. At this moment, his entire body was covered in cool water. He sat in the water jar and stared at the red-clothed young man standing in front of him. After sobering up, he naturally wouldn't mistake the red-clothed young man for a woman, especially the young man's eyebrows, which were wanton and devilish, was not something a woman should have. However, that handsome face was truly unforgettable. It was no wonder that he mistook the young man for a fairy in his drunken state. Thinking about how he had fallen to the ground and held onto the young man's leg without letting go, even though he was also a man, his face couldn't help but turn red after sobering up. His expression was slightly embarrassed. Young master, I'm really sorry. I was drunk and mistook young master for a woman." His eyes wandered around, and he was too embarrassed to look at the young man. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. She didn't expect the luxuriously dressed man to apologize after sobering up. Seeing this, she didn't continue to harp on it. After all, she had also teased him. Thus, he only glanced at the man and said, "If you can't drink, then drink less. You're lucky to have met me today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just let you jump into the water tank." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his robe and walked away. Hearing this, the man sitting in the water jar looked embarrassed. However, when he thought of the red-clothed young man squatting in front of him and whispering those words to him and patting him on the head, his expression, once again, when his friend and the shopkeeper rushed over, they only saw the luxuriously dressed man sitting in the water tank in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking, but even his ears were red. However, when they asked him, he said that it was nothing and that it was just a misunderstanding. Thus, the matter quietly calmed down. Feng Jiu returned to the second floor and saw that Xiao Yihan was still drinking. She couldn't help but shake her head. "Brother Xiao, drinking too much is harmful to the body. Don't drink too much." She came to the table and sat down. After walking around, she was no longer in the mood to eat and drink. "Little brother Feng, there are very few people who can compare to your elder brother's alcohol tolerance. I didn't expect that you, who looked so weak, could drink with me for so long without getting drunk. Your alcohol tolerance is not ordinary." Chapter 629. The comical person who covered his head and scurried away like a rat on the streets, the person who sat quietly in the courtyard of the inn, the carefree and unrestrained manner at the table, The calm and noble aura in his actions made him somewhat unable to understand what kind of person he was. However, the only thing he was certain of was that this young man was the first person he admired after coming to Starcloud City, and also the first person he wanted to befriend. Little brother Foam, you know that person? As he spoke, Xiao Yihan gestured. His gaze fell on the man who was completely drenched. He saw that the other party was in a sorry state, but his eyes hurriedly moved away when he saw Fengjiu, but couldn't help but look over again. It was really strange. Fengjiu glanced at that person and saw that person hurriedly move his gaze away and hurriedly go to the side room. Not long after, he changed into a clean set of clothes and came out. When he went downstairs, his footsteps paused, and he even cupped his hands in salute to her, then hurriedly left. I don't know him, she said half a beat later. Seeing that he wasn't eating, Xiao Yihan called for the waiter to settle the bill, then walked out of the inn with Fengjiu, saying, Little brother Feng, it's still early now. How about we go to the black market to watch a few fights? I heard that the fights in the black market are the fiercest. I've wanted to see it for a long time. Then let's go. He laughed heartily and went to the black market with Fengjiu. Entering the black market didn't require money, but entering the arena to watch the fights required a viewing fee. Thus, when Xiao Yihan was about to pay the fee, Fengjiu had already passed it to him. While he was slightly stunned, she smiled and walked in. Seeing this, Xiao Yihan smiled and followed in. The moment he stepped into the battle arena, he immediately felt that the atmosphere inside was different from outside. Other than the spectators who were excitedly cheering from the surrounding spectators, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. The fighting spirit and aura of the two people fighting on the battle stage formed a battlefield. The fierce fighting and attacks were accompanied by blood and sweat, causing the blood of the people in the arena to boil. The two of them were led to the front seats by the person who led them here, and sat down to watch the fight on the battle stage. Young masters, do you want to place a bet? You can still place bets now. A middle-aged man came over with a tray. Fengjiu glanced at the tray. There were two signs, one black and one red, indicating that the minimum bet was 100 silver coins. 500 gold coins on the red team to win, Xiao Yihan said to the middle-aged man, then looked at Fengjiu. Fengjiu shook his head and smiled. I don't really play this game. Thus, as the middle-aged man retreated, he ordered people to bring 2 cups of tea and a portion of pastries to the two people sitting in the same row. The stage was drenched in sweat and blood, while the audience was overjoyed. Looking at the swollen faces and broken arms of both sides, Fengjiu's eyes darkened. He was risking his life to earn that pitiful amount of hard-earned money. She could hear the cheers of the crowd, but the blood on the stage was splashed with blood. Looking at the strong contrast between the stage and the audience, her heart sank. Brother Xiao, please watch. I have something to do. She stood up and said. She found a person from the black market to lead the way to the manager, intending to ask if there was any news of her brother in the black market.
Chapter 341. When they were in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had seen how powerful Lu Fei's mouth was. However, he did not expect that Lu Fei's mouth had not lagged behind after so many days. It had become even more powerful than before. Moreover, Lu Fei was a natural socializer. It did not take long for him to become brothers with Dong Qinghao and Mikaryu Ice. Even Mikaryu Ice, who had always been taciturn, was fooled by Lu Fei's mouth. Only Su Yan understood Lu Fei. As long as Lu Fei came to bother him, he would roll his eyes and ask Lu Fei to look for trouble. This guy would automatically find someone to chat with. However, along the way, with Lu Fei's company, it was a little more fun. Originally, this trip to the Shura Shrine was a dangerous one. However, because Lu Fei kept chattering along the way, it reduced a lot of pressure. However, just when they were chatting happily, Su Yan, who was flying, suddenly frowned. Mikaryu Ice and the others soon noticed something and asked Su Yan, Junior brother Su, someone is following us. Is there? When Su Yan heard his words, he smiled slightly and said, You must be suspicious. Let's go quickly. Am I being paranoid? Mikaryu Ice and Dong Qinghao were stronger than Su Yan. Their perception was naturally much stronger than Su Yan's. They clearly felt that someone was following them. Moreover, Su Yan suddenly stopped just now, which meant that someone was following them. But now, why did Su Yan say that there was no one? No, I have to check it out. Mikaryu Ice still felt that something was wrong. He said to Su Yan and was about to go back to check. Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Senior brother Mu, there is no one following us. Let's hurry up. Hurry up." With that, Su Yan pulled everyone up and walked forward. Although they had doubts in their hearts, when they heard Su Yan's words, they only frowned and hurried forward. Su Yan also followed. But when he looked behind him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Why don't you dare to come with me? Could it be that he was still holding grudges over the past? Sigh. He sighed helplessly and felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. However, Su Yan didn't point it out. He continued to follow Mikaryu Ice and the others to the Shura lookout. The hidden sword tomb was a bit far from the Shura shrine. However, with the strength of the few of them, they arrived in less than an hour. After entering the mountain, the smiles on their faces disappeared and were replaced by cautious looks. The closer they got to the Shura lookout, the more they could feel the powerful aura swirling in the air. "Junior brother Su, what should we do now?" Mikaryu Ice whispered to Su Yan. Although they left the hidden sword tomb this time with Lu Fei, Su Yan was still the leader among them. "Let's get closer and take a look." Su Yan felt the strong aura emitted from the Shura lookout and said cautiously. Then, he slowly sneaked in the direction of the Shura lookout. The closer they got, the stronger the aura of a king from the Shura lookout. When they came to the edge, the scene outside the Shura lookout was also in sight. Everyone looked at this scene with a look of horror on their faces. This place was completely different from when they had just left. At this moment, the Shura lookout was full of people. And each one of them was not weak. Soon, the few of them also recognized the people here. The Heaven and Earth Organization, Black Ghost Cave, and many hidden powerful people in the 5 counties continents had all appeared here. Only the Monster Palace did not have anyone. Obviously, the fall of the Princess Chu still had a huge impact on the Monster Palace. Now the Monster Palace was guarded by Murong Fu. He was only in the level 9 Spirit Sea realm. He was not stupid enough to come here and fight with so many powerful people. Moreover, the few of them looked around and found that the place next to them was slowed down. Not only that, there were many deep pits everywhere. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here while they were away. Yun Tian, does the Heaven and Earth Organization still want to monopolize the Shura lookout? At this moment, an old man in a black robe who was floating in the void shouted at a person opposite him. The person opposite him was the Heaven and Earth Organization's great elder, Yun Tian, who had protected Su Yan and the others from the Heaven and Earth Organization this time. The person who spoke to him just opened his mouth, and a powerful aura suddenly filled the air. This aura drifted out, and Su Yan and the others who were hiding could not help but tremble in their hearts. Facing this person, Yun Tian's expression didn't change at all. He coldly smiled and said, "Black Demon, don't try to provoke us here. Since the Azura Divine Palace has appeared here, I believe everyone here knows what will happen. The Heaven and Earth Organization will not talk about monopolizing it." "That's right." Just as Yun Tian finished speaking, an old man beside him also slowly said, "Since the Shura lookout has appeared, it's hard to guarantee that the people from the Shura lookout won't appear. Today, all the major forces must unite as one." Looking at this person, Su Yan and the others trembled again because everyone could feel that this person was another area realm powerhouse. As they looked, everyone was even more shocked. This was because everyone here was at the area realm. The area realm could be said to be the pinnacle of the 5 counties. In the 5 counties, the strongest person was at the area realm. These people stood at the peak of the pyramid. If they were not in the sect, it would be difficult to see an area realm powerhouse. However, today, there were more than a dozen area realm powerhouses standing here. How could this not surprise and make people tremble in fear? Looking at this scene, Su Yan was very suspicious of Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's claim that he had a way to let him enter the Shuro lookout. Of course, at the same time, Su Yan was even more confused about what these area realm powerhouses were arguing about. From Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, he knew that only Spiritual Sea Realm powerhouses could enter the Shuro lookout. If that was the case, then what was the point of gathering all these Radius Realm powerhouses here? Bang! Just as the area realm powerhouses were arguing, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. A flame shot up into the sky. More than a dozen area realm powerhouses' faces darkened at the same time as they looked at the flame that shot up into the sky. A few of them leaped up at the same time and directly charged towards the center of the flame. However, because everyone was in the middle of a fight as they leaped up, the area realm powerhouses were instantly entangled in a fight. When Su Yan and the others saw this scene, they were very confused. This was because they did not understand what these people were arguing about at all. At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Yan. Su Yan, you guys get ready. When the flame surges again, I will send you in. Su Yan and the others were watching seriously. They were all startled by this sudden voice. When they turned around and saw that it was Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, they were relieved. Su Yan could not help but pat his chest and ask, Sect Master, what is that flame? Shura's soul essence. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword said simply. What? Su Yan was stunned and turned around to look at the flame. He did not expect that the flame was actually Shura's soul essence. Yes. When Spiritual Master Heaven Sword saw Su Yan and the others, he nodded and said, it is indeed Shura's soul essence. These people want to snatch these Shura's soul essences so that their disciples can enter the Shuro lookout. Oh. Su Yan nodded. After thinking for a while, he was puzzled and asked, Sect Master, then my Shura's soul essence is. This time, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, Su Yan, when you enter the Shuro lookout, you will naturally understand what this Shura's soul essence is. When Su Yan heard Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's answer, he could not help but frown. At this moment, Sword Sage, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted in Su Yan's mind, Kid, get ready. The next flame is about to appear. You must enter the Shuro lookout as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will be discovered. When he heard Sword Sage's words, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Bang! However, before Su Yan could react, he heard another loud explosion from the center of the Shuro lookout. At this moment, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword suddenly leaped up as a bright light burst out from his body. At the same time, a powerful energy surged out. When this energy surged out, the numerous Radius Realm Almighties that were gathered at the Azura Shrine all looked over at the same time. Looking at the spiritual chi that was circulating around Reverend Heaven Sword's body, the faces of the Radius Realm Almighties sank. The black demon that Yun Tian called Black Demon a moment ago roared, "Humph! To think that a small hidden sword tomb would want a share of the loot. Courting death." As he spoke, Black Demon suddenly waved his hand and a powerful energy surged out. Su Yan. When Yun Tian saw the figures of Su Yan and the others, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he seemed to have understood something. Seeing that Black Demon was about to attack Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, he quickly took action and blocked Black Demon's attack. Yun Tian, why do you have to go against me? Black Demon saw that Yun Tian had pulled him down and let out an angry roar. However, Yun Tian smiled and said, "Black Demon, why are you afraid when you see someone enter the Shuro lookout? Are you afraid that your sect won't be able to get any benefits? I'm afraid. When Black Demon heard Yun Tian's words, he sized up Su Yan and the others. Suddenly, he laughed and said, just these few Sky State brats want to compete with my sect. Aren't you courting death? Chapter 342. The Black Demon's tone was extremely arrogant. Even though he was at the Radius State, Su Yan and the others couldn't help but feel disgusted. Of course, disgust aside, Su Yan was most concerned about Sage Heaven Sword's safety. Although Sage Heaven Sword was a powerful expert of the 5 counties, he was at the Radius State. However, with so many Radius State experts gathered here today, it was hard to guarantee that Sage Heaven Sword wouldn't be able to withstand them. When Sage Heaven Sword saw the worry in the eyes of Su Yan and the others, he smiled and said, don't worry and go in. Once you're in, it won't be that easy to hurt me anymore. Su Yan and the others didn't understand what Sage Heaven Sword meant. Originally, they had wanted to ask something. However, before they could do so, they heard a resounding boom. Following which, all of them simultaneously felt their vision darken. Suddenly, they felt as though their bodies had lost their gravitational pull. They fell into a boundless dark tunnel. The endless darkness surged forward, bringing with it a sense of awe-inspiring awe. The flowing air shuttled through, and they could even feel a sense of fear. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind, Su Yan, this is the He Luo passage. Remember, you must stay calm. Otherwise, you might lose your lives here before reaching the Shura Shrine. He Luo passage. Su Yan was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind it. Bang! At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in front of Su Yan's eyes. The darkness from before suddenly became as bright as day. Su Yan couldn't help but squint his eyes at the sudden light in the darkness. When he opened his eyes, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He was deeply mesmerized by everything before him. Where was the darkness and fear in this place? Flowers bloomed all over the ground, and all kinds of flowers formed a sea of flowers. Su Yan was right in the middle of it. With a single glance, he was already intoxicated. Su Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. As he breathed, Su Yan looked into the distance. His eyes suddenly flashed as a red-robed figure slowly walked towards him. Senior sister. When Su Yan saw that the figure in red was Lin Huatu, who had been haunting his dreams, he couldn't help but cry out. Su Yan could not help but fall into a daze as he looked at the fluttering red robes, the enchanting figure, and the intoxicated expression on her face. She looked even more charming in this sea of flowers. At the same time, a burst of excitement welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but run towards her. Senior sister, you're finally willing to see me. Lin Hualu didn't answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he looked at Su Yan furiously and shouted, Su Yan, how dare you come back? How dare you? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, Su Yan's heart trembled. For a moment, he was actually speechless. The two of them stood quietly in the sea of flowers. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other. A trace of anger and embarrassment could be felt. Su Yan, you've already left the Hidden Sword Tomb. Why did you come back? In the end, it was Lin Hualu who broke the silence first and questioned Su Yan. Facing Lin Hualu, Su Yan simply didn't know how to answer. Lin Hualu didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and continued, Su Yan, do you know how much I've missed you? After Lin Hualu said this, tears flowed down from her eyes uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Yan was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Looking at the tears flowing down Lin Hualu's face, his heart couldn't help but ache. He bit his hand and went forward to hug Lin Hualu's body. Lin Hualu cried out and wanted to avoid Su Yan's hug. Unfortunately, it was still too late. She was pulled into Su Yan's embrace. Senior sister, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Su Yan hugged Lin Hualu and apologized continuously. Amidst his apologies, Lin Hualu slowly gave up struggling. Su Yan was elated. Then, he looked at Lin Hualu's beautiful face and his heart was moved. Especially when he looked at those alluring red lips and Lin Hualu's coquettish look as she snuggled in his arms. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but be moved as he slowly kissed Lin Hualu. Although it wasn't Su Yan's first time experiencing sex, it wasn't his first time kissing either. However, he didn't know why, but at this moment, as he hugged Lin Hualu, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He could even feel his body gradually loosening up. Su Yan, wake up, wake up. Just as Su Yan was about to kiss Lin Hualu, Sword Sage's roar resounded in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. Roar, at this moment, Lin Hualu's figure was no longer in front of Su Yan. Instead, it was a huge ghost head. Ah, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He activated his cultivation technique and slammed his palm down on the ghost head. The ghost head smiled eerily and dodged Su Yan's attack before disappearing. In front of Su Yan, there was no sea of flowers. It was complete darkness. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, you're under an illusion. Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Illusion. Su Yan was stunned once again. This wasn't the first time he was under an illusion. However, Su Yan really didn't expect such a realistic illusion. There wasn't even a sign that he was under an illusion. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little scared. Sword Sage smiled and said, Su Yan, this illusion is just an ordinary one. The more powerful ones are in the Shura Shrine. Is there anything more powerful? Su Yan was a little angry when he thought about how these illusions kept attacking his weakness. In fact, the reason why Su Yan fell for the illusion so easily was because he knew that Lin Hualu would come today. That was why he believed it so easily. Sword Sage didn't answer Su Yan's question. Su Yan suddenly woke up. If he was under an illusion, then what about the others? Su Yan was startled and hurriedly looked around. However, he didn't see anyone. Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Butt Face, Rat Li and Lu Fei were all gone. Senior brother Dong Qing. Senior brother Mu. Fatty Lu. Senior brother Shu. Butt Face. Su Yan called out a few times but still didn't get any response. Su Yan was suddenly at a loss. There was a faint ominous feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, we haven't reached the Shura Shrine yet. Don't tell me we've already lost a few brothers. Be careful. Don't worry. There are hundreds of Hei Luo passages. Hundreds of passages. Each one is different and the risk is different. Just as Su Yan was feeling anxious, Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was puzzled. Master, what do you mean? It's very simple. At this moment, the few of you have already separated. Sword Sage said. What? Separated? Su Yan was suddenly stunned. At the same time, a burst of worry surged in his heart. Although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest among the few of them, no matter what, they felt safer when they were together. Yes. Sword Sage nodded slightly and continued, Su Yan, this Shura Shrine is far from being as simple as you think. It's even beyond your imagination and beyond my imagination. So if you want to walk out of this Shura Shrine, you have to be extra careful. If you want to find your brothers, you have to walk out of this Shura Shrine. Su Yan heard this and his whole body shook. He looked at the darkness in front of him and his pupils suddenly shrank. He clenched his fists and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were eliminated. He nodded to Sword Sage and said, Master, I understand. What should I do next? Bang! Just when Su Yan got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind, there was a loud explosion in front of Su Yan. The darkness was instantly dispelled by a ray of light. The moment the light came, Su Yan's first thought was that it was another illusion. Su Yan's pupils shrank and his mind fluctuated. He wanted to see if this was an illusion or not. After all, Su Yan himself can be said to be an illusionist. It's just that he has been busy with various important matters and neglected to practice illusions. However, because Su Yan's soul force is amazing, even if he can't control illusions, he can still break them. Under Su Yan's operation, Su Yan understood that everything in front of him was not an illusion, but a real existence. This made Su Yan feel relieved. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything around him. In front of him was a palace. This palace could not be said to be luxurious, let alone extravagant. It was a very ordinary palace made of stone. However, this ordinary palace gave people a gloomy feeling when looking at it. "Master, what is going on?" Because he was completely unfamiliar with this place, Su Yan could not help but ask Sword Sage. Unfortunately, Sword Sage did not reply. Su Yan asked again, but still did not hear Sword Sage's reply. "It seems like Master wants me to explore this place myself." Su Yan smiled bitterly. He did not ask Sword Sage anything and walked into the palace. The Shura Shrine is definitely a mystery in the upper 5 prefectures. It existed in ancient times and had unlimited possibilities here. Su Yan walked in it and had to be careful. Just as he stepped into the Shura Shrine, Su Yan felt a burst of dense aura coming from the surroundings. This aura made people tremble. Su Yan felt this aura and could not help but frown. He carefully looked around, but did not see anything. This was what made Su Yan the most puzzled. He hurriedly took out the Ghost Howl sword and carefully looked around before continuing forward. The cultivation method in his body was also constantly revolving. At the same time, Su Yan also took out the mysterious ice-cold cover. The cold light on his body gave Su Yan a sense of security. He walked for more than half an hour, but there was nothing in the Shura Shrine. This made Su Yan somewhat puzzled. Bang! Chapter 343. The sudden loud noise made Su Yan's body tremble, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. When he saw the mirror image in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but frown. What is this? Su Yan looked at the situation in front of him in surprise. Along the way, the Shura Shrine was just a palace. Except for the gloomy aura that constantly surged, there was nothing here. However, at this moment, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of Su Yan. Although it was called a stone tablet, it was more accurate to call it a stone slab. Because this stone tablet was always bigger than an ordinary stone tablet. It was dozens of meters high, and the same was true for its width. The Shura Shrine was a mystery to many powerful people in the 5 counties. Not to mention Su Yan. Looking at the stone slab that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yan became more cautious in addition to being surprised. Because there was no way to know what would happen in the next second. This feeling made Su Yan feel disgusted, but there was nothing he could do. After all, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait for the Shura Shrine's strange phenomenon to happen, or to be able to find something useful in the Shura Shrine. Uproar! Just as Su Yan was preparing for battle, another loud explosion rang out. All of a sudden, a burst of bright light surged from the huge stone slab. This time, Su Yan was already prepared, so he wasn't scared. However, he didn't know what was going on, so he immediately jumped back a few steps. His blood dragon pupil shrank and looked at the stone slab. The cultivation method in his body was also slowly circulating, ready to deal with what was going to happen next. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the stone slab. Ha, someone finally came, someone finally came. He only heard the voice, but didn't see the person. When Su Yan heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. He shouted sternly, "Who is it? Come out!" Ha ha ha. The deep voice rang out once more as it spoke to Su Yan. "Brat, I'm right in front of you. In front of me." Su Yan frowned again. When he looked at the stone slab in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of surprise. The surging light on the stone slab in front of him slowly condensed together, forming a human figure that appeared on the stone slab. Such a strange phenomenon. This surprised Su Yan. Of course, despite his surprise, Su Yan was more cautious. This was because the moment the figure condensed, Su Yan could feel a powerful force surging from it. This power was extremely strange. It didn't seem as strong as a Radius Realm expert's, but it also seemed to be stronger than a Radius Realm expert's. "Who are you?" A cold light surged in Su Yan's eyes as he asked the stone slab in front of him. When the person on the stone slab heard Su Yan's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "Who am I? I don't know who I am either." "Since you don't know who you are, then don't blame me for being impolite." Su Yan shouted coldly. His body suddenly surged as he grasped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and instantly slashed towards the stone slab. Everything here was just too strange. It was so strange that it exceeded anyone's imagination. Hence, when Su Yan saw the person on the stone slab and heard him say that, he immediately made the decision to break him. Only by destroying everything. Only by returning everything to normal would Su Yan not be worried. Therefore, Su Yan used his full strength in this attack. As he chopped down with his sword, a large amount of black gas suddenly burst out. The black gas rose up and formed countless sharp blades that collided with the stone slab. The Ghost Hall sword attacked with a majestic aura. It was like the eastern sea dragon that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! It hit the stone slab and suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. When the Ghost Hall sword came into contact with the stone slab, Su Yan's face suddenly surged with a look of shock. Because he saw that the stone slab didn't move at all. It had to be known that although Su Yan hadn't reached the spiritual sea realm and could not truly use the power of heaven and earth, he could still control the power of heaven and earth. Although this sword strike couldn't overturn mountains and seas, it still had the power of tens of thousands of kilograms. A normal stone slab would definitely shatter under Su Yan's attack. However, at this moment, the stone slab in front of him didn't move at all. Not only that, but when Su Yan was about to put away the Ghost Hall sword, Su Yan suddenly felt a strange power surge towards him. Bang! A strong rebounding force attacked him. Su Yan was shocked and quickly moved back. Unfortunately, he was still one step too slow and was directly hit by the rebounding force. His body suddenly shook and flew a few meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Although Su Yan had the protection of the dark ice-cold shield, he wasn't injured. However, this fall was also very disorientated and in a very sorry state. What a strange stone. Su Yan looked at the stone slab and rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger from his chest. He gripped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and was about to continue attacking. Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Kid, it's useless. This is a black heavy stone. With your current strength, you definitely can't break it." Black heavy stone. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his body suddenly froze. Although he didn't know that this stone was a black heavy stone. However, that didn't mean that Su Yan had never heard of it. When he was in the spirit palace of the Monster Palace, Su Yan had read about it. This black heavy stone was a stone left behind from ancient times. It was said that it was the crystallization of heaven and earth and could be said to be indestructible. Not to mention that Su Yan's current strength wasn't enough to break it. Even if Su Yan was strong, the stone slab wouldn't be able to break it. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Su Yan. What surprised Su Yan the most was why the black heavy stone appeared here. According to the records he saw in the Supreme Demon Palace, Su Yan clearly knew that the black mysterious heavy stone had already disappeared during ancient times. When Su Yan saw the records of the black heavy stone, he just read about it. He never thought that he would see the real black heavy stone one day. One should know that the black heavy stone was not only indestructible. More importantly, the black heavy stone was the best material for forging weapons. If he could get a piece of it, the sword that he forged would definitely surpass any sword that Su Yan could have. Of course, apart from the Sky Destroyer sword and the Scorching Sun Holy Sword. After all, no matter how good the material was, it still needed a good master to forge it continuously. With Su Yan's current level of forging weapons, he couldn't even forge the Scorching Sun Holy Sword, let alone use the black heavy stone to forge the Holy Sword. Even so. But when Su Yan looked at the black heavy stone, there was still a flash of greed in his eyes. Looking at such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but lick his lips. If I can bring such a huge stone out, I won't lack a material for forging swords in the future. Ever since Su Yan followed Cho Bo on the path of forging weapons in the Hingduan Mountain Range, other than in the Hingduan Mountain Range, Su Yan had always been forging his first sword. It was a pity that the materials left behind by Cho Bo were wasted. Su Yan wasted them all. Su Yan couldn't forge a sword that he was satisfied with. In addition, Su Yan had obtained many good swords from the sword well in the hidden sword tomb. In addition, Su Yan had the pagoda sword and the ghost hall sword, so he didn't lack weapons. In addition, after entering the monster palace, all sorts of things had happened. This caused Su Yan's forging to be delayed. Now that he saw the black heavy stone, the passion in Su Yan's heart was ignited again. Unfortunately, just as his passion surged, it was extinguished by Sword Sage. Kid, with your current strength, don't even think about taking away the black heavy stone. Sword Sage bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on Su Yan's head. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he thought about how his attack just now didn't move the black heavy stone at all. Instead, it rebounded. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, he also gave up on the idea of continuing to attack the black heavy stone and put away the Ghost Hall sword. Just as Su Yan put away the Ghost Hall sword, the figure inside the black heavy stone immediately shouted, "Hey, kid, continue attacking. Why are you standing there like a fool?" When Su Yan heard this voice, he remembered that there was another person inside the black heavy stone. He couldn't help but frown and ask Sword Sage, "Master, what's going on?" Unfortunately, Hidden Sword Sage had disappeared once again. As for Su Yan's question, he didn't even bother to answer. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed helplessly and said, "Looks like I can only find out myself." Su Yan shook his head and looked at the black arcane heavy rock. He saw the figure on top of the rock. Although it was continuously attacking, it was still unable to break out of the black arcane heavy rock. Instead, it seemed to be trapped by the black arcane heavy rock. Su Yan didn't know why this person was trapped inside the black heavy stone. However, Su Yan knew that this person was definitely not a threat to him. If he wasn't a threat, why should he care about him? Su Yan thought and couldn't help but smile. He decisively chose to ignore him and prepared to leave. However, when he saw such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful that he didn't take it away. However, Su Yan was clear that the most important thing now was to find the little guy Fire Qilin, as well as Dong Qinghao and the others. "Hey, kid, why aren't you attacking? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" That person saw that Su Yan was about to leave and hurriedly shouted. When Su Yan heard his shout, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Kill me. Come out of the black heavy stone first." "What?" When that person heard Su Yan's words, he was furious and roared, "A mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm kid dares to challenge your Shura demon lord grandpa's dignity. you're courting death. Chapter 344. Brat, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Brat, do you believe that if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you? Brat, die. The self-proclaimed Shura overlord kept roaring. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't even pay attention to him and continued walking forward. He saw that Su Yan didn't even turn his head. The arrogance on the Azura demon venerable's face finally dissipated. He shouted, all right, brat, I admit defeat. You are actually not afraid of me, the Azura demon venerable. Come back, I will tell you a secret. Secret. When Su Yan heard Shura demon lord's words, he frowned and asked, what secret? Come here first. When Shura overlord saw that Su Yan finally stopped, his arrogant and domineering expression returned to his face. When Su Yan saw his arrogance, he sneered and turned around to walk away. When the demon eminence Shura saw this, he could no longer hold it in. He hurriedly shouted, wait, I'll tell you. Speak. Su Yan turned around and said coldly. When the overlord Shura saw Su Yan turn around, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, humph. Kid, do you know that if it was in the past, you would definitely be dead? Su Yan saw the look of disdain in his eyes. He smiled coldly, turned around and continued to walk away. Shura demon eminence was really convinced this time. He hurriedly shouted, all right, I'll tell you. Only then did Su Yan stop. Shura overlord finally lost his arrogance and asked Su Yan, boy, did you come to Shura shrine to find Shura's devil essence? Shura mojo. When Su Yan heard Shura overlord's words, his body stiffened. Today, aside from wanting to break through to the spiritual ocean realm, the main reason he came here was because that little guy, the Fire Qilin, had run into this place, and Su Yan had to take him out. Su Yan didn't even think about the Shura devil essence. Su Yan originally wanted to ask Sword Sage what was going on. However, when he recalled that Sword Sage had not answered him twice, he decided not to ask again. Instead, he looked at the complacent demon sage Shura and nodded, that's right, I'm here to look for Shura's demon essence. Good, very good. When the Azura demon venerable saw Su Yan nod his head, his face regained its previous arrogance. He looked at Su Yan with a mocking expression and said, brat, if you want to find the Azura demon essence, you have to listen to me obediently. I'll listen to you. When Su Yan heard this, he sneered. He didn't give him any face and turned around to leave. When the Shura overlord saw this, he immediately shouted, hey, kid, how can you not give me any face? No matter what, I'm still the dignified Shura shrine, Shura overlord. How can you not give me any face? Kid, stop right there. Aw. I'm so angry. In the end, the Shura overlord gave in and said in a low voice, okay, let's talk things over, okay? Hearing Shura overlord's words, Su Yan stopped and looked at him. Tell me, what's the deal with Shura's demon essence? What, you don't know about the Shura's demon essence? When the Shura overlord heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Su Yan didn't answer him. When the Shura overlord saw Su Yan's expression, he guessed that Su Yan definitely didn't know about the Shura's demon essence. He immediately laughed, haha, kid, I didn't expect you to not know about the Shura's demon essence. Do you want to know? Seeing the Shura overlord like this, Su Yan didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. When the Shura overlord saw this, he was immediately frightened. He hurriedly called out to Su Yan and said, hey, don't go. Didn't we agree to talk things over? When Su Yan heard the Shura overlord's words, he stopped in his tracks. When the Shura overlord saw Su Yan like this, he suppressed a wave of anger in his heart. Amidst his anger, there was also a hint of helplessness. I didn't expect that I, the dignified Shura overlord, would actually be in such a miserable state. If it was in the past, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of me. The Shura overlord looked at Su Yan and sighed helplessly in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud right now because he was afraid that Su Yan would leave. After all, Su Yan's appearance today could be said to be his greatest hope in deciding whether or not he could leave this place. The Shura overlord looked at Su Yan. This time, he didn't waste any more words. Instead, he began to explain the uses of the Shura's demon essence to Su Yan. Kid, this Shura's demon essence is the essence of our Shura shrine. It contains the life's essence blood of our Shura shrine's Shura emperor. As long as you obtain the Shura's demon essence, you can achieve a miraculous effect of being reborn, or even resurrected from the dead. If an ordinary warrior consumes the Shura's demon essence, their cultivation speed will increase by hundreds of times in the future. Moreover, there won't be any bottlenecks. When Su Yan heard the explanation of the Shura overlord, his eyes finally lit up. The miraculous effect of being reborn, resurrected from the dead, and cultivation speed, Su Yan wasn't very interested in it. Su Yan's body had been tempered by the dragon's blood. His muscles and bones were incomparable to those of ordinary people. Needless to say, his cultivation speed was even faster. Under the heavens, who else had a cultivation speed as monstrous as Su Yan's? As for resurrecting from the dead, it was even more out of the question. After all, Su Yan didn't want to resurrect anyone now. Moreover, if he were to really fall into death's door one day, he probably wouldn't be able to use the Shura's demon essence to save himself. Therefore, resurrecting from the dead wasn't of much use to Su Yan. What Su Yan really cared about was the bottleneck. No matter how monstrous his cultivation speed was, he still had this bottleneck. This was something that every martial warriors had. Just like the current Su Yan, he was at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. However, if he wanted to break through the spirit sea realm, he had to break through this bottleneck. Only then would he be able to condense the power of heaven and earth, condense the spirit sea, and step into the spirit sea realm. Therefore, breaking through the bottleneck really moved Su Yan. But even so, Su Yan still didn't spoil the Shura overlord at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, "How do I obtain the Shura's demon essence?" Although Su Yan knew that the Shura overlord might have been very powerful in the past, in his eyes, the Shura overlord was just an image trapped in the black profound heavy stone. Seeing that Su Yan was moved, the Shura overlord's face immediately revealed a complacent smile. "Hee, be careful. I knew you would be moved." The Shura overlord laughed in his heart and returned to his arrogant attitude. He looked at Su Yan arrogantly and said, "Kid, if you want to," but before he could finish his words, Su Yan turned around and left. The Shura overlord was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk about it properly. Tell me how to get the Shura's demon essence." Su Yan still maintained his cold and arrogant attitude and said. Looking at Su Yan's appearance, the Shura overlord's heart surged with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. I never thought that the great Shura overlord would be bullied to this extent by a mere 9-star celestial realm kid. The Shura overlord didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he couldn't get out of the black profound heavy stone now. Looking at Su Yan's cold expression, the Shura overlord tried to curry favor. "I say, kid, I'm a overlord. Can't you give me some face?" Face. Su Yan sneered and didn't give him any face. He looked at him and said coldly, "Tell me, how can I get the Shura's demon essence?" Sigh. Seeing Su Yan's attitude, the Shura overlord sighed helplessly and said, "To be honest, I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence." Hey, don't go. I'm telling the truth. I really don't know how to get it. Don't go. Okay, although I don't know how to get it, I have a way to guide you to him. After the Shura overlord said this, Su Yan came back. The Shura overlord was relieved, but he didn't dare to play any tricks with Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan come back, he continued, the Shura's demon essence has always been in the Shura shrine. But after so many years, I really don't know how to get it. Get to the point. Su Yan's cold expression didn't change. Okay. The Shura overlord was really afraid that Su Yan would leave, so he nodded and continued, although I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence, I can guide you to him. The Shura's demon essence is the essence of the Shura king. As long as you can find the Shura shrine's main shrine, you can get the information from there to find the Shura's demon essence. Main shrine. Su Yan frowned and asked, where is the main shrine? Boy, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly, okay? The Shura shrine is not as simple as you think. The Shura overlord said carefully. He was really afraid that Su Yan would leave again. This time, Su Yan didn't leave, because he could see that the Shura overlord was telling the truth. Moreover, Su Yan also wanted to learn more about the Azura Divine Palace through the Azura Demon Ancestor. This way, it would be easier for him to find Dong Qinghao and the others as well as that little fellow, the Fire Qilin. The Shura overlord saw that Su Yan didn't leave, so he was relieved. He narrowed his eyes and continued, the Shura shrine is where the essence of thousands of Shura disciples are gathered. There are mechanisms everywhere, especially the main shrine. If you go rashly, I dare say that you won't be able to reach the main shrine. Su Yan didn't think that the Shura overlord was exaggerating, but his expression was still cold as he said, tell me, how can I reach the main shrine? If you want to go to the main divine palace, you have to gather all the demon crystals that are scattered in the Azura's outer divine palace. The Azura demon ancestor did not beat around the bush and directly told Su Yan. Demon crystals. However, Su Yan was stunned, because Su Yan had never heard of these demon crystals. Chapter 345. Where are these monster crystals? Su Yan asked with a solemn expression, not giving any face to Shura. He did not ask what these monster crystals were. This was because Su Yan did not want to waste his breath on Shura. After all, he did not know if Shura was a good or evil person, friend or foe. These monster crystals are scattered all over Shura's shrine. I don't know their exact location. After all, it has been so long. Shura said helplessly. Scattered all over Shura's shrine. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. This time, no matter how Shura called out to him, Su Yan did not turn back. After Su Yan walked far away, the Azura demon ancestor stopped calling out. The corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile, brat, ignore me. When you really gather all these demon crystals, it will be your death. Su Yan naturally did not know what Shura was thinking. Of course, Su Yan was not stupid enough to believe Shura's words. After all, this Shura's shrine was too strange. Monster crystals, Shura's demon essence. Su Yan walked forward while thinking about Shura's words. At the same time, he was trying to guess what these monster crystals were. Kid, don't hesitate. Listen to Shura's words. Finding the monster crystals will benefit you. Just as Su Yan was pondering, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind again. Master. Although Su Yan did not trust the Azura demon venerable, he trusted the hidden Sword Sage completely. When he heard what the hidden Sword Sage said, he smiled and asked, Master, what is this demon crystal? How can I find it? You can use the Azura essence in your hands to find the existence of these monster crystals. As for what these monster crystals are, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After Hidden Sword Sage finished speaking, he disappeared again. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still did not pay attention to him. Master is acting strange today. Su Yan could not help but frown. However, he did not suspect anything. After all, Su Yan believed that Sword Sage would not harm him. Forget it. Since Master said so, I'll find the monster crystals first. Su Yan thought about it and stopped thinking about Sword Sage's strange behavior today. He took out Shura's soul essence from his storage pouch. The moment the Azura soul essence was taken out, a resplendent light burst out from it. As the light continued to flicker, there was a faint warm current flowing through Su Yan's hand. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly circulated his qi to resist. Just as Su Yan circulated his qi, Shura's soul essence once again emitted a strong light. Xiao! A clear sound was heard. Shura's soul essence suddenly emitted a ray of light. It exploded from Shura's soul essence and directly attacked forward. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thinking of Sword Sage's words, he clenched the Shura's soul essence in his hand and followed the ray of light. The speed of the ray of light was strange. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, so he was not left behind by the ray of light. Soon, under the guidance of the ray of light, Su Yan arrived at another palace in the Shura Shrine. The scenery here had completely changed. It was much brighter than when Su Yan came in. Moreover, it was no longer empty. There were many chairs in the palace. In the center, there was a king's chair. Not only that, there were many statues sitting on each of the chairs. The gloomy aura outside had also lessened a lot. This made Su Yan lower his guard a little. Seeing the beam of light disappear here, Su Yan frowned. Could it be that the demon crystal is inside this palace? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He looked at the statues around him. They were very lifelike. Su Yan could see that each of the statues here was made of extremely precious materials. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Azura Temple is indeed worthy of being a sect that can start a war across the entire continent. I'm afraid that no other sect in the 5 counties can match up to them. Su Yan looked carefully. There were a total of 108 statues here. Each of them was very lifelike and there was a faint aura surging from them. This made Su Yan even more amazed. He was in awe of this completely unfamiliar Shura shrine. However, in this palace, other than these statues, there was no trace of demon crystals at all. This made Su Yan frown. Could it be that there are no monster crystals here? While speaking, Su Yan could not help but open his hand and look at the Shura's soul essence in his hand. At this moment, the Shura's soul essence had lost its previous light. It had even become dim, like an ordinary stone. If Su Yan had not been holding it in his hand, Su Yan would have thought that this was Shura's soul essence. What the hell is going on? Su Yan looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand that had lost its light. He was secretly angry. After all, Su Yan had completely lost the initiative here. He did not even know where to go next. This kind of grievance in his heart made Su Yan feel uncomfortable. Damn it! Su Yan was angry. He could not help but clench his fist and knock on a statue next to him. It was just a knock. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise burst out. The statue that was originally motionless, unexpectedly came to life. Seeing this scene, Su Yan could not help but be shocked. Who dares to break into my Shura shrine? The statue came to life, suddenly roared, holding the weapon in his hand, and without saying a word, directly slashed at Su Yan. This statue was wearing armor and holding a halberd. It was already lifelike, and now that it came to life, it was even more like a real person. Moreover, this statue itself was a little bigger than an ordinary person. It was more than 2 meters tall. When it slashed, it suddenly emitted a powerful force, like a gust of wind sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and hurriedly rushed back. He avoided the statue's attack. Bang! The statue's attack suddenly smashed into the ground, and at the same time, the smooth ground was smashed into a huge deep hole. Seeing this scene, Su Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It has such a powerful attack. If this hit me, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. After the statue missed its target, it once again launched an attack towards Su Yan. This time, its attack was even sharper than the previous one. The ancient halberd in its hand directly pierced towards Su Yan's body, resembling a long dragon as it pierced through his body. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly operated his cultivation method to retreat. Just as he took a step back, the statue suddenly changed, from a stab to a chop, and directly slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan was shocked, his eyes suddenly shrank, and his body rolled back, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, because he rolled, his body was covered in a lot of dust, and he looked a little miserable. This caused Su Yan to feel a wave of anger in his heart. I originally revered you as a statue in the Shura shrine, but now it seems that if I don't get rid of you, you won't let me off. Go to hell. As Su Yan said this, he suddenly shouted and leaped up, holding the ghost howl's sword in his hand. Under the attacks just now, Su Yan knew that these statues were definitely not weak, at least above the 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. Although he did not use his full strength, he did not hold back and directly used Su Yan's normal attack, the strongest attack that he could unleash. Although the statue looked like a human, no matter what, it was not a real human. No matter how strong he was, because he was a statue, his speed was still somewhat slow. Under Su Yan's fast attack, the statue could not resist at all. Bang! Su Yan directly hit the statue's chest, and with a loud bang, the whole statue suddenly exploded, bursting with a powerful light. Su Yan frowned and took a few steps back. When the light fell, he saw that at the place where the statue exploded, there was a bright crystal left. Could this be the demon crystal? Su Yan frowned, walked forward, and reached out to grab the bright crystal. As soon as the crystal was in his hand, Su Yan felt a warm current flowing through his body, and a mature smell spread to all parts of his body. Spiritual power, this is spiritual power. Su Yan was overjoyed. He could feel that this power was stronger than the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. However, Su Yan soon felt that this spiritual energy seemed to be different from the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. What the hell is this? Su Yan frowned and suddenly thought of something. Demonic beast, beast core. Yes, the power contained in this was similar to the power contained in the beast core of a demonic beast. However, compared to the demonic beast's beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past, the energy contained within was much denser. Not only that, but even the shape and color were far different from the demonic beast's beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past. Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, a memory appeared in his mind. Once, Su Yan had seen records about demonic beasts. When the demonic beast's cultivation reached a certain level, the beast core of the demonic beast would change, and the power contained in it would greatly increase. And the demonic beast that had this kind of beast core was at least above the sacred beast level. Could it be that this demon crystal is the beast core of a sacred beast? As Su Yan thought about it, his body suddenly froze. Looking at the countless statues in the palace, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. So many statues, could it be that they all have demon crystals? 108 statues, 108 demon crystals, doesn't that mean 108 sacred beasts? Su Yan could not believe the power of the Shura shrine at this moment. Monstrous, terrifying. Chapter 346. A sacred beast, if it was an adult sacred beast, its strength would be comparable to the strength of Fengyuan realm, or even stronger. And the Shura shrine was able to obtain so many sacred beast cores, then, Su Yan stared at the 108 statues in the palace, dumbstruck. At the same time, Su Yan finally understood why Sword Sage did not tell him what the demon crystals were, because it was too shocking for Su Yan. Not only that, Su Yan also understood. Why did the little guy fire Qilin when the Shura shrine appeared? Couldn't wait to rush in. It must have felt the existence of these demon crystals. Although Su Yan didn't know much about the little guy fire Qilin. But Su Yan knew about the little guy's love and greed for spirit stones. And these demon crystals were definitely a fatal temptation for the fire Qilin. But thinking of this, Su Yan had some doubts in his heart. If the fire Qilin was attracted by these demon crystals, then why wasn't the little guy here? Could it be that there was something more attractive in the Shura shrine than these demon crystals? Thinking of this, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. He really couldn't believe what the Shura shrine contained. For a while, Su Yan's view of the Shura shrine changed. At first, he was confused about the Shura shrine, and felt a sense of fear from the dense atmosphere, but now it became excitement. Because for Su Yan at this moment, the Shura shrine was simply a treasure trove. Such a large number of demon crystals was fatal to any martial artist. This was like discovering a spirit mine. No, these demon crystals were more attractive than a spirit mine. Because the power contained in each demon crystal was more than any spirit mine. To put it simply, a demon crystal was comparable to millions of spirit stones, or even more. And there were so many demon crystals here. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the statues with a burning gaze. When Su Yan woke up these statues for the first time, Su Yan was wondering if he should carefully avoid these statues. Although the power released by these statues was not enough to threaten Su Yan's life, it was still not enough. However, it was still a problem. Su Yan had always been a person who was afraid of trouble. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. However, when these sculptures contained a huge treasure like the demon crystal, then everything else was different. All the troubles were no longer troubles. As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a blood-red light gushed out. He jumped up and grasped the ghost hall sword in his hand. Immediately, he activated the cultivation method in his body and slashed horizontally at a statue in front of him. When Su Yan unleashed this sword strike, the statue did not explode. Instead, it trembled and came back to life. It roared, "Who dares to break into my Shura shrine?" With this angry roar, it immediately raised the weapon in its hand and slashed at Su Yan. With the experience just now, Su Yan was not afraid. He knew that although these statues were extremely powerful, their speed was slightly clumsy. Speed had always been something Su Yan was proud of. Now that these statues were slow, it was destined to become a ghost under Su Yan's sword. Of course, these statues were originally dead. Thinking about the demon crystal in these statues, Su Yan did not have the slightest mercy and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, the statue exploded instantly, emitting a bright light. The glowing demon crystal floated in midair. Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He reached out and grabbed the demon crystal in his hand and put it into his storage bag. Then, Su Yan attacked another statue. Although these statues did not pose a threat to Su Yan, after continuously smashing more than a dozen statues, Su Yan consumed a lot of strength. Moreover, his progress was somewhat slow. Although Su Yan now thought that this Shura shrine was a treasure trove. But Su Yan was still clear that this Shura shrine was definitely not a good place. Su Yan had never forgotten this point from the beginning to the end. Here, wasting more time was equal to increasing the danger. Thinking about this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and a burst of bright light surged. A trace of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the ghost hall sword in his hand and suddenly swept it away. Bang! 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 Dozens of sounds burst out at the same time. The remaining statues around all woke up at this moment. Hundreds of statues roared at the same time, "Who dares to break into my Shura shrine?" These hundreds of statues roared at the same time. That sound was like a thunderclap, deafening. At the same time, hundreds of statues surrounded Su Yan. Their aura was majestic, and they attacked at the same time. It was as if they had rolled up a huge shock. The power of their attacks had always exceeded one's imagination. If an ordinary celestial phenomenon stage expert were to enter, they would definitely not be able to come out. However, facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a devilish smile. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. He liked this feeling. That's right, only this aura that was strong enough to make people feel danger was enough to make Su Yan's blood boil. Only then could Su Yan's blood boil. Su Yan looked at the statues that were constantly attacking him. Without the slightest bit of fear, feeling this powerful attack, the blood in his body slowly boiled, and his entire person became excited. Now's the time, just as these statues were about to hit Su Yan, he suddenly shouted coldly. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was activated to the extreme. His body suddenly leaped up, and his whole body suddenly floated in midair. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved. The majestic spiritual energy in his body constantly surged, from his arm to the ghost howl sword. At this moment, the ghost howl sword burst out a burst of bright light, and the light condensed, forming countless sharp blades. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Su Yan roared, clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, and suddenly, the countless blades fell down on the statues like a torrential storm. This was the real torrential storm of rose blossoms. Bang! 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 Those statues were hit by the torrential storm pear flowers blade light, constantly letting out loud sounds and bursting open. Amidst the light, countless demon crystals floated in midair, emitting a powerful force. Looking at these demon crystals, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body fell from midair at the same time. His whole body went limp on the ground, and with the help of the ghost howl sword, he barely managed to stand up. Just now, Su Yan had used all his strength in order to erupt with the strongest torrential storm pear flower. This torrential storm pear flower was much stronger than when facing Dengyu, because this was not the third-order torrential storm pear flower, but the fourth order. At this moment, if there was anyone present, they would definitely be shocked. 9-star celestial phase realm. That's right, a mere 9-star celestial phase realm could actually erupt with the 4th order 10,000 elephant divine skill. This was a 4th order 10,000 elephant divine skill that even a spiritual sea realm cultivator could not easily erupt with, but Su Yan had done it with just the strength of a 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan looked at the demon crystals floating in midair, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. I still did it. Saying that, Su Yan took out a recovery pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. Circulating his qi to digest it, he recovered some strength, stood up, and directly put all the demon crystals floating in midair into his storage pouch. The smile on his face became wider and wider, and it was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. Demon crystals, these were all treasures. With these demon crystals, Su Yan was confident that as long as he broke through the spiritual sea realm, then the day of the perimeter realm would be just around the corner. Perimeter realm, Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips as he thought about it. That was a godlike existence. Once he reached the perimeter realm, he could take back the monster palace. At that time, let's see who would dare to compete with him. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of excitement. Of course, Su Yan didn't forget his current situation, and the Shura magic essence. Su Yan had never forgotten the benefits of breaking through the bottleneck. Right now, Su Yan was at the peak of the sky realm. If he wanted to break through the spiritual sea realm, this was a bottleneck. Not to mention that Su Yan was at the sky realm, his bottleneck was even bigger and tighter than other warriors. Then this Shura magic essence was definitely a huge treasure for Su Yan. Su Yan was also determined to obtain the Shura magic essence. Of course, Su Yan didn't forget that he wasn't the only one who came today. While he was thirsting for these powers, Su Yan didn't forget about Dong Qinghao and the others. Right now, I should find them first. The Shura magic essence is in the main shrine, and the Shura shrine is definitely not a good place. It will definitely not be easy to obtain the Shura magic essence. Finding them and going to the main shrine together will also be of some help. Su Yan thought in his heart. He looked at the throne in the center, but didn't think too much about it. After all, in the palace, there was a statue on every chair except for the throne. Su Yan was now worried about the safety of Dong Qinghao and the others, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around and continued to walk forward. At this moment, the battle outside the Azura temple slowly came to a stop. The flames that soared into the sky also stopped. But even so, the few people of the Earth realm sat on one side, looking at each other with swords drawn and lips bent, as if a great battle could break out at any time. The Heaven and Earth organization was the strongest sect in the 5 counties. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Tian was the leader of the Earth realm experts. Looking at the other Earth realm experts who were arguing, Yun Tian said coldly, "What's the use of arguing? Now that the disciples of the various sects have entered the Shura shrine, we have to work together to suppress the Shura shrine." Work together? Who wants to work together with you? Hearing Yun Tian's words, the black demon monster from the Black Demon Cave scolded coldly. Chapter 347. Although the black demon was arrogant, he looked down on all of the area sphere realm experts here. After all, in terms of sect strength, his Black Demon Cave was ranked 3rd in the entire 5 counties. No one would dare to claim to be second. And because of this, the Black Demon truly knew how powerful Shura Shrine was. When Yun Tian saw the Black Demon suffer a setback, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Black Demon, since you can't fight against the Azura Divine Palace by yourself, then don't talk nonsense here." After saying that, Yun Tian ignored the Black Demon and directly said to the other area sphere realm experts, "Today, I, Yun Tian, swear in the name of the Heaven and Earth organization that no matter if you are hidden experts or sect experts, you must work together to fight against Shura Shrine. If anyone tries to interfere, then don't blame the Heaven and Earth organization for not being polite." As he spoke, Yun Tian's slightly aged face suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Although the surrounding experts were area sphere realm experts, after seeing Yun Tian's aura, they were all shocked. I didn't expect Yun Tian to actually enter the 3-star area sphere realm. Then, what kind of strength does the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization have? No matter how one looked at it, area sphere realm was divided into different realms. Yun Tian was at the 3-star area sphere realm. As for the other area sphere realm experts, most of them were at the 1-star area sphere realm. Even the Black Demon, who had been arrogant, was only at the 2-star area sphere realm. When he saw Yun Tian erupt with the 3-star area sphere realm strength, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Every time the area sphere realm increased by 1 star, it would take at least 10 years and at most 100 years. Although the difference between the two was only 1 star, the difference in strength was thousands of miles. Yun Tian's eruption of strength immediately caused the surrounding area sphere realm experts to be in awe. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yun Tian nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Since everyone is here today, I'm sure you all know how terrifying this Shura Shrine is. I won't talk about it anymore. Now, every expert has their own disciples that have entered the Shura Shrine. If you don't want them to die in there, then help me seal the Shura Shrine. If the Shura King reappears, then..." Yun Tian didn't finish his sentence. With a leap, he sat on a spot. The other area sphere cultivators also stood in different positions and began to channel their qi into the Azura Divine Palace to channel their power. Su Yan, who was in the Shura Shrine, naturally didn't know about these things. After recovering his spirit qi for a short period of time, Su Yan continued to walk forward. This time, Su Yan was no longer as aimless as when he first came in. This was because Su Yan now knew that this Shura shrine definitely hid some kind of treasure. With every step he took, Su Yan carefully explored every inch of the ground. Unfortunately, in the next 2 hours, Su Yan didn't obtain anything from the Shura shrine. He also didn't find out how to use the demon crystals to find the main shrine. He also couldn't use the Shura essence to search for other demon crystals in the Shura shrine. Of course, Su Yan also didn't think about obtaining demon crystals. After all, 108 demon crystals represented 108 saint beasts. This was enough to shock people. Su Yan really couldn't imagine that there would be demon crystals in here. Senior brother, where exactly is that thing? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked around and quickly hid behind a pillar. When he raised his head, he saw a few figures walking into a palace. Surprisingly, it was that ugly bastard Yunmu. The person beside him was Yun Chen, who had been defeated by Su Yan. The other person was surprisingly the young palace master of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing. I didn't expect that these people would also enter the Shura Shrine. I just don't know what they want to find in the Shura Shrine. Su Yan slightly narrowed his eyes and followed them stealthily. Su Yan knew that Sword Sage also knew about the mysteries of the Shura Shrine. However, Sword Sage didn't pay any attention to him and let Su Yan explore on his own. When he saw these people from the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan immediately thought of a solution. These people were the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization, so they definitely knew more about the Shura Shrine than him. Following them was definitely the right choice. After thinking about it, Su Yan didn't hesitate. He completely restrained his presence and slowly followed behind them. Junior sister Wanqing, what do you think is so formidable about the Shura Shrine? We have been here for a long time, but we haven't encountered any danger. Yunmu didn't pay attention to Yun Chen's words and instead asked Yun Wanqing to curry favor with her. Senior brother Yunmu, you can't say it like that. This Shura Shrine is an ancient sect, so we should be more careful. Although Yun Wanqing was somewhat disgusted with Yunmu, it didn't matter what. The two of them were both members of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that they had entered the mysterious Shura Shrine, they could be considered to be advancing and retreating together. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and said, Junior sister Wanqing, do you think that we can really obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura? Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance. When Su Yan heard those words, he was startled. Just a moment ago, Su Yan could still remember that the person on the black profound stone had called himself Devil Venerable Shura. Could it be that these people have come to find Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Su Yan mumbled inwardly, but after thinking about it, he found that it wasn't right. Just a moment ago, he had seen Devil Venerable Shura, but he hadn't obtained the inheritance. While Su Yan was puzzled, Yun Wanqing's next words opened Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine has 8 Devil Venerables, but only one of them can leave behind the inheritance. Today, more than one person has come to Shura Shrine, so obtaining the inheritance is easier said than done. Yun Wanqing's words were reasonable, without the slightest bit of arrogance. But even so, Su Yan could still see the resplendent light emitted from his eyes. It had always been a thirst for the power of inheritance. Yunmu nodded, then looked at Yun Wanqing and said with a proud expression, Junior sister Wanqing, don't worry. As long as we meet Devil Venerable Shura, I will definitely let you obtain the inheritance. Yun Wanqing didn't reply to Yunmu's words. Yunmu didn't get angry, but a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes as he looked at her. Yun Wanqing, do you really think that I will obediently let you obtain Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Although you are the young palace master, your strength is inferior to mine. As long as you obtain Devil Venerable Shura, you will obediently listen to me. Yunmu sneered while saying that in his heart. A profound coldness flashed through his eyes. Su Yan saw everything and immediately understood Yunmu's meaning. He couldn't help but sneer. Seems like this Yunmu wants to make a move on Yun Wanqing. So the Heaven and Earth organization isn't as peaceful as we thought. When he thought about it and thought about the monster palace, a bitter smile appeared on Su Yan's face. But after thinking about it, he understood. After all, this was the world of the powerhouses. Regardless of where one was, there would always be disputes. Naturally, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Right then, he was more concerned about the matter of Devil Venerable Shura. From Yun Wanqing's words, Su Yan understood that there wasn't only one Devil Venerable Shura in the Shura Shrine. Instead, there were many of them. After thinking about it like that, Su Yan understood. Presumably, the Shura Devil Venerable he had encountered a moment ago wasn't the Shura Devil Venerable who had inherited the power. I wonder if I will be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the power of this Shura Devil Venerable, Su Yan thought to himself. At the same time, a resplendent light flashed through his eyes. Su Yan didn't give up and continued to follow the three of them. For Su Yan, the three of them were the best guiding lights and the best guides. He followed them for more than half an hour, but nothing special happened. When they entered a palace, the Shura soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand instantly erupted with a resplendent light. This is the place. Yun Wanqing's pretty face sank, and at the same time, the cultivation method in her body began to circulate. Yunmu also wrinkled his brows and cautiously looked around. As for Yun Chen, he followed behind Yunmu. Su Yan sensed the sudden change and looked at the Shura soul essence in his hand, which was continuously flickering. At the same time, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. Could it be that this is the use of the Shura soul essence? But senior brother Dong Qinghao and the others didn't obtain the Shura soul essence. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more puzzled he became. But when he looked at the three people in front of him, Su Yan quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at the three people in front of him. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the palace, and a black shadow surged forward. At the same time, a formidable power surged forth. Who dares to barge into my Shura shrine? A powerful force was emitted. At the same time, the surging black shadow slowly condensed into a human figure. The three people immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Mighty Devil Shura, we are disciples of Shura Shrine and have come to receive the inheritance of Devil Shura." Disciples of Shura Shrine, have you brought the keepsake of my Shura Shrine? The black shadow asked. Naturally. After saying that, Yun Wanqing offered the Shura soul essence in her hands. However, the black shadow didn't accept it and instead laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, a trifling soul essence can be used as a keepsake. Humph. Chapter 348. The three of them bowed at the same time, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Mighty Devil Shura, what kind of keepsake do we need to obtain your inheritance? Yun Wanqing asked respectfully. When Devil Shura heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion became slightly better, but he still maintained his arrogant appearance. Without even looking at the three of them, he said in an ice-cold voice, "If you are truly sincere, why don't you collect all the devil souls in Shura Shrine and gather them in Shura's soul essence? At that time, you can come and find me." Devil souls. When the three of them heard Devil Shura's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Su Yan, who was hiding on the side, was also startled. After all, none of them knew what devil souls were. Matey Devil Shura, where exactly do we need to find devil souls? Yun Wanqing asked again. You will have to find them yourself, Devil Shura said in annoyance. Yun Wanqing wanted to ask again, but unfortunately, Devil Shura had already disappeared from the shrine. Everyone's brows couldn't help but crease. Yunmu raised his head to look at Yun Wanqing and asked, Junior Sister Wanqing, what should we do now? Yun Wanqing slightly creased her brows. Since we want to obtain Devil Shura's inheritance, we need to find those devil souls. Yunmu nodded, then looked around with a frown. Damn it, what kind of sect is this? How come they have so many strange things? I've never heard of them before. A hint of displeasure flashed across Yumu's face. After all, they were completely clueless, and it made everyone feel stifled in their hearts. But it was normal. After all, Shura's shrine was a sect from ancient times. It had been thousands of years since then, so it was normal for the current cultivators to not recognize the things from that time. Yun Wanqing was worthy of being the young master of heaven and earth organization. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she quickly made a decision after looking at the surroundings. She turned around and said to Yun Chen and Yunmu, let's go. Since Devil Venerable Shura said that he found the devil soul, it should be in the shrine of Shura. We can go and find it. Yun Wanqing loathed Yunmu and Yun Chen. However, the three of them were still disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. In addition, Yun Wanqing was very clear that if she wanted to receive the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power, she would need the protection of Yunmu and Yun Chen. At that moment, Yunmu didn't have the slightest interest in Yun Wanqing's suggestion. However, as Yun Wanqing walked forward and looked at her arrogant appearance, a cold glint involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Devil soul. Su Yan muttered inwardly, but didn't think too much about it and quietly followed the three of them. Along the way, Su Yan held his breath and cautiously used the large pillars of the shrine of Shura. After following them for about an hour, they still hadn't been discovered. This allowed Su Yan's tense nerves to loosen up quite a bit. After all, Yunmu, Yun Chen, and Yun Wanqing were all more powerful than him. In addition, there was hatred between him and Yunmu. If he was discovered, Su Yan was certain that Yunmu wouldn't let him off easily. Who is it? However, just when Su Yan relaxed and hid behind a pillar to rest, Yun Wanqing, who was walking in front, suddenly snorted and looked in Su Yan's direction with a guarded expression. Could it be that we've been discovered? Su Yan was startled by her shout. Who exactly is it? Quickly come out. At this time, Yunmu also shouted in anger. Su Yan was certain that he had been discovered. While following the three of them, Su Yan had been prepared to be discovered by them. He couldn't fight against the three of them, but at least he could run away. Su Yan steeled his heart and was about to reveal himself. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Inside the shrine, a black fog surged forth. When Yun Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yun Chen saw the black fog, they glanced at each other. Their eyes suddenly shone, and they excitedly said, Devil Soul, I didn't expect that Devil Soul would surprisingly be here. Devil Soul. When Su Yan heard their words, he couldn't help but be startled. He then stealthily stuck his head out and glanced at the three of them. Only then did he discover that they hadn't discovered him, but had instead discovered the Devil Soul. When Yun Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yun Chen saw the Devil Soul, they looked at each other and simultaneously attacked it. Now that Su Yan knew that they hadn't discovered him, he felt relieved. Looking at the black shadow that was like a cloud of fog, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. So this is the Devil Soul. Devil Soul. Looking at the demonic soul, Su Yan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a bright light. Just a moment ago, Su Yan had also heard the words of Devil Ancestor Shura. As long as he collected the Devil Souls, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura. Su Yan wasn't clear about how much power he would obtain after obtaining the inheritance of devil ancestor Shura. However, when he thought about how Yun Wanqing, the young master of the Heaven and Earth organization, had entered Shura's shrine to obtain the inheritance of devil ancestor Shura, the amount of power she would obtain was definitely not small. Actually, there was no need to think about Yun Wanqing. Just from the name of Shura's shrine and the gimmick of Shura's devil ancestor, Su Yan believed that if he obtained the inheritance of devil ancestor Shura's power, he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual ocean realm. Then should I, as Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the devil's soul, and a resplendent light flickered in his eyes. But when he saw the strength of the devil's soul, Su Yan immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. The devil's soul seemed weak, but unfortunately, the strength it erupted with was astonishing. Yun Wanqing was at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Yun Mu was also at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Even with Yun Qin, who was at the 2nd layer of spiritual ocean realm, they could barely fight the devil's soul to a standstill. Because of this, Su Yan dispelled the thought of provoking the devil's soul. Even the three of them are no match for it, let alone me. Su Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head, dispelling the thought of obtaining the inheritance of devil ancestor Shura's power. Although he was somewhat unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do about it. I will first observe for a while and search for that Shura's devil essence. Su Yan laughed at himself and didn't think about it anymore. However, he didn't leave. After all, with the three of them here, Su Yan couldn't move forward. Su Yan also wanted to see how exactly Yun Wanqing would obtain the inheritance of Shura's devil ancestor. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yan wanted to see what exactly Yun Mu was plotting. Although the devil's soul's strength was formidable, the three of them were elites of the Heaven and Earth organization. With the three of them joining hands, the devil's soul still couldn't resist. Soon, under the pincer attack of the three of them, the devil's soul was defeated and absorbed into the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand. But clearly, one devil's soul wasn't enough. Just as the three of them were about to move forward, another devil's soul appeared. This saved the three of them a lot of trouble. One devil's soul after another. After a total of 10 devil souls appeared, the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand turned dark green. It should be fine now, Yun Wanqing said with uncertainty. Yun Mu also wasn't sure. After all, the matter of the Shura's shrine was really too strange. It was so strange that Su Yan didn't know what the use of the Shura's soul essence was. The Shura's soul essence seemed to be omnipotent in the Shura's shrine, but sometimes it also seemed to be completely useless. Su Yan looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand and frowned. But when he saw the three of them turn around, he didn't think too much about it and quietly hid behind the pillar. After the three of them passed by, he followed behind them. Because of the experience just now. Now, the three of them were quite familiar with the place and soon arrived at the place where Devil Shura had appeared. "Mighty Devil Shura, I have brought you the Devil's Soul," Yun Wanqing said respectfully after arriving at the place where they had just arrived. The moment she said those words, a loud bang rang out. With a loud bang, Devil Shura rose from the ground. Once Devil Shura appeared, he didn't pay any attention to Yun Wanqing's group of three. Instead, he snatched the Devil's Soul in Yun Wanqing's hand and looked at the Devil's Soul contained in the Shura's soul essence. He laughed loudly and said, "Devil's Soul, it's really a Devil's Soul." Azura demon ancestor laughed heartily as he spoke. His excited appearance made the others frown involuntarily. This was because no one knew what the Azura demon venerable wanted the Devil's Soul for. After all, Devil Shura had fallen several thousand years ago. Otherwise, with the strength of the Azura temple alone, the entire 5 counties would be under their control. No other sect would be able to resist them. Of course, not knowing was one thing. Yun Wanqing and the others stood in front of Devil Shura, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, no one knew what was going on with Devil Shura's temper. If the three of them wanted to obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power, they had to listen to him obediently. The three of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. Fortunately, after being excited for a while, Devil Shura quickly recovered. He looked at Yun Wanqing with a grave and stern expression and said, "Since you have helped me find the Devil's soul, you can now begin to receive my, Devil Shura's, grand inheritance." When Yun Wanqing heard his words, an excited expression appeared on her face. She immediately knelt down and signaled to Yun Qin and Yun Mu with her eyes. Yun Mu and Yun Qin also suddenly realized what was going on. The two of them suddenly moved aside and took out several small flags, arranging them according to the heavenly stem 8 trigrams formation. When Su Yan saw their strange actions, he couldn't help but frown, but when he saw the formation they were arranging, he quickly understood. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seems like this heaven and earth organization really does know some things about Shura Shrine. Su Yan smiled faintly, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was only here to watch the show. He didn't have much interest in the inheritance of power. Bang! Right at this moment, the Azura demon Venerable leaped into the air as a powerful energy burst out from his body. Chapter 349. The waves of Yin wind quickly turned into a formidable force that spread out in all directions. Yun Wanqing stood at the center and looked at the Yin wind. Her previously calm expression instantly became excited, and a resplendent light shone in her eyes. Shura Devil Sage's figure also expanded. A loud bang echoed, the Azura demon Venerable's entire body turned into a cloud of black mist and exploded in the air, fusing with the chilly wind. What exactly is going on? When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown, and his face was filled with astonishment. Yun Mu, hurry up and arrange the spell formation, Yun Wanqing, who was standing in the middle of the spell formation, shouted at Yun Mu in a stern voice. When Yun Mu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he looked at the Yin wind that was continuously rotating in the air, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. When Yun Wanqing saw Yun Mu standing there motionlessly, she shouted again, "Yun Mu, what are you doing? What am I doing?" When Yun Mu heard Yun Wanqing's words, the smile on his face became even wider. "Yun Wanqing, what do you think I am doing?" Yun Wanqing looked at Yun Mu's sinister expression and quickly understood. Her pupils shrank, and she shouted, "Yun Mu, are you trying to disobey my orders?" "Your orders, ha ha ha." When Yun Mu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Yun Wanqing, Yun Wanqing, such big words. If I remember correctly, I am your fiancé. When Yun Wanqing heard Yun Mu's words, her expression turned gloomy, but she didn't reply. I hadn't expected that this Yun Mu would surprisingly be Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Interesting. When Su Yan heard Yun Wanqing's words, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yun Wanqing's devastatingly beautiful face and then at Yun Mu's incomparably ugly face. Su Yan felt pity for Yun Wanqing. Naturally, pity was pity. In any case, this matter didn't concern him, so Su Yan didn't care about it. When Yun Mu saw that Yun Wanqing didn't reply, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Yun Wanqing, do you really think that I came here willingly to help you obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power? You're too naive. The inheritance of Devil Shura's power can help me at least reach the peak of spiritual ocean realm. Do you think that I would let this opportunity? Yun Wanqing, to be honest, I've tolerated you for a long time. It's really been a long time." After saying that, Yun Mu looked greedily at Yun Wanqing's enchanting body and clicked his tongue. "Yun Wanqing, after so many years, I still haven't exercised my responsibility as a husband, so now," after saying that, Yun Mu's pupils shrank, and he reached out to grab Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing's reaction was extremely fast. She jumped up and dodged Yun Mu's attack. Yun Wanqing's dodge startled Yun Mu. You. How can you move? Of course I can move. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of Yun Wanqing's mouth, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. Yunmu, do you really think that I, Yun Wanqing, am so stupid as to trust you completely? The inheritance of Devil Shura's power must first be sealed in order to completely accept it. But don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. My bloodline is the purest bloodline of spell formations, so how can a trifling seal trap me? When Yun Wanqing said those words, her delicate appearance completely disappeared, and a majestic aura spread out from between her brows. The aura of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization was completely revealed. Yunmu was startled at first. Then, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you would conceal yourself so deeply. But do you think that you can smoothly obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power like this? Devil Shura's power inheritance ceremony has already begun, and Devil Shura no longer determines who will receive the inheritance. Do you think that you have the opportunity to snatch it from my hands? He doesn't determine who will receive it. Su Yan originally had the attitude of watching a good show, but when he heard Yumu's words, he was startled. He looked at the power floating in the air, and a resplendent light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He originally didn't have much interest in Devil Shura's power. After all, Su Yan had some self-awareness. Given his present strength, if he wanted to snatch food from the three spiritual ocean realm experts, Yun Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yunqin, he was still too weak. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yan felt that he had no way of obtaining the inheritance of Devil Shura's power. This was because he had thought that the Azura demon ancestor would only be able to accept the inheritance if he had chosen someone. When he heard Yumu's words, Su Yan couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. Naturally, although he was impulsive, he didn't lose his reason. If Su Yan went out, he would certainly die. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, a cold smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Yunmu, even if that's the case, so what? Don't tell me that you have the confidence to defeat me. Don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Young sect master. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Yun Wanqing, do you really think that you are amazing just because you are the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization? Don't forget that I am the true number one person of the Heaven and Earth organization. Bang! While speaking, the cultivation method in Yunmu's body began to revolve rapidly, and a majestic power rose from his body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. When Yun Wanqing saw the power surging out of Yunmu's body, she couldn't help but be startled. But she quickly regained her calm and looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, I hadn't expected that you would have concealed your strength so deeply. You have surprisingly broken through to the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. That's only natural. Yunmu licked his lips and smiled. Yun Wanqing, do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? For a full 20 years, ever since you were conferred the status of young sect master, I have been preparing for it. Originally, I had been thinking about how to obtain you. After all, with your status as young sect master and your good father, it would have been difficult for me to find an opportunity to make a move on you in the Heaven and Earth organization. But who would have thought that Shura Shrine would suddenly appear? Ha ha ha. After thinking about it, an arrogant smile appeared on Yumu's face. When Shura Shrine appeared, I knew that my chance had come. My chance to obtain you has come, ha ha ha. The more Yumu spoke, the more brilliant the smile on his face became, and the more complacent he became. When Yun Wanqing heard his smile, her complexion sank, and she shouted, Yunmu, do you really think that your plan is so thorough? Do you really think that you are the number one person in the Heaven and Earth organization? While speaking, a cold smile appeared on Yun Wanqing's face. With a loud bang, a majestic power surged out of her body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. Surprisingly, they are also at the 8th rank. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected that the two of them, who were about the same age as him, would have already reached the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. Su Yan couldn't help but admire the strength of the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, which was the #1 sect in the 5 provinces. Other sects couldn't compare to them. Naturally, Su Yan didn't believe that he was inferior to them. After all, Su Yan had wasted many years on the path of cultivation when he was in the Su family. Su Yan had only been cultivating for a few years. Just based on this, Su Yan had already defeated all of them. When Yunmu saw Yun Wanqing revealing the strength of the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm, he couldn't help but be startled. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Yun Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you had concealed your strength so deeply. Surprisingly, you are also at the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. But don't forget that I still have someone by my side. While Yunmu was sneering, Yun Chen, who hadn't said anything until now, suddenly walked over and stood beside Yunmu. If the two of them were to fight, Yun Wanqing wouldn't be afraid of Yunmu. Yunmu was the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Her status was much higher than Yunmu's. However, if there was an additional cloud of dust, then it would be a different story. Yun Chen, don't tell me that you also want to betray the Heaven and Earth Organization. Yun Wanqing shouted at Yun Chen. Yun Chen smiled faintly. Young sect master, it isn't that Yun Chen wants to betray the Heaven and Earth Organization, but rather that Yun Chen wants to make the Heaven and Earth Organization even more powerful. Even more powerful. Yun Wanqing was startled. She didn't understand the meaning behind Yun Chen's words. Yun Chen continued. Young sect master, senior brother Yunmu has always been the #1 disciple of our sect, and you are his fiancé. If the two of you join hands, the Heaven and Earth Organization will definitely become even more powerful. Therefore, today I want to help senior brother Yunmu obtain you so that our Heaven and Earth Organization can reach the next level. Nonsense. When Yun Wanqing heard Yun Chen's words, anger instantly appeared on her beautiful face. With a shout, she slapped her storage pouch and took out her weapon. She took the initiative to attack Yun Chen. Yun Chen, since you want to be a traitor today, I will kill you first. Yun Wanqing, don't forget that your opponent is me. When Yunmu saw Yun Wanqing attacking Yun Chen, he quickly stepped forward to block Yun Wanqing. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The weapons of the two people collided, and at the same time, countless rays of light exploded. At the same time, Yun Wanqing and Yunmu couldn't help but retreat a few steps. This time, the two of them didn't speak any more nonsense. After retreating a few steps, they began to fight again. Both of them were well-known figures of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Both of them were at the 8th layer of Spiritual Ocean Realm, and the strength they erupted with was astonishing. The majestic power surging forth caused Su Yan, who was watching from the side, to be flabbergasted. 8th layer Spiritual Ocean Realm is really powerful. Su Yan mumbled to himself. Although he was just here to watch the show, no matter what, there was still some hatred between Su Yan and Yunmu. Chapter 350. Although Su Yan didn't know Yun Wanqing, at least he didn't dislike Yun Wanqing. On the other hand, Su Yan hated Su Yan. Naturally, Su Yan hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. He had asked him to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization. With Su Yan's current strength, taking care of the Heaven and Earth Organization was a fantasy. However, Su Yan hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. Although he didn't have the strength, it didn't mean that Su Yan wouldn't do it. This was a man's commitment to his word. After thinking about this, Su Yan no longer looked at the battle between the two of them with the attitude of watching a good show. Instead, he was thinking about which of the two of them would win, which would be beneficial to the Heaven and Earth organization. Actually, Su Yan already had some prejudiced thoughts in his heart. In addition, Yun Wanqing had the identity of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan naturally wanted Yun Wanqing to win. Unfortunately, although Yun Wanqing and Yun Mu were both at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm, it could be said that the two of them were equally matched. However, Yun Chen was constantly obstructing them from the side. Yun Wanqing was always at a disadvantage. Cloudy mist technique, overlooking the heavens. Both Yun Mu and Yun Chen used the Heaven and Earth organization's unique 10,000 elephant divine skill at the same time. Suddenly, a berserk energy surged in the palace and rushed toward Yun Wanqing like a huge wave. Cloudy mist technique, divine healing. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was startled in her heart. She was also a member of the Heaven and Earth organization, so she understood the cloudy mist technique very well. She was very clear about the formidability of overlooking the heavens. If it had been Yun Chen who had unleashed it, Yun Wanqing wouldn't have been afraid. However, it had been unleashed by Yun Mu, who was at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, he was much stronger than Yun Chen. Not to mention the fact that the two of them were using overlooking the heavens at the same time, their combined strength was much greater than Yun Mu's. Yun Wanqing didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. She directly used Yun Wusu's divine healing technique to resist this wave of powerful attacks. Unfortunately, even so. Bang! When this powerful force collided with Yun Wanqing, there was a sudden explosion. Yun Wanqing cried out, and her entire body flew backwards. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Yun Mu and Yun Chen arrived one after another. Yun Mu looked at Yun Wanqing, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, I told you long ago that you weren't my opponent. Humph, Yun Mu, you despicable and shameless person, Yun Wanqing angrily shouted. Am I despicable? I am indeed despicable. Yun Mu didn't feel any shame. Instead, he felt somewhat proud. He looked at the power of Devil Master Shura, which was still rotating in the center, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, you wait here obediently for me. Wait until I obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura, then I will serve you. Yun Mu had another meaning when he said that. Although Yun Wanqing was inexperienced, she had lived for a long time after all, so she naturally understood what he meant. A hint of redness appeared on her face, and at the same time, she angrily shouted, Yun Mu, do you really think that I will let you obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura's power? While speaking, Yun Wanqing suddenly jumped up, and as she waved her hands, a berserk power was formed. When Yun Mu and Yun Chen saw this scene, they were startled and quickly retreated a few steps. They looked at the power surging in Yun Wanqing's hands with astonishment and mumbled, Impossible, this. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Yun Wanqing sneered and continuously waved her hands. The power in her hands surged faster and faster, and soon, an enormous energy ball was formed. Cloud mist technique, cloud overlooking the world, second layer secret technique, cloud crystallization. Yun Wanqing angrily shouted and suddenly waved her hands. The formidable energy ball surging in her hands was instantly pushed forward. Its speed was as fast as lightning. At the same time, the ball of light instantly condensed into the shape of a sharp sword. It emitted resplendent rays of light and attacked Yun Mu and Yun Chen. Quickly dodge. Yun Mu was startled and hurriedly shouted at Yun Chen. Unfortunately, the speed of the cloud crystallization was too fast. The two of them had no way to dodge. With a loud bang, the two of them were blasted apart. Poochie! A mouthful of blood gushed out from the corners of their mouths at the same time. Yun Chen was blown away by the explosion and fainted. Yun Mu's strength was slightly higher than Yun Chen's, but he wasn't much better off. He was blown several tens of meters away. Cloud mist technique is indeed formidable. When Su Yan saw this formidable attack, he was also overwhelmed with shock. Su Yan had only grasped the 10,000 elephant divine skill of Dongqing clan, torrential storm of rose blossoms. Even though its power was extremely formidable, Su Yan still felt somewhat inferior when compared to the cloud mist technique in front of him. This caused Su Yan's thirst for the cloud mist technique to increase by a few notches. After Yun Wanqing unleashed this technique, her body fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Her complexion was pale, and she no longer had the majestic presence from before. Clearly, it was somewhat difficult for her to unleash such a powerful technique with her strength. Yun Mu fell far away and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he stand up with difficulty. He looked at Yun Wanqing, who had fallen to the ground, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yun Wanqing, I truly hadn't expected that you would be able to grasp the cloud crystallization. It was truly my miscalculation. I hadn't expected that even the cloud crystallization wouldn't be able to stop him. Yun Wanqing looked at Yun Mu, who could still stand up, and a hint of a bitter smile appeared on her face. She had long since lost her previous arrogance. Looking at Yun Wanqing's appearance, Yun Mu laughed heartily and staggered toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Yun Wanqing, so what if you have grasped the cloud crystallization? So what? So what? The power of Shura Devil Master will always be mine. It's all mine. I, Yun Mu, am the most powerful expert of the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun Mu bellowed, and his figure shrank as he prepared to leap toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Upon seeing this, Yun Wanqing despaired. She was clear that if Yun Mu obtained the inheritance of the power of Shura Devil Master, what kind of fate would await her? This won't do. Even if I, Yun Wanqing, die, I won't be raped by this ugly person. As Yun Wanqing thought about it, she slowly raised the weapon in her hand. She wanted to end her life, but she also thought about the beauty of life. When she thought about the Heaven and Earth organization and her loved ones, Yun Wanqing's body trembled slightly. It was such a wonderful thing to be alive. How much courage did it take to end one's own life? She, Yun Wanqing, truly didn't want to die. At that moment, she was hoping for a miracle. Unfortunately, since things had already developed to this point, she had no other choice. When she heard Yun Mu's complacent laughter, Yun Wanqing slowly raised the weapon in her hand. Just as she was about to cut her own throat, bang, suddenly, a loud sound rang out, startling Yun Wanqing. When she turned around, she saw the white robe fluttering in the wind. Yun Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up. It's him. Yun Mu was about to enter the power of Shura Devil Master to receive the inheritance when he was attacked by a sudden attack. He was startled by the sudden attack. Using the remaining spiritual force in his body, he dodged backwards. At the same time, anger surged in his eyes as he shouted, "Who is it?" When he saw Su Yan's figure in front of him, his entire body trembled with anger. "It's you, why are you here?" Su Yan didn't pay attention to his words. Instead, he looked at the power of Shura Devil Master, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "I wonder if I can break through to the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the inheritance of this power of Shura Devil Master," he said inwardly. While he was speaking, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped into the spell formation. Bang! 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 The moment Su Yan stepped in, the dazzling power of the Azura demon ancestor exploded with countless loud bangs. Like bolts of lightning, it struck Su Yan's body directly. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain caused Su Yan to involuntarily growl. However, at the same time, Su Yan could feel a powerful force surging through his various meridians, causing his blood vessels to suddenly swell up. No! No! When Yunmu saw this scene, his scalp exploded, and he furiously howled, "No, this power belongs to me, it belongs to me, Su Yan, I will kill you." Yunmu furiously roared and rushed into the spell formation, but unfortunately, it had already been activated. If Yunmu was still at the peak of the 8th layer, he could have broken the spell formation, but unfortunately, he was just a crossbow and couldn't get close to it. He was bounced back. No, impossible. Yunmu looked at Su Yan, who was receiving the inheritance of Shura Devil Master's power, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A blood-red light flashed through them, and he repeatedly howled, "No, Su Yan, I will kill you, kill you. This power belongs to me, it belongs to me. I have been waiting for this day for dozens of years. Impossible, impossible." While Yunmu was mumbling, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through his back. His body stiffened, and when he turned around to look, he saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing. His expression became even more furious. His face was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do, so he slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he was unwilling to die in peace. Su Yan was merely an ant in his eyes, while he, Yunmu, was a divine dragon. But how could he have expected that the matter he had been preparing for would be destroyed by an ant? The thing he had been scheming for so long was about to enter his mouth. And it was snatched away by that ant. He was unwilling to die in peace. Chapter 351. Yun Wanqing looked at Yunmu's body on the ground. Although Yunmu was a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization and was very likely the future hope of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion when she looked at his corpse. For Yun Wanqing, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. After all, regardless of who Yunmu was, regardless of whether Yun Wanqing accepted him or not, he still had the identity of her fiancé. This identity had always entangled Yun Wanqing. Now that Yunmu had perished, the stone that had been pressing down on Yun Wanqing's heart was finally lifted. At that moment, Su Yan, who was receiving the inheritance of Devil Sage Shura's power in the spell formation, suddenly let out a mournful cry. Yun Wanqing's attention also fell on Su Yan's body. Looking at his handsome face and fluttering white robes, Yun Wanqing didn't know why, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. The inheritance of Devil Sage Shura should have belonged to her. Now that it had been taken by Su Yan, Yun Wanqing should have been furious. But when she looked at Su Yan, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. Her heart was as calm as still water. This made Yun Wanqing somewhat astonished. Moreover, Yun Wanqing couldn't understand why Su Yan had appeared here. She was the young master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, so she was naturally clear that Su Yan was currently being hunted down by the entire 5 counties. Betraying this sect was a major crime. It could be said that everyone had the right to punish them. After suffering the betrayal of Yun Chen and Yunmu, Yun Wanqing felt even more hatred toward those who betrayed their sect. But when she looked at Su Yan, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. In fact, when she looked at Su Yan, there was even a hint of approval in her eyes. Yun Wanqing also didn't know what this strange feeling was. Forget it, forget it. It's probably because this kid saved me. Yun Wanqing laughed self-deprecatingly. She originally wanted to leave, but she remembered that Su Yan was here to receive the power of inheritance from Shura. If someone came, it might be dangerous. In addition, Yun Wanqing was also seriously injured. After taking a glance at Su Yan, she simply sat down beside Su Yan. While protecting Su Yan, she also recovered her strength. Azura Demon Venerable's power of inheritance lasted for several hours. Only then did the dazzling power completely enter Su Yan's arms. Su Yan also opened his eyes the moment the power fell, and a scarlet light surged out of them. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly took a few steps back. What's going on? Ah! Under the surge of the scarlet light, Su Yan suddenly shouted and fainted on the ground. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was even more stunned. After seeing Su Yan faint, she became even more anxious. She hurriedly went forward to check on Su Yan's injuries. If she didn't see it, she wouldn't know, but when she saw it, she was shocked. This power is so terrifying. Yun Wanqing checked the power contained in Su Yan's body. Even though she was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, a powerhouse of the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, she was still shocked. However, she soon discovered that Su Yan seemed to be only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Yun Wanqing puzzled. This kid's pulse is clearly only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Why does he have such powerful strength? Yun Wanqing frowned as she thought about it. After several hours of recovery, although she had yet to return to her peak, her strength had still recovered quite a bit. Looking at Su Yan's unconscious appearance, she hesitated for a moment. Yun Wanqing immediately used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yan. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Su Yan slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing Su Yan did was to check his own strength. Why is it still at the 9-star celestial phase realm? While Su Yan was feeling disappointed, he also noticed the boundless power contained in his body. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something, and thought to himself, could it be that the inheritance of the demon lord Shura is still unable to allow me to break through the bottleneck of the 9-star celestial phase realm? When Su Yan received the inheritance of the demon lord Shura's power, he had sensed the power of the Shura demon lord. No matter what, it would have allowed him to break through to the celestial phase realm, but he was still stuck at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Su Yan a little suspicious, whether or not the Shura demon essence had any way to help him break through the bottleneck of the celestial phase realm. Why are you here? At this moment, Yun Wanqing asked coldly from the side. This also made Su Yan suddenly realize that there was someone beside him. He hurriedly stood up, thinking that Yun Wanqing's identity was more sensitive, and that he was still carrying a crime. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, then casually said, I came in by accident. By accident? Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan with obvious disdain. She definitely didn't believe his words, but she didn't ask any further. Instead, she turned around and walked forward. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand what Yun Wanqing meant by this. However, no matter what, he had snatched away the inheritance of the Shura demon lord Yun Wanqing. In addition, he had promised Ninth Uncle that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Now, he had actually snatched away the inheritance of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He chased after Yun Wanqing and asked, Where are you going now? Yun Wanqing glanced at Su Yan, ignored Su Yan's words, and still walked straight forward. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's cold face, he smiled helplessly and didn't ask much. Thinking that he didn't know where to find the main shrine now, he simply followed Yun Wanqing and continued to walk forward. It was still somewhat interesting. From the beginning, Su Yan had been following them. Now, he was following them openly. In fact, Yun Wanqing didn't know why she didn't answer Su Yan's question. It was because Yun Wanqing didn't know where to go. Because she came to the Shura shrine today to get the inheritance of the Shura demon lord. Who knew that in the end, it would actually benefit Su Yan? Coupled with the strangeness of the Shura shrine, even if the Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties, they still couldn't really understand the secrets of the Shura shrine, at least before the Shura shrine opened. Yun Wanqing also didn't know how to get out. Now, Yun Wanqing was in the Shura shrine just to try her luck. She wanted to see if there were any treasures in the Shura shrine. The two walked all the way. After a few hours, the two felt that they had almost walked through the entire Shura shrine. Unfortunately, when they looked ahead, they still couldn't see the end. This made the two couldn't help but wonder how big the Shura shrine was. Perhaps this tranquility made the two of them feel bored. Yun Wanqing, who had been silent all this time, also turned her head to Su Yan and asked, "Did you come to the Shura shrine to look for something?" "Yes." Su Yan nodded. This time, he didn't hide it from Yun Wanqing and said, "I know that there is a Shura demon essence in the Shura shrine. I want to find the Shura demon essence." "What? You want to get the Shura demon essence?" Yun Wanqing's face suddenly became serious when she heard Su Yan's words. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's expression, he couldn't help but be startled. He stared blankly for a moment before saying, "I came for the Azura devil essence." "Nonsense." Yun Wanqing suddenly shouted, "Do you know what the Shura demon essence is?" "Of course I know." Although Yun Wanqing's strength was much stronger than Su Yan's, Yun Wanqing was still a woman after all. Being scolded by a woman like this made Su Yan a little angry. "You know." Yun Wanqing ignored Su Yan's anger and said coldly, "Su Yan, I'm telling you, if you take away the Shura demon essence, I'm afraid that you will harm the people of the 5 counties." "What?" Su Yan was stunned when he heard Yun Wanqing's words. Then, he looked at Yun Wanqing's serious expression. She wasn't exaggerating. He also became serious and asked, "What's going on?" Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan's expression and understood that Su Yan knew nothing about the Shura Demon Palace. Looking ahead, it was dark and she didn't know where to go. She simply explained the Shura Demon Palace to Su Yan. The Shura Demon Palace is a sect from ancient times. "I think you know this." Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan and said, "Yes." Seeing Su Yan nod, Yun Wanqing continued, "The reason why the Shura Demon Palace could dominate the 5 counties at that time was because the Shura Demon Palace had the 8 Shura Demon Masters. The 8 Shura Demon Masters were different. They were the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang Demon Masters, and the Kindness, Beauty, and Ugliness Demon Masters. The Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang Demon Masters were undoubtedly the strongest among the 8 Demon Masters. However, because it was too long ago, no one knew how terrifying their strength was at that time. However, I remember that the 8 Demon Masters seemed to want to dominate the entire Qian realm. Yes, the entire Qian realm, not the 5 counties. As for what happened after that and why the Azura Divine Palace fell, I don't know." Su Yan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect the Shura Demon Palace to be so powerful. Not only did they dominate the 5 counties, but they even wanted to dominate the entire Qian realm. Although the 5 counties were powerful, the Zhuzhou continent was the real world of martial artists. Su Yan couldn't believe what the Zhuzhou continent was like. However, the Shura Demon Palace had the strength to control 2 continents. How powerful were the 4 Demon Masters? How powerful was the Shura Demon Palace? Yun Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's shock. After all, when she first learned about the Shura Demon Palace's power, her expression wasn't any better than Su Yan's. After Su Yan digested the information, Yun Wanqing continued, "The Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang Demon Masters are missing. However, we can confirm that the Kindness, Beauty, and Ugliness Demon Masters are in the Shura Demon Palace. It's the Azura Demon Venerable's power inheritance that we just obtained. It's precisely because of his amiable nature that Demon Venerable left behind his power for his descendants to inherit." Chapter 352. The reason why Su Yan felt guilty about snatching away Yun Wanqing's power inheritance was that Su Yan had promised Uncle Jiu that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. More importantly, Yun Wanqing had never mentioned this matter. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing did not dwell on this matter. Soon, she said, in addition to the Shura Overlord, the other 3 overlords also have their own duties. The good Shura Overlord is mainly responsible for the internal and external affairs of the Shura Shrine. The beautiful Shura overlord is responsible for the layout of the entire Shura shrine. After saying that, Yun Wanqing glanced at the surrounding Shura shrine and smiled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the Shura shrine you see now is all the work of the beautiful Shura overlord. One person can build such a large shrine. As expected of one of the 8 overlords of the Shura shrine. Yun Wanqing looked at the huge Shura shrine and couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan also couldn't help but take another look at the layout of the Shura shrine. If Yun Wanqing hadn't said this, Su Yan might not have cared about this. In his heart, he always believed that such a large shrine must have been built by the power of many people. He never expected that this would be the work of one person. In his heart, he admired the beautiful Shura overlord even more. Of course, Su Yan was more concerned about these Shura overlords and what they had to do with him obtaining the Shura demon essence. Su Yan thought for a moment and realized that other than the 8 overlords, Yun Wanqing didn't mention what the ugly Shura overlord was all about. This made Su Yan puzzled. He asked, "Senior Sister Yun, you said the 7 overlords, but you didn't say what the ugly overlord is in charge of." Yun Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's name. However, when she heard Su Yan's last words, her pretty face sank and became abnormally serious. She even looked at Su Yan with some anger in her eyes. Yun Wanqing was clearly angry at the ugly Shura overlord. She couldn't help but snort. The ugly Shura overlord can be said to be the most despicable Shura overlord in the Shura shrine. Moreover, he is also the strongest Azura demon venerable among the last, good-natured, beautiful, and ugly ones. Several thousand years have passed. Only this ugly Azura demon venerable has yet to perish. He has also been looking for a chance to revive. Resurrection. Su Yan was stunned. He looked at Yun Wanqing in surprise and asked, "Senior Sister Yun, the Shura Shrine sect has disappeared from this world for so long. Does the ugly Shura overlord still have a chance to be resurrected?" Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan in disdain when she heard Su Yan's question. "Su Yan, don't underestimate the power of the Shura Shrine. Since the Shura Shrine can start a war in the 5 counties thousands of years ago, it means that they have the power of the Shura Shrine. If it wasn't for the Buddha Sword sect back then, who knows what the situation in the Gone territory would be like now." The Buddha Sword sect. Su Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Yun Wanqing mention the Buddha Sword sect. "Senior Sister Yun, what's going on with the Buddha Sword sect?" Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan's shocked expression and realized that she had said too much. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing. There are some things that you don't have the right to know." Su Yan smiled bitterly when he heard Yun Wanqing's words. At the same time, he had a thought. What would happen if he told Yun Wanqing that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword sect? Of course, this was a secret in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan had kept it from even Dong Qinghao and the others, let alone Yun Wanqing. Of course, he wouldn't tell her. Judging from Yun Wanqing's expression, she definitely knew something about the Buddha Sword sect. Thinking about this, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the successor of the Buddha Sword sect, he knew even less about the sect than an outsider. Of course, this wasn't Su Yan's fault. After all, the Buddha Sword sect was as mysterious as the Shura Shrine. They were both sects that had existed since ancient times, so there were too few things that had been passed down. Su Yan saw that Yun Wanqing didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask and pretended not to know. Yun Wanqing saw that Su Yan didn't ask any more questions, so she continued to talk about the ugly Shura Demon King. Because the ugly Shura Demon King has always given up the chance to be resurrected, so you can't take the Shura Demon essence. Why? Su Yan asked suspiciously. If Su Yan had already entered the spiritual sea realm, then it wouldn't matter. However, Su Yan hadn't yet, so he still wanted to use the Shura Demon essence to break through his bottleneck. Enter the spiritual sea realm. After all, Su Yan was an expert in the Rikian realm, so his bottleneck was much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Other than the Shura demon essence, Su Yan really didn't know how to break through this bottleneck. No reason, Yun Wanqing said with a serious face, I won't let you get the Shura demon essence. Yun Wanqing said in a serious tone, not giving Su Yan any reason to refuse. This made Su Yan feel melancholy. At the same time, he became even more confused. Yun Wanqing looked into the distance and said tiredly, well, I've said so much to you today, and you saved me today. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. After saying that, Yun Wanqing didn't wait for Su Yan to react, and walked away. Oh. Su Yan responded in a low voice. Looking at Yun Wanqing's back, he didn't know why, but he felt a little disappointed. After Yun Wanqing walked away, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I can't get the Shura demon essence, then how can I break through this bottleneck? Forget it, let's go find senior brother Dong Qinghao and the others first. Su Yan shook his head helplessly, and didn't think about these things anymore. He looked ahead, and no longer hesitated, and walked forward. After all, it was too big of a burden to fight the entire 5 counties. Even Su Yan couldn't bear it. The size of the Shura shrine was always beyond imagination. The more Su Yan walked, the more he admired the power of the beautiful Shura demon master. He even had an impulse to see what the beautiful Shura demon master looked like. Of course, impulse was impulse. After all, so much time had passed. Where could he find the beautiful Shura demon master? Shaking his head, Su Yan didn't think about it. What he cared about most now was where Dong Qinghao and the others went. After all, the Shura shrine was too strange. It was so strange that Su Yan couldn't understand whether the Shura shrine was good or evil. Now that he hadn't seen Dong Qinghao and the others for so long, Su Yan was really worried about their safety. Su Yan didn't hesitate anymore. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly ran and rushed forward. Unfortunately, he searched for more than half an hour. Still, he couldn't find any trace of them. This made Su Yan even more worried. After all, before entering the Shura shrine, Heaven Sword's spiritual master once said that if he wanted to enter the Shura shrine, he must have the Shura soul essence. But after entering the Shura shrine, he was separated from them. Could it be because they don't have the Shura soul essence? Su Yan thought and frowned. He naturally didn't know that in fact, to enter the Shura shrine, one indeed needed the Shura soul essence. But it was only to open the passage to the Shura shrine. After entering, the Shura soul essence was not so important. So Dong Qinghao and the others could still walk in the Shura shrine without the Shura soul essence. Bang! Just when Su Yan was worried, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. A sound was heard. This is... Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly rushed forward. When he saw the scene in front of him, Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell is this? Su Yan was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The scene in front of him had completely changed. Countless stone pillars stood up, forming a huge pillar, and countless lights were faintly surging. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. At this moment, a voice came from behind the pillar of light. Su Yan was startled, and only then did he discover that behind the pillar of light, Yun Wanqing's body was actually imprisoned. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly woke up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand, and jumped up. Without any hesitation, he slashed horizontally at the shackles around Yun Wanqing. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the pillar of light that bound Yun Wanqing suddenly disappeared. Yun Wanqing also landed on the ground. Senior Sister Yun, what the hell is this? Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing land, and opened his mouth to ask her. I don't know what it is. Yun Wanqing shook her head, tightly grasping her sword, and looked around cautiously. At this moment, With a loud bang, the surrounding stone pillars suddenly rotated, and countless rays of light flew out from the stone pillars. Whoosh, whoosh, countless crisp sounds were heard as they passed through the air. At the same time, powerful energy surged out from the pillar of light. Feeling this powerful energy, Yun Wanqing and Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. The two of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and hurriedly retreated. Although the power of the pillar of light was powerful, the two of them were not weak. They narrowly avoided the attack of the pillar of light. However, before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a loud bang, and the pillar of light once again surged with resplendent rays of light. This time, the pillar of light didn't attack the two of them, but surrounded them. The countless rays of light surged, and a powerful force erupted. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing frowned, and suddenly cried out, "I know where this is." Su Yan couldn't help but be startled when he heard Yun Wanqing's words, and asked, "Where is this?" "The passage to the main shrine." "What?" Chapter 353. Main Shrine Passage. When Su Yan heard Yun Wanqing's words, a bright light immediately surged in his eyes. Yun Wanqing had warned the Shura Devil Essence not to be taken. However, the Shura Devil Essence was related to whether Su Yan could break through the bottleneck of the spiritual sea realm. Now that it was right in front of him, how could Su Yan not be tempted? "Senior Sister Yun, can we reach the main shrine through this passage?" Su Yan asked in a low voice. Even so, he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. It's not that simple. The Shura Shrine was built by the beautiful Shura Demon Lord. I only know that this is the passage to the main shrine. But I don't know how many passages there are to the main shrine. You should know that the main shrine is the cultivation place of the Shura King of the Shura Shrine. How can it be so easy to enter? Yun Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's excitement and explained the mystery of the main shrine passage to Su Yan. Oh. Su Yan originally wanted to enter the main shrine through this passage and get the Shura Devil Essence. Now that he heard Yun Wanqing's words, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Okay, don't just stand there. This main shrine passage is not as simple as you think. If we can't get out of here, I'm afraid you and I will have to stay here today. Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan standing there in a daze and shouted in a low voice. Oh. Su Yan responded weakly. After all, Yun Wanqing's words made Su Yan feel very disappointed. However, Su Yan quickly cheered up. While he was in a daze, the surrounding stone pillars quickly rotated and countless rays of light swirled up. At the same time, countless rays of light surged up. These bursts of light surged out and instantly turned into countless little spirits that surrounded Yun Wanqing and Su Yan. What the hell is going on? Su Yan frowned and asked Yun Wanqing. I don't know. Yun Wanqing responded in annoyance. She was quite upset. This brat really thought that she knew everything. If only she knew everything. Then she wouldn't be trapped here with him. Yun Wanqing looked at the little fairy that was pouncing towards her. She leaped and took the initiative to attack the little fairy. That enchanting figure leaped up, moving gracefully. It was very moving. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this. Why aren't you helping? Yun Wanqing shouted when she saw that Su Yan was still in a daze. Su Yan, what are you thinking? Su Yan smiled awkwardly. Then, he looked at those little fairies and frowned slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent. Raising his sword, he swung it horizontally towards the little fairies. Unfortunately, those little fairies were formed by a ray of light. The sword immediately passed through their bodies and didn't cause any harm to them. Whoa! At the same time, those little fairies let out a low roar and pounced on the two of them. The two of them were shocked. What the hell is going on? The two of them wanted to retreat and resist. Unfortunately, as the light pillars flashed around them, countless small fairies rushed out and surrounded the two of them. There was no way for them to retreat. Those little fairies quickly wrapped around the two of them. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to use their chi to resist, but the little fairies were like psoriasis that couldn't be shaken off and stuck to the two of them. At the same time, the two of them operated their chi. Those little fairies directly drilled into their bodies. The two of them were shocked. After all, everything in the shrine of Shura was too strange. The two of them didn't know what these little fairies were. How could they not be afraid when they were suddenly wrapped around by these little fairies? However, even so, the two of them couldn't do anything. Because facing these little fairies, the two of them had no chance to fight back. They could only watch helplessly as more and more little fairies poured into their bodies. Soon, the two of them went from being shocked to being surprised. Because the moment the little fairies entered their bodies, they didn't feel any discomfort or pain. Instead, they felt a sense of comfort. That burst of warmth poured into the two of them. Oh, the two of them let out a proud snort at the same time. Su Yan was a little better, but Yun Wanqing's proud snort was so moving. Coupled with the surging expression on her face, it was also extremely alluring. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, under the warm current, his body couldn't help but heat up. Yun Wanqing also realized something. Her pretty face turned red, and she shyly turned her head away. She wanted to stop herself from crying out. Unfortunately, as the little fairies continued to pour into her body, the burst of warm current gushed out from her blood vessels. Yun Wanqing simply couldn't bear it. No matter how she operated her cultivation method or how she resisted, it was useless. On the contrary, when she operated her cultivation method, the burst of warm current became even stronger. The moment she turned her head and looked at Su Yan's handsome face, Yun Wanqing was stunned. Looking at his body that was wrapped around by the little fairies, it was so moving. Yun Wanqing couldn't help but be stunned. The little fairies still didn't stop drilling into her body. Driven by the burst of warm current, Yun Wanqing actually slowly approached Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing's seductive body and her blushing face. Driven by the warm current in his body, a burst of fanaticism erupted in his heart. He couldn't help but lean towards Yun Wanqing. The two of them were lost in this light, and the two of them hugged each other. As they hugged each other, countless little fairies surged, and the two of them once again let out an arrogant snort. They looked at each other, and their eyes emitted a strong desire. In particular, Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing's red lips that were as thin as cicada's wings and hugged her enchanting body. His whole body felt as if it was about to explode. He slowly leaned down and kissed her. Although Yun Wanqing was shy, she couldn't stop all this. She could only let Su Yan kiss her. She wanted to refuse, but her heart was filled with anticipation. The moment Su Yan kissed her, her whole body trembled as if it had been struck by lightning. She hugged Su Yan tightly. With this kiss, the warm current from the two of them spread throughout their bodies. Every blood vessel and every joint made the two of them unable to extricate themselves and lost themselves in it. Su Yan kept demanding from the other party. He even began to rudely remove Yun Wanqing's clothes. "What are the two of you doing?" At this moment, a stern shout suddenly sounded. The two of them trembled and separated as if they had been electrocuted. Yun Wanqing blushed and lowered her head slightly. She didn't even pay attention to the person who had yelled out those words. Su Yan was also extremely embarrassed. However, he was a man after all. Most importantly, it wasn't his first time experiencing such things. Naturally, his skin was thicker. He glanced at Yun Wanqing's enchanting body and even felt a little angry. Who was ruining things? However, the moment he turned to look at that person, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan looked at the floating figure in red. That enchanting body that appeared in his mind more or less. That face that made him yearn for her. At this moment, she was standing right in front of him. Humph, Lin Hualu bit her lips lightly and snorted slightly. She didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all. Instead, she looked at the floating little fairies. Her eyes turned, and with a stern shout, she pulled out her sword and attacked the little fairies. Just now, Yun Wanqing and Su Yan's attacks on these little fairies were useless. However, with Lin Hualu's attack, those little fairies immediately turned into dust and disappeared. This made Su Yan very confused. Lin Hualu didn't care about this at all. Her figure fluttered, and she swept her sword horizontally. The little fairies that caught Yun Wanqing and Su Yan off guard were all destroyed by Lin Hualu. Yun Wanqing and Su Yan recovered from their shyness and awkwardness just now. Looking at Lin Hualu's methods, they were both surprised. Just now, both of them were caught by Yun Wanqing hugging and kissing. Originally, the two of them were still wondering if these little fairies were the culprit. Now that they saw Lin Hualu destroying one of them with a swing of her sword, they immediately dispelled the thought in their hearts. Su Yan originally wanted to explain to Lin Hualu. However, seeing Lin Hualu's methods, he immediately stopped thinking. Looking at Lin Hualu's frosty face, his heart was like dead ashes. Why do I always give senior sister Lin such a bad impression every time? Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Could it be that I'm destined to have no fate with senior sister Lin in this life? No fate. Su Yan thought bitterly. Not only did he have Chu Linger, but he also had Lu Lan. Now, he also had this. Yun Wanqing, that Lin Hualu. Thinking of this, Su Yan really wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. Bang! Right at this moment, Lin Hualu finished attacking those little fairies. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. Countless rays of light exploded. Whoosh, whoosh! After a few sounds, a few people appeared out of thin air in this palace. Su Yan and the rest couldn't help but be stunned. Especially when Su Yan saw these people, his face immediately surged with excitement. This was because these people who appeared weren't just anyone. They were Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Buttface, Fatty Lu, and Rattly, Su Yan. The 5 of them also saw Su Yan at the same time. When they saw him, a burst of excitement surged on their faces and they all walked towards him. Are you all okay? When Su Yan asked this question, he realized how unnecessary his question was. This was because these people were all alive and kicking and nothing happened to them at all. We're fine, we're fine. However, even though these were unnecessary words, Lu Fei still waved his hand and said with a smug face, your junior brother Su is fine. As your senior brothers, how could anything happen to us? Yes. When Su Yan saw that these people were safe and sound, he was relieved. However, he looked around and couldn't help but frown. He asked, why did you guys suddenly appear here? Chapter 354. While they were still in a daze, Macario Ice stepped forward and said, we don't know what's going on either. Ever since we entered the Shura Shrine, we have been looking for you. Yes, but we kept moving forward and didn't see you. We also encountered some dangers along the way. Dong Qinghao continued. One by one, they recounted everything that had happened in the Shura Temple. Although they only briefly described the risks and dangers that they had encountered, they were still able to see through the Shura Temple. Su Yan could imagine the dangers they encountered. After all, this was the Shura Shrine and not some other place. Of course, even so, at least everyone was able to stand here safely. This made Su Yan feel very gratified. Now, Su Yan was even more puzzled as to why these people would suddenly appear here. Thinking about what they said, they were looking for him. Suddenly, they saw a flash of light in front of them. When they ran over, they mysteriously appeared here. Mysteriously appeared here. Su Yan was slightly stunned. He looked at the light pillars that were destroyed by Lin Huatu. His brows were tightly knitted together. He thought about what Yun Wanqing said before. Everything here was built by the demon lord of the Shura. Could a person have the ability to build such a big palace? Furthermore, although the Azura Divine Palace was huge, he had only appeared in a small area. Then where exactly was he spread out? Su Yan thought of this and his eyes suddenly shrank. Could it be that here, just when Su Yan seemed to have thought of something? Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred in the middle of the light pillars. A deep voice followed, innate illusory body. I didn't expect it to be an innate illusory body. Innate illusory body. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice. Bang! Before the crowd could react, a loud explosion rang out. Ah! Lin Huato's delicate cry was heard. Her body suddenly floated up and directly entered the middle of the light pillar. Senior Sister Lin. When Su Yan saw Lin Huatu disappear, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He hurriedly chased after him, but he couldn't see Lin Huatu anywhere. What is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but let out a roar. He smashed the ground with his sword, and a huge energy fluctuation spread out. Unfortunately, Lin Huatu was still nowhere to be seen. In his anger, Su Yan comforted himself. No, I have to calm down. Calm down. Su Yan kept muttering. Soon, he thought of something and muttered to himself, could it be that this is an illusion? Everything is an illusion. Illusion. Although Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, the people standing next to him clearly heard him. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but be startled. Illusion. What the hell is going on? Dong Qinghao's pupils shrank as he asked Su Yan. After entering the Shura shrine, Dong Qinghao also realized the strangeness of the Shura shrine. He had already put away his usual frivolous smile. At this moment, he asked Su Yan with a serious face. The others also looked at Su Yan at the same time. Even Yun Wanqing was looking at Su Yan. Su Yan saw their gazes and shook his head. I'm not sure whether this is an illusion or not, but I guess it's all an illusion of the beautiful Shura Overlord. Beautiful Shura Overlord. These people obviously didn't know about the Shura Overlord. Su Yan looked at him and explained to him about the Shura Overlord. This caused them to be extremely astonished. Su Yan, you said that such a big palace was built by the beautiful Shura Overlord. How is this possible? Lu Fei looked at Su Yan in surprise. Yes. Su Yan nodded and said, it's because it's impossible that I guess all this is just an illusion. What we see is just an illusion of the beautiful Shura Overlord. Illusion. Hearing Su Yan's explanation, these people opened their mouths and said, how is this possible? Even if it's an illusion, how can there be such a powerful illusion? Su Yan knew that these people definitely didn't believe it. After all this was too unbelievable. Even he didn't dare to believe it. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it to them. At this moment, Yun Wanqing suddenly said, nothing is impossible. Don't forget that this is the Shura Shrine. The power here is completely beyond imagination. Just now, the few of them had only paid attention to Su Yan. Seeing Yun Wanqing, Dong Qinghao and the others still didn't forget the veiled young master in the Heaven and Earth organization. Although Yun Wanqing still took off her veil at this moment, these people still didn't have a good impression of her. After all, if it weren't for Su Yan and the Heaven and Earth organization, Dong Qinghao and the others would still be imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth organization. They might even have died in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan looked at the hateful eyes of these people, smiled bitterly, and hurriedly said, okay, let's not care about the past now. Let's think about how to save Senior Sister Lin. When these people heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan and then at Yun Wanqing. The two of them couldn't help but recall the kiss just now, and their faces turned red. These people were all experienced, so they immediately understood. They smiled meaningfully and didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with appreciation. The hatred in their hearts for Yun Wanqing also disappeared. Although they were in the Heaven and Earth organization at that time, because of Yun Wanqing, they almost died in the Heaven and Earth organization. But after all, these people were in different positions at that time. In addition, they weren't standing still, so they didn't feel anything. The few of them didn't say anything, but that Lu Fei, Fatty Lu, couldn't hold himself back. Looking at the two's blushing faces, he laughed and said, "There's adultery, there's definitely adultery." Su Yan and Yun Wanqing were embarrassed by these words. In particular, Yun Wanqing's face was red, and at the same time, she faintly clenched the sword in her hand. Su Yan was shocked by this, and hurriedly stopped Lu Fei's words and shouted, "Fatty Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? The key now is to find a way to save Senior Sister Lin." Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan thought of Lin Hualu, and his face couldn't help but fill with sadness. Seeing Su Yan like this, everyone put away their thoughts. When Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan like this, she didn't know why, but her heart ached, and she even felt a little angry. Of course, Su Yan didn't notice this, but looked at the place where Lin Hualu just disappeared, and muttered to himself, "If all of this is an illusion, there must be a way to break through it. There must be a way." Su Yan's mind was constantly spinning, trying to find a way to break through. At this moment, he heard Yun Wanqing say coldly, "Su Yan, don't be too naive. Even if the Shura shrine is made of illusion, don't forget that this is the passage to the main shrine. How can the main shrine of the Shura shrine be an illusion?" Although Yun Wanqing didn't want to remind Su Yan, she didn't know why, but when she saw Su Yan's deep frown, she couldn't bear to remind Su Yan. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, Su Yan suddenly realized, yes, even if the whole Shura shrine is the illusion of the beautiful Shura demon lord, how can the main shrine also be an illusion? Main shrine, main shrine. Su Yan kept muttering, and suddenly thought of the Shura demon lord he met when he just entered the Shura shrine. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, how could I forget about this? Monster crystals. Su Yan was worried about Lin Hualu's safety, so he didn't care about the Shura demon essence anymore, and immediately took out the monster crystals he obtained. As soon as the 108 monster crystals were taken out, they immediately burst into a burst of bright light, and at the same time, a strong wave of spiritual power spread out. This is... Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. When Yun Wanqing saw so many monster crystals, she suddenly opened her mouth in surprise and said, These are monster crystals." And Su Yan nodded. It wasn't strange that Yun Wanqing knew about monster crystals. After all, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Where did you get so many monster crystals?" Yun Wanqing was on the verge of going crazy. So many demonic crystals represented so many saint beasts. Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Where did he get so many monster crystals? "I got them in the Shura shrine." Su Yan gave a simple explanation. Because he was worried about Lin Hualu's safety, he didn't explain the source of the monster crystals. Now Su Yan concluded that if all of this was an illusion, then only the main shrine was real. Lin Hualu was probably also brought to the main shrine of the Shura shrine. If she was brought to the main shrine, and this was the main shrine's passage, then if the Shura demon venerable wasn't lying, he could use these monster crystals to open the main shrine. Thinking about this, Su Yan no longer hesitated and threw the monster crystals in his hand towards the light pillar. The others didn't know about these monster crystals and didn't realize the value of these monster crystals. But Yun Wanqing was clear about it. The moment she saw Su Yan throw out so many monster crystals without hesitation, she suddenly felt a burst of anger. However, thinking that Su Yan was probably doing this for that senior sister Lin, Yun Wanqing was a little angry, but also a little sad. There was a man in the world who did this for me. I have no regrets in this life. Of course, Su Yan didn't know what Yun Wanqing was thinking. What he was most concerned about now was how to open the main shrine and find Lin Hualu. The moment he threw out the monster crystals, he stared at the circle of light without blinking, waiting for a response. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few breaths, he still didn't see any reaction. The monster crystals were suspended in the middle, and there was no reaction at all. Chapter 355. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, Lu Fei suddenly looked at those demon crystals and said, "Junior brother Su, what are these things? I seem to have one here too." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he slapped his storage pouch and a demon crystal flew out from it. Bang! The moment that demon crystal flew out, a loud sound suddenly rang out. That demon crystal suddenly flew over and fused with the other 108 demon crystals. The moment those demon crystals fused together, countless rays of light shot up into the sky. A series of loud noises rang out. Everything in the surroundings also began to shake. What the hell is going on? Everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only Su Yan's face was filled with excitement, so it's because there aren't enough demon crystals. So that's why. Rumble, the entire palace was filled with thunderous noises. The entire ground also began to tremble. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be fading away. This made Su Yan happy. My guess was right. All of this is really just Nami Shura's illusion. Even so, Su Yan was still shocked by the strength of Nami Shura's demon lord. What kind of illusion could create such a large space? To create such a large palace. Moreover, it was able to make everyone feel that it was real. It made everything not collide. Of course, with Su Yan's current strength, he naturally couldn't understand how powerful this illusion was. Su Yan didn't think too much about this. Right now, he was only worried about Lin Huado's safety. Bang bang! As the palace continued to tremble, there was also a strange movement outside of Shura's shrine. Yun Tian, Black Demon and a few other Yuan Qi realm experts were working together to seal Shura's shrine. Suddenly, a pillar of fire surged up into the sky, illuminating everything in the surroundings. At the same time, a huge amount of energy surged up. What the hell is going on? Yun Tian was startled. Looking at the light that shot into the sky, his face was filled with shock. Could it be that King Shura is coming out? Thinking about this, Yun Tian was even more shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, use all your strength to seal it. Someone inside must have opened the main shrine. If we can't seal it, I'm afraid the Shura shrine will become a catastrophe for our 5 counties." Everyone in the surrounding realms knew very well how terrifying this Shura shrine was. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, they hurriedly used their qi to seal the Shura shrine. Unfortunately, even though they were powerful experts, they were still unable to do anything. In the face of the great power that leaped up from the Shura shrine, it was useless. Bang! A loud boom rang out, and the entire mountain began to tremble. Everyone in the 5 counties could see the fiery light that soared into the sky. Many warriors rushed over, but before they could get close, they were suppressed by the huge force and were unable to get close. Heaven Twin City's Su family could be said to be the closest to this mountain. Ever since Su Yan had displayed his strength in Heaven Twin City, the Su family had become the #1 family in Heaven Twin City. Su Tiantu also noticed this change. He instantly mobilized all the people in Heaven Twin City to rush over. Unfortunately, they couldn't get close. They could only watch from the foot of the mountain as the surrounding realms worked hard to seal the Shura shrine. Unfortunately, although the surrounding realms were powerful enough, they couldn't do anything. In the face of the great power surging from the Shura shrine, they still couldn't stop it. Bang! With a loud bang, several people in the area were hit by a powerful backlash, and they were all sent flying away. Rumble, at this time, a loud boom rang out. The Shura shrine that was originally at the foot of the mountain drilled out from the ground and emitted a dazzling light. Countless rays of light surged up. Waves of powerful energy surged up, and the few powerful cultivators in the area could not stop it at all. They could only watch as the palace slowly rose up. It's over, it's over, it's all over now. Yun Tian looked at the surging Shura shrine and said with a gloomy face. It was as if he had aged many years in an instant. The boundless power erupted from the Shura shrine. It spread across the sky and the entire 9 provinces. At this moment, in the mountains of the 9 provinces, several figures suddenly opened their eyes. A ray of bright light surged out of their eyes. The aura of the Shura shrine. The 5 counties. I didn't expect the Shura shrine to reappear in the 5 counties. Interesting, interesting. A faint smile appeared on the faces of several experts. All the major sects in the 9 provinces also mobilized their forces and rushed to the 5 counties. Of course, Su Yan and the others who were inside the Azura Divine Palace could feel the changes in the heavens and earth, but they didn't know what was happening outside. They could only see the ground trembling constantly inside the Azura Divine Palace, and the illusion that was constantly shrinking. While they were surprised, they were also a little excited. Main shrine, main shrine. After all the surrounding phantoms disappeared, they stood in front of a shrine. In the middle of the shrine, the words Shura shrine were hanging. Yun Wanqing couldn't help but shout, "Main shrine, this is the main shrine of the Shura shrine." Main shrine. Su Yan looked at the shrine that was emitting a majestic aura. He was startled for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he leaped inside without hesitation. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind. They were going to save Lin Hualu. Yun Wanqing was a little reluctant to save Lin Hualu. However, after a moment of hesitation, she followed them. When they entered the main shrine, everything in front of them changed. The towering pillars stood tall and emitted a majestic aura. Shura shrine, at this moment, they truly understood the power of the Shura shrine. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan didn't care about all this. He shouted as soon as he entered the main shrine. Unfortunately, he didn't hear any response. Only the echoes of his shout drifted in the main shrine. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Where is it? Right at this moment, an aura suddenly surged over, attracting Su Yan. This is... Su Yan couldn't help but be startled again. At this moment, the long-lost voice of Sword Sage sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Boy, follow this feeling." Su Yan was stunned. Sword Sage shouted again, "Hurry up, you must hurry." When Su Yan heard Hidden Sword Sage's voice, he suddenly realized what was going on. He quickly followed the feeling that surged in his mind. When the few of them saw Su Yan dashing up, they also followed closely behind and caught up with him. Just as they were about to move forward, Su Yan stopped. Everyone was stunned. When they followed Su Yan's gaze, they were all stunned. In the middle of the shrine, there was a huge mysterious stone. It emitted a soft light. As soon as they got close, they felt a warm current surge through their body. Peng! While these people were still in a daze, a loud noise rang out. The black profound heavy stone that Su Yan had encountered when he first entered the Azura temple fell down, directly hitting the Devil Essence stone. All of a sudden, a powerful ray of light surged out. Su Yan, quickly go and take that mysterious stone. Sword Sage's voice sounded again. What? Su Yan was stunned again. He didn't forget what Yun Wanqing said to him. If he took the Shura magic essence, it would cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties. Sword Sage had been paying attention to the whole process since he came in. Naturally, he also knew what Yun Wanqing said to Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan in a daze, he immediately let out a disdainful sneer. Su Yan, do you really believe what that little girl said? If you really don't want to cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties, quickly take the Shura magic essence. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan was stunned again. He looked at Yun Wanqing, but in the end, he chose to believe in Sword Sage's words. He reached out and leaped towards the Shura magic essence. You can't. Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan going to take the Shura magic essence and was shocked. She hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Yan had already leaped towards the Shura magic essence. The moment Su Yan leaped, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from the black mysterious heavy rock. Ha, stinky brat, do you really want to obtain the Azura demon essence now that you're here? Not a chance. A low growl came from the black arcane heavy rock. Suddenly, a powerful force attacked. This is, Su Yan was startled, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. Ugly demon lord, don't tell me you still want to revive. At this moment, Sword Sage's majestic voice suddenly surged in Su Yan's mind. When the ugly Shura demon lord heard Sword Sage's voice, his entire body trembled. You are Hidden Sword. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Sword Sage laughed loudly. Waves of majestic aura surged out. This caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. What is going on? The others couldn't hear Sword Sage's voice. They could only hear Shura Demon Lord's voice coming from the mysterious black stone. They were even more surprised than Su Yan. When the ugly Demon Lord heard Sword Sage's voice, he was also surprised. I didn't expect Hidden Sword to still be alive. Good. But Hidden Sword, you are just a remnant soul. I'd like to see how you are going to stop me. As the ugly Shura Demon Lord spoke, the mysterious black stone started to shake. Seeing this, Sword Sage frowned. He shouted to Su Yan, stop him. Yes. Chapter 356. Bang! Just as Su Yan attacked, a powerful force suddenly erupted and tried to devour Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked, and his whole body was blown away. Puchi! Immediately, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan! Dong Qinghao and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't have time to react, and they didn't expect this black stone to be so powerful. Ha ha ha, Hidden Sword, do you think this kid can stop me? Shura, who was inside the black stone, suddenly laughed when he saw Su Yan being blown away by his own power. Hidden Sword, if you want to find someone to take over your position, you have to find someone stronger. A mere 9-star celestial phenomenon stage wants to stop me. Wishful thinking. Sword Sage didn't care about Shura's words at all. Instead, he asked Su Yan in Su Yan's mind, Su Yan, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing Shura's words, his eyes suddenly surged with a blood-red light, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose into an evil smile. At the same time, the hot blood in his heart boiled. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, today I will let you see the power of a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Su Yan shouted angrily, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. The ghost howl sword in his hand immediately let out a roar, and at the same time, a powerful force surged. Shura, who was inside the black stone, saw Su Yan's surging power and couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he did not expect that a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would have such powerful strength. However, that surprise only lasted for a moment before disdainfully laughing, Brat, it's useless. I advise you to surrender obediently and wait for my rebirth. Then, you can follow me. Shura Overlord sneered. he didn't put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Just now, he might have wanted to use Su Yan to gather those demon crystals to open the door to the main shrine. Now that the gate of the main shrine was open, and he had landed beside the Shura Mojo, there was no need to use Su Yan. Therefore, he didn't care if Su Yan was angry or not. Surrender. Hearing his words, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Following which, Su Yan leaped up and immediately attacked with his sword. With the previous experience, Su Yan did not directly attack the black arcane heavy rock this time. Instead, he waited until the ghost howl's sword pierced out. Suddenly, he activated his chi. With a loud bang, a sharp light was emitted from the ghost howl's sword, instantly turning into a sword light that directly pierced towards the black arcane heavy rock. Good boy, I didn't expect that you could see that I am mainly relying on the rebound power of the black arcane heavy rock. To be able to catch the attention of the hidden sword old man, you really have some skills. But do you think this will work? Shura Overlord laughed, not putting Su Yan in his eyes at all. Instead, he was constantly absorbing the energy from Shura Mojo. If one sword is not enough, then two. Su Yan did not lose his mind because of Shura Overlord's words. Instead, he became more determined. His eyes flashed as he attacked again. Help! At this moment, although Dong Qinghao and the others did not know what was going on, they still shouted. They looked at each other and came back to their senses, raising their swords and attacking. Shura Overlord's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw them attacking together, and a burst of anger burst out from his nose. Humph, a few people attacking together, interesting. But do you think this will work? They did not care about Shura Overlord's words at all. At the same time, they waved their long swords and attacked the black arcane heavy rock. The power of their joint attack was naturally not something that Su Yan alone could compare with. Several great forces attacked together. Bang! The entire black arcane heavy rock suddenly trembled. Shura Overlord was suddenly furious and shouted, I didn't expect there to be two more boys. Then, I will let you see my power. The moment Shura Overlord finished his words, the black arcane heavy rock suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Su Yan, be careful. This is the power of Shura's demon essence. Quickly retreat. Sword Sage hurriedly reminded Su Yan when he saw the light surging. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The light overflowed and swept over like a huge storm. Su Yan, Dong Qinghao and the others were the best in the 5 counties, but they could not withstand such a powerful attack. When the light surged over, they suddenly felt their bodies tremble and they were all sent flying backwards at the same time. At the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Damn it! Yun Wanqing did not go forward to help just now. When she saw this scene, she frowned slightly. She looked at the injured people on the ground and looked at the black arcane heavy rock. She did not think about the Shura's demon essence anymore. With a shout, she immediately floated up. Her enchanting body rotated in the void. The cultivation technique in her body was quickly activated and condensed in her hands, emitting a dazzling light. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Fog Cloud Technique, Holy Healing. Yun Wanqing shouted and opened her hands. The light in her hands immediately turned into several warm currents and drilled into Su Yan and the others. Shura Overlord saw Yun Wanqing's fog cloud technique and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed coldly. Hee, I didn't expect that even the successor of that old fellow Yunjiu is here. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, do you think it's useful? The strongest person here is only the successor of Yunjiu. But so what? A mere level 8 spiritual sea cultivator is not worthy of carrying my shoes. Shura Overlord said arrogantly. He did not take Su Yan and the others seriously at all. Yun Wanqing did not care about this. after healing Su Yan and the others. Suddenly, she waved the long sword in her hand, and a powerful energy condensed in an instant. She slashed down with the sword, and countless rays of light energy burst out. It was the attack skill of the fog cloud technique, overlooking the world. The domineering light shrouded down and turned into countless rays of energy that directly exploded on the black arcane heavy rock. Shura Overlord saw this scene from inside the black arcane heavy rock and could not help but chuckle. Not bad indeed. A mere level 8 spiritual sea cultivator can use Yunzhou's fog cloud technique to such perfection. What a rare talent. What a pity, Shura Overlord could not help but sigh softly and shake his head. What a pity, you should not have gone against me. At this point, Shura Overlord's eyes suddenly darkened. His body that appeared in the black arcane heavy rock suddenly waved his hand, and a huge amount of energy suddenly poured out. Bang! It collided with Yun Wanqing's overlooking the world, and a loud sound surged out. However, the power Shura Overlord obtained from Shura's demonic essence was too strong. When his power surged, it instantly swallowed up the world and directly hit Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing could not dodge in time, and her delicate body was directly knocked out. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Senior Yun. Su Yan saw that Yun Wanqing was injured, and his heart ached. He hurried forward to check on Yun Wanqing's injuries. I'm fine, hurry up and attack. Yun Wanqing did not allow Su Yan to come closer, and shouted at Su Yan. Although she did not know why Su Yan wanted to attack the black arcane heavy rock, Yun Wanqing could not help but feel angry when she heard the arrogant voice of Shura Overlord. One must know that they were the proud sons of heaven of their respective sections. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? This battle was no longer Su Yan's battle alone. Instead, it had turned into a battle for them. The moment Su Yan went forward, Dong Qinghao and the others did not hesitate and raised their swords together. Unfortunately, even so, they were still not a match for Shura Overlord. Before they could get close to the black arcane heavy rock. Then, a powerful force surged out, and he was sent flying. The disparity in strength made it impossible for them to resist. Su Yan, can you still hold on? The moment Su Yan landed, Sword Sage's voice rang in his head once more. Yes. Su Yan's body was about to be shattered into pieces. However, when he heard Sword Sage's words, he still nodded without hesitation. Sword Sage could feel Su Yan's difficult footsteps, and his heart could not bear to see him like this. He said, Su Yan, why don't you give up and leave this place? No, Su Yan did not wait for Sword Sage to finish his words. He shook his head and said, Master, no matter what, I must get Shura's demon essence today. I must save Senior Sister Lin and find the little guy. Sword Sage looked at the determined Su Yan. He did not have the heart to tell Su Yan that even if Su Yan obtained the Shura's demon essence, he would still not be able to find Lin Hualu. However, Su Yan did not care about this at all. He raised his sword again. After one defeat, he stood up again. At this time, the others were also physically and mentally exhausted, but seeing Su Yan's perseverance, they also persevered with Su Yan. Unfortunately, the strength of the Azura demon was too strong, so strong that it was simply not something they could withstand. They stood up, fell down, stood up, fell down, stood up, fell down again. In the end, only Su Yan was still holding on. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not give up. Even though his legs had no strength left, he still persevered. Seeing this, Sword Sage's heart ached. Damn it! What can I do? What can I do? Sword Sage might have saved Su Yan a few times, but it was a pity that after he fainted last time, Su Yan did not receive any help. It was only because Yun Tian had saved Su Yan that he had obtained a bit of power that he was able to wake up. Chapter 357. Power. Right now, Sword Sage desperately wanted to obtain some power so that he could help Su Yan break through Shura's black arcane heavy rock. However, Sword Sage was just a remnant soul that was placed in Su Yan's soul. Ordinary power was completely useless against him. Not to mention at this critical moment, even if Su Yan wanted to find the power he needed, it would be very difficult. Just as Sword Sage was thinking about how to obtain power, Su Yan stood up again. Su Yan stood up once again. Although Su Yan had exhausted all the energy in his body, he still slowly approached the black mysterious heavy rock. "Kid, are you really not afraid of death?" The Azura demon ancestor had never expected Su Yan to have such firm conviction. "Die." Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. He was afraid of death, especially after experiencing death once. Su Yan could be said to be more afraid of death than anyone else. However, there were some things in this world that could not be avoided just because one was afraid. Just like now, Su Yan's pupils shrank as he thought about it. He took a step forward and attacked the black arcane heavy rock with his sword. "Alright, kid. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite." Shura coldly snorted. Suddenly, a powerful force burst out from the black arcane heavy rock. Bang! Su Yan was sent flying again. Su Yan. Sword Sage's heart was filled with hatred. He roared at Shura, "Ugly lord, you and I cannot live under the same sky." Cannot live under the same sky. Azura didn't care about Hidden Sword Sage's words. He laughed and said, "Hidden Sword, you and I are irreconcilable enemies." "Why are you talking about irreconcilable enemies? If you have the ability, would you still allow me to do this?" Shura laughed loudly. He did not put Sword Sage in his eyes at all. Su Yan, who was on the verge of fainting, once again gritted his teeth and stood up. Su Yan. Sword Sage saw Su Yan like this. Even with his experience, he could not help but be moved. Looking at Su Yan, who was on the verge of collapsing, Sword Sage's heart was filled with anger. However, he had nowhere to vent it. "Power, power!" Sword Sage roared. Bang! Su Yan was sent flying again. This time, when Su Yan was sent flying, Sword Sage suddenly felt a power fluctuation in Su Yan's body. Sword Sage was stunned. This is the power inheritance of the Paragon. Yes, it's the inheritance. Damn it, how could I forget such an important thing? The inheritance died thousands of years ago. The power he left behind now is also the power of his remnant soul. Sword Sage's eyes suddenly shrank. He turned his body and began to absorb the power left behind by the inheritance in Su Yan's body. "Boy, I advise you to obediently surrender to me. When this lord is born, I will definitely bring you to conquer the world." Shura saw Su Yan stand up again. He could not help but admire Su Yan's willpower. He once again threw an olive branch to Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not pay attention to his words. He coldly shouted, "You want me to surrender? No way." While speaking, Su Yan once again grasped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. Unfortunately, his injuries were too heavy. Just as he took a step forward, he felt his legs go soft and his whole body fell to the ground. Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan heard Sword Sage's voice. Su Yan's heart sank. He used a voice that only he could hear and said, "Master, I've tried my best." "And?" Sword Sage nodded. If he was not in the form of a remnant soul, he would have already cried. Looking at Su Yan's injuries, Sword Sage slowly said, "Su Yan, you've tried your best. Leave the rest to me." While speaking, Sword Sage suddenly surged up. That majestic power suddenly exploded. Su Yan, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly jumped up. This is, when the Azura demon ancestor saw this sudden change, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ugly lord, do you really think that your wishful thinking can come true? Su Yan looked at Shura in the black mysterious heavy rock and said coldly. The moment this voice came out, Shura was stunned once again. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. You're really hidden sword. That's me. Borrowing Su Yan's body, Sword Sage suddenly surged with a majestic aura and shouted at Shura. How is this possible? Shura was shocked by the majestic aura that erupted from Su Yan's body. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Impossible, I'll show you what impossible means. Sword Sage laughed coldly. He immediately kept the Ghost Howl sword and patted Su Yan's storage pouch. Immediately, a bright light surged out. That golden light spread out in all directions, emitting a strong power. Pagoda Holy Sword, Pagoda Holy Sword. How is this possible? Why is the Pagoda Holy Sword here? Shura was even more shocked when he saw the Pagoda Holy Sword in Su Yan's hand. Ugly lord, I've already told you. Nothing is impossible. Sword Sage laughed coldly. Immediately, a strong power erupted from the Pagoda Holy Sword. The Pagoda Holy Sword instantly emitted a golden light. The light spread out in all directions, followed by countless sword cries. Die, ugly lord. Sword Sage had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that he had gained strength, he immediately leaped up and swung the Pagoda Holy Sword at the black mysterious heavy rock. At this moment, the Azura Demon Master finally reacted. He coldly shouted, Hidden sword, even so, do you really think you can unleash the power to fight against the Azura Demon Essence? Shura's Demon Essence. Sword Sage sneered at his words. Ugly lord, with my current strength, of course not. But can you fully utilize the power of Shura's Demon Essence? Shura was at a loss for words. Sword Sage did not care about him. He raised his sword and swung it down horizontally. As the sword swung down, a huge amount of energy erupted. It was as if scorching hot magma had surged out from the Pagoda Holy Sword like a pillar of fire. At that moment, the entire main shrine seemed to be in an uproar. The Pagoda Holy Sword let out a sword cry. It was as if it was excited and pierced through the sky. It then swung down on the black mysterious heavy rock. Uproar. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. The black mysterious heavy rock was blown apart by the huge force. It turned into countless pieces of rock and scattered everywhere. Azura Demon Venerable, who was in the black mysterious heavy rock, disappeared without a trace under such a powerful force. Sword Sage looked at the black mysterious heavy rock that had disappeared. He, who was riding Su Yan, could not help but fall to the ground. Su Yan, with my strength, this is all I can do. You will have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. After saying that, Sword Sage fell into a coma again. He went into the deepest part of Su Yan's soul. While he was unconscious, Su Yan slowly woke up. Su Yan opened his eyes. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned. Then, Sword Sage's voice sounded. Su Yan, Shura has disappeared. You will have to rely on yourself from now on. Absorb the power of Shura's demon essence and you will be able to break through to the spiritual sea realm. Master. When Su Yan heard this voice, he quickly shouted in his mind. Unfortunately, there was no response. He frowned and realized that everything was just a memory left in his mind by Sword Sage. From the memory, Su Yan also obtained some information about what had just happened. When he thought that Sword Sage was going to faint again, Su Yan could not help but feel sad. Of course, apart from that, Sword Sage also left some information about Shura's demon essence. Shura's demon essence was a treasure left behind by Shura King. It also contained the power of Shura King. If he swallowed this Shura's demon essence, not only would he be able to break through his bottleneck, he would also be able to increase his strength by a large margin. Although Su Yan still had a lot of doubts in his heart. But now that he had no one to ask, he could only give up. Looking at the Shura's demon essence in front of him, Su Yan's eyes turned slightly and he immediately stepped forward. Just now, he was blocked by the black mysterious heavy stone, so Su Yan did not feel what was so special about this Shura's demon essence. Now that he was closer, Su Yan truly felt that the Shura's demon essence contained a lot of energy. Thinking that he was about to break through to the spiritual sea realm, Su Yan could not help but feel excited. He did not care so much and directly pounced on the Shura's demon essence. As he operated his cultivation method, a powerful force suddenly came from the Shura's demon essence and entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, outside the Shura shrine, several realms had been staring at the Shura shrine that suddenly appeared. They were all at a loss. Yun Tian furrowed his brows. What the hell is going on? Why did this happen so suddenly? Yun Tian looked at the Shura shrine and muttered to himself. Right now, he was worried that something would appear in the Shura shrine. If that was the case, the catastrophe of the 5 counties would really descend. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Countless dark clouds covered the sky and lightning constantly flashed in the horizon. Such a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, causing everyone to be stunned. Bolts of lightning slithered through the dark clouds like silver snakes. In an instant, waves of violent energy surged. Several realms hovered in the air. However, under the power of heaven and earth, even they faintly felt a trace of fear and frowned. Bang! Chapter 358. What's going on here? Yun Tian looked at the teardrops that were about to explode within the Shura divine hole. He was immediately shocked. Is the calamity of the 5 counties about to arrive? Thinking up to there, Yun Tian immediately froze. Experts, this lightning is probably summoned by the demonic being within the Shura divine hole. Everyone, quickly work together to stop it. We can't let the demonic being devour the lightning. The thick, dark clouds in the sky had practically enveloped the entire mountain. Seeing this, Yun Tian called out sternly. He was afraid that some demon sovereign was about to appear within the Shura divine hall, triggering a lightning tribulation. He knew very well that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, it would trigger a lightning tribulation. If one survived the tribulation, it would be equivalent to being reborn, and one would become more and more powerful. Yun Tian did not understand this at all, so he could only try to stop the lightning right now. He wanted to see if he could stop the so-called demonic being from being reborn. Yes. The surrounding experts were all shocked by what had just happened. Now that they had seen such a strange phenomenon, who would dare to not listen to orders? The numerous area origin realm experts did not dare to be negligent. They responded in unison and then flashed down. Finally, they scattered to every corner of the Azura Divine Palace. Powerful energy surged out from their bodies, and soon after, they responded to each other from a distance. Yun Tian's face became even more stern. He raised his head and looked at the rumbling clouds. He frowned, at a loss as to what to do. Yun Tian, do you think this is caused by the demonic being within the Shura divine hole? The black demon asked Yun Tian as he looked at the flickering lightning. In his eyes, he was blaming Yun Tian. After all, everyone had listened to Yun Tian in the beginning. However, the matter of the Shura divine hall being unearthed still happened in the end. Yun Tian hesitated slightly when he heard the black demon's words. Soon after, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He no longer had the heart to argue with the black demon. He said, I'm not too sure either. After all, the Shura divine hall is just too strange. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker. Looking from afar, it was as if they were going to press down on the ground, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. From the point of view of the crowd below, the layers of dark clouds were about to press on top of their heads. Silver lightning swam in all directions within the dark clouds. Occasionally, they would collide together and erupt into a loud thunderous sound. That heavenly might caused one's heart to tremble. Although all of them were powerful beings of the Radius realm, they couldn't help but feel a little worried when facing such a powerful formation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver glow that was as thick as an arm shot out from the dark clouds. The glaring light caused the dark sky to brighten up. Yun Tian was shocked. He called out to everyone, "Quick, stop this lightning from entering Shura Shrine." Even though the other powerful area perimeters did not know what was going on, they still obeyed Yun Tian's orders and attacked together. All of a sudden, their cultivation techniques began to circulate. Several bursts of power erupted from the hands of several powerhouses and rose up one after another. Bang! With a loud bang, the silver lightning fell directly, exploding into Shura Shrine. Even with the combined efforts of several area perimeters, a hole was still opened. At this moment, Su Yan, who was in Shura Shrine, was shocked. What is this? Uproar! While Su Yan was hesitating, a silver lightning suddenly exploded at his feet, leaving behind a huge crater. Su Yan was shocked. Lightning tribulation, this is lightning tribulation. Su Yan immediately understood. This was lightning tribulation for cultivation. When a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they would attract lightning tribulation. However, some cultivators would never be able to attract lightning tribulation in their lifetime. After all, to attract lightning tribulation, one's cultivation had to be above area perimeters. As for what realm it was, even Su Yan didn't know. However, Su Yan had attracted lightning tribulation. While Su Yan was happy, he also felt a little helpless. After all, when Su Yan had broken through to the Saint Vane realm, he had attracted lightning tribulation. However, at that time, because of Ugly Uncle, Su Yan had withstood the lightning tribulation. I don't know if I can withstand the lightning tribulation this time. Looking at the crater in front of him caused by the silver lightning, Su Yan's black eyes flickered. Su Yan frowned and muttered in a low voice. Boom! The silver lightning and the dark clouds became more and more intense. In the end, the atmosphere in the sky became extremely oppressive. Around 10 seconds later, a crack line suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Immediately, a silver lightning bolt that was half a foot long shot out from the dark clouds like an enormous silver python while carrying a loud sound that resounded through the sky. Seeing this, several realms were unable to resist, but they still tried their best. Unfortunately, some of the lightning still fell in the Shura Divine Palace and directly struck Su Yan. There was a loud bang. A powerful force suddenly burst out from Su Yan's body. Su Yan was secretly surprised, but he didn't dare to hesitate. Torrential Pear Blossom. With a low roar, a powerful force burst out from his hand in an instant. It was the secret technique of the Dongqing clan. Countless swords appeared densely, and within a few breaths, they turned into countless sword shadows, directly colliding with those leaping thunderbolts. Bang! The silver lightning came with a loud bang. When it passed through the space of the Shura Divine Palace, it directly collided with the torrential pear blossom that burst out from Su Yan. Countless rays of light swirled up. A huge force poured out at the same time. Suddenly, a loud sound resounded through the world. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised. The lightning punishment this time is probably much stronger than the previous one. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the lightning punishment had already been weakened by Yun Tian. Otherwise, the lightning of heaven and earth would be much more majestic. Looking at the lightning that was still falling from the Shura Divine Palace, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. No, even if I resist again, it's useless. The most important thing now is to break through the spiritual sea realm. Only then can I stop this lightning punishment. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes immediately surged with a bright light. At the same time, he shouted, "The second layer of the mysterious ice shield, open." With a bang, Su Yan's body suddenly surged with a bright light, wrapping Su Yan's entire body. Not only that. Bang! The lightning fell and directly exploded on the mysterious ice shield. Countless tongues of fire surged, and the huge force swept out. Dong Qinghao and the others who were still unconscious at the side were also instantly awakened. Looking at this powerful force, they were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care so much. He directly operated his cultivation method and began to consume the power of the Shura demon essence. At the moment when Su Yan consumed the power of the Shura demon essence, the dark clouds on the horizon were getting thicker and thicker. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the several large realms outside were already sweating profusely. Su Yan was also shocked, especially when he saw the lightning constantly exploding. He was afraid that it would hurt Yun Wanqing and the others. Breakthrough, breakthrough. Su Yan kept shouting in his heart. At this moment, a few more lightning bolts struck down like silver snakes, directly breaking the roof of the Shura shrine. With a loud bang, they exploded on Su Yan's body. Yun Wanqing and the others had just woken up when they saw such a shocking scene. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. When they saw the direction where the lightning fell, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. They hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, be careful." In fact, how could Su Yan not know? But he couldn't avoid it at all. Instead, he shouted at them, "Hurry up and leave." When they heard Su Yan's shout, who was willing to leave? They all wanted to help Su Yan. Unfortunately, they were all seriously injured by the Shura demon lord just now. They wanted to, but didn't have enough strength. All of a sudden, the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body. All of Su Yan's hair was blown up, and his whole body was ashen. Not only that, but the moment the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body, it directly exploded and attacked Dong Qinghao and the others. At the same time, it attacked the entire Shura shrine. Uproar, the loud sound reverberated through heaven and earth. The entire Shura shrine was blown up. A few people were directly sent flying. However, they didn't care about their own safety. Instead, they were worried about Su Yan. At this moment, the entire Shura shrine was blown up. The few area realm almighties who had been blocking the lightning outside also couldn't help but take a few steps back under this loud sound and the powerful energy fluctuation. What the hell is going on? Yun Tian was stunned. When he saw a few figures flying out, he immediately recognized Yun Wanqing, Dong Qinghao, and the others. He reacted quickly and jumped up to catch them. Save Su Yan. The moment Yun Wanqing landed in Yun Tian's hands, she only said one sentence before fainting. What? Yun Tian wanted to ask something, but when he saw the unconscious Yun Wanqing, he frowned. At the same time, he looked at the center of the exploded Shura shrine. Seeing a young man sitting in the center, Yun Tian was even more shocked. What the hell is going on? Bang! At this moment, another loud sound exploded in the sky. Countless lightning bolts drilled out of the dark clouds like giant snakes. The few area realm almighties had already given up blocking the lightning bolts because of the explosion of the Shura shrine. Looking at the countless lightning bolts winding down, the few area realm almighties all felt their hearts tremble. Of course, as their hearts trembled, they were more confused. They didn't understand what kind of power could summon such powerful lightning bolts. Chapter 359. At the center of the Shura shrine, there was a dark-skinned youth sitting upright. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The moment the dark-skinned youth appeared, the dark clouds in the sky became even denser. Countless lightning bolts were entwined in the clouds like silver snakes. The catastrophe of heaven and earth, the lightning bolts were 10,000 caddies. Even these radius boundary experts felt a lingering fear under the wrath of the lightning bolts. Moreover, they quickly saw that the lightning bolts seemed to be heading straight for the youth. Everyone couldn't help but retreat a few steps under the pressure of the powerful lightning bolts. They no longer dared to resist the lightning bolts. In their hearts, the appearance of the demon sovereign in the Shura shrine was thrown to the back of their minds at this moment. So what if the catastrophe of 5 countries happened? Right now, they only cared about protecting their own lives. Asterisk bang, asterisk at this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the horizon. The sound of thunder shook heaven and earth. Immediately after, the lightning bolts entwined in the dark clouds suddenly tore through the void like giant dragons and attacked the dark-skinned youth in the center of the Shura shrine. The lightning bolts were 10,000 caddies and silver snakes were dancing wildly. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they watched this scene. Although they couldn't recognize who this person was at this moment, they couldn't help but stare at him with bated breaths. Although they couldn't recognize him, they still couldn't believe that the youth could still survive under such powerful lightning bolts. Elder Yun, hurry and save Su Yan. Under the treatment of Yun Tian's fog technique, Yun Wanqing regained some consciousness. Looking at the youth in the center of the Shura shrine and the terrifying lightning bolts, she said to Yun Tian in a pleading tone. Yun Wanqing, the junior sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. She was an outstanding disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When had she ever spoken to someone in such a tone? When Yun Tian heard her words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Of course, what was even more shocked was the person that Yun Wanqing pointed at. Su Yan, that person is Su Yan. Yun Tian's lips trembled slightly. He could not believe that the black youth sitting in the middle was actually Su Yan. He had been wondering if it was a monster from the Azura Divine Palace that had appeared. Who would have thought that it was actually Su Yan? As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. For some warriors, once their strength reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger a lightning tribulation. However, even Yun Tian, as the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, had never seen someone who could trigger a lightning tribulation. Now, how could he believe that Su Yan could trigger a lightning tribulation? When Yun Wanqing saw that Yun Tian was unmoved, she once again begged in a weak voice, Elder Yun, hurry and save Su Yan. Looking at the furious lightning, Yun Wanqing was about to cry. Although she had been begging Yun Tian to save Su Yan, when she saw the bolts of lightning explode on Su Yan's body like silver snakes, the surrounding rocks were all blown away. Yun Wanqing's heart couldn't help but sink, and she fainted again. Young sect master. When Yun Tian saw that Yun Wanqing had fainted again, his face was filled with anxiety. Then, he checked her pulse, and when he saw that she was fine, he relaxed. Knowing that Yun Wanqing's life wasn't in danger, Yun Tian didn't try to save her. Instead, he looked at the black youth in the middle and frowned. Although he heard Yun Wanqing continuously say this, he still couldn't believe that that person was Su Yan. This was because he was very clear that Su Yan's strength was only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Even if he broke through to the spiritual sea realm here, he definitely wouldn't trigger the lightning tribulation. Of course, the more important thing was that Yun Tian knew that even if he wanted to save him, he didn't have the strength to do so. The power of the lightning was too strong. Even he couldn't take it head-on. Right now, he could only stand in the distance like the other Radius Realm experts and wait for the lightning to disappear. The lightning's fury lasted for an entire hour. The entire Shura shrine was blown up. Only the youth in the middle was still sitting in the distance. But even so, everyone believed that under such a powerful force, that youth probably wouldn't be able to survive. After all the lightning disappeared. Only then did Yun Tian dare to approach a little closer. Looking at the youth whose entire body had been blown up black, and whose face couldn't even be recognized, Yun Tian couldn't help but frown. However, looking at his familiar outfit and familiar silhouette, Yun Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Because he recognized this silhouette. This familiar outfit was exactly the same as Su Yan's. Could this person really be Su Yan? Yun Tian thought, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Right at this moment, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and the others woke up one after another. The few of them had followed Su Yan out of the Azura Divine Palace. When they saw the young man sitting in the middle of the hall, they immediately recognized him. Su Yan. Everyone looked at Su Yan's body, who was sitting upright. That black appearance made their hearts ache, and they let out a low roar. They wanted to go up and check on Su Yan's situation. Unfortunately, although the lightning had disappeared, the remaining power was still there. They couldn't get close at all. They could only shout sorrowfully. Because of the grief in their hearts, they couldn't hide it. Their shouts were clearly heard by all. Su Yan. When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this brat is the Su Yan who betrayed the monster palace? How is that possible? That brat is only at the sky realm. How could he summon the lightning tribulation? Everyone looked at Su Yan in astonishment. When Yun Tian heard the shouts of Dong Qinghao and the others, his face was also filled with shock. Although he still didn't believe it in his heart, he couldn't help but believe it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. Su Yan. Yun Tian looked at the jet-black youth. Although he didn't know how Su Yan was able to trigger the lightning tribulation, but when he thought of Su Yan's strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Su Yan. As the wrath of thunder slowly faded away, the various forces that were attracted by the tremor slowly surged up the mountain. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's name, his pupils suddenly shrank. He walked closer and looked at the motionless body in the center of the Shura shrine. He shook his head and said, "No. Impossible, Yan won't fall just like that." From the moment Su Yan erupted with his strength in Heaven Shuang City. Although Su Yan wasn't in the Su family. However, in the eyes of everyone in the Su family, Su Yan had already become the guardian of the Su family. Now that everyone was saying that this was Su Yan, how could Su Tiantu believe that the guardian of his Su family would fall just like that? Unfortunately, everyone had seen the power of the fury of thunder just now. Such a strong power of thunder, even a Fengyuan realm expert couldn't withstand it, let alone Su Yan, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert. Everyone who was close to Su Yan fell into a state of sadness. Even those who weren't related to Su Yan felt a lingering fear when they thought of the lightning just now. They stood in place and looked at the youth in front of them with a strange expression, not knowing what was going on. No. No, just as everyone was immersed in sadness, a fat body slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at Su Yan's body in the center of the Shura shrine, the corner of his mouth rose into an evil smile. No, Su Yan won't die, definitely not. This person's voice was like a male duck's, but at this moment, it was sonorous and powerful, revealing a majesty that couldn't be resisted. This person was Su Yan's first close friend in this world, Lu Fei. Everyone was originally looking at Su Yan, but when they heard this sonorous and powerful voice, they were all attracted over. Hearing Lu Fei's resolute voice, all of them couldn't help but be startled. How much trust did one have to have in order to believe that a dead person wasn't dead? The others didn't say anything. When the black demon heard Lu Fei's words, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He won't die. It's already good that he hasn't been turned into ashes. He still won't die. The black demon's voice was extremely loud. Everyone present heard it clearly. When Dong Qinghao and the others heard his words, their faces immediately surged with anger, and they all looked at the black demon with killing intent. Only Lu Fei ignored the black demonic monster. Instead, he sneered, "He won't die. Su Yan won't die." Ha ha ha, idiot. When the black demon heard Lu Fei's words, he once again burst into laughter. This brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. He didn't die under the power of thunder. Are you deceiving yourself? If I'm not wrong, this brat is still a traitor of the Monster Palace. If I take his corpse, I can still exchange it for some spirit stones. It's also good to dispel your naive thoughts. As the black demon spoke, he saw that the last remnants of the lightning had disappeared. His body suddenly leaped, and he flew in the direction of Su Yan. Stop! Dong Qinghao and the others shouted angrily a few times. Unfortunately, they were all heavily injured. In addition, the black demon was a supreme expert of the perimeter realm, so they had no way of stopping him. When Yun Tian saw the black demon leap up, he wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, the black demon was too fast. Even if he made a move now, it would be too late. The black demon walked in front of Su Yan and looked at Su Yan's jet-black body. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Brat, I'll take you back to study. Let's see how you can trigger the lightning tribulation. The black demon actually had other plans. As a supreme expert of the perimeter realm of the Black Demon Cave, he naturally didn't lack the spirit stones that the Monster Palace had. Stop right there. Stop. When Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and the others saw that the black demon was about to attack Su Yan, they roared angrily at the same time. However, the black demon didn't put them in his eyes at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. This brat is already dead. I'm just letting you guys give up now. No, no, Su Yan won't die. Lu Fei shouted excitedly. If it wasn't for his heavy injuries, he would have already pounced on the black demon. Chapter 360. The black demon sneered and reached out to grab Su Yan's body. Buzz, just as his hand touched Su Yan's body, an electric current surged out, and the black demon's body could not help but tremble. Everyone was stunned when they saw the black demon's action. Then, they looked at the black demon's terrified expression and burst out laughing. Dong Qinghao and the rest were immersed in grief, so naturally, they wouldn't laugh. However, some of the area realm experts who were allied with the black demon laughed when they saw the black demon's expression. Ha, black demon, don't tell me you're afraid of a corpse. Yeah, black demon, were you damaged by the lightning earlier? Why do you still have electricity? Hearing the laughter, the black demon was immediately enraged. Humph, a dead man actually dares to make trouble. I'll destroy you today. The black demon roared and circulated his energy. Then, he slammed his palm on Su Yan's body. Don't. Dong Qinghao and the rest trembled when they saw this scene. They shouted hysterically, wanting to stop it. Unfortunately, how could they make it in time? Tears flowed from their eyes. The black demon's palm had already landed. The black demon was a powerful being of the perimeter state. Even though he did not use his full strength in that palm strike, it was still powerful enough to uproot mountains and rivers and destroy the heavens and earth. Furthermore, Su Yan did not even have the strength to resist at all. No one dared to see what would happen next. Su Yan would be crushed by the black demon. Ah! Lu Fei suddenly roared and a strange energy burst out from his body. His body was like a spinning top as he attacked the black demon. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Lu Fei's eyes were red as he screamed. Unfortunately, even if he could fly now, he was too heavily injured in the Shura shrine. Before he could reach the black demon, he fell heavily to the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Dong Qinghao and the rest were also heartbroken. Their hearts were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing these people sad, the black demon, with his perverted mind, felt a sense of pride. A cold smile appeared on his face. However, before his smile could appear, something happened. Buzz. Buzz, suddenly, a bolt of lightning burst out from Su Yan's body and coiled around the black demon like a silver snake. Even though the black demon was an area realm expert, he was in so much pain that he couldn't help but growl. He hurriedly retreated. When they saw the black demon's expression earlier, they were all laughing at him. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned when they saw the black demon monster's expression. They no longer had the mocking expression from before. They were all almighty beings of the Radius realm, so they naturally knew how powerful the Radius realm was. And to be able to make the black fiend monster cry out in such pain, it was this power. When they thought about it, they couldn't help but be stunned. The black demon looked at Su Yan's body, which was still emitting bursts of lightning energy. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Brat, I didn't think that you would dare to make trouble after you're dead. I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Hey Mo coldly shouted. However, this time, he didn't dare to touch Su Yan's body with his hands. Instead, he leaped up and waved his palms. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to tremble along with him. Countless amounts of energy surged up. Gusts of chilly wind whistled, and the surrounding air seemed to have become cold and gloomy at this moment. Cultivators, because they cultivated the power of the world, were not afraid of the temperature of the world. However, when the black demon waved his hands, the people standing around felt cold all over their bodies. This caused everyone to be stunned. Yun Tian's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Black demon, you're so ruthless. You actually used the 10,000 elephant divine skill on a dead person." The black demon didn't care about Yun Tian's shout at all. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what? Do you have a way to stop me? As he spoke, the black demon's face sank. He waved his hands and pushed out. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew, and countless black fog filled the air. The black fog instantly condensed into countless sharp arrows. Bang, black demon. The black demon roared, and the countless black fog arrows collided with Su Yan's body. No, everyone who had a good relationship with Su Yan began to shout at this moment. Their hatred for the black devil had reached the pinnacle. Even some people who didn't know Su Yan couldn't bear to see this scene. The black demon actually used the 10,000 elephant divine skill on a dead person. This was simply too horrible to look at. While they felt sorry for Su Yan, they didn't stop him. Not to mention that the strongest person here, Yun Tian, might not be able to withstand the black demon's black demon, let alone the others. Even if they wanted to, they were powerless. They could only watch as the black demon passed through Su Yan's body and exploded on Su Yan's body. A loud sound rang out. Countless black fog filled the air and enveloped Su Yan's body. The black demon laughed strangely. Boy, a little corpse dares to go against me. Let's see how you fight me now. Bang, before the black devil had even finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A beam of light shot up into the sky from the black fog. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. In particular, the black demon's expression froze. It was as ugly as it could be. He's not dead. He's not dead. While everyone was in a daze, only Lu Fei looked at the ray of light with a smile on his face. He jumped up excitedly and shouted, "It's Su Yan. It's definitely Su Yan. He's not dead. He's not dead." Everyone felt that Lu Fei's shout was too much of a blow to him. After all, in their eyes, Su Yan was already dead. Not to mention the fury of thunder that they, who were in the area realm, couldn't stop. The 10,000 elephant divine skill that the black demon unleashed was enough to destroy Su Yan countless times. Therefore, everyone ignored him and continued to watch the ray of light. They frowned, not understanding what was going on. Lu Fei didn't care about the others and continued to shout, Su Yan, junior brother Su. Lu Fei, stop shouting. Sage Heaven Sword couldn't bear to see Lu Fei cry out like that. He stepped forward and patted Lu Fei's shoulder. He looked at the ray of light. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he still suppressed the grief in his heart and said, Lu Fei, Su Yan is already dead. No, he's not dead. He's definitely not dead. He's not dead. Lu Fei ignored Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's words and stubbornly shook off his hand. He leaned towards the center of the light and said, Su Yan, you're not dead, right? Right? Everyone looked at Lu Fei, who was almost in a frenzy and couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Sigh, this fatty is really loyal or stupid. He's clearly dead, yet he's still saying that he's not dead. Yeah, but his loyalty is commendable. The other experts looked at Lu Fei and couldn't help but shake their heads. In their hearts, they all thought that Su Yan was definitely dead. Now, they were more concerned about the ray of light that shot into the sky. Asterisk bang, asterisk at this moment, there was another loud explosion and a bright ray of light burst out. The entangling black fog instantly dissipated, and a robust figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. Looking at the young man sitting in the center and that handsome face, everyone's face was filled with shock. Everyone, including those Origin State experts, couldn't help but rub their eyes. They were unable to accept what they were seeing. Right at this moment, the young man who was seated suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. A ray of blood-red light surged out from his eyes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Not dead, this Su Yan wasn't dead, everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan wasn't dead. When the black demon saw this, he was also shocked. How is this possible? Although everyone was in disbelief, the truth was right before their eyes. They couldn't not believe it. If they insisted on not believing it, they would be deceiving themselves. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Lu Fei burst out laughing and yelled out happily, I knew it. I knew it. Su Yan, you won't die. You won't die. Lu Fei's yell brought everyone back to their senses. Earlier on, everyone thought that Lu Fei was a fool. But now that they saw that figure surging out, they realized that they were the ones who were fools. Not dead. To think that you're not dead. The black demon looked at the body of Su Yan that was surrounded by a ray of light and was instantly enraged. At the same time, his eyes shone with killing intent. To think that you're not dead. Then, I'll send you on your way. As he was speaking, the black demon slapped his storage bag and took out his weapon, striking out at Su Yan. Black demon. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't defend against it. However, Yun Tian and Reverend Heaven Sword were both capable. When they saw the attack of the black demon, they were instantly enraged. Earlier on, both of them thought that Su Yan was dead. But when they saw the attack of the black demon, they weren't that angry. Right now, Su Yan wasn't dead. No matter what, they had to save Su Yan. They couldn't let him be injured by the black demon. But it was a pity that the both of them were standing too far away. The speed of the black demon was extremely fast. Even if they were to use their full strength, they wouldn't be able to block the attack of the black demon. Looking at how the spear in the hands of the black demon was about to strike Su Yan's body, the eyes of the few of them shone with killing intent. Black demon. If you dare to touch Su Yan today, I, Yun Tian, will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Yun Tian roared out furiously. He was blaming himself for not being able to protect Su Yan earlier on. Now that he knew that Su Yan wasn't dead, how could he let the black demon hurt him again? Reverend Heaven Sword roared out as well, Black demon. If you dare to touch him, I don't care how strong you are. Heaven's sword, will definitely be irreconcilable with you. Chapter 361. The black demon had tried to destroy Su Yan's corpse several times, but failed. He had long been enraged by the humiliation. Now that he saw that Su Yan was still alive, he thought about how the terrifying lightning energy and his 10,000 elephant divine skill had not killed Su Yan. This made the black demon feel a sense of fear. Fear, the black demon didn't know why such fear appeared in his heart. However, the appearance of this fear also made the black demon's killing intent rise. He, the black demon, was an elder of the Black Demon Cave. He was an almighty figure of the square circle realm. If others knew that he felt fear because of a mere celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse, if that were to spread, he would be laughed at. Therefore, he must kill Su Yan today. He didn't pay any attention to the shouts of Yuntian and Daoist Heavenly Sword. Taking a step forward, he raised the long spear in his hand. His eyes suddenly narrowed as a resplendent ray of light suddenly surged out from the long spear. With a whoosh, it pierced towards Su Yan's chest. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Those who were familiar with Su Yan instantly felt angry and sad. Those who weren't familiar with Su Yan felt pity for Su Yan. After all, he didn't die under such a powerful lightning strike. Now, he was going to die in the hands of a cultivator. Those who saw the attack in the black demon's hand couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't bear to see what would happen next. Bang, however, before they could close their eyes, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Within Su Yan's body, a burst of resplendent light instantly surged. That light quickly curled up and soared into the sky. Ah! Su Yan, who was inside the light, let out a low roar. His entire body leaped straight up. Bang, following another thunderous boom, the black devil immediately felt a burst of powerful force bearing down on it, and its body shuddered before it was sent flying back. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. Bang! Bang! At this time, a few more explosions resounded as Su Yan's body flew higher and higher. Countless rays of light curled up as Su Yan slowly sat in the air, surrounded by countless rays of light. Under the light, one could vaguely see countless silver snakes entwined around it. Not only that, the surrounding air seemed to tremble with the light. The surrounding vegetation began to tremble violently. At the same time, a thick power surged from all directions, directly surging towards Su Yan, forming a beautiful mushroom cloud. While everyone was still in a daze, a Radius Realm almighty figure quickly recognized what the spiraling mushroom cloud was. Spiritual Qi, it's spiritual Qi. When everyone heard these people's shouts, they couldn't help but tremble. One had to know that Spirit Qi was a gift from heaven and earth to martial artists. It was a formless state that could not be seen by the naked eye. But now, they were gathered together like rain and fog, constantly surging towards Su Yan's body. Just how fast was he absorbing the spiritual Qi? Everyone was shocked by what they saw. At this time, everyone felt the power in their body tremble. The spiritual Qi in their body seemed to have a suction force, constantly flowing out. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly circulated their spiritual Qi to resist, retreating a few steps back. Bang! Light curled up as Su Yan's body sat firmly inside, enjoying the influx of spiritual Qi. His eyes emitted a blood-red light. He remembered everything that had happened just now clearly. He was about to die from the lightning tribulation. After all, even a Radius Realm almighty figure couldn't block the lightning tribulation. But in the end, Su Yan strangely discovered that he could absorb the lightning tribulation. This allowed Su Yan to successfully pass the tribulation. Of course, Su Yan knew that the lightning tribulation was too violent, almost destroying all of his veins. Fortunately, the black demon's attack allowed him to release a lot of the lightning tribulation. This allowed Su Yan to pass the tribulation. But this didn't mean that Su Yan didn't know what the black demon had brought him. Looking at the black demon, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and a wave of killing intent surged. When the black demon saw the killing intent in Su Yan's eyes, he didn't know why, but at the same time, a wave of anger surged in his heart. He thought to himself, this kid must die, he must die. However, seeing the powerful energy around Su Yan, the black demon was unable to get close at all. This caused his heart to tremble. The moment Su Yan looked at the black demon again, he immediately felt that all the veins in his body were about to be torn apart. Countless amounts of energy surged towards his dantian. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but cry out in pain from the waves of intense pain. Although it was painful, Su Yan was actually happy in his heart. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to break through to the sky realm, condense the spirit sea in his body, and gather the power of heaven and earth in his body. The power of heaven and earth. Thinking about this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank, and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate quickly. The moment the cultivation technique was activated, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed again. Countless amounts of energy surged towards Su Yan's body. Like a flowing river, countless amounts of energy gathered together. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Yun Tian was also astonished when he saw this scene. However, he was after all the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, so he knew more than ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that he knew more than ordinary people. The degree of astonishment on his face was even more shocking than the others. On that slightly aged face, those thick lips trembled slightly. A Heavenly Sun Realm expert, a Heavenly Sun Realm expert. I didn't expect to see a Heavenly Sun Realm expert in my lifetime. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. Yun Tian shouted excitedly, tears flowing down his old face. Amidst his shouts, many experts also saw through the trick, and they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that they would actually meet a Heavenly Sun Realm expert here. Star, moon, sun, just the Heavenly Moon realm alone was hard to come by in 100 years. And this Su Yan was actually a Heavenly Sun realm expert? Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. When the black demon saw this scene, his eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a cold intent. His entire body trembled out of fear. A Heavenly Sun realm expert. I didn't expect this kid to be a Heavenly Sun realm expert. No. No. This kid can't be left alive. Definitely can't be left alive. When the black demon saw the energy gathering on Su Yan's body, he took a few steps back. As he muttered to himself, he waved his hand and took out the sect's unique communication signal, shooting it into the sky. The resplendent fireworks exploded in the sky. Everyone saw it. When Yun Tian saw this scene, his brows suddenly shrank, and he coldly snorted. This black demon still wants to mess around. As he said that, the corner of Yun Tian's mouth suddenly rose into a cold smile. At the same time, with a thought, a spiritual energy was transmitted to Yun Tian. When the Sky Sword Sage saw this scene, he did not stay idle. He also used his sect's unique communication method to start contacting his own sect's disciples. When the other perimeter realm experts and disciples of other sects saw this, they also started to call their own disciples. Su Yan was currently at the crucial moment of breaking through to the spiritual sea realm. Naturally, he would not notice this. As he absorbed the energy from all sides, Su Yan's mouth rose slightly into a smile, and he roared, "Break!" Bang! Immediately, a loud sound soared into the sky. This loud sound resonated through the heavens and the earth, and the entire 5 counties seemed to tremble. At this moment, a few spirit ships flying in the sky felt the fluctuation of this energy. The few experts sitting in the spirit ships suddenly frowned, and they immediately sensed it. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Heavenly Sun Realm, Purple Spiritual Sea Realm. I didn't expect there to be a Heavenly Sun Realm and Purple Spiritual Sea Realm in such a remote place like the 5 counties. When the few experts on the spirit ships felt this energy, they instantly had an idea. Of course, at this moment, Yun Tian and the other experts did not know that there were experts from the 9 states continent approaching. At this moment, they were more concerned about Su Yan's actions. Amidst the deafening explosion, Su Yan's body erupted with a brilliant light. He leaped into the air, and a boundless amount of energy swept out, destroying all the surrounding vegetation. What a powerful force! Everyone, including those who were at the origin realm, couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. Then, Su Yan's body slowly descended. When the black demon saw this, he immediately leaped up with the long spear in his hand, and a mocking voice appeared at the corner of his mouth. So what if you're in the purple spiritual sea realm? That's just a stage 1 spiritual sea realm. I'll kill you now. When Su Yan saw the black demon's powerful attack, his eyes suddenly shrank. The reason why the black demon was unable to hurt him earlier was because his body contained the power of lightning. Even if he was in the perimeter realm, he could not break it. But now, Su Yan had absorbed the power of lightning. He had broken through the spiritual sea realm. Just as the black demon had said, no matter how strong he was now, he was only in the stage 1 spiritual sea realm. Against an expert in the perimeter realm, he had no power to fight back. Looking at the black demon's attack, Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But before he could retreat, a figure blocked in front of him. Black demon, don't forget that I'm still here. The one who blocked in front of Su Yan was Yun Tian, the great elder Yun. At the same time, Sage Heaven's sword also blocked in front of Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Yun Tian and Sage Heaven's sword, the 2 perimeter realm experts in front of him, he was relieved. But when he looked at the black demon, his eyes surged with anger. The black demon did not care about Su Yan. Instead, he looked at Yun Tian and Sage Heaven's sword and snorted coldly. Yun Tian, Sage Heaven's sword, do you want to rely on your numbers today? Do you think that my black demon cave has no one? As the black demon sneered, the 2 perimeter realm experts who had not moved earlier instantly moved to the side of the black demon. Chapter 362. When Yun Tian saw the 2 area sphere realm experts standing beside the black demon, his pupils suddenly shrank. His face was instantly filled with anger as he shouted, Eastern Gate Sect, Eastern Gate Sage, Chao Tian Sect, Chao Shi Sage, when did your 2 sects mix with the Black Demon Cave? This was the 5 counties continent. Moreover, there were only a few area sphere realm experts in the entire 5 counties continent. Thus, the various experts were naturally familiar with each other. When the 2 area sphere realm experts walked over, Yun Tian immediately recognized them. Yun Tian immediately recognized that they were the 2 great powers of the 5 counties. Eastern Gate Sect and Chao Tian Sect. These 2 great sects were not as famous as the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave. However, because these 2 great sects had area sphere realm experts, they were slightly more famous than the Hidden Sword Tomb. Now that these 2 great sects were actually walking together with the Black Demon Cave, Yun Tian could not help but feel somewhat worried. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties continent. However, the Black Demon Cave was in existence second only to the Heaven and Earth Organization. If the Black Demon Cave really joined forces with the 5 counties continent, even the Heaven and Earth Organization would not dare to say that they could resist the Black Demon Cave. Thus, when Yun Tian saw the sect masters of these 2 sects stand out, he was still somewhat worried. However, the sect masters of the 2 great sects did not answer his question. Instead, the black demon stood at the side and sneered, Yun Tian, our 2 sects have been fighting openly and covertly for so many years. Do you really think that I don't know what the Heaven and Earth Organization is planning? do you really think that the Black Demon Cave is not prepared? The moment the two perimeter boundary powerhouses from the two large sects stood beside him, the Black Fiend immediately gained confidence and spoke arrogantly. Humph! When Yun Tian heard the Black Demon's words, he immediately let out a cold snort. Good, good. Since that is the case, then today, I will settle all the old and new debts with the Black Demon Cave. As he spoke, Yun Tian's body suddenly leaped up, and a majestic power suddenly surged out, causing the surrounding air to go berserk. Those waves of energy fluctuations, just these energy fluctuations alone, were like a gust of wind and sea waves, violently rising and emitting bursts of whistling sounds. Yun Tian was furious. He was truly enraged. Although the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Black Demon Cave had long suppressed their hatred for hundreds of years, in the past, it had only been a battle between the two major sections. Now that the Black Demon Cave had formed a faction, how could Yun Tian not be angry? Black Demon, today, I shall get rid of you before the other sects arrive. Yun Tian roared out in rage. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped out. He was also a swordsman. The moment that figure leaped out, a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, it immediately emitted a green light and a series of explosions. It was definitely not an ordinary sword. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. When Su Yan sensed the energy that had just erupted from Yun Tian's body, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Is this the power of the boundary of circumference? It is indeed powerful. When the Black Demon saw Yun Tian attacking, he did not dare to be careless. In the past, it might have been better. He was not afraid of Yun Tian. But now, Yun Tian's strength was one level higher than his. In the boundary of circumference, one level was the difference between heaven and earth. The difference in strength was even greater. The Black Demon did not dare to take Yun Tian's attack head-on. His figure suddenly retreated. But how could Yun Tian give him a chance? The long sword danced, and in an instant, a powerful force condensed. The green long sword in his hand slashed down, and suddenly, countless rays of light erupted. Cloud overlooking the world. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Yun Tian was so powerful that he did not need to prepare at all. He could directly unleash the 10,000 elephant divine skill. This power made everyone dumbfounded. The Black Demon was also stunned. He quickly waved the long spear in his hand to block. He was also in the boundary of circumference, so his strength was naturally not weak. As the long spear danced in the air, countless dazzling rays of light shot out like a screen, protecting his body. Asterisk bang, asterisk the attack of cloud overlooking the world collided with his screen, and suddenly, a loud sound burst out. The aftermath of the energy burst out in an instant, and the onlookers could not help but take a step back. Under the powerful attack of Yun Tian's cloud overlooking the world, the Black Demon could not help but take a few steps back. Seeing Yun Tian attack again, the Black Demon hurriedly shouted, "Why aren't the two of you helping?" Only then did the Eastgate sect master, Daoist Eastgate, and Chaotian sect master, Daoist Chaoshi, suddenly recovered from the shock. They took out their weapons and surrounded Yun Tian. Don't forget, there's still our hidden sword tomb. Daoist Heaven Sword saw this scene and instantly moved. He patted his storage bag, took out his sword, and jumped up. Yun Tian saw Daoist Heaven Sword take action and did not act arrogantly. Because he was very clear that he could easily deal with the Black Demon, but if the two sect masters were to join in, it would be difficult for Yun Tian. Although there were not only the 5 boundary of circumference experts present. However, most of them were hidden experts. All of the boundary of circumference experts held an attitude of watching and did not participate in this battle. However, the battle between the 5 boundary of circumference experts. It was definitely a great battle in the entire 5 counties continent. It should be known that it was not easy to see one boundary of circumference expert on a normal day, let alone with so many boundary of circumference experts. Bang! The 5 of them hovered in the air with a domineering aura. Su Yan and the others could not stand in the circle of the 5 of them at all. Looking at this scene, Su Yan frowned. After all, this battle was mostly caused by him. Moreover, looking at the current situation, Su Yan's brows furrowed. Su Yan could not help. This made Su Yan a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, even if Su Yan was now a spiritual sea expert, compared to the boundary of circumference experts, he was still not enough to participate in the battle. Bang! Bang! All he could do was stand there and listen to the sounds of the battle between the 5 area realm almighties erupting in the air. Countless energy waves were surging towards him. Everyone could not help but take a step back. Xiao! Xiao! Right at this moment, a sound suddenly came from the horizon and many people jumped down. Some directly joined the battle between Yuntian, He Mo, and the others. Some landed in front of Su Yan and the others. Su Yan looked at these people and could not help but frown. However, he quickly recognized that these people were the reinforcements of the various sections. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The boundary of circumference experts were furious and landed in front of the reinforcements of their sections. Elder! Elder! The disciples of the various sects greeted Yuntian and He Mo, N. Yuntian and the Black Demon merely nodded at them. Then, they looked at each other. Their eyes suddenly surged with intense killing intent. Kill them. Yuntian and He Mo had clearly become the masters of this battle. The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The disciples below suddenly took out their respective weapons and rushed towards their opponents. The biggest battle in the 5 prefectures' history started at this moment. There was no reason, no excuse, and no pursuit. It was just for the pride in each other's hearts. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, the number of people fighting increased continuously. In the end, it was unknown whether the other party was friend or foe. As long as they were not pleasing to the eye, they would kill. Su Yan looked at this scene and could not help but frown slightly. To him, this battle was simply a meaningless war. However, Su Yan was clear that the current situation was not something he could control. Looking at the people of He Mo Cave, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged in his heart. Perhaps Su Yan did not want to be enemies with others. However, He Mo Cave was different. He Mo Cave had been targeting him earlier. The biggest reason for this battle was because of He Mo Cave and He Mo Cave. If it were not for He Mo Cave, perhaps everyone would be able to leave safely. Die. Just now, Su Yan could not intervene in the battle between the several realms. Now that Su Yan finally had a chance to act, he naturally would not be polite. As soon as the Ghost Hall sword appeared, a thick black fog suddenly surged. It directly slashed at a disciple of He Mo Cave. That disciple of He Mo Cave was not weak. He was also in the spiritual sea realm, and a level 2 spiritual sea realm. Seeing Su Yan rushing towards him, the corner of his mouth slightly rose into a cold smile. A mere level 1 spiritual sea realm wants to fight your grandfather, right? Before the disciple could finish his words, his whole body shook. His pupils instantly widened as he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. How is this possible? A level 1 spiritual sea realm expert actually killed a level 2 spiritual sea realm expert. Su Yan did not comment on this disciple's expression. He turned around and slashed at another disciple. Although Su Yan was not the strongest among these disciples, he was not the strongest. However, he still had few opponents. It could be said that he was invincible and undefeatable. Soon, the entire mountain was dyed red with blood. However, the battle did not stop. The battle continued for an entire night. Corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic scene. At the beginning, the disciples of various sects might still be holding on. However, by now, the disciples had even forgotten where they stood. There was only killing in their eyes. There was only endless killing. No one knew how long this battle would last. Perhaps they would only be able to stop the battle from ending after the level 2 spiritual sea realm experts had determined the victor. Chapter 363. From the very beginning of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian, Grand Elder Yun. Black Demon Caves, Black Demon. Sword Vaults, Heaven Sword Sage. Eastern Gate Sect, Sect Master, Eastern Gate Sage. And Chao Tian Sect, Sect Master, Chao Tian Sage. 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses, and now there were 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. These 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses were the reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Black Demon Cave. Suddenly, the number of Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses from the two factions was actually equal. The Heaven and Earth Organization had a total of 3 Grand Elders, all of whom were Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. Including Yun Tian and Sword Vault Sect Master, Heaven Sword, there were a total of 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. As for the Black Demon Cave, only 2 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses came. However, with the addition of Black Demon, Eastern Gate Sect, and Chao Tian Sect's 2 Sect Masters, there were 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. Among the 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses, Yun Tian was the strongest, at the second level of Area Sphere Realm. The others were all at the first level of Area Sphere Realm. Although Yun Tian's strength was stronger than the other Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. However, it was not easy to kill an Area Sphere Realm Powerhouse. The battle between the 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses instantly entered a white-hot state. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Ha ha ha, at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the horizon. This voice was extremely deep, and Yun Tian's Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. A group of barbarians is actually fighting here. As the laughter fell, a spirit ship stopped in midair. As soon as the spirit ship came in, it instantly surged with a huge amount of energy. The disciples of the various sects who were fighting below felt their hearts tremble. They stopped fighting and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked up at the behemoth in the sky that was emitting bursts of dazzling light. All of them were horrified. What is this? Su Yan looked at the huge object emitting light in the sky, and his heart couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a memory instantly appeared in his mind, spirit ship, this is a spirit ship. As Su Yan thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was no stranger to spirit ships. This was a flying spirit ship that was built with hundreds of millions of spirit stones. It was rumored that it could fly hundreds of thousands of miles in a day. In the 5 counties, the spirit ship was merely a legend. Even if the Heaven and Earth Organization wanted to build a spirit ship, they did not have the capital nor the technology. All the martial artists in the 5 counties only had memories of the spirit ship in books. Who would have thought that a spirit ship would suddenly appear here? Everyone looked at this behemoth in horror. Ha ha ha. While everyone was in a daze, a burst of laughter came from the spirit ship. At the same time, several figures leaped down from the spirit ship. He looked at the figures leaping down. Everyone held their breaths. Perimeter state, they're all in the perimeter state. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. When they saw the young faces of these people, they became even more frantic. Such a young square circle state, how is this possible? One had to know that the circumference state warrior was the strongest warrior in the 5 counties. In the entire 5 counties, the number of circumference state warriors could be counted with one hand, and every one of them was at the circumference state. Which one of them was not an almighty warrior in the 5 counties? Now that the spirit ship had arrived, so many circumference state warriors had appeared. Moreover, all of them were so young. How could people not be astonished? Su Yan stood in the crowd and frowned. Although he did not want to argue with others, he was a man with pride. Su Yan had always been very proud of his cultivation. However, looking at the few circumference state warriors who floated down, Su Yan actually felt inferior. Of course, this inferiority feeling disappeared in an instant and turned into motivation. Instantly, a ray of light surged in his eyes. More than 10 people came down from the spirit ship. When the last few people came down, the disciples felt a little better. This was because among these people, apart from the 3 circumference state warriors who came down earlier, there were only a few. Almost all of them were in the spiritual sea realm. This made everyone feel a little better. Circumference state warriors at such a young age. The pupils of Yuntian's group shrunk when they saw these people descend. However, they glanced at them from the corner of their eyes before a cold smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Their eyes rotated as they cried out in a stern voice, "Who exactly are you?" "We are." Among the few people, there was a young man in white. He was the leader of the group. When he heard Yuntian's words, the corners of his mouth twitched and a cold smile appeared. Then, he looked at Yuntian and saw the spirit chi surging around his body. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "You are not qualified to know." This voice was like a raging tide, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. Of course, at the same time, it also caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Who was Yuntian? He was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Although he could not be said to be the strongest warrior in the 5 counties, he was at least the strongest among the tens of thousands of people here. And this young man, who looked very young, actually dared to speak to Yuntian like this. Was he not courting death? It was indeed so. When Yuntian heard the young man's shout, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Courting death. As he spoke, Yuntian's body instantly leaped up. The long sword in his hand was like a snake as it attacked. Instantly, there were countless rays of light and sword cries that shook the entire area. He had already arrived in front of the young man. When everyone saw this, their eyes widened. They all hoped that Yuntian's sword would kill the young man. Because this young man was so arrogant that it made them feel a wave of anger. When they saw that Yuntian's sword was about to pierce through the young man, everyone could not help but become excited. Unfortunately, at this moment, with a loud bang, the young man slowly raised his hand and instantly formed a beautiful light screen. With a loud bang, Yuntian was suddenly sent flying. Puchi, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Yuntian's mouth. Ah! Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. The pupils of Hey Mogul and the other area realm experts shrank as they took a few steps back. Everyone had seen Yuntian's strength with their own eyes. However, that young man merely waved his hand and Yuntian was defeated. One move, that's right, it was just one move. This person's strength was at least at the 6th level of the circumference state. 6th level of the circumference state, no one dared to imagine. One had to know that in the entire 5 counties, there had never been such a powerful almighty. Not only that, but there were also 2 circumference state warriors standing behind the young man. Looking at the indifferent expression in their eyes, they were clearly powerful experts of their generation. Not only that, but there were also so many spiritual sea realm experts. This made people wonder who these people were. The strongest sect in the 5 counties was only the Heaven and Earth organization. And now, the Heaven and Earth organization's Grand Elder was here. Then, this power was, everyone, including the circumference state warriors, looked at the sudden appearance of these young men and could not help but feel a sense of fear. Su Yan stood in the crowd and could not help but frown. At this moment, the young man's gaze instantly fell on Su Yan. That sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through one's heart, causing Su Yan to be startled. Su Yan's body involuntarily shrank back. However, before he could shrink back into the crowd, he saw the young man's lips curl into a cold smile. He pointed at Su Yan and said, "You, come out." Su Yan was startled and secretly complained. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he also knew the difference in strength. Regarding this kind of thing, Su Yan really did not want to get involved. Unfortunately, when he saw the young man point at him, Su Yan could only brace himself and walk out. Ritian Xiang, Purple Spirit Sea. I did not expect such a talent to appear in this barbaric land. Not bad, not bad. The young man looked to be about the same age as Su Yan. However, at this moment, he was like a senior looking at a junior, his face full of arrogance. This caused Su Yan to be angry, but Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Yun Tian, who was not far away. Seeing that he was fine, he was relieved. After saying that, the young man looked at Su Yan and sighed, what a pity, your strength is too weak. What? When Su Yan heard the young man's words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Saying that his strength was too weak. One had to know that Su Yan's current strength could be ranked in the top in the entire 5 states. However, being looked down upon by this young man, Su Yan could not help but feel a surge of anger in his chest. However, the young man did not look at Su Yan's expression. Instead, he asked Su Yan, "Kid, offer up your spirit sea." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Su Yan instantly felt a surge of anger. Spirit sea, asking him to offer up his spirit sea. Now, he had to offer up the spirit sea that he had painstakingly condensed. Wasn't this equivalent to asking for his life? No, it was equivalent to asking for his life. It was even more cruel. Su Yan's eyes instantly filled with anger. Originally, Su Yan was still a little afraid of the strength of these people. However, at this moment, all of this fear was replaced by anger in his heart. What if I say no? Su Yan looked at the arrogant young man and said coldly. No. When the young man heard Su Yan's reply, he immediately laughed out loud. Kid, do you think you have a chance to choose? No. Su Yan smiled coldly. In an instant, a thick black fog erupted from the Ghost Howl's sword. His figure suddenly jumped up and swung his sword. Like a long dragon, it directly attacked the young man. When the young man saw that Su Yan actually dared to attack him, he could not help but be stunned. Then, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. A mere spiritual sea realm wants to be my enemy. Interesting. However, do you think you have the qualifications? As the young man spoke, his eyes suddenly froze. Bang! Chapter 364. Do you think you have the qualifications to challenge senior brother Wang Han? The youth who stood in front of Su Yan looked at Su Yan with disdain. Although his strength was not as good as the youth who spoke to Su Yan, he still had the strength of an 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. He was only one step away from the peak of the spiritual ocean realm. This kind of expert would definitely be a genius in the entire 5 counties, an existence like an expert. 8th-level spiritual ocean realm. When Su Yan saw this person's strength, he couldn't help but frown. He had just entered the spiritual ocean realm and had yet to properly control the power in his body. Even if he relied on his speed and the blood dragon pupil. In addition, he had a purple spiritual ocean realm. Su Yan only had the confidence to fight against a 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. As for 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivators, to Su Yan, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. Without waiting for Su Yan to express his opinion, several of the Radius Realm cultivators stepped forward, clearly wanting to help Su Yan. Unfortunately, before these Radius Realm cultivators could step forward, the eyes of the young man who was called Wang Han suddenly shrank. In that instant, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop by a few degrees. What? You want to rely on your numbers? Wang Han said coldly. A trace of disdain flashed through the corners of his eyes. Faintly, the aura of a king was emitted from his body. This caused the various experts who had always been domineering in the 5 counties to involuntarily stop in their tracks. Even the strongest person in the crowd, Yun Tian, didn't dare to act rashly in front of Wang Han. Wang Han's strength was truly too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded everyone's expectations. When Wang Han saw these Radius Realm cultivators stop in their tracks, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He then looked at Su Yan and said, "Very good, very good. A mere newly advanced spiritual ocean realm cultivator dares to attack me. You really do have some ability. It's a pity that you're too weak." As Wang Han spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the young man who had stood up for him with interest. He then looked at Su Yan and said with interest, "Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With your strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. However, everyone says that those in the purple spiritual sea realm have extraordinary abilities. Today, I will give you the chance to challenge my junior brother. Wang Shuo, as long as you can defeat him today, I will give you a chance." What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was an unfair decision. How could it be possible for a warrior who had just reached the spiritual sea realm to challenge a warrior of the 8th level? Not fair, not fair. The crowd below began to shout one after another, all of them raising the significance of this decisive battle. It's not fair. Wang Han, however, laughed loudly and said, "Do you think you have the right to choose?" With Wang Han's words, everyone was stunned. However, in front of Wang Han, a powerful warrior, they didn't have the chance to choose. This was the world of warriors, a world where the strong ruled. Wang Han surpassed the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. In this place, he was definitely a king, and no one could shake him. However, in front of such an unfair battle, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of just a few of them? Just at this moment, a hot-blooded warrior suddenly shouted this. Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Yun Tian also suddenly came to his senses. He jumped up and shouted, "Right, there are millions of warriors in our 5 counties. Are we afraid of just a few people? No, we have to unite." Bang! Before Yun Tian could finish his words, Wang Han suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Yun Tian's entire body shook, and he was directly sent flying. He let out a miserable shriek and fell heavily on the ground. This frightening scene caused everyone's body to involuntarily tremble. Who was Yun Tian? Yun Tian was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was the strongest warrior in all the realms here. Unfortunately, in the hands of this Wang Han, he didn't even have the ability to resist with a wave of his hand. Who else has an opinion? Wang Han's expression didn't change, and he still maintained that faint smile as he spoke. Just as Heaven Sword wanted to speak up, he was quickly stopped by Su Yan. Su Yan was very clear that Wang Han was so powerful that it made people unable to breathe. Even if many people stood up, it would be of no use. After all, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Sect Master, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Su Yan looked at the furious Heaven Sword Sage and shook his head. But, you. Heaven Sword Sage wanted to say something. However, before he could finish, Su Yan still took a step forward. Looking at Wang Han, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a ray of light surged out. I accept your challenge. Wang Han looked at Su Yan's calm and composed appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a warrior with a purple spiritual sea. You do have some arrogance. As he spoke, Wang Han ignored Su Yan and turned to the youth from before. Wang Shuo, remember not to hurt his spiritual sea. I still have a great use for it. Yes, senior brother. Wang Shuo replied respectfully. Immediately after, he took a step closer to Su Yan and looked at Su Yan with disdain. Kid, I'll let you make the first move. Let me. Su Yan smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Wang Han and said, Senior Wang Han, do you think we should add some stakes to this challenge? Stakes. Wang Han smiled. Immediately after, he saw the sinister smile on Su Yan's face. His eyes shrank and his face instantly turned gloomy. Kid, are you trying to raise conditions with me? How would I dare? Su Yan faced Wang Han and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I think that since this is a duel, there should naturally be some stakes. Okay, then what do you want to add? Wang Han wasn't afraid. In his eyes, as long as he wanted to, he could take away Su Yan's spiritual sea. The reason why he wanted to duel was only because he felt that it was interesting. Of course, in his eyes, even if Su Yan had a purple spiritual sea, he was only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Against Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, no matter how strong he was, he didn't have any chance. Therefore, Wang Han was willing to play with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't hold back. Looking at Wang Shuo, he said, if I lose, then today, I, Su Yan, will offer my spiritual sea with both hands. However, if I win, when he said this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face, then you must leave this place today. Okay. Wang Han agreed without hesitation. To him, this wager didn't exist. After all, he didn't believe that Su Yan could win against Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. Maybe the purple spiritual sea was strong enough. If it was an ordinary 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, seeing that Su Yan was so confident, Wang Han would be a bit worried. However, how could Wang Shuo be an ordinary spiritual sea realm cultivator? Therefore, Wang Han didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After hearing Wang Han agree, Su Yan wasn't afraid that he would regret it. His eyes shrank. Patting his storage bag, he took out the ghost howl sword. His figure suddenly rushed out like a torrential sea. His sword aura was even sharper. In an instant, countless amounts of power flew up. His speed was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they were all astonished. Because the strength that Su Yan displayed would always surpass the strength of a first level of the spiritual sea realm cultivator. Even Wang Han couldn't help but nod, this purple spiritual sea is really something. Thinking of this, Wang Han became even more interested in Su Yan's spiritual sea. However, even so, Su Yan was still only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm, while Wang Shuo was at the 8th level. The moment Su Yan attacked, Wang Shuo's pupils shrank. A powerful spiritual power surged out, blocking Su Yan's attack. Bang! This powerful force collided with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't have the slightest chance to resist. His whole body flew out. A series of hissing sounds came from below, accompanied by a series of anxious voices. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to them. He jumped up and attacked Wang Shuo again. Facing the terrifying power that erupted from Wang Shuo's body, Su Yan ignored it. His eyes were like torches. Because Su Yan knew that this was his only chance. Only by defeating this person could they get out of here today. Only by defeating him could he get out of here today. Therefore, This was Su Yan's only chance, the only chance that Su Yan couldn't make a choice was to defeat Wang Shuo. Defeat him. In Su Yan's mind, there were no distracting thoughts, only this thought. The ghost howl sword in his hand rapidly surged with a powerful force. That force continued to condense. Bang! With a loud noise, suddenly countless sword blades flew out, attacking Wang Shuo like a storm. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Dong Qinghao had recovered a lot at this time. He quickly recognized that this was the 10,000 elephant divine skill of the Dongqing clan, torrential storm of rose blossoms, which he gave to Su Yan. The moment the torrential storm of rose blossoms appeared, it was really like a storm, gushing out violently. This made everyone horrified. To be able to cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Watching Su Yan erupt with torrential storm of rose blossoms, watching the countless sword blades fly past and hit Wang Shuo's body. Wang Shuo simply couldn't avoid it. Everyone thought that this battle was unwinnable, but they actually saw a glimmer of hope. Even Wang Han was stunned. He said with slight surprise, "I didn't expect that a mere level 1 spiritual sea realm could cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Not bad, not bad." While praising, Wang Han's face was more of a mocking expression. Chapter 365. Peng, the torrential pear blossoms transformed into countless swords and attacked. Like a violent storm, they exploded, letting out a series of loud rumbling sounds. The powerful strength was shocking. Seeing this, Su Yan's pupils shrank. He coldly stared at Wang Shuo, wanting to see how he would block it. Seeing Su Yan's expression, Wang Shuo's mouth slightly curved into a cold smile, as if he didn't care about Su Yan's torrential pear blossoms at all. Su Yan was very clear that this torrential pear blossoms definitely couldn't harm Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm. But even so, Wang Shuo still had to block it. But Wang Shuo just stood there without moving, which made Su Yan frown. Is this Wang Shuo on impenetrable defense? Although Su Yan was clear that this torrential pear blossoms definitely wouldn't pose too much of a threat to Wang Shuo, it was still a powerful attack. If he didn't dodge, then even if Wang Shuo was at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm, he would still be able to cause a certain amount of damage. Seeing that Wang Shuo actually didn't move, this made Su Yan feel a burst of anger, and he coldly shouted, "Let's see how you block it." As Su Yan spoke, his entire body suddenly leapt up, waving the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy surged, and the torrential pear blossoms suddenly surged up again. The swords that were originally like a storm quickly condensed together, becoming like a huge dragon, and loudly exploded towards Wang Shuo. Because of Wang Shuo's disdain. Because Wang Shuo didn't move at all. This aroused Su Yan's arrogance, and aroused the anger in Su Yan's heart. "Wang Shuo, let's see how you block it." As he spoke, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. A burst of bright light suddenly surged from his blood dragon pupil, and the speed of the torrential pear blossom seemed to have become much faster at that moment. Seeing that he was about to hit Wang Shuo, the corners of Su Yan's mouth involuntarily curled into a sneer. However, what happened in the next second stunned everyone. Su Yan was even more shocked. Su Yan was only at the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. However, the torrential pear blossom that he unleashed was something that even 3rd tier and 4th tier spiritual ocean realm warriors wouldn't dare to take head-on. Even if one was at the 8th stage of the spiritual ocean realm, if they wanted to take it head-on, they would have to expend a lot of energy. This was because Su Yan's 10,000 elephants divine skill was simply too powerful. However, at that moment, Wang Shuo merely raised his hand. That's right, with just a raise of his hand, Su Yan's storm-like attacks actually stopped, unable to enter Wang Shuo's body at all. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. When everyone saw it clearly, their faces were filled with shock. This was because they saw that in Wang Shuo's raised hand, a huge barrier had actually condensed. That's right, it was a barrier. That barrier faintly emitted bursts of light, and at the same time, there was a huge surge of energy surging within it. It was obvious that this was a powerful defensive technique. Haha, junior brother Wang Shuo, remember not to harm the spiritual sea that I want. Amidst everyone's astonishment and shock, Wang Han suddenly shouted from the side with a loud laugh. Humiliation, this was definitely Su Yan's biggest humiliation in history. Su Yan's eyes couldn't help but burst with anger. Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, even if Su Yan was angry, it was useless. Just as Wang Han's voice fell, Wang Shuo instantly waved his hand. The barrier condensed in his hand instantly flashed and turned into a huge dragon, directly attacking Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning in the horizon. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was greatly shocked in his heart. The blood dragon pupils suddenly shrunk, and at the same time, the mystic ice-cold shield was instantly activated. His body quickly swept back at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Bang! With a loud bang, that lightning-like light directly slid past Su Yan's body, causing a loud bang. Su Yan only felt his whole body tremble, and his entire body suddenly flew backwards. You lost. At this moment, Wang Shuo's body pressed forward, standing in front of Su Yan, and coldly said, I lost. A cold smile appeared on Su Yan's face. He licked the bloodstains on his lips, and said with a somewhat sinister smile, as long as I'm not dead, Su Yan, have not lost. As Su Yan said this, a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes, and there was no trace of fear. His words were sonorous and powerful, faintly emitting a dignified aura. Everyone who heard this could not help but be shocked in their hearts. When Wang Shuo heard Su Yan's words, he was slightly startled, and then the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Kid, since you're courting death, then don't blame me. As Wang Shuo spoke, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the weapon in his hand that looked like a sword, but was not a sword, directly struck towards Su Yan's body. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. One by one, they came to their senses and hurriedly shouted, Su Yan, be careful. Su Yan, quickly dodge. When Su Yan heard these concerned shouts, he felt gratified. However, his body did not move. Is this kid really courting death? When Wang Han saw Su Yan's motionless body, he frowned. Wang Shuo did not care about this. He directly lifted his weapon and sealed Su Yan's throat, his eyes filled with coldness. However, the light in Su Yan's eyes became more and more resplendent. Perhaps he knew that he was going to die here today. Perhaps he knew that he had no chance of survival in the hands of Wang Shuo. But so what? He was called Su Yan, he was a man of the Su family. He had the pride of the Su family. He was the most powerful peak sword saint, the most powerful person that no one could match. In his life, he was not allowed to admit defeat, even if it meant death. Su Yan coldly stared at the sharp weapon that Wang Shuo was using to attack him. His eyes suddenly narrowed as a loud bang resounded, countless rays of light exploded on Su Yan's body. Bang! When the weapon in Wang Shuo's hand struck Su Yan's body, it was suddenly blocked, and a powerful energy swept out. What? When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be taken aback. The second stage of the Profound Ice-Cold Shield, the Profound Ice Divine Shield. That's right, Su Yan was using the second stage of the Profound Ice-Cold Shield, the Profound Ice Divine Shield. Everyone thought that Su Yan would definitely not be able to block Wang Shuo's attack. Seeing him block it at this moment, everyone was stunned at first, and then immediately burst into thunderous applause. When Wang Shuo saw Su Yan block his attack, his brows slightly shrank. I didn't expect this kid to have such a powerful defensive skill. He has some skills, Wang Shuo said in his heart. He looked at Su Yan and said with a cold smile, "Kid, do you think this is useful?" Bang! Before Wang Shuo could finish his words, he heard a loud bang, and suddenly a huge pain came from his back. Ah! Wang Shuo could not help but let out a low roar. He looked back and saw a flying sword sliding past his back. At first, he was stunned, but when he saw the sneer on Su Yan's face, "Ah!" with an angry shout. Suddenly, a powerful force surged up, and the flying sword that leaped over was directly shaken out. "You must die today." Wang Shuo looked at Su Yan and roared in anger. He swept his attack horizontally, and a powerful force suddenly blasted out from his body. Bang! After using the profound ice divine shield and the torrential storm of pear blossoms, the spiritual power in Su Yan's body had long been depleted. Under Wang Shuo's powerful attack, Su Yan's entire body trembled as he was sent flying backwards. Bang! He heavily smashed on the ground. Poochie! A mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Su Yan. All the people who cared about Su Yan, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to check on Su Yan's injuries. Unfortunately, Wang Han blocked in front of them. Wang Han's majestic power surged, making people feel intimidated. They didn't dare to approach. "This battle isn't over yet. Don't even think about participating," Wang Han said coldly, causing everyone to be startled. Under the pressure of that powerful spiritual power, no one dared to move forward. While speaking, Wang Han didn't pay attention to the others. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and frowned. This brat really has some skills. The purple spiritual sea is indeed extraordinary. I just don't know if this brat still has any tricks up his sleeve. As Wang Han said this, the light in his eyes intensified as he looked at Su Yan. He was looking forward to Su Yan's spiritual sea even more. Of course, he didn't know that Su Yan hadn't truly displayed the strength of the purple spiritual sea. Because he had just advanced to the spiritual sea realm, he hadn't had the time to properly study the power of the spiritual sea realm. So, in fact, what Su Yan displayed today was only the comprehension when he was in the celestial phase realm. If Wang Han knew about this, who knew what kind of expression he would have? If Wang Shuo knew, what kind of expression would he have? Wang Shuo originally disdained to compete with Su Yan, a warrior who had just advanced to the spiritual sea realm. Because he was in the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm. And Su Yan was only in the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. A battle between an 8th stage spiritual sea realm warrior and a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior was simply a disgrace to Wang Shuo's reputation. But now, he was in the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. Such a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior was actually able to injure him. Although this injury wouldn't cause him any harm at all. But to be injured by a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior, even if it was just the corner of his clothes being pierced, it was definitely a great humiliation. Humiliation, it was definitely a humiliation. It was the biggest humiliation in Wang Shuo's history. Wang Shuo thought about it, and his eyes immediately surged with anger. Die. Wang Shuo didn't have the mood to play with Su Yan anymore. With a cold shout, he suddenly swept out a move. That powerful force poured out, and a series of loud sounds exploded. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't help but frown when he felt this powerful force. Chapter 366. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Su Yan roared unwillingly in his heart. Unwilling, unwilling. I'm unwilling. Su Yan suddenly stood up and roared out the anger in his heart. Are you unwilling to accept this? When Wang Shuo heard Su Yan's roar, a trace of coldness appeared in the corner of his mouth. Unwilling. What can you do? You're definitely going to die today. No, in front of that powerful force, Su Yan roared. Bang! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning exploded in the horizon. Everyone was stunned. Especially those who had just experienced the lightning tribulation. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the lightning tribulation is coming again? All of the powerhouses of the area realm secretly thought in their hearts. Their eyes looked towards the sky. The sky that was originally clear for thousands of miles was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The countless lightning bolts were like silver snakes circling around. Faintly, a powerful aura was emitted, as if it would tear the sky apart in the next moment. What the hell is going on? Wang Shuo couldn't help but frown. However, when he saw the strange power emitted from Su Yan's body, his entire body shook. This brat can actually still burst out with such a powerful force. Wang Shuo looked at the power surging from Su Yan's body. The power was faintly surging. While he was stunned, he looked at Su Yan's eyes emitting a wisp of blood-red light. For some reason, Wang Shuo felt a sense of fear in his heart. That's right, it was fear. A dignified 8th-stage spiritual sea realm warrior actually felt fear towards a martial artist who was only at the 1st-stage spiritual sea realm. This was definitely the biggest joke in the world. Amidst this fear, the killing intent emitted from Wang Shuo's eyes became even denser. Su Yan must die, Wang Shuo bit his lips. His body instantly closed in on Su Yan and pierced towards Su Yan's throat. Bang! However, before Wang Shuo could get close to Su Yan, there was a sudden explosion and a powerful force surged out from Su Yan's body. Wang Shuo was stunned and he was unable to get close to Su Yan. What the hell is going on? Wang Shuo looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Not only him, but everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even Su Yan himself was stunned. What is going on? Su Yan frowned slightly. At this moment, he felt a powerful surge of energy in his body. Su Yan's eyes widened again, but he soon understood that this was the power of the Shura Demon Lord's inheritance. That's right, it was the power of Shura the Demon Lord's inheritance. When he was in the Shura Shrine, Su Yan received the power of the Shura Demon Lord and the Demon Lord's inheritance. However, because Su Yan had been at the bottleneck of the celestial phase realm at that time, he received this power and it had been settling in Su Yan's body. Now, it exploded in Su Yan's anger. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. The power of the Shura Demon Lord's inheritance, then, Su Yan didn't dare to imagine, because he could clearly feel the power of this power. With the support of this power, what realm can I break through? Could it be that I can break through the perimeter realm in one fell swoop? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't care about what was happening around him and quickly operated his cultivation method to absorb the power of the Shura Demon Lord. As the power of the Shura Demon Lord slowly merged with Su Yan's entire body was like a flame, constantly emitting bursts of resplendent light. Countless amounts of power curled up, and even Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th rank of the spiritual sea realm, could not get close to Su Yan's body. This caused Wang Shuo to instantly enter a berserk state, constantly attacking Su Yan. Bang! However, at this moment, the power of lightning flashed down from the horizon. This was the power of lightning, and even a perimeter realm powerhouse might not be able to block it. Not to mention a mere rank 8 spirit sea realm. Before Wang Shuo could touch Su Yan's body, the power of lightning descended like a silver snake, and with a loud bang, it directly landed in front of Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo let out a shrill cry, and his entire body shrank as he was sent flying. Seeing this scene, the calm expression on Wang Han's face disappeared and turned gloomy. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud explosion from the horizon. The rolling lightning was like a silver snake winding down, directly exploding on Su Yan's body. When Yun Tian and the rest saw this scene, they were first stunned, but then they recalled the scene just now and came to a realization. They leaped up and shouted, "Lightning tribulation, it's lightning tribulation. Powerhouses, I implore everyone to help Su Yan resist this lightning tribulation." As they spoke, Yun Tian took the lead and leaped up. The other Perimeter Realm cultivators, except for the few Perimeter Realm cultivators from Black Demon Cave, all followed suit. The few Perimeter Realm powerhouses went up and instantly took action. Several powerful forces surged out, connecting together, and directly formed a defense around Su Yan's body. Lightning tribulation, how can this kid summon lightning tribulation? When Wang Han saw this scene, his eyebrows knitted together. Anger faintly surged in his heart. He was the chief disciple of Taixing sect. He was a famous powerhouse of the younger generation and the entire 9 provinces continent. The things he knew would always surpass everyone in the 5 counties, including Yun Tian and the other Perimeter Realm powerhouses. He was very clear that even if it was a martial artist with a purple spiritual sea, if one wanted to summon lightning tribulation, they could only do so when they advanced a level. To put it simply, if one wanted to break through to the spiritual sea realm in the celestial phase realm, they could summon lightning tribulation. And after entering the spiritual sea realm, if one wanted to summon lightning tribulation again, it would have to be at the moment when the spiritual sea realm broke through to the perimeter realm. And Su Yan was obviously only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. How could he summon lightning tribulation when he broke through to the second level of the spiritual sea realm? Of course, Wang Han didn't know that Su Yan couldn't be compared to an ordinary person. Su Yan already didn't walk the path of an ordinary person when he was in the spirit realm. After breaking through to the 9th level of the spirit realm, reaching the 12th and 13th level, how could Su Yan be compared to an ordinary person? Now, Su Yan had summoned lightning tribulation. The sky was dark, and the countless bolts of lightning were like silver snakes entwining around you. With loud sounds, they tore through the sky and rushed down. Seeing this scene, Wang Han frowned slightly. The moment he raised his head, his pupils shrank. Not good. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly exploded with the power of countless bolts of lightning, instantly exploding on the huge object in the sky. Spirit ship, that's right, it was a spirit ship. It was a spirit ship that only existed in legends in the 5 counties. Under the power of the lightning, it instantly trembled. Wang Han was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up, wanting to stop the power of the lightning. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. Dozens of bolts of lightning came down. Although the spirit ship could withstand the attacks of powerful martial artists, it was a pity that under the countless bolts of lightning, it was instantly blown to pieces. Countless fragments flew out like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. It was extremely beautiful. However, Wang Han's heart was bleeding. This spirit ship had cost him a lot of effort to build. In fact, the defense of a spirit ship would always be much stronger than the power of the lightning. However, because Wang Han's spirit ship had just been built, it hadn't yet established a strong defense. Now, under the power of the lightning, it was completely destroyed. Destroyed. No, even if Wang Han was the head disciple of the Taixing sect, it was definitely not an easy task for him to build a spirit ship. This spirit ship could be said to have cost Wang Han his entire life's effort to build. Now, it was completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Ah! Wang Han raised his head and let out a roar. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Su Yan, your spirit ship was destroyed all because of Su Yan. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Wang Han thought to himself and let out a disappointed laugh. Looking at Su Yan and the various cultivation realms that were blocking the lightning tribulation for Su Yan, his eyes instantly burst with killing intent. Die, you must die. Everyone here today must be buried with the spirit ship. Ah, Wang Han roared and shouted to the several experts he brought, "Junior brothers, listen to my order. Today, kill all these people for me." As Wang Han spoke, a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. This powerful force swept out and exploded in an instant. The surrounding air seemed to tremble along with it. Although the cultivation realms helped Su Yan block the lightning tribulation. However, in front of Wang Han's powerful force, they all looked over. Looking at the power that erupted from Wang Han's body, everyone's face was filled with shock. Perfection of the cultivation realm. Just now, everyone had only guessed that Wang Han was at the 6th level of the cultivation realm. But who would have thought that Wang Han was actually at the perfection of the cultivation realm? This kind of strength had always surpassed everyone's imagination. Su Yan looked at the power that erupted from Wang Han's body and was also stunned. Looking at the cultivation realms helping him block the lightning tribulation, he was moved and constantly urged himself to hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up, kill for me. Wang Han roared and led the experts he brought to attack Yun Tian and the others. Seniors, quickly retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly shouted. Yun Tian looked at Su Yan and frowned, wanting to say something. However, Su Yan did not give him the chance to speak and shouted, "Seniors, I have my own ways to deal with this lightning tribulation. You all go and deal with that Wang Han first." Although the few square circle realm powerhouses did not believe it, they were still in disbelief. However, in front of Wang Han's powerful aura, the few of them had no other choice. Su Yan, be careful. The cultivation realm's experts said to Su Yan and hurriedly used their qi to block Wang Han. The cultivation realm's experts withdrew their defenses. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was directly blasted into a black color. Similarly, a huge pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Chapter 367. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan's entire body exploded, and a powerful force soared into the sky. Stage 2 Spiritual Sea. Su Yan had broken through to the Stage 2 Spiritual Sea. That powerful force erupted, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but be stunned. Because they could feel the violent force that erupted from Su Yan's body. Die, all of you must die, all of you must die. Because his spirit ship was destroyed, Wang Han was infuriated to the point of insanity. He kept roaring, and the cultivation technique in his body was quickly activated. With a wave of his hand, he directly reached out to grab a Radius Realm powerhouse. Although that martial artist was also an almighty of the square circle realm, he was still a martial artist. However, he was only at the level 1 Radius Realm, and Wang Han, who was at the full circle realm, was no match for him at all. Under Wang Han's move, the power was so great that he was directly sent flying. However, Wang Han clearly had no intention of letting him go. Before the other powerhouses came forward to help, Wang Han roared and directly forced his body towards him. He directly grabbed that Radius Realm powerhouse's shoulder and opened his hands. Bang! With a loud bang, a cloud of blood immediately flew out. That Heaven and Earth organization's Radius Realm powerhouse was directly torn apart. That's right, his entire body was directly torn in half, and blood flew out like a cloud of blood mist. Wang Han's cruel methods caused everyone at the scene to be filled with astonishment. Junior brother. Because the one who was killed was a powerhouse from the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Tian let out a low cry of sorrow. However, Wang Han didn't give him a chance to be sad at all. He coldly shouted, "Die!" His body directly pressed forward, and a powerful force surged in his body. His eyes were red, and he was like the god of death. "Wang Han, I'll fight it out with you." Because his junior brother was torn apart by Wang Han's bare hands, Yun Tian was instantly enraged. Yun Tian roared angrily. He immediately raised his sword and charged towards Wang Han. The other Radius Realm powerhouses all realized how powerful Wang Han was. In this place, no one was a match for Wang Han. Seeing Yun Tian move forward, the body-tempering realm powerhouses all followed suit, wanting to use the power of unity to defeat Wang Han. It was a pity that Wang Han, who was at the Great Circle Realm, was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Even if they joined forces, they still weren't a match for Wang Han. Apart from the few Radius Realm powerhouses joining forces, all the disciples at the scene also joined in the fight with Wang Han and the others. Blood constantly splattered out. There were constantly groans and screams of pain, only Su Yan was still remained Wang Han. Bang! Suddenly, another loud sound was heard. At the same time, a powerful force surged up. Once again, a bright light erupted from Su Yan's body. Level 3 Stage Realm, that's, Su Yan broke through again, breaking through to the Level 3 Stage Realm. Everyone present was tangled up with Wang Han's group. Only the Black Demon Cave experts didn't participate in the battle. When the Black Demon saw Su Yan break through again, his eyes flashed. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes. Breaking through 2 stages in a row, this cultivation speed. The Black Demon was an elder of one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. He had always been arrogant, but when he saw Su Yan's breakthrough, his heart couldn't help but surge with shock. No, this kid must die. The Black Demon looked at Su Yan, and his eyes suddenly shrank. He was about to go forward and kill Su Yan. Bang! Another loud sound came from Su Yan's body. A ray of light shot up into the sky, and a majestic force swept out. Level 4 Stage Realm, what? The Black Demon was completely dumbfounded. He thought that Su Yan would be at his limit after breaking through to the Level 3 Stage Realm. Seeing Su Yan break through again, his mouth was wide open in shock. He simply didn't know what words to use to express his feelings. However, when he saw the faint surge of power on Su Yan's body, he was completely stunned. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. How is this possible? Is it still continuing? How is this possible? Bang! A loud boom rang out once again. Level 5 Stage Realm, that increasingly powerful energy surged out, finally attracting everyone's attention. Wang Han, who was fighting with Yun Tian and the other experts, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Yun Tian and the others were also stunned by Su Yan's shocking scene, and looked at Su Yan in a daze. The other disciples looked at the light surging from Su Yan's body, and their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, and they couldn't accept that this was real. Furthermore, they could feel that Su Yan was still leveling up, and it didn't stop. Su Yan had completely entered a state of madness. He was clear about the situation that he and the others were in. He had to quickly absorb Shura's power inheritance, so that he could participate in the battle. Faster, faster. Su Yan constantly urged himself, and his eyes emitted a cold light. His face was cold, and he didn't feel happy about leveling up at all. Because he was clear that this power wasn't enough, and it would never be enough. Even when he felt that Shura's power was decreasing, Su Yan was a little panicked. Because even if he broke through a few levels, he still wouldn't be Wang Han's opponent. As he circulated the cultivation technique, the power inheritance of Shura's power became thinner and thinner. The light that was faintly surging on Su Yan's body also dimmed. Is it finally going to stop? When everyone saw this, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. It's going to stop. Su Yan frowned. 5th Stage Spirit Sea Realm, could he only reach the 5th Stage Spirit Sea Realm? No, It would never be enough, never enough, Su Yan shouted in his heart. Even though the power of Shura's power was exhausted, Su Yan still didn't give up, and he continued to circulate the cultivation technique. All of a sudden, the surrounding spiritual qi seemed to have gone berserk. It kept surging towards Su Yan's body like a river. It was faintly visible. This scene caused everyone to be stunned once again. This Su Yan's speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too fast, isn't it? This cultivation speed is simply, many people wanted to express the current situation with words, but when the words came to their mouth, they realized that Su Yan's cultivation speed couldn't be described with words at all. When Wang Han saw this, he was also stunned. Then, his pupils shrank, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. This kid must die. The reason why Wang Han wanted to kill Su Yan was because Su Yan had destroyed his spirit ship. Now that Wang Han saw Su Yan's cultivation speed, there was a faint trace of fear in his heart. He didn't dare to imagine how strong Su Yan would be in the future if this carried on. Would he break through that mysterious realm? Wang Han couldn't imagine it at all. Looking at the spiritual energy condensing on Su Yan's body, the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly, he jumped up and headed towards Su Yan's direction. Yun Tian and the others reacted quickly. When they saw that Wang Han was about to attack Su Yan, they all activated their cultivation techniques. Each of them activated their cultivation methods and hurriedly blocked Wang Han's attack. Seeing the few of them blocking him, Wang Han snorted coldly, you want to stop me with just the few of you. As he spoke, a powerful force surged from Wang Han's body, emitting a bright light. He waved one arm. Bang! All of a sudden, a powerful force surged out, turning into countless sword blades that shot out, directly attacking Yun Tian and the others. When Yun Tian and the others saw Wang Han's powerful attack, they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's faces couldn't help but tremble. Moreover, they were all in the radius state, which could be said to be the strongest in the 5 counties. Naturally, they knew what Wang Han's move was. 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill, that's right, it was the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill. This was what really shocked them. Without condensing, he could unleash the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill in an instant. How much control did Wang Han have over the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill? How powerful was his strength? While the crowd was astonished, they all retreated one after another. Just as they were retreating, a cold smile appeared on Wang Han's face. Oh no! When Yun Tian saw the smirk on Wang Han's face, he thought to himself and wanted to stop Wang Han. Unfortunately, Wang Han's strength surpassed his by too much. Wang Han's speed was as fast as lightning. He arrived in front of Su Yan in a flash, leaving behind a flash of light in the air. Su Yan was shocked. Wang Han's expression changed. Yun Tian and the others couldn't catch up. The purple spirit sea is indeed something. Unfortunately, from today onwards, the purple spirit sea will be mine. When Wang Han arrived in front of Su Yan, he wasn't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. This was because he knew that no one could stop him now. In his eyes, Su Yan was a dead man. When Su Yan saw the coldness on Wang Han's face, his eyes instantly condensed and emitted a strong killing intent. You still want to resist? When Wang Han saw Su Yan's appearance, a disdainful smirk appeared on his face. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared. Bang! All of a sudden, a powerful force blasted up. Wang Han couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by the force. Su Yan once again broke through to the 6th stage of the spiritual ocean realm. This force didn't hurt Wang Han. However, when the force slid through Wang Han's clothes, his white clothes were instantly torn. His coiled hair also hung down. At first glance, he was in a sorry state. Wang Han was instantly enraged. Good, good spiritual sea realm. You destroyed my spirit ship and now you dare to destroy my clothes. Good, good. Today, I will let you die without a burial place. Wang Han roared ferociously. Suddenly, a strong force surged out of his body and he reached out to grab Su Yan. Chapter 368. Death was scary. What's more, Su Yan had experienced death once. He knew better than anyone how happy it was to be alive. However, at this moment, facing Wang Han's powerful attack, his eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid, very afraid. However, Su Yan knew that even if he was afraid, it wouldn't solve the problem. Wang Han saw the expression on Su Yan's face, and a trace of disdain flashed across the corner of his mouth. You're only at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, and you still want to resist? In his eyes, Su Yan was like an ant. He was a divine dragon. An ant like Su Yan had to obediently submit to him. He couldn't resist in front of him. Hearing this, Su Yan smiled. That's right, he smiled very brightly. Die. He even looked at Wang Han with a trace of mockery. So what if I die? Today, even if I, Su Yan, die here, I'll die with dignity. When Su Yan said this, the spiritual power in his body surged. There was no fear in his eyes, and he faintly emitted a majestic aura. Seeing Su Yan like this, Wang Han was furious. He reached out to grab Su Yan's head. Boy, today I'll let you die without a burial place. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Han's words, Su Yan suddenly laughed. Today, he already had the heart to die. How could he die without a burial place? He just wanted to let Wang Han know that although he was only at the spiritual sea realm, in Wang Han's eyes, he was just an ant. However, even an ant like him would be bitten by Wang Han, a divine dragon. If he wanted to kill him, he had to pay the price. Looking at Wang Han's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he took a step forward and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson light surged. Profound ice-cold shield, open. Black ice divine shield, open. At the same time, Su Yan let out a fierce shout, and a burst of bright light suddenly surged out from his body. A powerful force bombarded and swept out, causing the faces of the surrounding people to be filled with shock. Such a powerful defense was truly intimidating. They couldn't imagine that this was the power of Su Yan, a mere 6th-stage spiritual sea realm warrior. When Wang Han saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled, although it was only for a moment. However, Su Yan still caught sight of it, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. When Wang Han saw the smile on Su Yan's face, a burst of anger immediately erupted in his chest. For him, Su Yan was about to obediently accept his death, but he still dared to resist. This was a naked contempt for him. Su Yan, do you really think that this kind of defense can stop me? Wang Han roared angrily, waved his arms, and instantly burst out a powerful force. That light rushed up to the sky, and a terrifying spiritual power swept out. Even the few square circle realm warriors who were far away couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Just now, when everyone saw the power erupting from Su Yan's body, they still felt lucky and thought that Su Yan could withstand Wang Han's attack. Now that they saw Wang Han's attack, they knew that they were wrong. They underestimated Wang Han's strength too much. Wang Han was at the square circle realm, so how could Su Yan resist him? Looking at Wang Han's attack, everyone's heart instantly turned cold. Su Yan was definitely going to die. Just as everyone was feeling depressed. Bang! The moment Wang Han's powerful attack bombarded Su Yan's body, the light on Su Yan's body instantly exploded, and with a loud bang, his entire body suddenly expanded. Roar! A dragon's roar rushed up to the sky. With a loud bang, although Wang Han was powerful, he still underestimated Su Yan. How could he expect that Su Yan actually had such a unique skill? Under this dragon's roar, Wang Han's entire body couldn't help but retreat a few steps. What the hell is this? Wang Han roared. When he saw the giant dragon figure in front of him, his eyes flashed with surprise. Transformation divine skill, you, how can you master the transformation divine skill, how is it possible? The giant dragon body that Su Yan transformed into swayed, ignoring Wang Han's words. With a roar, the giant body directly attacked Wang Han. Wang Han was at the complete square circle realm. He was the strongest person here. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who had transformed into the dragon body, emitted a light that vaguely surpassed Wang Han's. This made Wang Han the most furious. He was a divine dragon, and Su Yan was just an ant. An ant dared to behave atrociously in front of a divine dragon. It was definitely a capital offense, a capital offense. Su Yan, do you really think that you're my opponent just because you've mastered the transformation divine skill? Wang Han looked at the giant dragon body bombarding him and instantly recovered from the surprise. Looking at the giant dragon body that Su Yan transformed into, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hands. Rumble. A rumbling sound burst out, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble at this moment. A powerful force instantly condensed in Wang Han's hands. Bang! Wang Han reached out and suddenly grabbed Su Yan's dragon head. At the same time, a powerful force blasted out. A woo! Even Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low growl in pain. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I can't help but admire you. You're really powerful. You're only at the 6th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Not only do you have a purple Spirit Sea, but you can also emit such a shocking defense. Plus, this transformation divine skill is even more amazing. But so what? Today, you, Su Yan, are going to die in my hands. Wang Han grabbed Su Yan's dragon body, and a trace of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. In this fanaticism, a strong murderous intent also erupted. Su Yan must die today. Although Wang Han already had the intention to kill, after seeing Su Yan's performance, the murderous intent in his heart reached the extreme. This was because he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Su Yan was given more time. How powerful would this kid be? At that time, even those monstrous geniuses in the 9 provinces continent wouldn't be able to compare with him. Therefore, Su Yan must die today. Wang Han's eyes narrowed, and he no longer held back. He waved his hand, and a terrifying force instantly condensed on his clenched fist. It directly smashed towards the dragon body that Su Yan had transformed into. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan's dragon body, which was dozens of meters long, was directly sent flying by Wang Han. Everyone was already stunned by this shocking scene that happened one after another. Looking at Su Yan's huge dragon body being sent flying. Everyone even forgot to go forward to help as they stood there in a daze. Ha ha ha, die. Seeing Su Yan being sent flying by himself, Wang Han laughed loudly, and his body instantly leaped towards Su Yan. And just at the moment his body moved. Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen flying swords attacked from all around him. Wang Han was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly stepped back to avoid the attack. Because these flying swords came too suddenly, Wang Han anxiously dodged, and he looked a little battered and exhausted. What the hell is going on? Wang Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked around, but he didn't see anyone making a move, and his brows furrowed again. When he looked back at Su Yan, he saw that Su Yan had been beaten back to his original form, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Wang Han instantly understood, and a burst of anger suddenly erupted. Su Yan, it's you again, it's you again. Wang Han was almost about to collapse. He wasn't afraid of Su Yan, but Su Yan's endless attacks had instantly dealt a great blow to his proud heart. A person who should have obediently surrendered, but now he was in such a sorry state. How could Wang Han not be angry when he ended up in such a sorry state? Ah! Wang Han roared angrily, and his body instantly surged with a wisp of light, and the flying swords that were attacking him were instantly sent flying. Su Yan saw that the flying swords he had released were sent flying by Wang Han, but he wasn't the least bit surprised. Because he was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to be Wang Han's opponent. He knew that he couldn't escape this calamity. But Su Yan still didn't give up. Seeing Wang Han rushing over, Su Yan, who had been beaten back to his original form, quickly circulated the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his body, and tightly grasped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. At this moment, it also trembled constantly, and emitted a bright light. Die! Wang Han was extremely angry at this moment, and he swore that he wouldn't give Su Yan any chance to counterattack. He wouldn't. Now that he saw that Su Yan was still able to resist, he roared even more angrily, "Die, die, die." Under Wang Han's ferocious roar, everyone regained their senses. Everyone regained their senses and looked at Wang Han's powerful attack. The few area boundary experts' eyes suddenly shrank, and they wanted to go to Su Yan's rescue, but their speed couldn't catch up. They could only watch Wang Han attack Su Yan. Seeing Wang Han's powerful attack, everyone's heart sank. When they saw that Su Yan was still resisting, they all looked at Su Yan with even more respect. One sword to settle the universe. At this moment, Su Yan roared and met Wang Han's attack head-on. He didn't use the 10,000 elephant divine skill, and used the simplest attack. However, it was this simple attack that made people feel a powerful aura. What a pity, what a pity, Wang Han was too strong, so strong that no one present could resist. There was a loud bang. Under Wang Han's attack, Su Yan couldn't resist at all. His entire body was blown away, and with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. His clothes were stained with dust, and his hair was messy. He was as pathetic as he could be. Chapter 369. Great! They couldn't imagine that Su Yan, who was only at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, could actually fight against Wang Han, who was at the perfection of square circle realm. Although Su Yan lost, no one thought that he lost. Because if a normal person at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm stood in front of a perfection of square circle realm, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to speak, but Su Yan dared to challenge a perfection of square circle realm. To everyone, Su Yan had already succeeded and was already the winner. Su Yan fell to the ground. This time, he didn't resist, because he had already tried his best. The perfection of square circle realm was indeed powerful. Su Yan smiled bitterly and looked at Wang Han's floating body. His expression didn't change at all, and instead, he revealed a calm smile. Enough, because he thought that it was enough, because he thought that he had already tried his best. Wang Han stood in front of Su Yan, looking at the motionless Su Yan, and provoked, "Su Yan, resist, why aren't you resisting?" However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He did not even look at him. Wang Han saw this and became angry, and shouted, "Su Yan, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant." Hearing Wang Han's words, Su Yan laughed, and he laughed very happily, because in his eyes, Wang Han was just like a clown. Good, good, good. When Wang Han saw Su Yan's appearance, he was extremely displeased in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. With a gloomy expression, he said a few words before suddenly raising his hand and attacking Su Yan. Su Yan calmly closed his eyes and accepted the arrival of death. Because Su Yan knew that he had already tried his best. Rather than continuing to resist, it was better to enjoy the last bit of good time in this world. The more Su Yan showed such an expression, the angrier Wang Han got. But apart from killing Su Yan, there was nothing he could do to Su Yan. The only thing that made Wang Han very uncomfortable was the rage that kept surging in his heart. Ah! Die! Wang Han roared and threw a punch at Su Yan's head. Everyone present widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They looked at the fish, looked at the surging power, and couldn't help lamenting in their hearts. They really wanted to save Su Yan. They hoped so much for a miracle, but where could there be one? Bang! Just as everyone was in despair, an explosion erupted from the ground and a powerful force surged up from the ground. Everyone shuddered. What is this? Su Yan's eyes also lit up. Although he had accepted death, it did not mean that Su Yan was willing to die. On the contrary, he wanted to live more than anyone else. Because in this world, there were too many things that he had not done yet. The moment he saw the explosion, Su Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Wang Han's entire body froze. Under this powerful force, he hurriedly retreated. Looking at the trembling ground, he frowned and shouted at the same time, "Who is it? Get out here." Bang! Just at that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the trembling ground. A ray of fire soared into the sky, and at the same time, a powerful force followed suit as it exploded. Whoa! In this force, there was also a majestic and domineering roar. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the huge figure that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone could not help but be stunned. Only Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. Little guy, little guy. Su Yan even shouted excitedly. Yes, it was the fire Qilin that rushed into the Shura shrine that day. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin in high spirits, and all the worries in his heart disappeared at this moment. Fire Qilin. Wang Han saw the fire Qilin that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that a fire Qilin would appear in such a place. Of course, he was shocked. At the same time, Wang Han's eyes quickly turned into a burst of excitement. The fire Qilin was a sacred beast that only appeared once in 100 years. And Wang Han could feel that this fire Qilin was just a cub. A cub, its strength must not be too strong. Then, he might be able to capture it and make it his pet beast. If he could get the fire Qilin as his pet beast. Plus, if he could get Su Yan's purple spiritual sea. When he returned to the 9 states, even if he encountered those monsters, he would not be afraid of them. Thinking of this, Wang Han's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. Woo! When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's shout, it let out a cry. At the same time, when it saw Su Yan's injury, it immediately roared angrily. The flames on his body also became stronger. The fire Qilin was a sacred beast, and its intelligence was no less than that of human beings. It looked up and immediately guessed that it was Wang Han who injured Su Yan. Woo! The fire Qilin suddenly roared and suddenly stepped toward Wang Han. Wang Han didn't expect the fire Qilin to attack him as soon as it came out. He was stunned, but his reaction was also very fast. He jumped up and directly avoided the fire Qilin's attack. However, the fire Qilin obviously didn't intend to let Wang Han go. The moment Wang Han leaped into the air, the fire Qilin immediately raised its head. Bang! It opened its mouth, and suddenly, a huge fireball shot out with a bang. Wang Han turned pale with fright. Good, little guy, well done. When Su Yan saw this scene, he was overjoyed and couldn't help but shout. When Wang Han heard Su Yan's shout, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the fire Qilin is Su Yan's pet beast? Wang Han thought, and the anger that had just subsided suddenly rose again. The hatred in his heart for Su Yan reached the extreme. He, Wang Han, was like a divine dragon, but why did all the benefits were taken by the ant, Su Yan? The purple spirit sea, the illusion divine skill, and the fire Qilin sacred beast. Ah! Wang Han roared and looked at the fireball that the fire Qilin shot out. His eyes turned, and suddenly, a strong spiritual power surged. Whoosh! A light jumped out, and a weapon appeared in Wang Han's hand. This weapon was like a small snake, but it didn't look like one. It was like a staff, but it wasn't a staff. It was extremely strange. However, it was such a strange weapon. As soon as it appeared, it burst out with a strange power. Golden Snake Attack. At the same time, Wang Han suddenly waved his hand, and the snake staff burst out with countless lights, which instantly condensed into countless golden snakes. They directly faced the fire Qilin's fireball. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and a terrifying power fluctuated. Everyone around couldn't help but take a step back. Awoo! The fire Qilin roared and rushed forward again. Beast, you're just an unformed beast. Do you want to kill me? Wang Han looked at the fire Qilin attacking again, and shouted angrily. His body suddenly jumped up. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he directly avoided the fire Qilin's attack. However, when he retreated, his eyes suddenly shrank. He swept his staff, and in an instant, countless small snakes jumped out again. There were tens of thousands of small snakes densely packed together. It made people's scalp tingle. Not only that, but there was a strange power on each of the small snakes. It was extremely shocking. When Su Yan saw this, his eyebrows furrowed. Just now, he was a little complacent that he could withstand Wang Han for such a long time. Now, Su Yan knew how ignorant he was. This is the real power of the full circle realm. Su Yan's eyes shrank slightly. At the same time, he looked at the fire Qilin with a faint worry. Although the fire Qilin was a sacred beast, it was a pity that the little guy was not born for a long time. During this period, the little guy had eaten a lot of spirit stones, and this time, the fire Qilin did not know what benefits it had obtained in the shrine of Shura. However, Su Yan could feel that the strength of the little guy was at most equivalent to the full circle realm of a warrior. This full circle realm of a warrior had to deal with Wang Han, who was at the full circle realm. Obviously, there was still a gap. Little guy, you are not his opponent. Run. At this moment, Su Yan saw the fire Qilin being hit by one of the small snakes released by Wang Han. The fire Qilin suddenly let out a scream. Su Yan hurriedly shouted. Awoo! Hearing Su Yan's shout, the fire Qilin growled at Su Yan. Its eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. Obviously, it was very disdainful of Su Yan's advice to sneak away. Su Yan saw the fire Qilin's eyes and could not help but be startled. Then, he smiled bitterly. I did not expect this little guy to be so unruly. The fire Qilin attacked Wang Han again. Su Yan clenched his fists. A surge of anger surged from his body. At the same time, he hated himself for not being strong enough. Otherwise, how could the little guy be humiliated to such an extent? Wang Han, if you dare to hurt the little guy today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan bit his lips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Of course, Su Yan was clear that if he wanted to find trouble with Wang Han, he would have to leave this place today. But what could he do to leave this place now? Although he could take advantage of the fight between the fire Qilin and Wang Han to leave this place, how could Su Yan leave the fire Qilin and leave alone? What's more, his brothers were here as well. Leave. What could he do to leave this place? Su Yan's mind was spinning. Suddenly, he thought of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl in his storage bag. As long as he could establish a bloodline connection with the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, he could use it to travel through space and reach the side of the person with the bloodline connection. However, Su Yan remembered that ever since he had obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, he had never used it. What bloodline connection? Chapter 370. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden surge of chi in the sky, followed by a loud noise. Under countless nervous gazes, Wang Han's body suddenly burst with a powerful force, and the aftermath of the energy swept out. Wang Han's eyes turned with a trace of disdain. On the contrary, the little fire qilin looked quite miserable at this time. It was originally shining brightly, but under Wang Han's terrifying attack, nearly half of it was directly shattered, and dark red blood flowed out from the flames. Drip, 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 drip. Under the burning of the flames on its body, there were bursts of squeaking sounds. Its huge body squirmed slightly, but there was no trace of fear. Instead, it was shining brightly. Su Yan frowned slightly and raised his head. Looking at the light emitted from the fire qilin's eyes, a burst of anger instantly gushed out from his eyes. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Wang Han was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. Su Yan wanted to persuade the fire qilin to leave, but thinking of the little guy's unruly appearance just now, Su Yan immediately dismissed the idea. This little guy was just like him, arrogant. It would rather die than submit. It was absolutely impossible to surrender at this moment. Since I can't leave here today, then I will fight side by side with you today. Su Yan's eyes turned, and the cultivation method in his body quickly jumped up. Although Su Yan was injured just now, the fire qilin was relieved. However, because of the appearance of the little fire qilin, he was able to catch his breath. In addition, Su Yan was no longer the newborn calf that had just come out of the hidden sword tomb. In the storage bag, there were naturally some healing panacea. With the help of the medicine, he quickly recovered some spiritual power. Although it couldn't be compared to the subverted state, the bright light emitted from the blood dragon pupil was quite domineering. Woo! When the fire Kirin saw Su Yan step forward, it roared at Su Yan. There was a human-like concern in its giant eyes. The fire qilin was a holy beast, and now that it had stepped into the perimeter state, it had long possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. If it was not for the fact that it had just been born, it would have been able to speak the human language long ago. After the fire qilin was born, the first person it saw was Su Yan. Moreover, it had been close to Su Yan since then. Although it was an animal, it had already developed some family-like feelings for Su Yan. Tightly clenching his teeth, Su Yan looked at the body that was covered with wounds. Especially when he saw the human-like concern in the fire qilin's eyes, a wave of anger instantly washed away his rationality. Wang Han, die. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Although he knew that he wasn't Wang Han's opponent, he let out a low roar and instantly leaped towards him. What a lucky guy. This beast was able to save you last time. But, what about this time? Looking at the heavily injured fire qilin with a cold smile, Wang Han waved his hand. On the snake staff, countless small snakes condensed again. Every small snake overflowed with energy. The terrifying spiritual energy shook the surrounding air into nothingness. Go to hell. A ferocious look appeared on Wang Han's face. He waved the snake staff in his hand. The countless small snakes once again brought along a whistling sound of oppressive wind as they shot towards Su Yan. Wang Han had long had enough. He had long wanted Su Yan's purple spiritual sea. However, for some reason, Su Yan was so lucky. At that critical moment of life and death, a holy beast actually appeared to save him. Now that he saw that Su Yan only had a single breath left, he actually dared to challenge him. Wang Han was even more furious. With one move, he exerted the full strength of the full circle state to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Su Yan instantly felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. However, Su Yan didn't back down. His eyes were fixed on the small snakes that were constantly bombarding him. Su Yan tightly clenched his teeth and desperately grasped the ghost hall sword in his hand. In his body, the solar-colored glazed sword scripture was madly circulating. Su Yan. Seeing the countless small snakes emitting a strong power and the moment when they were about to shoot towards Su Yan, the full-circle state experts who were in a daze were all startled awake. They shouted and attacked one after another. Cloudy Mist Technique, Cloud Overlooking the World. 10,000 Elephant Technique, Ice Spirit Attack. 10,000 Elephant Technique, Heaven Falls and Earth Rends. The experts all sacrificed their strongest attacks. Just now, they were all frightened by Wang Han's powerful strength. After seeing Wang Han's powerful attack, they all thought that they wouldn't be a match for Wang Han at all. There was no way they could save Su Yan from Wang Han's hands. So, they all chose to give up. However, now that they saw that Su Yan was severely injured, he still dared to fight with Wang Han. This made them come to their senses. They looked at Su Yan's figure and even felt a little ashamed. A mere 6th-level spiritual ocean realm warrior was able to do this. And they, who were in the full circle state, couldn't even do this. How could they not feel ashamed? Boom! The countless small snakes instantly collided with the 10,000 elephant technique that the experts of the full circle state had unleashed. An incomparably huge amount of energy swept out in an instant. A terrifying aura filled the surrounding air, causing the surrounding disciples to be horrified. Su Yan, are you okay? A figure flashed and Yun Tian appeared in front of Su Yan with his back facing him and asked. I'm fine. Su Yan shook his head. He held the ghost hall sword tightly in his hand and said tiredly. In his heart, he was glad that these people helped. Otherwise, he would have died from Wang Han's attack just now. Su Yan, even if the few of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Wang Han. Yun Tian glanced at Wang Han, who was smiling evilly, and said to Su Yan with a gloomy face. How could Su Yan not know this? Hearing Yun Tian's words, he laughed at himself and said, what else can we do other than fighting head-on? Yun Tian raised his head and looked at Wang Han, who was standing in mid-air with a proud face. He frowned and thought for a long time before saying, I'm afraid there's only one way to stop Wang Han today. Speaking of this, he glanced at the huge fire qilin behind Su Yan and said, Su Yan, can you control the fire qilin? Control. Hearing Yun Tian's words, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He didn't understand what Yun Tian meant, but looking at Yun Tian's serious expression, he knew something. He didn't hide it from Yun Tian and said slowly, Elder Yun, to be honest, I'm friends with the fire qilin. I can't control it. Friends. Hearing Su Yan's words, Yun Tian couldn't help but frown. He couldn't imagine that Su Yan would be friends with a sacred beast. When he saw the relationship between Su Yan and the fire qilin, he thought that the fire qilin was Su Yan's pet beast. This gave Yun Tian some ideas. Looking at Yun Tian's dejected look, Su Yan looked at the fire qilin that was covered in blood and gritted his teeth. Elder Yun, what are you trying to do? As long as you don't hurt the little guy, I can communicate with it. Can I? Yun Tian looked at Su Yan suspiciously. He did not want a saint beast to listen to a cultivator who was weaker than him before it had become a pet beast. Let's give it a try. Su Yan glanced at the little guy. Sigh, that's the only way. Yun Tian said helplessly. After all, he knew that even if everyone here were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for Wang Han. Wang Han's strength was beyond imagination. After all, he was at circumference state full cultivation. For someone at circumference state full cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to fight against 1,000 people. Humph. Are you guys trying to use your numbers to suppress me? Do you think that's possible? Wang Han looked at Yun Tian and the others coldly. Instantly, he waved the snake staff in his hands. Countless small snakes burst forth from the snake staff once more. However, the small snakes no longer had any energy surging out from them. Instead, they coiled up in the sky and burst forth with countless radiances. This radiance that had countless small snakes coiling around it grew bigger and bigger. Before long, it was 40 to 50 feet in size. Looking at the radiant energy ball that was 40 to 50 feet in size, Yun Tian's face turned grim. Su Yan, hurry. Give this to the fire Qilin. Use the blood of his sacred beast to summon the spirit within. After Yun Tian said that, he tossed the item over to Su Yan. He didn't care about Su Yan's reaction. Instantly, a strong energy burst forth from Yun Tian's body and charged towards Wang Han. At the same time, he shouted to Su Yan, "Su Yan, this spirit can only be summoned with the power of a sacred beast. You must let the fire Qilin summon it. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all die here today." After saying that, Yun Tian looked at the radiant energy ball that was getting bigger and bigger in the sky. He frowned and shouted to the other circumference states, "I, Yun Tian, request everyone to deal with this Wang Han together. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all die here today." Yun Tian was clear that if he wanted to rely on his own strength, he wouldn't be able to block Wang Han's attack at all. Hence, he had to team up with the other circumference states experts. The other circumference states experts also realized how strong Wang Han was. Hence, when they saw Yun Tian attacking, they didn't dare to slow down. They all activated their skills and flew towards Wang Han. When Su Yan saw this scene, he didn't understand what Yun Tian meant by communicating with the spirit. However, when he saw Yun Tian's solemn expression, he started to panic. Looking at the radiant energy ball that was becoming more and more terrifying, Su Yan didn't dare to think too much. He hurriedly flew towards the fire Qilin. "Little guy, do you know how to open this spirit?" Su Yan handed the small token that Yun Tian gave him to the fire Qilin. Roar! When the fire Qilin saw the small token, it instantly roared. Then, it waved its huge claws and snatched the small token from Su Yan's hands. When the fire Qilin took the small token, it immediately roared in pain. This is Chapter 371. Asterisk bang, asterisk at that moment, a burst of blood-red light surged. The small token that Yun Tian gave Su Yan suddenly became abnormally large. It emitted a burst of bright light that directly enveloped the huge body of the fire Qilin. Asterisk whoa, asterisk the fire Qilin instantly let out a miserable cry. What the hell is going on? Although the fire Qilin was a monster beast and did not have the same expression as a human. Hearing the cry of the fire Qilin, Su Yan could feel the pain of the fire Qilin. His eyes suddenly shrank and a burst of anger surged in his chest. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find memories related to this strange phenomenon. Psychic, psychic, Su Yan kept muttering. Suddenly, his mind was stunned and a record that he had read in the past appeared in his mind. Psychic was an ancient secret skill. Ancient secret skill. How did Yun Tian control an ancient secret skill? When Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly shrank. Although he remembered that psychic was an ancient secret skill, he did not know what it was used for. Looking at the slightly trembling body of the fire Qilin, the anger in his chest suddenly erupted. Asterisk whoa, asterisk at that moment, the fire Qilin's wound that had been bleeding suddenly split open. The boiling blood directly poured into the red light. The fire Qilin let out a low roar and its entire body slowly shrank. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Su Yan roared, hatred flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Yun Tian. However, when he saw that Yun Tian was in Wang Han's huge energy ball, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. The hatred for Yun Tian in his heart could not be borne. After all, Yun Tian did this for the sake of the overall situation. In Yun Tian's eyes, the fire Qilin was a sacred beast no matter what. Compared to the lives of so many cultivators, a sacred beast. Obviously, it was so insignificant. But this was only Yuntian's thought. Su Yan did not care about others. He only knew himself, his friends, and the little fire Qilin. Even Yuntian's life and death did not concern him. Because from start to finish, Su Yan really didn't treat Yuntian as his friend. And the fire Qilin was its friend. Although Su Yan hated Yuntian in his heart, he knew that Yuntian was doing this for everyone's sake. He suppressed his anger and looked at the fire Qilin, frowning slightly. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank as he muttered, "Little guy, don't be afraid. Today, I, Su Yan, will definitely advance and retreat with you." While speaking, Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword manual suddenly started to circulate rapidly. At the same time, he took a step forward and quickly rushed towards the surging blood-red light circle. Roar! When the fire Qilin saw that Su Yan was about to rush in, it immediately roared, as if it was trying to prevent Su Yan from coming in. However, Su Yan couldn't care less. The fire Qilin couldn't be said to be Su Yan's everything. But all along, Su Yan didn't think of the fire Qilin as just a demonic beast. It was his friend, his family, and his benefactor. Since that was the case, how could Su Yan abandon his savior and his friend? There was no reason for this. It was only because the fire Qilin was Su Yan's friend. It was only because he was Su Yan. "Little guy, I definitely won't let you suffer alone." As Su Yan said, the corner of his mouth suddenly slipped into a smile. His entire body drilled into the blood-red halo. When Su Yan's body entered the blood-red light circle, a wave of scorching heat immediately rushed into Su Yan's body. Even though Su Yan had endured a lot of pain, he still couldn't endure it. Under the scorching heat of the burning fire, he still couldn't resist and couldn't help but let out a low roar. This burning heat was even more painful than the burning of the heavenly fire. The Xian ice on Su Yan's body couldn't resist at all. What is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but let out another low roar. At the same time, a wave of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan wanted to resist the scorching heat with all his might. Unfortunately, he couldn't resist at all. The fire Qilin beside him also let out a low roar. It was very obvious that it was suffering the same as Su Yan. "Su Yan, Yuntian heard the miserable cry and couldn't help but turn his head. Seeing that Su Yan had actually entered the blood-red light circle, he was instantly furious. However, he was still waiting for his reaction. Wang Han, who was standing in mid-air, suddenly let out a cold smile. "You actually have the time to look at others. All of you can go to hell for me." Hearing Wang Han's shout, Yi Zichen shouted. The light circle in mid-air, which was made up of countless small snakes entwined together, suddenly shrank together. Just now, this energy light circle was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, it was getting smaller and smaller. And just now, although this energy light circle was constantly expanding, there wasn't any spiritual energy fluctuation. At this moment, the moment it shrank. Suddenly, the entire air seemed to tremble. Waves of chilly wind whistled. This is, when Yuntian and the other experts of the Radius realm saw this scene, their hearts trembled. At the moment when this powerful spiritual energy went berserk, all the experts of the Radius realm actually felt a wave of fear. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. If the experts of the Radius realm were like this, there was no need to talk about the other ancient martial art practitioners. At the moment that the energy light circle shrank together, the ancient martial art practitioners at the side all retreated backwards. Pucci, some of the weaker ones even felt their hearts tremble. A mouthful of blood spurted out from their bodies. Bang! At this moment, the energy light circle that shrank suddenly exploded under the wave of the snake staff in Wang Han's hand. A bright ray of light shot up to the sky. At the same time, Howl, Suddenly, a loud sound came from the horizon. The energy light circle that was condensed by countless small snakes suddenly surged. With a low roar, a huge creature surged out. Snake! Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Yun Tian was also stunned. However, he was after all the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was only stunned for a moment. Seeing the huge snake explode, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. Snake? No, this isn't a real snake. This is an Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Yun Tian's body trembled. He hurriedly shouted, quickly retreat. This is an Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Everyone, quickly retreat. Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When everyone heard Yun Tian's words, their bodies couldn't help but twitch. The 10,000 mammoth divine skill was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The Heaven rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill was something that only existed in ancient books. Even people didn't know if the Heaven rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill existed or not. As for the Earth rank, it was an existence that was limited to legends. The strongest 10,000 mammoth divine skill in the entire 5 counties continent was only a profound rank existence. Moreover, a profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill was worth thousands of gold. Now that Wang Han had actually used an Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill, how could they not be shocked? I didn't expect that in this barren land, there would be someone who could recognize the Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When Wang Han heard Yun Tian's words, the corner of his mouth surged into a disdainful smile. At the same time, he waved the snake staff in his hand. Roar! The behemoth that appeared in the sky suddenly bombarded this side. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and countless spiritual energy fluctuations rose. At this moment, the entire world trembled. Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When Su Yan saw such a powerful attack, he couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yan had always thought that he had mastered the torrential pear blossom divine skill and was somewhat complacent. Now that he saw Wang Han erupt with the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, he felt that he had no idea what was going on. Su Yan finally understood how ignorant and foolish he was. The huge snake directly collided with an area boundary powerhouse at the front. That area boundary powerhouse didn't even have the slightest ability to resist and was directly hit by the huge snake. His entire body was sent flying. After the huge snake collided with the area boundary powerhouse, it didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and directly collided with the others, its bloody mouth emitting a terrifying aura. Disaster! Under this powerful Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill, it was simply a disaster for everyone present. There was simply no one here who could withstand it. Die. All of you, die. Wang Han hovered in midair watching this scene and let out a long roar towards the sky. A cold intent surged in his eyes as he roared in anger, Die, today, all of you will die. Especially when he looked at Su Yan, the hatred in Wang Han's eyes intensified. The corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile as he roared in a low voice, Kid, let's see how you're going to stop me now. Let me tell you, I, Wang Han, am a divine dragon, and you're just a little ant. How dare you, a little ant, be so presumptuous in front of me? I'll let you live a life worse than death, a life worse than death. Wang Han roared in anger. The corner of his mouth twitched again, and a cold smile surged in his face as he continued, Kid, there must be a lot of your friends here. I'm going to kill them all now. I'll let you watch them die one by one in front of you, and that fire Qilin too. Kid, you're a weirdo. You actually have feelings for a demonic beast. Then I'll let you watch with your own eyes how it dies in front of you. Listening to Wang Han's words and watching the cultivators being swallowed by the huge snake, Su Yan's eyes surged with hatred. However, under the encirclement of the blood-red halo, Su Yan's entire body couldn't move, let alone fighting against Wang Han. In this place, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Only hatred surged in his heart. Wang Han, Wang Han. Su Yan silently chanted Wang Han's name in his heart, engraving the entire name in his heart. Wang Han, if I, Su Yan, don't die today, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan roared in his heart. Unfortunately, in the face of such a powerful attack, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist at all. Chapter 372. All of you can go to hell. Wang Han roared. The ferocious expression on his face was particularly frightening. Even Wang Han's senior brothers felt a wave of terror from his scarlet eyes. However, no one cared about this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant snake. Everyone was waiting for the baptism of death. Su Yan, Yun Tian, Daoist Sky Sword, Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and the others. They were all the same. Under this terrifying power, they had no power to resist at all. They could only wait for death to descend. Everyone was unwilling in their hearts. However, there was nothing they could do. Ha ha ha. Wang Han looked at everyone's desperate expression and the smile on his face became even more rampant. He liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of being in control of the life and death of all living things. All of you, remember me. My name is Wang Han. Remember my name. I'll let you know that I'm an existence akin to a divine dragon. I'm not someone you can resist. Wang Han roared and suddenly waved the snake staff in his hand. A woo, a loud sound burst out. The giant creature surging in the sky suddenly roared and a powerful force burst out. Bang! A mist surged and enveloped the entire mountain. A wave of terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation came out. Wang Han didn't attack Su Yan directly. At this moment, Su Yan, who was inside the blood-red halo, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Is it over? When Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the void in front of him, his eyes suddenly dimmed. His whole body couldn't help but twitch. A wave of hatred surged in his heart. Wang Han, Su Yan roared, venting the anger in his heart. Right now, he really wanted to escape from the encirclement of the blood-red energy halo. However, his whole body seemed to be imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. Only the anger in his heart was constantly pounding. Under his anger, Su Yan felt even more sorrow. If everyone here was really killed by Wang Han, then many of his friends and family were among them. Is it all over? Is it all over? Su Yan said sadly. Tears involuntarily flowed out of his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out, and the fog that enveloped the entire mountain dissipated. The figures of Yun Tian and the others slowly appeared. Wang Han's figure also appeared in midair. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this scene. Then, a smile appeared on his face. It's okay. Everyone is fine. Su Yan was happy, but he soon realized the importance of the problem. After all, Su Yan had seen Wang Han's powerful attack. No one here could block such a powerful attack. Then, how could Yun Tian and the others be fine? Just as Su Yan was puzzled, he suddenly saw a person standing in midair opposite Wang Han. That person was wearing a black robe. His hands were behind his back, and there was no trace of emotion on his handsome face. He looked coldly at Wang Han and slowly said, "Taxing sex disciple." Not bad, not bad. He looked at Wang Han and sneered. Then, a terrifying power surged out from his body. The moment this power surged out, suddenly, a whistling sound rang out. It was as if the entire air was trembling. This power is... When Su Yan saw this powerful power, his eyes suddenly shrank. This was because he could feel that this middle-aged man's power was even stronger than Wang Han's. Wang Han was at full circle realm. If this person's power was stronger than Wang Han's, then what level had he reached? Dragon realm. As Su Yan thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble. This realm was a legendary existence. Su Yan didn't even dare to think about it. Who would have thought that this person was actually a dragon realm? Dragon realm. When Wang Han saw the middle-aged man in front of him, he was stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, how could there be a dragon realm expert in the 5 counties? How is this possible?" Sect leader, sect leader. At this moment, Yun Tian and the others came to their senses. The Heaven and Earth Organization members looked at the middle-aged man with excitement. Sect leader. When Su Yan heard the cries of the Heaven and Earth Organization members, he frowned. He looked at the middle-aged man in midair and muttered to himself, could this person be the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader, Yun He, Yun Wanqing's father? Soon, Yun Wanqing's words confirmed Su Yan's suspicions. That's right, this person was Yun Wanqing's father, the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun He. Father, quickly kill this guy, Yun Wanqing shouted at Yun He. Everyone present hated Wang Han to the core. After all, if it wasn't for Yun He's appearance, everyone present would have become corpses. Especially when they saw Wang Han's arrogant appearance. Every single one of them wanted to tear Wang Han apart. Therefore, when Yun He appeared, no one dared to ask for anything from him. However, as his daughter, Yun Wanqing naturally had the willfulness to do so. However, Yun He didn't care about Yun Wanqing's words. Instead, he said to Wang Han coldly, "You guys can leave." Although Wang Han was angry, in front of a Dragon Realm expert, he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain anything today. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Following which, Wang Han led his fellow disciples and left. A calamity had disappeared with a single sentence. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. When Su Yan saw this scene, he bitterly smiled. Soon after, he understood. Strength. Only by possessing absolute strength would one possess everything. In the beginning, Su Yan had never given up on his pursuit of power. However, at this moment, looking at Yun He's figure, Su Yan's desire for power reached its peak. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out. A burning pain immediately spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but growl. A scarlet light flowed out of his eyes. Psychic. When Yun He saw this scene, his pupils abruptly shrunk. Following which, his expression immediately changed. The gaze he used to look at Yun Tian faintly emitted a wave of anger. Yun Tian, who told you to use your psychic ability? Do you know what psychic ability is? Yun He angrily threw out a few questions. For a moment, Yun Tian was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. After a long time, he said softly, "Sect leader, the situation at that time was critical. I thought that using my psychic ability might be able to save the situation." "It can be saved." Yun He snorted and said, "Yun He, do you really think that using your psychic ability can solve all of this? Do you know what psychic ability is? Doing this will only harm the Fire Qilin and this brat." The more Yun He spoke, the angrier she became. Looking at Su Yan and the Fire Qilin and the blood-red light, she couldn't help but frown. "Father, what's going on?" Yun Wanqing also came over. Seeing Su Yan's uncomfortable appearance, she anxiously asked, "What's going on?" "I also don't know what's going on." Yun He helplessly shook her head and said, "Psychic ability is an ancient secret technique. Even I am unable to control it. And this Fire Qilin actually activated its psychic ability. In addition, this brat entered the psychic formation and messed up the entire formation. I'm afraid that the fire Qilin and this brat won't be able to escape this calamity. What? Hearing Yunhe's words, Yun Wanqing was stunned. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the blood-red light, was being burned by the raging flames. His consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. Only a painful expression appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan like this, Yun Wanqing didn't know why, but her heart ached. She pulled Yunhe and said, "Father, I beg you to think of a way to save him." Okay. Hearing his daughter's concern for Su Yan, Yunhe couldn't help but frown and look at Yun Wanqing. She looked at her father's sharp gaze. Yun Wanqing's pretty face slightly reddened. Yunhe looked at Su Yan again. Seeming to understand something, she helplessly sighed and said, "Right now, we can only bring him back to the Heaven and Earth organization before making a decision." While speaking, a powerful force suddenly surged from Yunhe's body. With a wave of her hand, the blood-red light enveloped Su Yan and the fire Qilin and flew up. "Let's go." At the same time, Yunhe coldly shouted. Following that, she brought Su Yan and the fire Qilin and flew in the direction of the Heaven and Earth organization. The other experts of the Heaven and Earth organization also followed, leaving behind countless astonished and shocked martial artists. This included Sage Heaven Sword, an expert of the Square Sphere realm. "I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Yunhe to have broken through to the Dragon realm." Sage Heaven Sword shook his head in astonishment. However, he didn't stop Yunhe from bringing Su Yan away. Although he wasn't sure what kind of secret skill was that. However, Sage Heaven Sword was very clear. Even Yunhe had such an expression. If it was true, then among the 5 counties, only Yunhe had the ability to save Su Yan. As for Su Yan's safety, Sage Heaven Sword wasn't worried. After all, Sage Heaven Sword could see that the people of the Heaven and Earth organization valued Su Yan very much. Following that, Sage Heaven Sword left. Following that, the other experts also left one after another. A calamity for the entire 5 counties, was resolved with the appearance of Yunhe. There wasn't even any dispute. There wasn't any wave. With her appearance, the calamity for the 5 counties disappeared just like that. No one was cheering for this. In fact, they even felt that it was natural. After all, the Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Yunhe had reached the Dragon realm. All of this seemed to be a matter of course. However, when everyone saw Yunhe's dignified appearance, their desire for power was aroused. Chapter 373. A calamity was resolved because of the appearance of Yunhe. This calamity seemed to have happened on a small mountain in the Heavenly Twin City, but it had shocked the entire 5 counties. And in this calamity, Yunhe was undoubtedly the most dazzling expert. Dragon Realm, that was a realm that only existed in legends. One had to know that the strongest experts in the 5 counties were only at the Origin Realm. The Dragon Realm could definitely look down on the entire 5 counties. The Heaven and Earth organization was originally the #1 sect in the 5 counties. But even so, in the 5 counties, there were always people who doubted the power of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, every sect had an Origin Realm expert. But what if there was a Dragon Realm expert? Who would dare to look down on the Heaven and Earth organization? Who would dare to compete with the Heaven and Earth organization for the position of the #1 sect in the 5 counties? No one dared. Black Demon Cave, Monster Palace, Hidden Sword Tomb, Chaotian sect, these sects could not be compared to the Heaven and Earth organization. Because of Yunhe. All of this was because of the appearance of Yunhe. This made the entire 5 counties think of the Heaven and Earth organization. They would naturally think of Yunhe, this Dragon Realm expert that countless people looked up to. To say that this was a calamity. The one who gained the most was naturally the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, Yunhe's appearance made everyone yearn for the Heaven and Earth organization. Of course, in this calamity, except for Yunhee, there was another person who was also remembered by countless people. This was Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm, in the 5 counties, there were countless people who were stronger than Su Yan. But which 6th level spiritual ocean realm expert could challenge a origin realm expert alone? No one, among all the spiritual ocean realm experts in the 5 counties, who dared to say that he dared to challenge a origin realm expert. In addition, Su Yan's illusion divine skill shocked countless people because of their existence. Although this calamity had been instigated by Wang Han, only the 2 of them would be remembered. Not only that, the calamity had been averted. Because of the existence of Yunhee and Su Yan, their reputation had spread throughout the 5 counties. For a martial artist who pursued fame and fortune, this was absolutely a great harvest. However, at this moment, Su Yan was sitting in the inner hall of the Heaven and Earth Organization with a bitter expression. Su Yan stared blankly at Yunhee, who was seated in the middle. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sect Master Yun, is there really no other way?" Yunhee looked at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. She shook her head and said, "Su Yan, I've done my best to save your life." Oh. When Su Yan heard Yunhee's words, his eyes suddenly dimmed. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he said, "The spiritual ocean is shattered. The spiritual ocean is shattered." What does this mean? It means that Su Yan will become a useless person. He will lose everything and become a useless piece of trash. Su Yan couldn't accept this fact. He had too many things that he hadn't done yet. He hadn't found Lin Huatu yet. He still had to go to the 9 prefectures to save Lu Lan and find Chu Linger. Su Yan staggered out of the inner hall of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Yun Wanqing and Yun Tian saw Su Yan in such a state, they felt terrible. "Father, is there really no other way?" Yun Wanqing anxiously asked Yunhee. Although Yunhee didn't answer Yun Wanqing's question, his sigh had proved everything. Yun Wanqing's heart suddenly ached. Coming out of the Shura shrine. From the moment she was saved by Su Yan, Yun Wanqing knew that she had fallen in love with this man that she had only met a few times. She liked to see Su Yan's confident look. She liked Su Yan's tenacity and indomitable spirit. However, all of this was going to be ruined. The spiritual ocean was shattered. How could a martial artist, a man, survive in this world of the strong? Yun Wanqing didn't dare to imagine. She watched Su Yan walk past her. She didn't even know what to say to him. She could only watch him leave with worry in her heart. Su Yan left. He left the Heaven and Earth Organization. Although Yunhee and the others promised him that as long as he was in the Heaven and Earth Organization, they would definitely not let Su Yan suffer any harm. However, Su Yan still left the Heaven and Earth Organization. Because he didn't need this protection at all. He wasn't willing. He wasn't willing to become a cripple like this. He would definitely find a way, definitely. Su Yan resolutely left the Heaven and Earth Organization. He didn't blame Yun Tian. He didn't blame Yunhee. After all, Yun Tian didn't know what psychic communication was. Yunhee had done his best to save him. Because now Su Yan understood how powerful psychic communication was. Psychic communication, it was an ancient secret technique. However, the psychic communication technique that Yun Tian controlled was incomplete. He only knew that the token contained the psychic communication technique. He wanted to use the Fire Qilin Sacred Beast's bloodline to activate the psychic communication technique in the token. Unfortunately, the power contained in the token was beyond his control. It wasn't something that Su Yan and the Fire Qilin could control with their strength. Therefore, he activated the psychic communication technique in the token. The Fire Qilin immediately suffered a backlash. If it wasn't for the fact that Yunhee was in the dragon realm, the fire Qilin and Su Yan would have been devoured by the psychic communication technique. All of this could be said to be caused by Yun Tian. Su Yan should hate him. However, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of hatred. It wasn't that he didn't hate, but that he didn't have the strength to hate. Trash, that was such a cruel word. This wasn't the first time Su Yan had encountered such a situation. Lifetime spiritual guidance, crippling a heaven phase warrior, all of this had happened to Su Yan. However, all of this was when Su Yan could still feel the surrounding spiritual energy. Now, Su Yan's spiritual sea was shattered. He had already lost the qualifications to be a warrior. In the past few days in the Heaven and Earth organization, he had tried countless times to circulate his cultivation technique, but he couldn't feel the spiritual energy between Heaven and Earth at all. Su Yan was unwilling to accept this. However, this blow was too great. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't feel the spiritual energy between Heaven and Earth. Everything seemed so powerless. Perhaps it was just as Yunhee comforted him. He could borrow the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization in the 5 counties and spend the rest of his life in the Heaven and Earth organization. However, how could Su Yan have the face to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization? A piece of trash, in this world of experts, had no place at all. Only death, death, as Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He really didn't think that such a day would happen to him. He would rather die in the hands of Wang Han. After all, that way, he could die with enough dignity. But now, after leaving the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan didn't know where to go as he looked at the road in front of him. His whole body was like a walking corpse as he walked on the road. His spiritual sea was shattered and he had lost his spiritual energy. He couldn't open his storage bag and couldn't fly. He could only walk slowly, and from time to time, he would look at the flying warriors in the sky. Su Yan's heart was filled with envy. How he wished that he could feel a trace of spiritual energy right now. Even if it allowed him to return to the spirit realm, that way he could at least work hard. However, his spiritual sea was shattered. It made him a real piece of trash. He didn't even have the slightest chance to work hard. Su Yan stumbled as he walked. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he suddenly felt a wave of hunger. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He hadn't felt this for a long time. It was as if he had forgotten the feeling of hunger. But at this moment, Su Yan was indeed hungry and sleepy. Looking at the empty surroundings, Su Yan didn't look for food. Instead, he sat down on the side of the road and lay down to sleep. Soon, night fell. The cold wind of winter tore through the air, and the waves of cold woke Su Yan up. Cold, Su Yan felt the cold and habitually wanted to use his qi to block it. But before he could use his cultivation method, Su Yan's mouth immediately curved into a bitter smile. He was just a piece of trash now. He couldn't resist the cold at all. Ah, Su Yan couldn't help but let out a roar. Looking at the cliff in front of him, a wave of despair suddenly surged from his heart. Die, this thought instantly flashed through Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's whole body shook, and he directly rushed towards the cliff. Whoa, just at the moment when Su Yan was about to rush to the cliff, a low roar suddenly sounded in front of him. The little guy Fire Qilin blocked in front of Su Yan. At this time, the little guy Fire Qilin was not far from Su Yan. The dazzling flames all over his body had disappeared, and he could no longer restore his huge body. Just like a little mouse. It was the same as Su Yan. It also lost its power and became a piece of trash. However, at this moment, the little guy blocked in front of Su Yan. It bit Su Yan's trousers and didn't let Su Yan jump off the cliff. Little guy. Su Yan saw the angry expression of the Fire Qilin and couldn't help but be startled. Whoa! Little rascal kept roaring at Su Yan, as if it was trying to express something. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Obviously, it was very angry. Su Yan looked at the little guy and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Little guy, are you calling me a coward?" The little guy immediately roared in response to Su Yan. Su Yan laughed at himself. "Little guy, I'm just a piece of trash now. What can I do?" Woo! When the little guy heard Su Yan's words, it suddenly roared, ignored Su Yan, and ran out directly. "Little guy." Su Yan saw it run out and panicked in his heart, and hurriedly followed. "Little guy, where are you going?" Su Yan shouted behind the little guy. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all and kept running forward. Bang! Right at this moment, a low roar suddenly reverberated. This loud sound, if it was a normal day, Su Yan wouldn't care at all, but now Su Yan had lost any power. Hearing this loud sound, it was like a thunder explosion, and his whole body couldn't help but be startled. When his gaze swept over, Su Yan was even more startled. Porcupine. Su Yan looked at the big guy in front of him with a surprised face. This porcupine was an ordinary demon beast, and its meat was delicious. Back in the hidden sword tomb, Lu Fei often hunted porcupines and had a sumptuous meal with Su Yan. Chapter 374. The porcupine was not only fatal to Su Yan, but it was also fatal to the fire Qilin. It was also a fatal blow to the little fire Qilin. It should be known that the fire Qilin had lost all of its strength just like Su Yan. Even the flame that the fire Qilin was so proud of had dissipated. Its body was now only the size of a kitten. How could it be a match for the porcupine? However, the moment the porcupine appeared, the fire Qilin glanced at Su Yan and instantly rushed in the direction of the porcupine. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Little guy, what are you doing? You are no match for it now." Unfortunately, the fire Qilin did not pay attention to Su Yan at all. With a leap, it bit the porcupine that was dozens of times bigger than itself. Woo! The moment it jumped, it let out a low roar. Although it had lost its strength, this low roar was still full of energy, faintly emitting a dignified aura, even though it couldn't be considered to have penetrated the heavens and earth. Under this majestic aura, the porcupine's aura suddenly dimmed. Woo! With the low roar of the fire Qilin, it opened its mouth and directly bit the porcupine's neck. His eyes emitted a bright light, and his hair stood up. Although he had lost his unique flame, his scarlet hair was still like a flame under the scorching sun. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Woo! The porcupine let out a scream in pain. Demonic beasts were the most sensitive. Just now when it saw the fire Qilin, it immediately smelled the aura of the sacred beast. However, it did not feel like it, so it did not immediately turn around and sneak away. Instead, it carefully observed over there. When the fire Qilin jumped up, the porcupine knew fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. It was completely bitten by the fire Qilin and could not escape at all. Under the pain, it forgot the fear in its heart. Woo! Howling in pain, under the desire to survive, it instinctively began to wave its huge head. Bang! That powerful force directly flung the fire Qilin's entire body away. With a loud sound, the fire Qilin directly hit a piece of wood. The sharp wood instantly cut through his skin, and a stream of blood flowed down from his body, dripping into the ground. Although the fire Qilin did not scream, one could still see the pain on its body from its pained expression. When Su Yan saw this scene, his heart could not help but ache. He shouted, "Little guy, you are not his opponent. Quickly run." Woo! Just as the fire Qilin shouted these words, the fire Qilin turned around and roared at Su Yan. There was a faint surge of anger in its eyes. A puff of white smoke came out of his nostrils. Then, he ignored Su Yan and continued to rush towards the porcupine. The moment it rushed over, it continued to let out a loud and clear cry, as if it was saying something to Su Yan. Bang! The fire qilin crashed into the porcupine again. It clearly knew that it was not the porcupine's opponent, but it still went forward without hesitation. Facing the porcupine, it did not show the slightest fear. Instead, its eyes surged with the majestic light of a sacred beast. From time to time, it cast a provocative look at Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He looked at the fire qilin's tenacious spirit. Su Yan seemed to understand something. Especially when he saw the sacred beast's majesty in the fire qilin's eyes. It made Su Yan wake up. Little guy, it wants to tell me that even if it has lost its power, it is still a sacred beast. It is not something that a lowly demonic beast like the porcupine can compare to. Even if the fire qilin dies in the hands of the porcupine, it is willing because it is a sacred beast. Its majesty is not something that the porcupine can compare to. This is the majesty of a sacred beast. Is this not the dignity of a man? Thinking of this, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Even in the face of death, he still did not give up. Now, he just lost his power. He was still alive. Was he going to give up? Looking at the fire qilin constantly fighting with the porcupine, Su Yan suddenly understood, who was he? He was Su Yan. In his previous life, he was a sword saint of a generation. Although he had not achieved anything in this life. But he was a man. A man of indomitable spirit. How could he be defeated by all of this? Thinking of this, the dim light in Su Yan's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then, a bright light surged. Although Su Yan had lost his power now. The moment this bright light surged, it faintly emitted a majestic aura. Little guy, thank you. Thank you. Su Yan looked at the fire qilin's body that was already covered with scars and thanked it several times. When he looked at the porcupine, his eyes suddenly surged with anger. Porcupine. Su Yan smiled coldly. There was no longer any fear. Although Su Yan had lost all his power at this moment, he could not feel the existence of any spiritual power. But his tiger body shook. Just by clenching his fist, he seemed to have returned to a subverted state. Little guy, let me help you. Su Yan instantly rushed out and directly tangled with the porcupine. The porcupine's strength was like Su Yan at the first level of the spirit realm facing a second level of the spirit realm. The difficulty could be imagined. But with the help of the little guy, the fire qilin, the two of them forcefully exhausted the porcupine to death. This battle, although difficult. But the fire qilin and Su Yan both suffered different injuries. But this battle could still be described as a complete victory. Because this battle, not only did it exchange for Su Yan and the fire qilin's delicious food. More importantly, it awakened Su Yan's fighting spirit. It made Su Yan return to the strong-willed, tenacious, and arrogant Su Yan. Of course, that was not all. There was also an unexpected discovery in this battle. That was Su Yan's strength, although he had lost all his power. But Su Yan found that the special effect of his blood dragon pupil was still there. This made Su Yan even more confident. Of course, Su Yan knew that all this was because of the little guy, the fire qilin. If it were not for the little guy, he would have already jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. Looking at the little guy licking its tongue, it was still not satisfied. Su Yan intimately stroked its fur and said, "Little guy, thank you." "Woo," the little guy growled at Su Yan, as if saying you're welcome. And it was obvious that the little guy was very happy to see Su Yan regain his confidence. It nestled in Su Yan's arms, very happy. Su Yan looked at the little guy and felt gratified. The relationship between the two had unknowingly deepened a lot. As for the fire qilin, Su Yan did not continue to say anything, and rested where he was. At the same time, Su Yan was also thinking about his future. The future, of course, for Su Yan, the biggest future now was how to make himself feel the existence of spiritual energy again. After all, no matter what. This world was a world of the strong after all. Even if Su Yan regained his confidence now, he was still just a waste. If he wanted to return to his original state, then he had to restore his strength. At the moment when he had not awakened, Su Yan thought about death the most. Now that he had regained his confidence, this word had naturally been erased from his mind. His eyes emitted a dazzling light. Waste, I don't believe it. I will find a way to solve it. Su Yan lost the confusion just now, and became energetic again. Looking around, he said to the little guy next to him, "Little guy, let's go." Howl. Hearing Su Yan's words, the little guy growled at him. Although the little guy could not speak human language, Su Yan still guessed what it meant. It was asking him where to go. Where to go? Su Yan looked around. In fact, he did not know where to go. But his heart was as clear as a mirror. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yan immediately made a decision. Let's go, little guy. The world is so big. I believe there are always things that we don't know. There is always a way to restore our strength. Hearing Su Yan's words, the fire Qilan growled and followed Su Yan. Restore strength. Just as the two of them took a step, a person hiding behind suddenly muttered to himself and thought of something. He suddenly rushed out, blocked in front of Su Yan, and shouted sternly, "Su Yan." Su Yan was startled by his sudden appearance and could not help but take a step back. Although he could not feel the existence of spiritual power. But after all, before he lost his spiritual power, he had the strength of the spiritual sea realm. Soon, he felt that this person should have the strength of the life-soul realm. For the current Su Yan, the life-soul realm was definitely a huge threat. The person glanced at Su Yan and asked, "Senior brother Su Yan. You know me?" Su Yan could not help but be puzzled because he did not know this person. Of course. The young man in black smiled and said, "Senior brother Su Yan's name is like thunder to the ears. Now, in the entire 5 commanderies, there is no one who does not know you." Hearing this, Su Yan could not help but smile self-deprecatingly. Su Yan had also heard about these things. But now, what about himself? Of course, this sadness only lasted for a moment. Soon, Su Yan regained his confidence. He looked at the person cautiously and asked, "Tell me, who are you?" The person smiled and said, "Senior brother Su, I am a disciple of the Monster Palace." You are a disciple of the Monster Palace. When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but look at him a few more times. Yes. The person nodded again. Senior brother Su, why haven't you returned to the Monster Palace recently? Back to the Monster Palace. When Su Yan heard this, he suddenly became very cautious and shouted sternly, "Tell me, who are you?" The person smiled and said, "Senior brother Su, why do you care so much about who I am? I am just an ordinary disciple of the Monster Palace." Chapter 375. Trash. Although Su Yan didn't know where this person came from, Su Yan knew in his heart that since this kid asked these questions, he definitely knew about Su Yan's current situation. Su Yan didn't ask him how he knew, because none of this mattered anymore. Looking at him, Su Yan didn't show a trace of anger. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. "I'm trash. So what?" That's right. Su Yan admitted that he was trash now. He didn't hide anything from him. Perhaps just now, if Su Yan heard someone call him trash, he would be angry, and even feel inferior. But he didn't now. This was because he had already stood up again. Even if he was trash, he was still Su Yan, an indomitable man. Yes. Chao Hua never expected Su Yan to admit that he was trash so decisively. Chao Hua was indeed a disciple of Monster Palace. He didn't hide this from Su Yan. How did he know that Su Yan was trash? In fact, he had heard the conversation between Su Yan and the Fire Qilin. One had to know that Su Yan was now very famous. But at the same time, Su Yan also had another identity, which was that he was a traitor of the Supreme Demon Palace. He was carrying this crime on his back. Monster Palace had offered a huge reward. This was also why Chao Hua hid and eavesdropped on Su Yan when he saw Su Yan again. It was the greed that surged from his heart. Of course, although Chao Hua was greedy, it didn't mean that he was a fool. If he was a fool, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the life-soul realm. It was precisely because of this that Chao Hua knew very well that Su Yan's strength wasn't something he could resist. Thinking of Su Yan's strength, he was still a little unwilling. However, there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard Su Yan's words to the Fire Qilin. Suddenly, Chao Hua saw a glimmer of hope. Originally, he didn't dare to come out because of Su Yan's reputation. However, the reward given by the Monster Palace was simply too generous. It was so generous that it could even allow him to break through to the Saint Bloodline realm in one go. This also gave Chao Hua the courage to come out. Although he heard Su Yan's words, he was still worried. That was why Chao Hua asked Su Yan that question. He had originally thought that if Su Yan had really become a good-for-nothing, he would not have been able to do anything. When they saw an expert in the life-soul realm like him, they would definitely be wary and fearful. But now, Su Yan calmly replied. Especially in his eyes, there was not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, there was a trace of disdain. This made Chao Hua puzzled. He couldn't determine whether Su Yan was truly a good-for-nothing or not. If Su Yan was a good-for-nothing, then he would have missed the reward today. However, what if he wasn't? Then there was only one result waiting for him, death. One was death. The other was a generous reward. In Chao Hua's heart, there were two extremes. For a moment, he didn't know how to choose. Looking at him like this, Su Yan smiled and said, "Whether I'm a good-for-nothing or not, won't you know if you try? I'll give it a try." When Chao Hua heard Su Yan's words, his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Yan and an evil smile appeared on his face. He laughed in his heart, "That's right. Whether Su Yan is a good-for-nothing or not, won't I know if I try?" As Chao Hua spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He activated the cultivation method in his body and immediately threw a palm strike at Su Yan. Under such a huge temptation, he had forgotten that although he could test whether Su Yan was a piece of trash or not, he would not be able to do so. But he forgot that if Su Yan wasn't a good-for-nothing, would he still have a chance to survive today? Greed. Everything surged from the greed in his heart. But this time, Chao Hua really made the right bet. Because Su Yan was really a good-for-nothing. Su Yan didn't lie to him. For the current Su Yan, the life-soul realm was definitely a powerful opponent. Just as Chao Hua's palm attack was about to hit him, the palm was mixed with dense spiritual power. It instantly blew a strong wind. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and his body hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because he didn't have the support of spiritual power. As he quickly retreated, he couldn't help but stagger and fall to the ground. Good-for-nothing, Su Yan, you really have become a good-for-nothing. Chao Hua saw Su Yan's slightly embarrassed appearance and was overjoyed. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Great, great. Do you know what reward I will get if I kill you? You wouldn't have thought that the heavens are really protecting me, Chao Hua. Ha ha ha, as Chao Hua spoke, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all. He muttered to himself and laughed loudly. He never thought that he would be so lucky. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of disciples in the 5 counties who wanted to take Su Yan's life. Among them, there were holy bloodline experts, heavenly phenomenon experts, and even radius realm experts. He, Chao Hua, was a mere life soul realm expert. In this huge team, he was simply insignificant. But he never thought that he would meet Su Yan. And he had become a good-for-nothing. It was like a pie falling from the sky. How could Chao Hua not be happy? The heavens are protecting me, the heavens are protecting me. Chao Hua thought of the generous reward and shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure slid past, and a sharp tree branch went straight for his throat. The speed of the branch was extremely fast. Chao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly circulated the cultivation technique in his body and quickly moved back. His speed was not slow. But he couldn't dodge in time. The branch directly cut a big hole in his clothes. Chao Hua calmed down and looked at the branch in Su Yan's hand. Then, he looked at his torn clothes. Anger surged in his eyes. Su Yan, you good-for-nothing, how dare you hurt me? To Chao Hua right now, Su Yan was just an ant. He was like a divine dragon. That's right, it was indeed so. Because this was a world of the strong. Only with powerful strength could one be above others. Su Yan's spiritual power had dissipated. He was a good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing, no one would care about how you were in the past or how you are now. They only care about you now. You are now a good-for-nothing, a good-for-nothing. And a good-for-nothing dared to hurt him. This was definitely a disgrace, a great disgrace. Su Yan, if you had begged me for mercy, maybe I would have been happy and not killed you. I would have taken you back to the monster palace. But now you have angered me. Chao Hua looked at Su Yan and said coldly. The spiritual power in his body suddenly surged, rolling up a gust of wind in an instant. Su Yan, die. Su Yan looked at Chao Hua coldly. His cold face didn't have a trace of emotion. His eyes surged with a ray of light. Maybe if he didn't get the little girl's reminder. He, Su Yan, would definitely give up now. At that time, if he met Chao Hua, Su Yan could only sit and wait for death. But now he won't. Because he was Su Yan. He was a man of indomitable spirit. He was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. He was a sword saint. He was also a level 6 spirit sea realm expert. How could a mere life soul realm cultivator behave so atrociously? Although the power that erupted from the life soul realm was so strong that it made Su Yan's whole body tremble. But Su Yan didn't have any fear. He looked at Chao Hua coldly. Looking at his ferocious face, there was even a bit of disdain. This made Chao Hua even more furious. With a wave of his hand, he aimed for Su Yan's throat. Die. Seeing such a powerful attack, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. A ray of light surged in them. Instantly, Chao Hua's speed slowed down a lot. At the same time, Su Yan's body flashed and directly dodged Chao Hua's attack. Yes, he dodged Chao Hua's life soul realm attack. What? Seeing this, Chao Hua was completely stunned. With a look of surprise, he said, How is this possible? Su Yan, you're just a piece of trash now. How can you dodge my attack? Hearing Chao Hua's words, Su Yan laughed. He laughed very happily. Chao Hua, do you really think that a mere life soul realm expert like you can bully me? Su Yan looked at Chao Hua and said disdainfully. Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Hua was furious. He roared, Su Yan, do you really think that you're an expert? You're just a piece of trash. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm an expert in the life soul realm. Life soul. Su Yan still said disdainfully, Chao Hua, you're over 30 years old. You're only in the life soul realm at 30 years old. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Ah, hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Hua immediately felt a burning anger in his heart. The killing intent he had for Su Yan grew stronger. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Chao Hua roared angrily and suddenly leaped up. With a loud bang, he slapped Su Yan's mind. This time, the attack was much stronger than the previous one. Su Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this. He didn't dare delay and hurriedly retreated. Blood Dragon Pupil. Now, only the Blood Dragon Pupil was Su Yan's greatest hope. In fact, Su Yan knew very well how powerful a life soul realm expert was. The reason why he wanted to anger Chao Hua was because he wanted to see if he could fight Chao Hua with his Blood Dragon Pupil. Now, Su Yan only had the Blood Dragon Pupil left. Seeing Chao Hua's body, Su Yan didn't dare slow down at all. His eyes kept darting around. Bang! There was a loud bang. Chao Hua's palm came crashing down. The entire ground was instantly covered in fog. Ha ha ha. Chao Hua laughed. His laughter was extremely wild and excited. Ha, Su Yan, do you know how much wealth you'll bring me if you die? Ha ha ha. God bless me. God bless me, Chao Hua thought of the rich reward and said excitedly. Is that so?